Wang Zichuan traversed through time to become the champion of the Lamentation Tournament, formerly known as the Child of Chaos, now the Djinn of the Wish-Granting Lamp. His journey towards freedom began with a heart-wrenching farewell to a mysterious queen, followed by an alliance with Kema, ultimately leading him to become an angelic investor. Enveloped by an endless expanse of shimmering, golden mist, Wang Zichuan awoke from his chaotic state. As his consciousness returned, the ethereal golden hue thickened and coalesced into a human form, gradually becoming distinct. The figure possessed a striking countenance, shrouded in shadows, with a tall and slender physique adorned in opulent, intricately patterned robes that seemed to warp perception, evoking a sense of disorientation and confusion. He appeared utterly bewildered. The surrounding golden mist began to swirl, and above, a door shimmering with starlight took shape. Upon sighting this portal, a surge of anger and defiance welled up within Wang Zichuan, compelling him to rush toward the radiant entrance. Yet, as he moved, the door seemed to flicker into illusion, an array of overlapping spectral doors encroaching upon him, colliding with the golden tide, shattering into a cascade of starlight that fell into the tumultuous sea of gold. As if responding to an unseen command, the golden ocean calmed, the remnants of starlight floating upon its surface, twinkling softly. Just before reaching the door, Wang Zichuan halted, muttering to himself, "I wonder how long it has been since I last awoke. So I am indeed that wretched child of chaos from the bygone days. No, I am not that. I am a traveler from beyond the realms of the high-dimensional universe. I am Wang Zichuan. I'm not the unfortunate soul deceived by the old silver coin celestial, who lost everything and was confined, forced into servitude." At this thought, he could not help but wish to express a sentiment akin to turning sorrow into laughter. Yet now that past disgrace, the child of chaos, is indeed me. No, this cannot be. Just the thought of it is enough to drive me to despair. Regaining his composure, Wang Zichuan began to strategize. First, I have become that which I once loathed despite the misfortunes that have stripped me of many traits and my essence. I shall not be easily defeated. My rank remains intact. The cosmos and its ancient beings cannot harm me. They speak of knowledge being a poison, yet I am immune to all toxins, for I am a grand source of poison myself. Figures like Amon, Adam, and 008, entities that instill PTSD in the foolish, are mere younger siblings in my presence. As long as the old silver coin does not awaken, I fear no one. Secondly, I am sealed within this confounded lamp by the celestial, transformed into a djinn. To others, I am merely an object of confinement, although the deities are likely aware that this is an artifact tied to outer gods, who would suspect a mere sealed entity of harboring malice. I simply yearn for freedom. Lastly, my current master is Bernadette, who has already made a wish. This implies that the fool has yet to descend or has only just awakened. Therefore, I must escape. I must hasten to aid General Ku in ascending as the Master of Secrets, to thoroughly suppress the resurgence of the old silver coin. One must always hold on to dreams, for who knows what may come to fruition. First, I shall set a modest goal for myself, to depart from Bernadette and position myself beside K, becoming a jubilant angel investor in the A round, to assist him and nurture his swift growth until he reaches his former glory. The mere thought of it stirs a flicker of excitement within me. Now, the only obstacle that remains is how to persuade Bernadette to grant me my freedom. In the Misty Sea, on Lasha Island, and within the Emerald City. Your Majesty, there has been a disturbance in your collection room. I implore you to investigate. The maid hurriedly approached, spotting the tall figure of the queen gazing into the expansive, azure sea as the sun dipped below the horizon. Your Majesty, Mr. Perry has sent word that an unusual surge of power has erupted in your collection room. He dares not leave his post and remains vigilant, urging you to assess the situation. Very well. Did I mention what item was involved? No, the maid promptly replied. In the Emerald City of the enigmatic Queen Bernadette, numerous wondrous artifacts were treasured, some gathered from years of traversing the seas, others collected from the dawn of elements, and many gifted by her father, particularly the high-grade magical items. Thinking of her father, a pang of bittersweet sorrow washed over Bernadette. She harbored both resentment and longing for him. For years, she had roamed the oceans, attempting to trace her father's whereabouts. She yearned to comprehend the drastic changes in his character during his later years and to ascertain whether he still drew breath. Suppressing her tumultuous thoughts, Bernadette made her way to her collection room, where she found Ike Perry keeping a vigilant watch over an ancient oil lamp resting quietly on a shelf, as though confronted by a formidable foe. The current state of the wish-granting lamp was unprecedented. Bernadette found herself at a loss regarding how to seal it away. The wish lamp, a rare artifact, bore a level 0 seal. Its mere possession did not invoke significant negative effects, provided the holder could withstand the lamp spirit's temptations. Yet, it was common for holders to succumb to its allure. As humans, we are driven by desires, aspirations, and wishes. The lamp's spirit magnifies these cravings, enticing the holder to make wishes. However, upon granting such wishes, it does so in a twisted manner, often leading the wishmaker to dire consequences, even plunging them into a fate more agonizing than death itself. Thus, Bernadette typically refrained from keeping it close, cognizant of her obsession with her father, fearing she might yield to the temptation of wishing for his resurrection. Even when placed within her collection room, the lamp frequently sought to entice her through dreams, but the distance dulled its power, relying solely on words, which struggled to sway the will of a high-ranking being. As time slipped by, the seemingly deranged lamp gradually quieted, no longer exhibiting its extraordinary nature, as if the earlier surge of power had merely been an illusion. Bernadette's cerulean gaze fixated on the wish lamp, suddenly deepening with a profound intensity, as if she were piercing through reality to behold her fate. Yet, in an instant, she abruptly closed her eyes, her spirit quaking, and tears of blood welled at the corners of her eyes. She was reminded of her father's words. This lamp was beyond the shadow of even a true deity. In a fleeting glimpse, Bernadette beheld a thick golden sea merging with gray mist, where twinkling stars flickered, yet no prophecy or revelation was bestowed upon her. Prince Chuan was contemplating his future plans when, suddenly, inspiration struck him, and he sensed that someone was prying into his destiny. Let me see who dares to intrude upon an ancient fate. Prince Chuan allowed a sliver of his power to extend beyond the confines of the lamp and discovered Bernadette, her face stained with tears of blood. Chapter 2. Temptation. Huang Ji's teachings are rather lax. The lineage has recklessly opened a heavenly eye. Out of curiosity, Brother Huang insisted on venturing to the moon. While Bernadette dared to glimpse the fates of the angel King Amon and the master of the Source Fortress, Gedelia gazed directly at the false deity from the heights of the Source Fortress. Each one of them was remarkably adept, just as Bernadette was calming her spirit. A familiar voice, long unheard, suddenly echoed in her ears, deep and slow, round and clear, imbued with temptation. You are peering into my destiny. What do you wish to know? I can reveal it all, provided you grant me a trivial little wish. You know, you may ask me for 10 wishes, and you have yet to reach that number. Let me guess, do you yearn to uncover the secret of your father? Do you wish to ascertain whether he is truly dead? Or, you could make a wish for him to appear before you, alive and well. Wang Jichuan mimicked the tone and phrasing he had previously employed to entice others into wishing, striving to conceal his divergence from the past in Bernadette's eyes. The former lamp spirit merely followed the instinctive nature of the sealed object, seducing all who might wish upon it, devoid of sincerity. After all, distorting another's desires and witnessing their descent into anguish merely served to alleviate the tedium of sealed time. Providing no aid in breaking free from the seal, Wang Jichuan diligently wove his rationale, coaxing Bernadette with the matter she held most dear. At this moment, Bernadette had quelled her spirit, tempered her emotions, and listened impassively to the alluring whispers. Are you concerned about the distortion of your wish? From time to time. I can fulfill them as they are, depending on my mood. Fortunately, I find myself in excellent spirits right now. Just a moment ago, I glimpsed my own fate. If you can transport me to the place of destiny, I can grant you a wish, normal, without any distortion, realized according to your desires. It will not count against the number of wishes held. This is a reward. Bernadette remained silent, suddenly raising her hand to reinforce the spiritual barrier of the collection room. Then, with measured steps, she turned and walked toward the door of the collection chamber. The lamp spirit found itself momentarily at a loss for words. How about negotiating a price? Bernadette was already a high-ranking figure of Sequence 3. She understood well that there was little to be gained from negotiating with sealed objects, which were inherently devoid of honor. Bernadette had risen to prominence in the mystical realm, and if she could still be swayed by a sealed object, she would not have achieved the status of a sage. This is quite troublesome. My lamp holds no credibility whatsoever. In fact, it even incurs penalties. The training I received from the Red Glove is a prime example, and I find myself confined within this dilapidated collection room, isolated by the spiritual barrier. Though I maintain a mystical connection with the holder, allowing me to communicate through dreams regardless of her location, Bernadette refuses to engage in such exchanges. I must adopt a different approach. Bernadette is not easily deceived. However, I can manipulate those around her. If she takes me out, I can seize the opportunity to connect with others, leveraging their influence to reach my desired destinations. I am uncertain how Antigonus managed to find himself in Tingen. I could halt the holders of influence, creating disturbances daily, ensuring that Bernadette hesitates to leave me unguarded in the collection room. As Arad's wisely stated, should I reveal any threat, they would enhance my protective measures. In a secluded harbor of the ROSD Islands lies a diminutive fishing village, reliant on the port for its survival. This afternoon, the village appears devoid of adults, particularly young men. Only a few women and elders are visible, mending worn fishing nets or drying seafood, the air thick with a pungent fishy scent. Amongst them, a handful of naked children frolic freely, their joyous laughter silently proclaiming to outsiders that this is a tranquil and unremarkable fishing village. As Gaderia traverses this small fishing hamlet, her presence goes unnoticed, a stark contrast to the village's quaint charm. Once a sorceress, she possesses the ability to conceal her form, evading the gaze of ordinary folk. Entering a modest yet well-kept dwelling, she encounters an elderly man, his face weathered by time, his figure stooped, skin coarse and lined with wrinkles. Suddenly, Gaderia reveals herself. Yet the old man displays no surprise, rasping secret words. All things are numbered. Indeed, Gaderia replies. The old man turns and leads her to a concealed corner where a staircase descends to the basement, flanked by an array of clutter. This entrance, hidden from view by everyday items, is nearly undetectable to the untrained eye. Following the elder's guidance, Gaderia descends the steep staircase, which plunges deeply into the earth. At the bottom lies a vast basement, adorned with a serene elegance. Shelves line the walls, overflowing with tomes, documents, and various spiritual materials and implements essential for rituals. On the opposite wall, a closed door hints at access to other chambers. In the center stands a long table, its head vacant, while several individuals of diverse attire occupy the sides. Gaderia chooses a seat without greeting them, patiently awaiting the arrival of others. Suddenly, the basement door swings open, revealing a middle-aged man of average stature and unremarkable features. Appearing to be in his 30s, he exudes a calm demeanor, his neatly combed black hair and scholarly attire lending him an air of academia. His warm brown eyes scan the assembly with gentleness, devoid of the imposing presence typical of a high-ranking individual. He resembles more a university lecturer than a powerful figure. This man is one of the 10 pillars of the Mascurian order, the Saint, Sethan Byrne. He approached the head of the long table, but did not immediately take a seat. The men and women on either side did not rise to greet him. However, a profound silence enveloped the room as all eyes turned towards Sethan, akin to students awaiting their teacher to commence the lesson. This urgent assembly was convened due to a prophecy received by the leader, a prophecy concerning the future of our Morse's cult and the impending apocalypse. Chapter 3. Variables. As Sethine's words echoed in the already silent basement, the atmosphere grew so still that one could almost hear a pin drop. After a moment of silence, noticing that no one dared to speak up, she continued, "The prophecy is this. A variable enters the world, rewriting countless destinies. The revelations received by the leader include rules, disorder, and dawn. What do variables and rules signify? Perhaps Her Majesty the Queen is aware. I must write to her regarding this matter." On the surface, Gaderia remained composed. Yet her heart raced with the eagerness to relay this information to the Queen. "You may now report any recent events that you find suspicious." Sethan conveyed the prophecy of the leader of the Order of Suffering and requested important peripheral members of the organization to provide potential leads. It is said that the Ghost Empire has manifested once more, with countless pirates surging upon the seas, pursuing a phantom ship into the misty sea. A coarse voice broke the silence. The speaker, rugged in appearance with disheveled hair and a robust physique, bore the unmistakable signs of a man long adrift at sea. "There has been unusual activity within the Military Intelligence Division of Indus, but my informants could not ascertain the specific cause." The lady who spoke next had a languid tone. Her flaxen hair cascaded in soft curls like undulating waves, flowing gracefully down her back. Moreover, the order may be discreetly seeking an item or possibly an individual. A deduction I made from the mobilization of their lower-tier personnel. The voice of the lady, smooth as hot cocoa, provided information pertinent to Indus. In Trier, a new socialite has emerged, a remarkably captivating young lady. Upon hearing this, the assembly turned their attention, prompting the speaker to quickly add, her sudden appearance is rather peculiar. There were no prior whispers about her, which makes it all the more unexpected. Unmarried young ladies typically do not exhibit such openness. Under the veiled disdain of the gathering, he cleared his throat and continued, I also have another piece of news. The archbishop who defected from the Church of Night 2 years ago seems to have resurfaced in Trier. At that moment, a gentleman with the quintessential features of a Ruinian interjected. The Red Glove Squad of the Church of Night in Beckland has recently been quite active. It appears this is the reason. Whispers spread among the crowd as they engaged in hushed discussions about the defector archbishop of the True God Church, followed by several others who contributed their insights. In Siegel, a farm experienced a sudden blight, causing all crops to wither overnight. In Constant, a factory collapsed during the day while in operation, not due to age, as it was reportedly newly constructed just 2 years prior. The attendees took turns sharing intelligence from their respective domains, some of which were highly valuable, while others resembled the headlines of local tabloids. Gadariah, initially reluctant to speak, felt little sense of belonging to the order of suffering and had always remained on the periphery of the organization. As an extraordinary individual traversing the path of a spy, she had been developed into a peripheral member of the order upon leaving the dawn. Consequently, rumors circulated that the star would sever ties with the mysterious queen and venture into the sea. Among the most renowned treasure legends of the sea, the Key of Death has unveiled new clues, prompting a cadre of treasure hunters to pursue these leads. After a moment of contemplation, Gadariah divulged a piece of information that was not overly clandestine. Once nearly everyone had expressed their thoughts to varying degrees. Scythin spoke again. The variables within the chief's prophecy are of paramount importance to us. As members of the organization, you must actively seek out and investigate any anomalies. All anomalies can be reported, and the organization has means to verify them. Corresponding rewards will be granted for the information you provide. In the midst of an eerily quiet atmosphere, Gadariah suddenly heard the faint sound of movement from the lower deck, as if objects were being shifted. With the starlight glowing in her palm, Gadariah descended the stairs slowly. The sounds emanated from the storage room filled with beverages, where it appeared someone was rearranging the supplies. Cautiously, Gadariah approached the open door of the storeroom, where she spotted a hunched figure meticulously aligning barrels of beer in their rightful places. Frank, what are you doing? Upon recognizing him, Gadariah felt a slight relaxation and inquired with a calm voice about Frank's unusual behavior. Startled by the captain's sudden voice, Frank quickly turned around. Smiling as he replied, I'm organizing these beers, Captain. Where are the others? Gadariah pressed on, suppressing the strange emotions surging within her. She maintained her composure and continued to inquire calmly. They were too noisy, Captain. Frank scratched his head, expressing mild frustration. I thought it best to let them rest in peace for a while. I injected a special sedative into each barrel of beer. It's quite effective. See? They are all quiet now. Gadariah had already extinguished the starlight in her palm, pausing in silence for a few seconds before posing another question. When will they awaken? Tomorrow morning, at sunrise. It won't interfere with our plans for the day. As the night deepened and the waves stirred by the sea breeze became increasingly profound, the future was gently rocked by the ripples that spread outward, the sound of water lapping rhythmically against the vessel. In this rare moment devoid of the crew's laughter and shouts, Gadariah found a sense of tranquility and serenity. Her thoughts drifted back to her childhood, to the Emerald City, and to the dawn. In that moment, Gadariah abruptly rose, seeking paper and pen, and began to write swiftly. The Morse ascetic society will receive a prophecy foretelling the manifestation of variables. This prophecy is: the pillars are disseminating commands to all organizational members to seek out anomalies. Gadariah paused her writing, reflecting for a moment before adding another sentence. Upon reaching this point, Gadariah hesitated, her pen poised in stillness. After a silence of at least a minute, she swiftly crossed out the preceding lines and began anew. This prophecy may hold significance for elemental dawn as well. Should you be interested in the variables indicated by the prophecy, you may also gather corresponding intelligence, which I hope will prove beneficial to you. Gadariah meticulously reviewed the letter she had just penned, feeling assured that there was nothing inappropriate within its lines. With a sense of purpose, she retrieved another sheet of paper and transcribed the letter once more. After folding the letter with care, she took out an exquisite golden harmonica, gently caressing its surface before bringing it to her lips and blowing softly, though soundlessly. There was no chill in the air, no whisper of a breeze, nothing changed, except for the folded letter that vanished into thin air. In the opulent palace on La Chia Island, Bernadette had not yet succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, inspiration struck her, and she noticed a letter quietly resting on her bedside. She unfolded the letter and beheld the familiar, elegant handwriting. Variables, rules, disorder? What could these symbols signify? Matters pertaining to rules, the Black Emperor and the path of the Judicator. Could it influence the apocalypse? That must be related to divinity. The Black Emperor, divinity. Bernadette felt a sudden, intense tremor coursing through her. Could it be? Could it be her father? Father, has he returned to life? Chapter 4. The plan of the lamp spirit. Bernardine was tumultuous with her speculations, tossing and turning in her sleeplessness. At times, excitement bubbled within her, an uncontrollable joy surging forth like effervescent bubbles. At other moments, she felt hesitant and despondent, fearing her conjectures might be erroneous. With her father's fate still shrouded in uncertainty and her quest remaining a blind pursuit devoid of clues. As the night wore on, Bernardine finally succumbed to slumber. In her dreams, she once again heard the familiar whispers. Ever since the last time the wish-granting lamp had erupted with unpredictable power and then fell into an eerie tranquility, the lamp spirit had been visiting Bernardine nightly, with sweet-talking persuasion urging her to make wishes. This led Bernardine to recognize the dreamlike state upon hearing the spirit's voice. Perhaps the spirit lacked any true talent for manipulation. Even though the future it painted for her wishes appeared extraordinarily splendid, it always left a hollow, desolate feeling within her. This allowed Bernardine to remain largely unaffected, requiring little restraint. Yet, it also sparked a troubling thought. The lamp spirit seemed to be merely going through the motions, devoid of any sincerity. Nevertheless, the spirit's nightly visits seriously disrupted Bernardine's sleep. Even if the temptation was not overwhelmingly strong, she dared not let her guard down, remaining tense and vigilant until the spirit, like a daily clock-in, departed from her dreams, allowing her to drift back into a restful slumber. Bernardine assumed tonight would be no different. However, unexpectedly, the spirit did not repeat its previous beguiling words. Bernardine Gustave, the bearer of the wish-granting lamp, was not an unfamiliar name. The lamp spirit? Bernardine had already awakened. Even if the dream had shattered, the spirit's voice lingered. Indeed. I believe I have previously informed you that your fate does not reside with me. I wish for you to transport me to a certain place. Prince Chuan's voice was low, devoid of any hint of seduction. You can communicate normally, like a human? Certainly, I am not mad. Before becoming a sealed entity, I was a normal human. I am not a chaotic or dead being transformed into a living seal. Rather, I was made into a sealed entity while still alive. Thus, I possess reason. I am quite lucid. Yet, this statement was not entirely accurate. More precisely, before becoming a sealed entity, I was a normal old one, crafted into a sealed entity by an old one of pillar-level stature. Prince Chuan silently shed tears for the chaotic child he once was. However, can the words of a sealed entity or malevolent spirit be trusted? Bernardine believed that even if it appeared rational, its essence was likely mad, even distorted, an existence that could not be comprehended through human reasoning. After much deliberation, Bernardine finally spoke. I cannot place my trust in you. I have yet to encounter a sealed entity that does not pose a threat to humanity, regardless of its form of manifestation. Whether it can communicate rationally or refuses to engage with humans, they all follow their instincts, yearning for more life, more freedom, and more indulgence. Once unbound, they can inflict tremendous harm upon humanity. I understand I may not earn your trust, but I believe you could endeavor to try. For instance, if you were to keep me by your side, I would vow not to bother you daily. Remaining ensconced within the confines of the spiritual wall is exceedingly tedious. You might, when the need arises, inquire about certain esoteric matters, which would not constitute a wish, while you suitably fulfill my desire for particular attributes or materials. Wang Zichuan endeavored to imbue his voice with a sense of tranquility and credibility. Should a peaceful resolution be attainable, he had no inclination to engage in any underhanded schemes. What attributes and materials does he seek? Is he a malevolent spirit yearning for extraordinary qualities through this pathway? Or perhaps, by amassing specific materials, he could resurrect entirely, free from anyone's dominion? The capacity to inquire, without it being a wish, raises suspicions of deceit. A plethora of questions flooded Bernadette's mind, compelling her to delve deeper. Suddenly, she pondered whether this was a novel method of beguiling wishes. Just as she was about to decline, the lamp spirit spoke once more. Wang Zichuan chuckled softly, as if recounting a trivial matter. Yet inwardly, he sighed, wishing not to appear as a nefarious villain. Why was it that earnest dialogue failed to inspire trust? Coercion often proves more effective than allure in persuading the inherently virtuous. A gentleman can be swayed through reason. Alas, the former lamp spirit did not embody humanity. Could the properties of the sealing object counteract one another? Might the pallid specter of death render him dormant? Although the sealing object, born of the extraordinary properties of Sequence 1, might not necessarily affect the peculiar seals that even true gods cannot shatter. Many years have elapsed since my father was assassinated. And since ascending to sainthood, I have rarely felt such impotence. Bernadette quietly lamented within her heart. You may contemplate this thoroughly. We shall conclude for today. Wang Zichuan observed Bernadette's stony silence, feigning calmness while secretly reveling in his amusement. Bernadette remained oblivious, as he had subtly distorted her perception, leading her to believe that without the lamp by her side, it would inevitably unleash dire consequences, neglecting to consider why, over the years, the lamp had not acted thus. This was due to the constraints of the rules. In the absence of communication, he lacked a definable target to distort, rendering arbitrary manipulation of will and truth impossible. The next step is to persuade Bernadette to agree to keep me close, as this explicit promise offers greater latitude for manipulation. Chapter 5. An ancient tome in the suburbs of Tianjin, Ahova County, there stood a charming detached house, adorned with an expansive garden. Beyond the garden lay a lush emerald lawn. It was springtime, and the gentle yet resplendent sunlight danced upon the vibrant petals of various blossoms, while the verdant grass thrived, each blade pulsating with vitality. This residence was meticulously maintained. Sir, behold, this is the finest detached house in the area. The rental agent earnestly proclaimed to the stern client before him, striving to showcase the most exquisite and expensive property at his disposal. He produced a key, unlocked the grand entrance, and gestured towards the garden and lawn, saying, As you can see, we have taken great care in nurturing the garden and lawn. He then pointed out the structure of the house and its external embellishments, adding, This dwelling has recently undergone comprehensive maintenance and refurbishment. You may observe that here, and here, everything is entirely new. After detailing all the rooms, furnishings, and amenities, the agent gazed at the guest with hopeful anticipation. What do you think? Very good, came the deep, resonant voice of the client. Tianjin, a modest city within Ahova County, boasted a population of merely several 100,000, rendering its antiquities market quite small. The few establishments engaged in the acquisition and sale of antiques saw only a sparse clientele. Mr. Haynes Vincent, whose eyes resembled those of a panda and whose hair resembled that of a hedgehog, spent a delightful afternoon at the Divination Club. After dinner, Haynes made his way to the antiquities market located in the Northern District. Haynes harbored two passions, divination and the collection of antiquities. He devoted nearly all his leisure hours to the Divination Club on Howell Street and the Antiquities Market in the north, both of which were intertwined with mysticism. In recent years, he had been delving into the study of the arcane, hoping to remedy his physical ailments through mystical means. His endeavors bore, as he gained a modest reputation at the Divination Club, often invited to impart his knowledge, and just a year prior, a friend he met at the club, Sirius Arapes, introduced him to an organization under the watchful gaze of a great entity. Once he passed the organization's assessment, he would gain access to potions, becoming an extraordinary being endowed with miraculous powers. Sirius informed him that those extraordinary beings wielded potent ritualistic magic, capable of addressing their physical concerns through ceremonial prayers to the great entity. Haynes held this belief steadfastly, though he had yet to encounter any magical artifacts. He had procured a remarkable scroll at a modest price. Furthermore, he had gathered numerous incomplete pages, notes related to mysticism, and a piece of parchment rumored to be a treasure map from the antiquities market. As twilight descended, the number of patrons entering the antiquities market seemed to increase compared to the daylight hours. With no other customers present, the proprietor was busy sorting what appeared to be newly acquired ancient tomes. Upon hearing a sound, he glanced towards the entrance and, recognizing the familiar figure of Haynes, greeted him with a smile. Mr. Haynes, would you care to come and see? I have recently acquired some tomes that may date back to the Quaternary period. Haynes hurried over, his eyes alight with curiosity as he beheld several well-preserved books. Among these dim covers, with faded inscriptions and somewhat tattered or worn books, lies a notebook with a deep black cover. Its appearance is intact, overall clean, and it seems relatively new, yet it exudes an air of antiquity and depth. This contradictory essence is irresistibly alluring, as if it conceals boundless secrets, deeply captivating Hainaz's gaze. I must acquire it. Hainaz promptly resolved. You refer to this notebook, which is an accompanying gift with this batch of ancient texts. The stout proprietor was bewildered that Hainaz's initial inquiry was about this notebook, which did not resemble a quaternary antiquity at all. My acquaintance remarked he was uncertain if he had momentarily lost his wits, mistaking it for a valuable ancient tome. I perused it briefly, discovering a myriad of incomprehensible symbols within, utterly indecipherable. Did these forgers of antiquities think that by haphazardly concocting some unintelligible symbols, they could deceive collectors into believing they were ancient scripts worthy of study? The stout proprietor, with spittle flying, gesticulated wildly, fervently expressing disdain for the intellectually deficient forgers. After concluding his tirade, he retrieved a handkerchief to dab at his brow. Well, I find this quite intriguing. I wish to purchase it. Hainaz casually fabricated a rather unconvincing rationale. The reasons mattered little. Very well then, for 100 pounds, you may take it. The stout proprietor revealed a cunning smile. What did you say? Are you jesting? Hainaz wondered if his ears had suddenly betrayed him. Hee. A notebook appearing alongside these ancient texts must surely hold research value. Although I cannot comprehend these symbols, their arrangement is so orderly and aesthetically pleasing, their variations so lively. If one could decipher these symbols, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous stir in the archaeological community. Wouldn't you agree? The stout proprietor swiftly constructed a logically sound deduction. After an exchange of haggling, Hainaz secured the peculiar notebook for 25 pounds. At 19, Hall Street, in a spacious living room with tightly shut windows and doors, the gas wall lamps cast a gentle glow. Cyrus Aripes, a man in his 50s with thinning hair, knelt before a stylishly patterned, finely crafted wooden coffee table, atop which rested an exquisite square wooden box, inside of which stood an inverted silver cross, longer at the top and shorter at the bottom. Cyrus straightened his posture, closed his eyes, and reverently murmured, O Lord, creator of all, you are the sovereign behind the veil of shadows. You embody the fallen nature of all beings. You exist within all things, granting life to the lambs. Your humble servant prays to you with devotion. Praise be to you, O great Lord. Cyrus repeated this incantation several times before rising, carefully stowing the wooden box and locking it within a safe. After completing these tasks, he exhaled gently, then opened the door, proceeding to the dining room, where he instructed the kitchen maid to prepare dinner. Chapter 6. Trust in a sunlit room in the Port of Mats. The glass of the protruding window reflected a handsome visage. With obsidian pupils, deep-set eyes, long lashes, and slightly upturned corners, he possessed slender, dark brows that arched elegantly into his temples. His nose was prominent, lips thin and crimson, and his face was sharply defined, his skin smooth and devoid of any wrinkles. Yet, his complexion bore a pallor, lacking in warmth, suggesting he had not basked in the sun for an extended period, imparting to this youthful and exceedingly handsome gentleman an aura of morbid and otherworldly beauty. In his hand, he clutched an opened envelope, extracting the letter within as he stood before the bright window, perusing correspondence from his subordinate. Dear Mr. Z, in adherence to your teachings, I fervently pray to the Almighty each day, a practice that purifies and elevates my spirit, liberating my mind. I sense the presence of the Lord, manifest in all things, dwelling within my very being. Additionally, I have cultivated a follower in Tingen. He is active within the circles of mysticism enthusiasts and holds considerable esteem among diviners. Having devoted many years to the study of mysticism, he possesses a profound understanding of the subject. He merely seeks a guide to usher him through the portals of the extraordinary. Under the pretense of exploring mysticism, I subtly propagated our ideals to him, and he resonated deeply with our beliefs, convinced that the mystical resides within each individual. By employing the appropriate methods to unearth one's potential, one may attain extraordinary powers. His name is Hainaz Vincent, a sagacious and sociable individual, whom I believe would greatly aid our noble mission in Tingen. Thus, I wish to recommend him to you. Enclosed are Hainaz Vincent's details, eagerly awaiting your directives. The handsome Mr. Z extended his hand to receive the photograph. It depicted Hainaz Vincent in a half-length portrait, clad in a black classical robe, set against the backdrop of a divination club. He appeared to be in his 30s, his thick brown hair seemingly unkempt, wild and tangled, each strand robust and distinct, reminiscent of a seabird's nest. His skin bore a rough texture, with noticeable acne scars and dark circles encircled his eyes. Heavy bags lingering beneath his eyelids. Upon catching sight of Hainaz Vincent in the photograph, Mr. Z could not suppress a frown, turning his gaze away. The corner of his mouth curling into a sardonic smile. With such an appearance, why does he not worship a tyrant? Mr. Z lingered by the window for a moment, then abruptly spoke. Humph, that fool Sirius, eager to recruit anyone into the organization. Devoutly praying to the Lord, you must invest more effort into preparing for the arrival of the Lordess progeny. Diligently gathering materials and selecting suitably discreet locations for the preliminary work. You should. The matter of Hainaz Vincent joining the organization remains to be scrutinized. A notebook with a deep black cover was placed upon the desk, and Hainaz eagerly flipped open the first page. Then, Hainaz was taken aback, realizing he could not comprehend the script before him. A series of urgent knocks echoed from 19 Hull Street. As dawn broke, Hainaz Vincent impatiently arrived at the neighborhood where Sirius Aripes resided, rapping on the door of number 19. Sirius had risen early, seated in the lounge awaiting breakfast. After inquiring with his master, the servant opened the door, ushering in Hainaz, whose dark circles under his eyes were even more pronounced. Sirius, good morning. What brings you here so early? Is there something on your mind? Sirius inquired, his curiosity piqued by Hainaz's anxious and excited demeanor. Hainaz glanced around the lounge, noticing the absence of any servants, and lowered his voice. Sirius, I have come into possession of a miraculous notebook. I believe it might be the wondrous artifact you spoke of. What? Where have you kept it? Do you have it with you? Sirius exclaimed, startled, stepping back in trepidation. Yes, I brought it with me. Hainaz hastily produced the notebook, advancing to show it to Sirius. With an agility unexpected for his age, Sirius retreated further, positioning himself near the entrance of the lounge, and raised his voice slightly. Stop, do not approach. Place it on the coffee table. It was then that Hainaz noticed Sirius's irrational reaction. Complying with Sirius's request, he set the notebook upon the marble coffee table and asked, What is it, Sirius? Sirius scrutinized Hainaz for a moment, noting there was nothing overtly amiss. He let out a slight sigh of relief, shifting his gaze to the deep black cover of the notebook. After observing it for a while, without sensing any peculiar disturbance, he turned to Hainaz, his tone tinged with reproach. Have I not instructed you that miraculous items can have dreadful negative effects? Do not recklessly handle them. They can influence you, taint you, even transform you into a monster. How could you carry such a thing with you? Hainaz parted his lips, yet no sound emerged, and he murmured softly. But it doesn't seem unusual at all. Sirius approached the coffee table, examining the notebook as he spoke. What makes you believe this notebook is a miraculous item? I find ordinary ancient texts do not captivate me so intensely. Although I cannot decipher the script, I feel a sense of dizziness when I observe these characters. They seem to exert a gravitational pull on my mind and spirit. I yearn to unravel these symbols. My intuition tells me that secrets lie within, and deciphering them could yield immense rewards. Sirius remained silent, reaching out to open the cover of the notebook. What met his eyes were somewhat familiar words. Yet they were neither the common vernacular of the present day nor the esoteric script of Hermeticism. Sirius carefully examined the text and discovered that it bore a resemblance to the structure of the universal script of the northern continent. However, it did not align with the writings of Rune, Fusak, or Intis. This was likely an ancient form of Fusak, from which the modern universal language of the northern continent has evolved. Thus, the characters appeared familiar, yet unfamiliar to the eye. I am not well versed in ancient Fusak either, and I believe we should procure some dictionaries or relevant reference materials from the library. After further deliberation over the notes, the two found themselves at an impasse due to their inability to decipher the text. Ultimately, they resolved that Sirius would retain the notes while Hainaz would inquire within his circle to see if he could locate any translations of ancient Fusak literature at the university. Sirius would visit the DeVille Library to borrow the necessary dictionaries. A day passed swiftly, and by evening, Hainaz and Sirius reconvened at 19 Hall Street to exchange their findings from the day. Hainaz, having to rely on friends for information about the library at Hoi University, had not made substantial progress. Conversely, Sirius had successfully borrowed dictionaries and relevant texts such as the origins and evolution of ancient Fusak and a history of northern continent civilizations from the DeVille Library. The two diligently translated the words from the notes using the dictionaries, a task that proved arduous due to the significant differences between ancient Fusak and modern scripts. Had it not been for the similarities in sentence structure and the roots of vocabulary to contemporary writing, They might have doubted whether this was indeed a variant of ancient Fusac. The two toiled through nearly the entire night, and as dawn began to break outside, accompanied by the growls of their hungry stomachs, they realized they had not slept at all. Sirius had even forgotten to offer prayers to the great existence. Chapter 7 notes my father has reached the brink of death, and he implores me not to mourn his passing. He assures me that death is not the end. Our family members, upon their demise, enter the secret divine realm of our ancestors, where they continue to exist, watching over their kin. I find it and I cannot suppress my sorrow. While sorting through my father's belongings, I discovered a parchment page within his cherished possessions, seemingly inscribed with an esoteric title. An embodiment, a miracle, the city of the departed. Where lies the destiny of the Antigonid family? Does this secret divine realm truly exist? War and chaos have wrought havoc across many regions, damaging industries and compelling me to traverse far and wide, weary from the relentless burden of responsibility. Our family's extraordinary power has suffered a grievous blow, and the elders demand that I become an extraordinary being to replenish our strength. The path to the extraordinary that the Antigonid family possesses is that of the diviner, yet the lower-tier practitioners wield little combat prowess. I must ascend to at least the mid-tier rank in the shortest possible time. Sirius and Hynos, whilst translating and organizing the manuscript, conjectured and pieced together the deciphered words into coherent sentences. The content translated from the first 2 pages revealed that these were notes belonging to a member of the Antigonid family, a noble lineage of the 4th quarter Solomon Empire. Adept in the path of divination. The secret society also commands this path. Could there be a connection? Sirius murmured to himself, contemplating the implications of the translated notes. As dawn broke, Sirius's servant noticed that her typically early-rising master had not yet arisen for breakfast, and his friend had remained indoors throughout the night. The maid's imagination began to wander, but upon recalling her master's age and the guest's appearance, she swiftly extinguished her fanciful thoughts. Approaching the sitting room door, she gently knocked and inquired if her master was awake and if he required breakfast. In a dark storeroom sealed by formidable forces, a golden oil lamp shaped like a kettle floated into view. Suddenly, a viscous, pale golden substance resembling a flowing light emerged from its spout, coalescing and stretching into the form of a richly robed man. This figure radiated vivid and authentic colors, enveloped in a faint golden mist that twisted and morphed into various indescribable shapes. At last, I can breathe freely. The sensation of confinement is beyond words. Prince Chuan felt a surge of indignation. I have traversed to this enigmatic world for several months, yet I remain trapped at my starting point, confined within this lamp. Deprived of freedom. It is a disgrace for any traveler. Why is it that I see others, no matter how dire their initial situations, swiftly extricate themselves from their predicaments, ascending with ease? For instance, achieving divinity in 3 years and mastery in 5. Wang Zichuan, while lamenting his lack of power to confront deities, endeavored to explore his own abilities and limitations. During this period, he had not merely harassed Bernadette. Rather, he had cultivated a broader mindset and amassed extensive experience on paper. He conceived the idea of emulating the enigmatic Mr. Ku by summoning himself, responding to his own whims, and attempting to make wishes upon himself. His aim was to manifest these desires and subsequently distort them, thus achieving a certain degree of liberation from the constraints of the lamp, allowing more of his power to permeate the external world. He sought to leverage his elevated status to influence the lower-tier extraordinary beings within this realm, striving for freedom and autonomy. Assessing his own condition, Wang Zichuan realized that his form had transformed from a dazzling golden figure into a more realistic, ethereal entity, exhibiting a half-transparent, vividly colored silhouette. He surveyed Bernadette's storeroom, reflecting on the treasures of a child with attentive guardians, before drifting to the edge of the intangible seal, attempting to penetrate the dense wall of spiritual energy. Unfortunately, he faced an ignoble failure. Upon sensing the lower-tier extraordinary beings within his vicinity, he found, to his chagrin, that there was only one. Thankfully, there was at least one, as the secret base of the enigmatic queen was not typically crowded. Contemplating the barriers imposed by the intangible seal, Wang Zichuan resolved to make another wish. I wish for a breach in the seal before me that only I can traverse. He refrained from wishing for the complete dissolution of the storeroom seal, knowing that such an act would likely provoke Bernadette's intuition, prompting her to investigate. After articulating his desire, he summoned the qualities of the miracle worker from the lamp and invoked his own ability to distort rules, thereby fulfilling his wish. He casually designated an individual within his sensory range, aligning his wish with this person and circumventing Bernadette through a manipulation of the rules. As a being of conscience, he had no desire to cause harm to her. Otherwise, he could simply continue wishing, leading to the untimely demise of any holder, entirely contingent upon his whims. With the exertion of his power, a peculiar breach manifested within the seal, akin to a gaping hole punctured by an unseen force, allowing him to pass through with ease. He floated out of the storeroom, meandering through the vast, empty hallways and deserted corridors of the castle. He refrained from entering any rooms, mindful of the heightened sensitivity of extraordinary beings. Upon emerging from the Emerald Palace, he beheld the undulating expanse of the sea. What a delightful sensation of freedom! What a world steeped in mystery! After a moment of quiet admiration for the majestic ocean, Wang Zichuan resolved to further prepare for his newfound liberty. Drawing upon the mystical connections inherent to extraordinary beings within this realm, he swiftly located an extraordinary individual belonging to the path of the Black Emperor. His name was Dieter Meyer, a bribery specialist of Sequence 7. Wang Zichuan silently observed the slumbering Dieter, who showed no signs of disturbance, lost in a profound dream. In this moment, he had forgotten his own extraordinary nature, seemingly convinced that he was merely the only son of a small factory owner in the city of... Although the father of the small factory owner could not provide him with a life of luxury, he enjoyed a comfortable upbringing. Upon graduating from school, he was free from the worries of employment, as he had been raised alongside his father. Learning the intricacies of managing the family business in preparation for inheriting it in the future. Chapter 8. Nightmare. The scene from that day was etched into his memory, an indelible mark he could never erase, despite his relentless efforts to diminish the recollection of that harrowing agony. Then, he found himself frozen in place. The interior of the house was a hellish tableau, strewn with blood and dismembered corpses, while an unsettling, monstrous sound echoed in his ears. A crimson haze enveloped his vision, and the acrid stench of rust and decay assaulted his nostrils. Dieter's heart raced, his mind spun in disarray, and his body felt utterly powerless, every muscle trembling uncontrollably. The monstrous sound drew nearer, and though Dieter could not comprehend the unfolding horror, an instinctive terror compelled him to flee, yet his body remained unresponsive. Suddenly, he beheld a creature bearing his father's visage, advancing toward him with deliberate steps. Overcome, he collapsed to the ground, desperately kicking his legs in an attempt to retreat, feeling as though he were being consumed by an overwhelming dread. The sound of footsteps halted diagonally in front of him. It was a tall woman, her features obscured from his view, her long chestnut hair flowing like a silken veil. He observed her merely wave her hand, and the monster dissolved into a cascade of starlight. He found this stunning figure to be profoundly enigmatic, imbued with an aura of immense power that inspired within him a boundless reverence, a yearning to follow her unreservedly, pledging his unwavering loyalty. I too desire such extraordinary strength. I must possess this power to follow her. He mused, then chuckled bitterly to himself. I thought I had forgotten all of this. The image of the one who had saved him and irrevocably altered the course of his life resurfaced in his mind. Subsequently, for various reasons, she had bestowed upon him a potion that transformed him into an extraordinary being, leading him to join her organization, Element Dawn, where he had served her loyally ever since, becoming her most trusted follower. He murmured, "Indeed, I require strength. After all these years, I am merely at Sequence 7, relegated to assisting the Queen with trivial tasks, utterly incapable of engaging in matters of significance. I truly need power, and I must elevate my sequence swiftly." As if affirming his resolve, he reclined once more. Outside, the blood-red full moon hung high in the tranquil night sky, casting its serene glow. Within the room, silence enveloped him, save for the rhythmic sound of his breathing merging with the gentle darkness. Prince Chuan revealed his form, silently curling his lips into a smile before vanishing entirely. It was now the spring of 1349, and the fool would soon descend. Thus far, he had managed to escape the confines of stagnation, gaining the ability to influence those around him within a limited scope. However, due to the sparse population within Bernard's secret base, his options remained constrained. Bernard had distorted his subconscious, amplifying his capacity for harm, and it was probable that he would be taken along when departing from La Sia Island. Yes, I must create more commotion, compelling Bernard to realize that allowing me to remain on La Sia Island will inevitably lead to great turmoil. As a businessman, Sirius Arapies still needed to engage in normal commercial activities during the day, simultaneously concealing his identity as a member of a clandestine organization while diligently attending to the tasks assigned to him. These tasks typically required the procurement of materials, the cultivation of followers, and the preparation of venues, all of which demanded considerable financial resources. And applying for funding from the organization? Do you think this is a benevolent deity's church? Is your faith in the great existence not sufficiently devout? Ever since he deciphered some notes, Sirius had developed a keen interest in their contents and was eager to acquire more knowledge. The last deciphered text revealed that these were notes from the Antigonus family of the Quaternary. And the extraordinary path mentioned was precisely the esoteric pathway mastered by the Mystic Society. A sense of unease crept over Sirius, as he feared that members of the Mystic Society might come seeking this notebook. He needed to hasten the translation of its remaining contents. Thus, he resolved to invite Hynaz to his home the following day to continue their work. "Mr. Vincent, may I seek your counsel on divination matters next time?" Hynaz bid farewell to the girl with the wine-red hair, withdrew his pocket watch, and upon noticing that the time for his appointment with Sirius was drawing near, he rose and departed the divination club, heading towards number 19 on the same block. Once again, Sirius welcomed Hynaz into his living room. He retrieved various literary materials and dictionaries, then opened a safe, carefully extracting the deep black-covered notes of the Antigonus family. He laid them flat on the coffee table. Turning to the point where they had last paused, and the two resumed their meticulous translation, word by word. This was an extraordinary path founded on divination. Did the powerful members of the family possess foresight regarding their lineage's fate? Today, my mother ventured out and unexpectedly encountered a battle among. She is merely an ordinary person. I wish to protect her, but how can I safeguard my family? After visiting the elders of my clan, I acquired a potion formula, Sequence 9 Diviner. Upon becoming an extraordinary being, I gained access to the family's historical archives. Inadvertently, I discovered that according to family records, the legendary Antigonus family originated from the Hinachus Mountains. This was perplexing. How could they hail from a mountain range? Were they refugees fleeing into the deep mountains? Such a notion seemed implausible. The records indicated that the ancestors of the Antigonus family once resided in a small kingdom called the Land of Night, located at the peak of the Hinachus Mountains. The faith of the Land of Night revolved around the Sovereign of Night and the Mother of Heaven. Here, people lived their lives normally, indistinguishable from those in the outside world. Yet the most significant difference was that the inhabitants of the Land of Night believed that death was not. Upon reading this, I recalled my father's words before his passing, believing he possessed a deeper understanding of the Antigonus family's history. What secrets lay within this legendary Land of Night? Why would the family permit extraordinary beings to comprehend or perhaps inherit these portions of lore, which might be either legend or history? Although they researched late into the night, Sirius and Hynaz were invigorated. Not only did they uncover some obscure histories of the Quaternary period, but they also acquired a potion formula, which further deepened their obsession with studying this notebook. Chapter 9. Haunting La Shah Island is a remarkably secluded isle amidst the misty sea, although it is acknowledged by official records. The absence of accurate nautical charts renders it nearly impossible for anyone to locate. Within the expansive Emerald Castle, there are few genuine human servants. Julie is a girl rescued from the clutches of pirates by the Enigmatic Queen. Born into poverty in a coastal town, she was sold by her father to traffickers, who subsequently sold her into slavery at sea. Perhaps due to her unremarkable appearance, or the fact that she was rescued shortly after being sold, Julie has, fortunately, managed to avoid any truly horrifying experiences and has not lost her passion for life. Now, residing in this dreamlike Emerald Palace, Julie finds immense joy in her existence, genuinely revering Bernadette as her queen. As she passed by the kitchen, she heard a series of sharp, rhythmic sounds emanating from within. Who could be in the kitchen at this late hour? Curiosity piqued, Julie approached and peeked inside. The kitchen was not overly dim. The crimson moonlight filtered through the window, illuminating various cupboards and stoves. Julie beheld a blood-soaked figure at the stove, blood cascading continuously to the floor. This ghastly apparition wielded an axe, methodically hacking at a human-shaped corpse. Just as Julie was frozen in horror at this terrifying scene, the bloodied figure suddenly turned its head toward her, eyes glinting with malevolence. Julie let out a piercing scream and fainted to the ground. One by one, lights in the corridor flickered to life, and the butler, Mr. Pulley, was the first to arrive, soon followed by the extraordinary inhabitants of the Emerald Castle. Mr. Pulley assessed the surroundings, finding no abnormalities, before rousing the maid, Julie. What transpired? His voice was deep and steady, instilling a sense of reliability. I saw a bloodied person in the kitchen. He was chopping something. He suddenly looked at me. Truly, he was terrifying. Julie sobbed as she recounted the horrific sight, her voice laced with fear. Mr. Pulley furrowed his brow and instructed the extraordinary beings to search the area thoroughly for any anomalies. At that moment, the castle's mistress, Bernadette, approached. Pulley hastened to her side, swiftly explaining the situation. Bernadette remained expressionless, glancing at Julie and then toward the kitchen, silently contemplating for a moment. Once everyone had dispersed, Pulley turned to Bernadette, inquiring, "Your Majesty, did you discover anything?" "I meticulously examined the kitchen and nearby rooms. Nothing amiss, no vengeful spirits or ghostly presences, nor any signs of intruders." Could it be that Julie encountered some unknown extraordinary artifact, leading to a contamination that induced her hallucination? Julie has not been tainted. I assessed her mental state, but could it be that she merely imagined it, frightening herself? Pulley exclaimed in disbelief. It is improbable. One does not simply conjure such hallucinations without cause. Bernadette spoke with unwavering certainty and instructed Pulley, "Tomorrow, conduct a thorough investigation of the entire castle. Assign someone to observe Julie for a while and see if she exhibits any unusual behavior thereafter. If this ghost harbors a purpose, such occurrences may happen again. We can afford to wait." The morning sun bathed the verdant castle in a luminous glow, rendering it a translucent green that evoked thoughts of vitality, vigor, prosperity. The haunting incident from the previous night bore no aftermath, as though it were merely a figment of Julie's imagination. Steward Pulley directed the extraordinary beings to meticulously inspect every chamber of the castle, including desks, wardrobes, storage cabinets, and other potential hiding spots for peculiar items, as well as personal belongings. However, their efforts yielded nothing. Mr. Pulley reported to Bernadette, "We have examined every room in the castle, except for your collection room and the sitting room, and found no suspicious items." Bernadette nodded gently and replied, "Let us proceed to the collection room." As they made their way to the collection room, Bernadette temporarily unsealed the entrance and entered. The room was silent, devoid of any anomalies. Together with Steward Pulley, she meticulously inspected the position and condition of each sealed item, counting the other ethereal materials and extraordinary attributes, yet nothing appeared. Approaching a tall cabinet with several large drawers, Bernadette opened one to find a few bound ordinary notebooks and scattered sheets of paper. They seemed utterly mundane, lacking any extraordinary qualities, yet an inexplicable force seemed to safeguard them from the ravages of time. Upon seeing these diaries and papers, Bernadette's pupils suddenly constricted, and her typically composed expression betrayed unmistakable astonishment. Something was amiss. Their positions had been subtly disturbed. Someone had perused these diaries. A memory of a letter from Gaderia surged forth. She had mentioned that Moss's asceticism would yield a prophecy. At the time, Bernadette had even suspected that the key to that prophecy might pertain to her father, and recently, she had been urging the members of the Dawn Element to gather information from various places in search of clues. Now, her father's diary had been secretly handled, and her Emerald City had been infiltrated by an unknown intruder. Connecting these dots, Bernadette trembled with excitement, unable to calm her racing heart. After a prolonged moment, she managed to suppress her emotions and instructed Pulley, "Fetch a crystal ball. I wish to divine." Receiving the crystal ball, Bernadette faced the open. Cradling the orb in one hand, she caressed its surface with the other. She extended her spirit, allowing it to flow into the crystal ball, while murmuring, "Reveal the being who last perused these materials." The crystal ball suddenly illuminated, shimmering with a multitude of stars. After a considerable time, its brilliance waned, and Bernadette exhaled deeply. Within the revelations of her divination, she glimpsed a nebulous figure, elusive and ephemeral, surrounded by a myriad of symbols embodying order, shadows, the uncanny, and transformation. Bernadette furrowed her brow, as the outcome diverged significantly from her expectations. That indistinct figure did not evoke any sense of familiarity within her. A wave of disappointment and helplessness engulfed her, akin to a homeless child. The astrological results offered little clarity. They merely indicated that this matter bore no connection to her father. Furthermore, there remained the prophecy and myriad tasks awaiting her attention. "Father, oh father, where art thou?" Chapter 10. The Taskmaster Z is warning me. My recent thoughts have been consumed by deciphering the notes, and I have neglected to prepare for that significant matter. After a moment of contemplation, Sirius forced himself to calm down and resolved to gather the remaining materials today. Yes, there is still a chance to remedy the situation. Mr. Z has merely issued a warning, and there is still time. Sirius suppressed his impulse to continue interpreting the Antagonid family notes in the library, donned a disguise to alter his appearance, and hurriedly set out. Ordinary spiritual materials can be found in pharmacies or through underground markets. but the special materials may only be procured at that gathering of extraordinary individuals. After leaving, Sirius deliberately took a stroll around the street before heading to the Dragon's Den pub in the dock area. I had nearly prepared the materials needed for the altar, but there remains one special item, the availability of which in the underground market is uncertain. Where shall the altar be set up? The industrial area is bustling with a diverse and transient crowd. Workers are occupied during the day and have little time to wander at night. Renting a suitable room would ensure that even if there were some disturbances, no one would take notice. The divine offspring requires a vessel for its descent, and I could easily find a girl in that area. If someone goes missing, aside from her family, no one would care. Moreover, her family would hardly have the time to waste searching for her instead of earning a living. The most pressing concern is that once the altar is activated, there will inevitably be signs and omens, which will be detected by the extraordinary members of the church. How can this be concealed? Sirius pondered the daunting task of welcoming the divine offspring. Perhaps he should write to Mr. Z for assistance? No, that would be unwise. Mr. Z would deem me foolish and incompetent, a useless subordinate. A shiver ran down Sirius's spine, prompting him to redouble his efforts in the market for materials. As evening fell, Hainas visited Sirius once more. Observing the two secluding themselves in the sitting room, the servants regarded it as a common occurrence and paid no mind. Once the door was closed, Hainas spoke first. Sirius, I visited the antique market again today. The vendor who sold me the notes mentioned that recently strangers have been inquiring about anyone who has acquired quaternary antiquities. Though they pose as enthusiasts, their intentions are too clear, and they are unfamiliar faces. The vendors suspect they are searching for something. Perhaps someone who recently acquired stolen goods has been sought by the original owner. Do you think they're after the Antigonid family notes? Upon hearing this, Sirius contemplated for a moment before responding. It is possible that the secretive society is involved. Both fell silent, and then Sirius continued. We must expedite the translation of the remaining content. Afterwards, we need to devise a means to dispose of this notebook. The members of the society are perilous. Resolute, the two immerse themselves further into the translation of the notes. My sister has given birth to a lovely baby, and my mother is overjoyed. However, she swiftly turned to admonish me, urging me to marry and bear children soon. How tiresome. The diviner's potion did not bring about any significant changes to my body, and I digested it rather swiftly. In due course, I shall endeavor to advance. Today, I had an audience with His Majesty the Emperor, and I sense that his sanity is increasingly unraveling. As a staunch supporter of His Majesty, should I falter, my family may face retribution from the victors. The Hornachi's Mountains are the cradle of the empire established by the Black Emperor, a place steeped in the splendor and history of the Solomon Empire. Perhaps it is not solely the legacy of the Black Emperor that resides there, but also the hope for the resurgence of the Antigonid family. The Celestial Mother's divine realm is perched atop those lofty peaks, where grand and magnificent palaces stand, and her subjects bask in the promised happiness. A steam train billowed white mist, sounding its whistle as it clattered gradually to a halt at the platform. Countless passengers, dressed in a myriad of styles and spanning various ages, erupted from the open doors like a torrent, suddenly surging forth and dispersing into different directions. A young man with black hair and brown eyes emerged from the train station, clutching a petite black suitcase. He possessed a strikingly handsome visage, a pronounced forehead, and a well-defined face, adorned with round, gold-rimmed spectacles that concealed his somewhat elongated eyes. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, giving the impression, yet upon closer inspection, one might discern a haughty demeanor, as if he regarded everyone with disdain. He was not a resident of Tingen and held no permanent residence there. So he proceeded directly to a luxurious hotel, where he secured a room for his stay. Recently elevated to the rank of a Sequence 8 con artist, he resolved to orchestrate a grand scheme. His arrival in Tingen was motivated by two factors. Firstly, it is merely a small town in ruin, where the official powers of extraordinary beings are limited. Secondly, he had a friend residing in Tingen, an extraordinary being who could potentially offer assistance in his elaborate ruse. In pursuit of swiftly translating the notes of the Antigonid family, Sirius ventured to the DeVille Library during the day, hoping to borrow additional materials concerning the Hornachi's Mountains. Unfortunately, he was unable to acquire the desired texts this time, as he had yet to return a dictionary and other periodicals borrowed during his previous visit. However, the library does not prohibit individuals from reading books on site. As he passed by the shelves of geological and geographical tomes, Sirius suddenly recalled the possibility of locating books related to the Hornachi's Mountains, only to discover that someone was already standing before the shelf. This individual was engrossed in a colorful book, and due to the absence of a visible cover or spine, Sirius could not ascertain the title. According to his nature as a successful businessman, he would typically engage the other person in conversation to make an acquaintance. Yet his thoughts were solely fixated on finding reference materials to expedite the translation of the notes. Thus he refrained from greeting or attempting to become acquainted with the handsome young man. Sirius paid little heed to the individual beside him. However, the young man, adorned with round spectacles, diverted his gaze from the pages to scrutinize Sirius thoughtfully before shifting his attention elsewhere. Sirius discovered a tome titled Geological Studies of the Heartbreak mountain range. He perused its pages casually, uncovering a plethora of geological hypotheses regarding the formation of this mountain range that traverses the northern continent, alongside theories concerning its influence on the development of surrounding cities and their economies. After placing the book aside, Sirius continued his search along the shelves dedicated to geology and geography. Yet, despite his efforts, he found no literature or journals that contained the information he sought regarding the Heartbreak Mountains. Reluctantly, he resolved to adhere to his original plan and proceeded towards the shelves housing archaeological texts in pursuit of studies related to the Quaternary period. Chapter 11. The purpose of the lamp spirit. The ordinary denizens of the castle often recount hearing strange sounds in the night. Some chose to investigate, while others did not. Finding nothing amiss, there are tales of individuals who, in the midst of slumber, felt an eerie presence standing beside their bed, leaving them too frightened to open their eyes. Others speak of vivid red flowers they picked during the day for decoration, only to witness them transform into white blooms by night, dripping blood drop by drop. One particular servant recounted a night when he heard a familiar voice weeping softly. When he stepped outside to investigate, he discovered a beautiful maid from the castle, whom he approached to offer comfort. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze and melancholically inquired, "Am I beautiful?" before melting away like a candle into a puddle. This sight terrified, compelling him to flee in panic. As for the extraordinary individuals, their experiences were even more harrowing, encountering bizarre phenomena. In a state of mental and spiritual normalcy, they began to suffer from auditory and visual hallucinations. Some reported the emergence of a voice in their minds, identifying itself as a system and assigning them tasks. Others claimed they could no longer see their reflections in mirrors, which exuded a powerful pull, attempting to draw them into a mirror realm. It took immense effort for them to escape its grasp. Several individuals found themselves sharing peculiar dreams, invariably appearing together within the same dreamscape, manipulated like puppets by an enigmatic force. In various narratives and settings, they battled monstrous foes. They described a sensation of their extraordinary abilities becoming rigid. The strange force would issue commands, compelling them to utilize their powers. At times, the instructions proved astute, swiftly vanquishing the monsters. At other times, they were absurd, leading to their demise at the hands of the creatures. Upon awakening, they felt physically and mentally drained, their spirits considerably diminished. Should this condition persist without resolution, their anxiety and terror would inevitably heighten the risk of losing control. "Your Majesty," they implored, "if you assert that no malevolent spirits inhabit the castle, could it not be possible that your magical creation, the Emerald Castle, has acquired sentience, transforming into a unique enchanted object?" Butler Perry summarized all recent events suggestive of haunting and reached an astonishing conclusion. Bernardine was taken aback by the butler's deduction. Having repeatedly communicated with the castle's spirit without sensing any unusual disturbances, she found it hard to believe that the castle had come alive, morphing into a vessel for crafting terrifying tales. Ultimately, she spoke, "This hypothesis seems unlikely to be true. The castle possesses no extraordinary attributes and should not be capable of becoming a living magical entity. Perhaps we should consider other possibilities." As she spoke, she recalled the peculiar figure that had rifled through her father's diary. Perhaps an external spirit had indeed entered the castle, instigating a series of events. But what could its purpose be? That night, Bernardine found herself unwittingly wandering through a dream. Suddenly, she perceived that she had arrived on a peculiar island, where both the flora and fauna appeared bizarre and extraordinary. She beheld towering plants, broad at the top and slender at the base, adorned with triangular fruits. There was also a blue-green plant, sprouting leaves of varying sizes and shapes on one side. Additionally, she encountered a shrub with dark red leaves resembling tongues. As for the creatures, she observed a three-legged being reminiscent of a tiger, as well as a bizarre entity that appeared to be an amalgamation of a dog's head and a serpent's body. To her astonishment, she even spied a brown bear possessing 5 eyes. None of them noticed her. She glided forward like a specter. Deep within the island, she discovered a tomb, She was certain it was a tomb, for she had witnessed her father constructing one for himself. Unbidden, she floated inside, where she beheld a grand black throne, upon which sat an indistinct figure. Approaching the throne, she sensed that the figure had become aware of her presence. It lifted its head, revealing a visage seemingly assembled from shattered porcelain, with black mist swirling through the intersecting cracks on its face. Bernadette, it spoke. What could this dream signify? What was my spirit attempting to convey to me? Had I overlooked something of recent occurrence? Was it merely an overwhelming longing for my father? Bernadette pondered for a long while without arriving at any answers. Thus, she rose, intending to take a stroll. Unbeknownst to her, she found herself at the threshold of the collection room. After a moment's hesitation, she pushed the door open and approached a cabinet with large drawers. Pulling out a drawer, she casually picked up a diary and began to peruse its contents. What are you looking at? Suddenly, a deep and resonant voice echoed in Bernadette's ears. Startled, she instantaneously shifted from her original position, as if cloaked in an invisible robe. To her astonishment, she saw a remarkably vivid spirit hovering where she had just stood. The figure was adorned in a lavish, intricately designed robe, embellished with unsettling, chaotic patterns, and enveloped in a swirling, ethereal golden mist. Who are you? Bernadette asked, her nerves taut and her abilities coiling like a spring. Who am I? The apparition replied with a tone of intrigue, tinged with significance. Surely, you ought to know very well. I ought to know, she retorted, but I have never encountered this visage before. Yet, the voice struck a chord of familiarity within her. Who could it be? Could it be him? The wish-granting lamp. You are the spirit of the wish-granting lamp? How? How have you managed to escape from the lamp? Have you truly manifested to such an extent? Bernadette could scarcely believe her eyes. The sealed entity had externalized its form, becoming a corporeal spirit that existed apart from its vessel. Prince Chuan instantly donned a haughty and disdainful smile. Do not attempt to comprehend the divine with the foolish reasoning of mortals. In truth, Prince Chuan longed to declare, I am an existence beyond your imagination, foolish human. However, such a statement seemed inappropriate for display, and Bernadette was incapable of grasping the joke, rendering the moment rather dull. Bernadette's shattered worldview was swiftly reconstructed. Upon accepting the premise that the special seal could be activated to such an extent, she quickly regained her composure. Although she sensed no malice emanating from the extraordinary spirit before her, she remained vigilant. Were the strange occurrences in the castle caused by you? Bernadette inquired, carefully articulating her thoughts. What do you think? Bernadette effortlessly discerned the affirmative implication behind the words, and after a steadying breath, she pressed on. What is your purpose? Haha, what purpose could I possibly have? A lamp, after all, can have no intentions, Prince Chuan laughed heartily. Yet, after a moment of mirth, he abruptly ceased, as if someone had pressed a pause button on him. My purpose is quite clear. I wish for you to take me to the place I desire. I will sever our mystical connection, granting both you and me our freedom. His tone transformed, becoming steady and articulate, as if the previous fit of laughter had never occurred. After a brief silence, Bernadette asked, Where do you wish to go? Beckland. As this name was uttered, the lamp's essence radiated a blinding light, and Prince Chuan's spirit became translucent, vanishing in an instant. The brilliance of the lamp faded, revealing what appeared to be merely an ordinary, devoid of any supernatural aura. Chapter 12. Notes on the Field, Sequence 7. The Magician and the Misty Treeman. War not only governs the lives of ordinary people but also renders extraordinary beings unable to dictate their own fates. Several individuals within the clan have perished in the conflict, and those of the diviner's path are indeed ill-suited for the battlefield. The funerals were conducted with great brevity, as if the loss of a few lives were of little consequence. Yet, I surmise their families would not share this sentiment. The Church of Night is secretly targeting the Antagonid family. This brings to mind the Kingdom of Night upon the Hanachis Mountains. Oh, the Kingdom of Night. Did the Antagonid family once wield a fragment of dominion over the shadows? What other secrets lie buried within this realm? Thus concludes the notes. What was originally a modest collection remains unfinished, with many blank pages left behind. With a long sigh, Sirius turned to Hynaz and remarked, The value of this notebook is limited to these findings. We have uncovered 3 potion formulas and some obscure history from the Quaternary period. These are indeed precious discoveries. I have resolved to write to my superior, stating that you were the one to unearth and present these to the organization. I believe your application will soon meet with approval. That's wonderful. I can inform you of the true name of the great existence ahead of time, allowing you to pray to him in advance. Subsequently, you will receive the potions bestowed by the organization, and after consuming them, You must earnestly offer your prayers to him. Very well. I shall pray with utmost sincerity. His revered name is the Lord of Creation, the sovereign behind the veil of shadows, the fallen essence of all living beings. The Lord exists within all things, pervading the flesh and spirit of every creature. Through devout prayer, we unlock our potential, thereby mastering greater extraordinary powers. Watching Hainaz depart in high spirits, Sirius took out his stationery and began to compose a letter. Esteemed Mr. Z, I am exerting my utmost effort to fulfill the Lord's trial. I have located a suitable altar and have undertaken sufficient concealment. I am currently in search of an appropriate vessel to receive the Lord's progeny. There are certain challenges in this endeavor, and I hope to receive your guidance. The Lord's progeny requires a considerable time to manifest. The lambs in the factory district can provide sufficient strength for this purpose, however, as the vessel for the Lord's arrival. She must possess a devout and unwavering faith, willing to sacrifice her life for the birth of the Lord's offspring. Such faith is not easily cultivated, and should she be unwilling to cooperate, I lack the manpower and strength to maintain control over the situation, which could easily attract the attention of official extraordinary beings. Additionally, I previously mentioned Hainaz Vincent, who has acquired notes from the quaternary noble Antigonid family. From these notes, we have obtained 3 low-sequence potion formulas of the diviner's path. Hainaz Vincent intends to present these 3 formulas to the organization, hoping to accumulate merit for a swifter passage through the organization's assessment. Folding the stationery and sealing the envelope, Cyrus began to contemplate how to dispose of the Antigonid family's notes. It was certain that the members of the secret society had arrived in Tenjin. They likely lacked clear leads to trace the origin of these notes. The members of the society were adept in divination. Given sufficient clues, they could directly divine the whereabouts of the notes. According to their modus operandi, they would undoubtedly resort to silencing anyone who posed a threat. The more Cyrus pondered, the more fear gripped him, to the point where he could hardly suppress the thought of casting the notes into the Taesak River. The contents of the notes had been fully deciphered. Retaining them served no purpose. Indeed, these notes must not remain in his possession. Cyrus solidified his resolve and began to consider how he might dispose of them swiftly and discreetly. On Sunday, Hainaz did not attend the divination club. Instead, he dressed meticulously and arrived at Cyrus's residence. Today, Cyrus had invited Welch McGavin, a neighbor, to visit with the intention of selling the Antigonid family notes to him. After conferring with Hainaz, both agreed that swiftly reselling the notes was the optimal choice. Upon reflection, Cyrus recalled that Welch McGavin was an enthusiast of antiquities and the son of a banker, thus capable of affording a fair price, enabling a quick transaction. After a brief wait at Cyrus's home, Hainaz suddenly heard the chime of the doorbell. The servant promptly opened the door, revealing a young man of slight stature, somewhat plump, with fair skin. He greeted Cyrus amicably and, upon being introduced to Hainaz, enthusiastically inquired, "Mr. Vincent, I have heard that you possess a quaternary." Hainaz responded with a smile, "Indeed." As he produced the notes, he earnestly proposed, "Might I invite you to appreciate this ancient text together? It would be my honor." Subsequently, they gathered around the marble coffee table in Cyrus's living room, where Hainaz opened the first 2 pages of the notes for Welch. This ancient tome had been discovered alongside other quaternary artifacts, which had all been authenticated as genuine relics of the quaternary period. It was surmised that this tome was indeed a collection of notes. The script was not in any contemporary lingua franca, yet its structure bore resemblance to that of common languages, suggesting it was of an even more ancient origin. If deciphered, it could potentially unveil the shrouded mysteries of quaternary history. For students of history, it was undoubtedly a tome that one could not refuse. Welch nodded vigorously in agreement. "This tome, in my possession, fails to manifest its true worth. I am unable to decipher its text. However, in your hands, as a history major, I am confident that you would effortlessly glean sufficiently valuable insights, possibly igniting a sensation within the historical community." Welch was too enraptured by the tome to attentively absorb Hainaz's words. He was resolute in his belief that he could indeed decipher it and unearth a wealth of significant historical material. "Thus, are you interested in acquiring this ancient tome?" Cyrus cleared his throat twice, subtly reminding Welch of his indiscretion. Welch, regaining his composure, somewhat sheepishly remarked, "This ancient book indeed possesses significant research value. I wish to purchase it. However, I am uncertain how many gold pounds Mr. Vincent requires." After a cordial negotiation, Welch offered 80 gold pounds to procure this quaternary manuscript and agreed with Hainaz to finalize the transaction in 3 days at Cyrus's residence, with Cyrus as the witness. Chapter 13. Setting Sail. Hey, Klein, wait a moment, I have something to discuss with you. Klein halted his steps, and as Welch approached, he inquired, Welch, what is it? I need to focus on preparing my thesis for the upcoming graduation defense. Klein shared a close bond with Welch, whose affluent family often hosted gatherings or lavish meals for their friends. He was apprehensive that Welch might have yet another scheme that would require his participation, potentially hindering his thesis preparation. After all, coming from a modest background, he placed great importance on the graduation defense, aspiring to achieve commendable results to secure a good job post-graduation. Welch glanced around, ensuring no one was paying him particular attention, then lowered his voice. I have obtained a quaternary manuscript, and I would like you and Naya to assist me in deciphering it. I have no desire to consult those from the archaeology department. Such matters should not be afforded to them. The quaternary, Klein exclaimed, a blend of joy and surprise nearly causing him to raise his voice. Come over to my house this weekend. I will call Naya too. But we are on the brink of our graduation defense, Klein stammered. Do not worry. We will only need the weekend. It will not interfere with your preparations for the defense, Welch urged. However, I truly have no time this weekend. Klein hesitated, torn between his desire to assist his friend and the pressing need to study. Professor Quinton had privately informed him that a satisfactory graduation performance could lead to recommendations to Tianjin University and Beckland University. He wished to utilize the weekend for further revision and preparation. Very well, let me know when you are free, perhaps next weekend. I am not particularly anxious. Welch replied with resignation. Cyrus unfolded the newly received letter from Enigmatic, addressed from Mr. Z. The notes from the Antigonus family are of monumental significance. Their worth far exceeds your expectations. You and Hainas Vincent must promptly deliver the manuscript to Enigmatic. It should be submitted to the organization. This will earn both you and Hainas substantial accolades, and the organization will reward you. We sincerely apologize, but the manuscript is no longer in our possession. We were unaware of its immense value. We assumed the deciphered notes were of little importance. Here are 3 potion formulas we obtained from it. On the Azure Sea, a grand vessel sailed steadily. In these often mist-shrouded waters, without accurate nautical charts, it was all too easy to lose one's way and deviate from safe routes, sailing into the realms of lightning and tempestuous waves. The crew and sailors aboard the Dawn had not gone out to sea with the enigmatic queen for quite some time. This journey would see them accompany the captain as they explored islands slightly off the safe course. Bernadette was not in the captain's cabin. She stood on the deck gazing out at the sea, a male figure floating beside her. New clues have emerged again? If I may suggest. You might as well make a wish to me. Swift and efficient, all in one go. Was it not agreed that you would transport me to Bakerland? We have severed our ties, and while you may be well, what necessity is there to drag me along everywhere? Are you not concerned that I might influence your crew? Fearful though you may be, what difference does it make? As long as I am present, I will manage as best as I can. Once you deposit me in Bakerland, it may not be long before I hear of a catastrophic event befalling that place. In Bakerland, angels walk the streets while saints are treated worse than dogs. I harbor no fear of being discovered, nor of being sealed away in the depths of some ecclesiastical headquarters, shrouded in eternal darkness. On the tranquil Azure Sea, the sounds of waves crashing resonate in my ears, and even the most troubled hearts find their spirits lifted. A few days of maritime life have transformed Prince Chuan, who had painstakingly escaped the confines of the collection room, from exhilaration to tedium, from novice to resignation. Initially, he would emerge from the enchanted lamp to explore, effortlessly bending the rules to position himself in a blind spot for all the crew. Thus, his wandering caused no disturbance. However, the unchanging beauty of the seascape soon grew monotonous. When one possesses immense power yet finds oneself confined to a minuscule space, what does one choose to do when boredom strikes? Naturally, one stirs up some mischief. Suddenly, a crew member found his words turned askew. When he intended to exclaim, "Mate, I'm quite capable, and those lovely folks can attest to it," he inadvertently blurted out, "I am indeed incapable." He quickly covered his mouth, flustered by the astonished or sympathetic gazes of his crewmates, desperately attempting to salvage his dignity. Yet, the words that spilled forth next were, "I was not jesting. I truly am incapable." Thus, he fled, shouting in despair, humiliation making him feel as though steam were rising from his head, wishing for naught but the end of his existence. This state persisted throughout the day, until the other crew members began to notice his oddity. With the dawn of a new day, this crew member found himself speaking normally, only for another to suddenly behave erratically. At first, the others assumed their companion had merely lost his wits, perhaps consumed by a rogue baboon. However, after he repeatedly committed blunders even a child would not make, they recognized his true peculiarity, much like the prior mate who could only utter contrarian phrases. Gradually, more crew members emerged, fawning over the mast, confessing their affections, quarreling with mirrors, dancing upon the deck, weeping profusely over bread, and urinating against beer barrels. In the midst of these antics, they felt no sense of wrongdoing. Their postures and expressions bore no distinction from those of lovers confessing their hearts, comrades, revelers dancing in a tavern, or bidding farewell to the departed and attending to their physiological needs. It was not until the ship's cook confused salt with sugar, chili oil with ketchup, and all manner of other seasonings that Bernadette began to grasp the gravity of the chaos aboard the Dawn. In these days, she had been engaged in a game of Go with the lamp spirit. An invention of the great Emperor Roselle. Bernadette examined all the crew members aboard the vessel, discovering no signs of extraordinary abilities having corrupted them. Thus, she redirected her focus to the wish-granting lamp. There are numerous ways to resolve this dilemma, for instance. You could make a wish to me. Alternatively, you might cast the lamp into the sea and turn away. Or perhaps, you could send me to Beakland at once. The prince cackled sinisterly, reminiscent of a grotesque villain from a popular novel. Well, you could also attempt to seal me once more. As he spoke, the spirit of the lamp erupted into maniacal laughter, resembling a half-mad, uncontrolled being. Ultimately, Bernadette promised to grant the wish lamp an extraordinary trait from the Judicator's Pathway Sequence 5. In exchange for the lamp's assurance that it would not exert any influence over the crew for the remainder of the voyage. Alas, what a tedious existence this is. How does Kay manage to involve himself in so many affairs? If it is indeed a protagonist's halo, I must surely be a counterfeit. Chapter 14. Exploring the island after enduring several storms, lightning strikes, and encounters with sea monsters, the Dawn finally reached its destination. The island that emerged before the eyes of the crew appeared vast. From the ship's vantage point, no extraordinary flora or fauna was discernible. The day was still young, and the crew moored the ship at a makeshift harbor, a sheltered spot that barely sufficed. Bernadette instructed the crew to remain on board while she disembarked alone to investigate. As she descended the deck, her figure gradually faded from the sight of the crew. Bernadette had long held the belief that her father had not entirely perished. He was likely waiting for a certain opportunity, a crucial artifact, or some form of assistance before he would return. Pursuing her father's footsteps and following every ambiguous, Bernadette reasonably surmised that her father's tomb was not located within any nation on the continent. Otherwise, they would not have struggled to locate the ninth tomb. Thus, she deduced that the final resting place could be one of three possibilities: the abyss, the astral realm, or an unknown island. The first two options were beyond the reach of someone of her rank, which is why Bernadette spent years searching for uncharted islands. The island was replete with lush vegetation, towering trees, and dense underbrush completely obscuring the sky and sun. A thick layer of fallen branches and leaves concealed the ground entirely. This was a quintessential tropical jungle. Bernadette's presence was ethereal, existing in a state akin to that of the Emperor's new clothes. In the absence of this state could be sustained for a considerable time. The forest was far from silent. Amidst the backdrop of insect chirps and bird calls, the sounds of beasts moving, climbing, and hunting were particularly pronounced. Many of the plants and animals were unfamiliar to Bernadette, yet they appeared to be ordinary species devoid of any magical property. As Bernadette traversed the forest, Prince Chuan seemed to float out from her being like a specter. If his form were circular, it would resemble a large balloon tethered to Bernadette. This island doesn't seem to possess what you seek, Prince Chuan casually remarked. What is the point of relying on chance? You might as well ask me. Perhaps in my benevolence, I might share something with you. I say, you can't carry on like this. I've spoken at length, and you should at least respond, he continued. Fine, if you choose silence, so be it. Prince Chuan, bored, found himself vexed by the presence of a taciturn companion. Perhaps Anderson and the girl felt similarly when accompanied by German. I believe your taste in attire leaves much to be desired. Would you care to discuss how to pair the garments designed for you by Roselle? While attentively observing her surroundings, Bernadette listened to the lamp spirit's ramblings. She found it perplexing why the once beguiling spirit that granted her wishes had transformed into this incessant chatterbox, resembling a fool. No, I cannot entertain such thoughts. Perhaps this is merely a ruse. He must harbor secrets concealed from view. As time slipped away imperceptibly, some predators in the forest set their sights on Bernadette. Among these ill-fated hunters, those with the most delectable flesh became her evening repast. The sky darkened, and a cool night breeze arose. mingling the briny scent of the sea with the odor of decaying vegetation from the woods. Bernadette cleared a space around the campfire for rest, sprinkling insect-repelling powder around her. Suddenly, tendrils of pea vines sprouted rapidly from the ground, entwining themselves around nearby trees, swiftly weaving a verdant hammock. With her resting place prepared, Bernadette produced a small piece of tin and tossed it casually into the air. To her astonishment, the tin rapidly expanded, taking on a humanoid form. Transforming into a one-legged tin soldier clad in a uniform reminiscent of a rune soldier, brandishing a long spear. The tin figure, resolute and upright, stood at the height of a child of about 10 years. Though it possessed only one leg, it moved with remarkable agility. Upon its formation, it hopped to the edge of the space Bernadette had cleared, surveying its surroundings before shifting positions to continue its vigilant patrol, circling around Bernadette. With the watch established, Bernadette reclined on the pea hammock, her breathing soon evening out as she slipped into slumber. Prince Chuan emerged from the lamp once more, for he no longer required sleep. He drifted around Bernadette's pea hammock, expressing admiration for this splendid companion for home and travel. Then, he floated before the tin soldier, scrutinizing it up and down. The tin soldier paid him no heed, methodically pivoting on its single leg before hopping to another location and repeating the rotation. Prince Chuan found this amusing, reminiscent of the cheap plastic electric toys he had played with in his youth. After chasing the tin soldier for a while, Prince Chuan grew bored. He reflected that since becoming a genie, his life had become monotonous and dreary. Without the pursuits of wealth, fame, power, and influence, existence had suddenly turned tedious. The night deepened, and the nocturnal beasts of the jungle became increasingly active. Yet they did not approach this vicinity, perhaps out of fear of the fire or instinctively sensing something ominous lingering here. Meanwhile, the tin soldier continued its tireless race. Unbeknownst to them, the mist gradually thickened, transforming from a pale white to a murky grayish-black, akin to a sudden haze or the soot-filled atmosphere of factories before the widespread use of smokeless coal. A stroll in a white shirt would soon necessitate a change into one speckled with gray and black. How intriguing! Observing this distinctly abnormal mist, Prince Chuan felt a surge of excitement. He glanced at the tin soldier, which showed no signs of alarm, and continued its spinning. This tin soldier possessed a premonitory sensitivity to malice and murderous intent, guarding against the approach of corporeal beings and capable of intercepting threats. Bernadette's spirit remained undisturbed, deep in slumber, and seemingly sinking into an even deeper repose. This indicated that the unusual mist was not deliberately spread by humans or animals. Its origin appeared devoid of malevolence. Prince Chuan ventured further into the surroundings, yet he discerned no discernible boundaries. It appeared as though the entire island was shrouded in this peculiar mist. He observed that the once vibrant nocturnal creatures were now displaying signs of fatigue, moving sluggishly and appearing drowsy. The large beasts, which had been hidden away in slumber, seemed to exhibit a sense of restlessness despite. Only the mindless insects and ants exhibited no unusual reactions whatsoever. Chapter 15. The most painful dream. In Bernadette's dream, she witnessed her father besieged by countless angels, accompanied by inexplicable and terrifying visions. She observed enemies rushing towards her father, unleashing their formidable powers, some radiating blinding light capable of annihilating, while others moved silently yet exuded a bizarre strength. Their figures intertwined, effectively severing any avenue of escape for her father. Her father vanquished one foe after another, yet the angels continued to surge forth in an endless tide. Desperation compelled her to rush to his aid, but she found herself immobilized, unable to speak, move, or summon any abilities. She watched helplessly as her father struggled, gradually becoming drenched in blood. She saw him pierced by countless blades of light, plummeting from the heavens to the ground below. The wind picked up, causing the maple trees surrounding the white maple palace to rustle violently, the orange leaves transforming into a vivid crimson, reminiscent of her father's blood swirling through the air. As she beheld her father collapsing into a grief overwhelmed her, and suddenly, the world spun, morphing her into a figure fighting desperately while fleeing. She darted and dodged, alone in the turmoil of Ventus, striving to reach the border to escape to the sea. This time, her misstep led to her discovery by pursuing enemies, forcing her to fight while frantically fleeing. However, the number of adversaries was overwhelming, including extraordinary beings of her own caliber. Had it not been for the powerful sealing artifacts her father bestowed upon her, she would have succumbed to her extraordinary traits long ago. Even so, her situation was dire, and she struggled to cope. The negative effects of the sealing artifacts, the prolonged drain on her spirit from using extraordinary abilities, and the physical toll of hiding and fleeing left her feeling cornered. She realized that her fate was narrowing down to two outcomes: immediate death or death following a loss of control. Sweat soaked her wounds, mingling with blood, and she felt she had reached the end of her rope. Her thoughts were a chaotic swirl. She could not recall if she had truly faced such despair before. Yet, in this dream state, she believed it all to be real. Once more, she employed a sealing artifact, temporarily retreating from combat to rest and regain her strength and spirit. However, she understood this was but a temporary reprieve. Once the artifact's effect waned, her enemies would soon locate her. This must be the final moments of my life, she pondered, recalling a sealing artifact her father had entrusted to her not long ago, along with his solemn warning to use it only in the direst of circumstances. Surely, this was that critical moment. Quietly, she gathered her spirit, raising her hand with great effort to inscribe shimmering words in the air. As the words took shape, a secret portal materialized. A gust of wind rushed through the opening, revealing a peculiar spirit clad in white smoke. Its upper body human and its lower body enveloped in white cloth. It regarded her with reverence, awaiting her command. Gasping for breath, she managed to utter, "Wishing lamp." As she rubbed the surface of the lamp, it instantly radiated a golden glow, the wick igniting spontaneously. A golden figure appeared, speaking with an authoritative voice, "State your wish. I yearn to escape this relentless pursuit and embark on a new life upon the sea." No sooner had the words escaped her lips than she once again felt the world spinning around her. Yet this time, the anticipated transition to the ocean did not occur. Although she remained oblivious to any issues surrounding her sudden disorientation leading to a change of scene, an undeniable sense of doubt and panic began to arise within her. The darkness enveloped her, and the air felt as frigid and slippery as the skin of a cold-blooded creature dwelling beneath the waves. Countless monsters lurked in the surrounding shadows, their gaze fixed upon her, poised to prey. The profound darkness offered her no solace. It loomed like a colossal beast, consuming her whole and digesting her essence. As she felt herself on the verge of being absorbed into the void, Chuan observed as the mist thickened, coalescing ominously around them. He glanced at Bernadette, who remained with her eyes closed, her brow furrowed in distress, beads of perspiration forming on her forehead. Why had Bernadette not awakened? Something felt amiss. Had her intuition not warned her of impending danger? He continued to scrutinize the dense fog, which posed no threat to him. Even if Bernadette were in peril, he firmly believed she would not succumb so easily. His curiosity was piqued by this enigmatic mist. Having been sealed away for such an extensive period, traversing through numerous masters, he had spent most of his time trapped within the lamp, and his understanding of the current world, and even the mystical realm, did not align with his noble stature. To be allowed to wander about with Bernadette brought him a peculiar joy, diminishing his urgency to seek out Klein. Whenever he entertained the notion that accompanying Bernadette was not so bad, he would immediately chastise himself, denouncing his lack of ambition. Where was his drive? His grand aspirations? How could a being of his former glory be so complacent, neglecting the restoration of his power? This could not continue. Thus, he oscillated between contentment with his current state and the urgency to devise a plan. After gazing intently at the mist for some time, he suddenly noticed a particular area where darkness was coalescing unnaturally, deepening in hue until it slowly formed a shadowy, tattered cloak-like creature seemingly suspended in midair. Chuan approached hastily, wishing to discern the true nature of this cloaked entity. The creature showed no sign of aggression at his approach, appearing oblivious to his presence. He scrutinized the peculiar being. It was not large, the cloak measuring approximately half a meter in length. Beneath the inky fabric, a pair of small, round, glossy black orbs glimmered, eyes devoid of eyelids, and lacking any discernible face. What in the world is this grotesque creature? Yet, why does it seem? Chuan prepared to engage in friendly discourse with this mysterious cloaked figure. Do you have a name? What extraordinary being are you? Suddenly, his words faltered. Why do you look so familiar? Could it be that you are the soul devourer? However, the cloaked monster neither acknowledged the name nor paid any heed to Prince Chuan, instead gliding directly towards Bernadette. Amidst the thick fog, two more cloaked monsters emerged, identical in size and shape, as if they had been copied and pasted. As soon as they coalesced into form, they swiftly converged around Bernadette, encircling her in the manner of children eagerly awaiting a meal at a dining table. At that moment, the spinning tin soldier unexpectedly leapt beside Prince Chuan, startling him. Useless creature, your master is on the verge of becoming a delectable morsel, and here you are, aimlessly twirling about. Chapter 16. The enigma of the misty dream. Disregarding the inconsequential tin soldier, Chuan glided to Bernadette's side, joining the cloaked figures in observing the slumbering beauty. As they watched, several dark tendrils suddenly emerged from Bernadette's body, seemingly possessing a consciousness of their own as they directed themselves towards the three hooded creatures. A thought crossed Chuan's mind. Could these beings be sentient manifestations of flora, drawn to siphon the vital essence of the living? Yet, such a notion felt misplaced, as if he were straying into a... Chuan could not help but voice his thoughts. Enveloped in darkness, the dreamlike Bernadette found herself besieged by long, menacing appendages as fear reached its zenith. In an instant, the dream began to unravel and Bernadette awakened. Chuan maintained a vigilant watch over her condition. Just as the dark tendrils slipped beneath the hood of one of the creatures, Bernadette's form became translucent, shimmering with countless specks of starlight. Her starry silhouette shattered, scattering into the void before swiftly reassembling at the edge of the clearing. The moment her figure reemerged, she extended her right hand, palm upward, conjuring a deep brown horn that appeared ancient and rugged, exuding an essence of power and destruction. Gradually, she lifted it to her lips, as if its weight were immense. A resonant sound emanated forth, its potent vibrations carrying the capability to obliterate all in their path, surging towards the spot where Bernadette had just reclined. As the pea hammock rapidly shrank into the ground upon her transformation into starlight, the three hooded figures remained in a state of bewilderment, unable to comprehend the sudden disappearance of such a substantial morsel. A terrifying force capable of shattering all obstacles surged towards them. The dark cloaks yet could not withstand the impending devastation. With a resounding explosion, one of the creatures disintegrated, its black cloak fracturing into fine particles akin to grains of sand upon a beach. Bang! Bang! The other two hooded figures also succumbed. This ebony dust began to coalesce, propelled by an enigmatic force. What could this be? It felt as if it were the essence of the night itself. Chuan scrutinizing the extraordinary characteristics of the gathering material. Typically, such entities posed no threat to dreaming beings. Rather, they relished the flavors of the most agonizing and despairing dreams, perpetually seeking to steer nightmares toward the most horrific outcomes, often leading their dreamers to a fatal end. Bernadette gazed at the three pieces of black fabric that had formed, each approximately the size of 2 palms, their surfaces shimmering with a lustrous sheen, soft and silky to the touch, reminiscent of exquisite material. If only one could capture more of these little sprites, perhaps a gown of immeasurable worth could be fashioned, adorned in such finery. One could only imagine the opulence and nobility it would convey, an embodiment of the night's dominion. Yet, the wearer would likely plunge into a state of profound terror, succumbing to anguish and despair. Could these be the ingredients for the nocturnal potion? Chuan inquired with curiosity. Indeed, they serve as primary components for nightmare potions. The night church likely harbors many of these charming little creatures, living akin to a soul-devouring figurine. Even in death, there remains value to be found. One muses. If I were to narrate the tale of Harry Potter to Bernard, might she conjure a few new spells? Ignoring Chuan's ramblings, Bernard stowed away her useless tin soldiers and extinguished the flames of the fire. With the extraordinary creatures looming, sleep had eluded her. Thus, she pressed onward through the night. Initially, she presumed this island to be devoid of any extraordinary elements, yet it revealed the presence of beings equivalent to half a sequence 7. However, to a sequence 3 saint, beings lacking divinity are ultimately no more than mere insects. The lush, towering trees obscured the crimson moon, allowing only a few scattered beams of its sanguine light to filter through, rendering visibility exceedingly poor within the jungle. Although Bernard possessed night vision, she, like any human accustomed to light, naturally preferred to tread in brightness rather than darkness. As she walked, glimmers of starlight began to materialize around her, these twinkling points coalescing into an elongated ribbon that meandered gracefully above her, reminiscent of a galaxy sweeping across the sky. Each speck of light upon this celestial ribbon flickered in a dance of brightness, akin to stars winking, while the countless points converged to emit a soft, stable luminosity that illuminated a vast expanse surrounding Bernard. Beneath the starlit canopy, she traversed the jungle step by step. Chuan floated behind her for a while, recalling how Bernard had only awakened at the most perilous moment, seemingly unable to resist the influence of the dream fog demon. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "How did you break free from the dream?" "You frequently intruded upon my dreams," she replied. "I feared that within the realm of dreams, my thoughts might not remain rational, succumbing to intense emotions under your guidance, compelling me to make impulsive wishes. Thus, I established a spiritual reminder for myself. Should a certain emotion escalate to my spirit would alert me that I was dreaming and that I must awaken immediately. Regrettably, I set a rather low threshold for my easily stirred emotions, while the dream fog demon thrived on anguish and fear. As time flowed by, the night gradually receded, the layered foliage parting to reveal the sky, which transitioned from crimson to a soft dawn. The jungle grew brighter, the surrounding flora and the decaying leaves beneath her feet shifting from indistinctness to clarity. Although the sun remained hidden, light tumbled through the gaps in the verdant canopy, illuminating the depths of the jungle. The trees became sparser, the undergrowth lower, and the light grew increasingly radiant, faint sounds of waves caressing the shore becoming audible. At long last, Bernard emerged from the thicket, catching sight of a sandy shore in the distance, revealing the azure expanse of the sea. A silent sigh escaped her lips as she pondered whether to rejoice in the absence of danger or to lament the overly serene nature of this island, which seemed unlikely to conceal any clues to her father's tomb. Gazing at the rising sun and the distant sea, I suddenly noticed that Bernadette's figure had become ethereal, transforming into iridescent bubbles shimmering in the sunlight, dispersing with the breeze, and then shattering one by one into nothingness. Chapter 17 encounters. The misty sea is perpetually shrouded in dense fog. Even on safe navigational paths, one cannot escape the oppressive haze that obscures the heavens. The dawn, having traversed through the mist for several days, finally reached the precipice of the tempestuous sea, where the clouds parted to reveal the resplendent sunlight, albeit accompanied by tumultuous waves. Bernadette stood at the bow of the ship, gazing into the distance, while Wang Zichuan floated beside her. Your ability to manifest mysteriously is quite fascinating. Were these tales spun by Roselle during your childhood? Wang Zichuan expressed a hint of envy, for Bernadette's talents were both practical and visually appealing, unlike his own endeavors that bore no semblance of flair. Bernadette, as customary, paid no heed to the whimsical musings of the eccentric deity. Perhaps I should share a story as well. How about the tale of 7 gored warriors battling a snake spirit? Bernadette did not even cast a glance at Wang Zichuan. Yet her thoughts began to wander. Well, perhaps I should listen. Nonetheless, Bernadette merely entertained the notion in her mind, without taking any further action. Intingent City. At 19, Haw Street, Sirius, after offering his routine prayers to the Great Master before dinner, indulged in a rather sumptuous meal. Post-dinner, he made his way directly into the living room, retrieving several meticulously written papers from a safe containing important items, which recorded insights gleaned from the notes of the Antigonus family. Reclining on his bed, Sirius delved into these manuscripts once more. The more he read, the more he sensed profound secrets concealed within, even feeling a twinge of regret for having sold the notes. The Antigonus family was renowned for their extraordinary divination skills. According to the contents of the notes, they possessed a remarkable aptitude for foresight, suggesting a certain spiritual intuition regarding their fate. If lower-tier members were oblivious to the family's decline, surely the higher-tier powers must have sensed something amiss. Were they content to be mere puppets of fate, refraining from rebellion or making preparations for the inevitable? Did a night kingdom truly exist atop the Hornachi's mountains? What connection did it have with the Antigonus lineage? The more Sirius pondered, the further his thoughts spiraled. As dawn broke, Intingent City had embraced the summer of June, with the sun blazing brilliantly and temperatures noticeably rising. Only in the morning was the climate tempered enough for a pleasant outing. Rising early, Sirius hastily consumed breakfast and set off for the DeVille Library. This time, he brought along the dictionary and other books he had previously borrowed, intending to acquire additional texts focused on the Hornachi's mountains. After completing the return process, Sirius once again wandered among the towering shelves. By the initial letters, he quickly located the section dedicated to the Hornachi's mountains. To his surprise, there stood a young man already present. Considering that he had encountered this unfamiliar youth twice before, he perceived it as a twist of fate. Driven by the instinct of a merchant to expand his network, he approached, intending to greet and become acquainted with him. Young man, are you intrigued by the tales of the Hornachi's mountains? Sirius cheerfully initiated the conversation. The young man before him, with neatly groomed black hair, smiled gently. It is a mountain range filled with wonders. Oh, are you suggesting that there are legendary treasures hidden within this range? Haha, indeed, you are quite correct. Sirius paused in surprise and then burst into hearty laughter. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Sirius Arabes, a fabric merchant. I am Lanris Whiston, hailing from the county of Siverus. After exchanging introductions, they continued to discuss the legends of the Hornachi's mountains and the distinctive customs of Siverus compared to Ahova, eventually delving into Lanris's purpose for visiting Intingent City. I aspire to establish a steel company, and Tianjin City presents an excellent location. It is conveniently situated at a moderate distance from Bakeland, facilitating market expansion, while also being far enough to ensure affordable real estate and labor. Indeed, Tianjin City seems quite suitable. Do you have a reliable source for raw materials? Perhaps I could introduce you to some acquaintances. There may be opportunities for collaboration. Lanris was a remarkably loquacious young man, adept at expression, which rendered each of his statements particularly persuasive. This convinced Sirius of his rationale, prompting him to willingly extend assistance. No need. I have recently secured mining rights to a newly discovered iron ore deposit in Siverus, which will sufficiently supply the steel company. Sirius perceived a unique charisma and confidence emanating from this individual. Their dialogue flowed effortlessly and pleasantly, further igniting Sirius's enthusiasm for Lanris. Upon learning that Lanris also resided in the Halls district, Sirius shared his address and invited him over at his convenience. Am I placing too much trust in the content of his words? He claims to come to Tianjin to establish a steel company, yet upon reflection, his rationale seems somewhat insufficient. Perhaps he possesses extraordinary capabilities? Thus, his motives for coming to Tianjin may not be as straightforward as he professes. What a cunning fellow! Sirius's assessment of Lanris's character diverged significantly from his previous impressions formed at the DeVale Library. Chapter 18. Check-in. The Dawn was steadily navigating the tumultuous waters of the coastal safety route of the raging sea. Captain, are we heading directly to Plitz? The first mate inquired, perplexed. Wouldn't it be somewhat inappropriate to sail straight into the significant harbor of Rune? I am not suggesting we fear them, rather. I believe there is no necessity. After all, it is not far from Beckland. Bernadette glanced at the first mate before calmly responding. There is no need to dock. You often claim to possess great capabilities and are unafraid of disembarking, do you not? You even mentioned seizing the Oradek Islands as a springboard for an offensive against Innis. The first mate fell silent, only managing an awkward chuckle. Let us first head to the ROSD Islands for a 2-day respite. Our time at sea has been lengthy. And even creatures that cannot survive in the ocean will eventually yearn for land, Bernadette added. Stay vigilant. Avoid drawing attention, and do not stir trouble. Understood, Captain. When can we dock? It is dreadfully boring adrift at sea. You won't even let me engage amicably with your crew. It feels akin to being in a game where one cannot respawn and must await the conclusion, with a monochrome screen and unresponsive NPCs. Bernadette sensed that the lamp god was once again uttering nonsensical phrases she could not comprehend. Was it perhaps a unique language of the sealed objects? In approximately 2 days, I will make a brief stop at the ROSD Islands. The city of generosity, Byam. We shall not be going there. Why not? Bernadette finally turned to Prince Chuan. Her expression earnest. Because we are pirates. Byam, the red light district. Why must you come here? The speaker appeared to be of average height. With an unremarkable visage, he could easily blend into a crowd of indistinguishable men. You do not understand. As an individual who cannot comprehend. This is an essential checkpoint. Those who have not visited will face disgrace. Prince Chuan initially intended to mention transmigrators, but upon reflection, he realized that Roselle and Clay Meow also fit that description, which could evoke unforeseen associations in Bernadette. This seemingly unremarkable individual was in fact Bernadette, who possessed the ability to alter her appearance. She entered a renowned theater, where a server promptly approached to greet her. The adept server quickly discerned that the patron was a novice, and with a beaming smile, began to introduce the establishment's offerings and the performers. In the center of the theater's first floor was a circular platform, where a stripper was energetically performing. Surrounding tables were filled with patrons and their accompanying ladies. The hall buzzed with a cacophony of voices, cheers, flirtations, boastful exchanges, and insults, all intertwining, creating an atmosphere that left Bernadette exceedingly uncomfortable. Seated at a table, she casually ordered some drinks, feigning enjoyment of the dancer's performance while Prince Chuan had long since drifted away to an unknown location. Wang Zichuan briefly scanned the hall, but found no remarkable beauties among the ladies present. Undeterred, he ascended to the upper floor, inspecting each room in turn. Though the clamor below was absent, the sounds reverberating through the air were enough to flush the cheeks of any ordinary person. For one devoid of a corporeal form, or rather, a being sealed away. These sounds and sights led Wang Zichuan from exhilaration to tranquility, ultimately rendering him indifferent. He suddenly yearned intensely for a normal human body, gaining a profound understanding of the interplay between humanity and divinity as depicted in the original narrative. When demigods begin to disregard the emotions of ordinary people, and angels cease to require sustenance, Shedding all human desires, it indeed becomes challenging to retain one's humanity. He initially intended to jest with her, but reconsidering, he shifted the topic. If the prince were to discover that Cinderella's transformation resembled her current appearance, it would likely drive him to despair. Perhaps not. With a few doses of a witch's potion, even a brutish man could metamorphose into an unparalleled beauty without detracting from functionality. Bernadette, unfazed by the lamp god's assessment of her abilities, directly inquired, "Have you finished? Can we leave?" Just as they were about to depart, Wang Zichuan suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. "Wait, there's one more thing to do before we go." He called to Bernadette, turned to face the theater's grand entrance, extended his hand, pointed toward the building, and with an authoritative, resonant voice declared, "This place forbids the arousal of male desire." In the southern district of Ting, within a private room of an upscale restaurant, two patrons engaged in pleasant conversation. "Mr. Lilai, your property has been vacant for quite some time, has it not?" The speaker, with dark hair and brown eyes, donned round spectacles, a smile gracing his lips, exuding a sense of warmth and reliability. Mr. Lilai possessed small eyes and a slightly darker complexion, sporting a pair of subtly curled mustaches that rhythmically trembled with the movement of his mouth as he spoke. He candidly broached the primary topic of their meeting. Lanuros chuckled softly and responded, "I plan to establish a steel company. I've discovered a rich iron ore deposit in the Hanachis Mountains of West Silas County. A competent businessman must possess the audacity to seize fleeting opportunities." Lanuros paused, seemingly recalibrating his emotions, and suddenly his voice swelled with fervor. "This is indeed an opportunity that could alter one's fate. Seize it, and you can emerge as a prominent merchant, a great mine owner, ascending to the upper echelons of society, enjoying noble status." Realizing he had become overly animated, Lanuros moderated his tone, allowing it to soften. "Thus, I have acquired the land where the iron mine is located. Through various contacts, I secured the legally authorized land deed and mining rights from the West Silas County government. This has consumed nearly all my savings. Therefore," Lanuros earnestly and sincerely regarded Mr. Lilai, stating, "Would you be interested in investing in this promising steel venture?" Lilai's emotions fluctuated with the tone of Lanris, his slightly narrowed eyes reflecting a tendency for his pupils to dilate, which Lanris perceptively noted. Lilai's racing thoughts rendered him somewhat distracted, conjuring images of himself attending a grand ball hosted by the upper echelons of Tenjin society, where prominent figures, who he had previously only been able to amuse with his laughter, now surrounded him, showering him with flattering words. Lanris displayed an encouraging smile and continued to elaborate on his plans. "I intend to secure a loan from the bank by pledging this steel company to support subsequent mining endeavors. In light of the current financial constraints, I am considering issuing a certain proportion of shares to raise initial capital. Should you have acquaintances interested in this venture, we could arrange a meeting to discuss it in detail." After a delightful meal, they parted ways amicably. As Lilai hurriedly made his way home, Lanris watched his figure disappear at the street corner, a gentle yet reliable smile subtly transforming into a sardonic expression at the corners of his mouth. "Tina, where are you headed?" Lilai swallowed the eager words he had intended to share and instead inquired about his wife's plans. Christina cheerfully replied, "I am going to meet my Gayasai. I've introduced her to a fine young man, and today I plan to arrange their meeting." Chapter 19. Port of Pliz at the far end of the main street. There lies a quaint bookstore tucked away at a corner. This establishment, adorned with an antiquated charm, stands in stark contrast to the other shops along the thoroughfare, which are either exquisitely decorated or ostentatiously lavish, much like an elderly gentleman interspersed among a vibrant assembly of spirited young individuals. The interior of the bookstore is equally unpretentious, featuring only a few sparsely arranged bookshelves and a display table showcasing so-called bestsellers. This table is laden with an assortment of hardcover volumes, and prominently displayed is a brand new book with an intricately illustrated cover, its title elegantly printed in larger font alongside the author's name in smaller lettering, Wuthering Heights by Emily Broad. The bookstore owner, typically lethargic like a fish out of water, suddenly sprang to life, invigorated as if doused with seawater. He glanced around, noting the absence of customers as per usual, and then, with a sigh of relief, donned a beaming smile and hastily approached. "Your Majesty, how may I assist you today? I have meticulously maintained the upstairs room and replaced the ethereal materials. You are welcome to visit at your convenience." Bernadette simply acknowledged with a slight nod, her gaze casually sweeping across the spines of the books on the nearby shelf, all bearing the inscription, Gustave Flaubert. "Yes, please wait a moment. I shall fetch it from the second floor." The owner hurried upstairs, opened a concealed compartment and retrieved a neatly bound stack of documents before promptly returning downstairs. As the most significant port of the Kingdom of Ruin, Pliz boasts a dense population, predominantly composed of lower-class workers, resulting in a considerably lower economic standing compared to Beckerland. Exiting the main street, Bernadette turned a couple of corners and arrived at White Oak Avenue. Upon reaching the entrance of number 32, she observed that this house, in stark contrast to its neighbors, had evidently fallen into neglect, with the flower bed outside overrun by weeds that had choked out any space for delicate blossoms to thrive. Producing a key from an unknown source, Bernadette unlocked the front door and stepped inside. This property belonged to her, inherited from her father. Though he had once been the master of Intis, he had inexplicably acquired numerous properties in significant cities around the world, as if indulging in a peculiar obsession with collecting. As she traversed the flora and fauna in the modest garden seemed to come alive, the beleaguered flowers bracing themselves, while the triumphant weeds uprooted themselves, stretching their long roots and scampering towards the refuse pile. The withered branches and leaves followed suit, abandoning their forms to join the weeds in their descent into the trash. Entering the room, Bernadette surveyed the expansive living area before settling into a chair and extracting the documents she had received from the lethargic owner, engrossing herself in their contents. Suddenly, the cleaning tools in the storage room, brooms, buckets, cloths, and brushes, seemed to gain a life of their own, darting off to their respective tasks. Curtains, sofa covers, and table linens from various rooms unfastened themselves, swirling about before diving into the bathtub. Water began to cascade from the side of the bathtub. As the container filled with soap powder toppled over, various fabrics commenced to rub against themselves, cleansing their surfaces. Teapots, cups, dishes, and utensils swirled out from the wide-open cupboard and plunged into the sink, allowing the gushing water to wash over them. Amidst this lively and cheerful background melody, Bernadette turned page after page of documents. Meanwhile, Prince Chuan meandered through the streets, resembling an unsophisticated country dweller, albeit unseen and unmocked by anyone. Employing the method of transformation from the sea maiden into foam, Bernadette directly entered the spirit realm, detaching from her predetermined coordinates, and arrived at the second floor of a bookstore in Priai's Harbor. The room bore evident signs of ritualistic magic. Spiritual materials were intricately combined to create a stable coordinate, guiding the inexperienced Bernadette through the ethereal plane. Upon her arrival, Prince Chuan eagerly burst forth from the lamp, casually greeted Bernadette, then passed through a wall and vanished. At that moment, Prince Chuan was wandering around the dock area, attempting to locate the illustrious Priai's vessel, but to no avail. Numerous passenger and cargo ships traversed the harbor, yet they appeared to be mundane and ordinary. After lingering for a while, feeling quite bored, Prince Chuan navigated through the streets, admiring the Victorian-era European scenery. Tailcoats, shirts, suits, work attire, long skirts, an array of top hats and canes. Alas, he did not spot a trench coat. The throngs of people flowed continuously, and carriages sped by, a street lamp, a doorbell, a spire, an ornate flower. The exquisite style, the warm reddish-brown tones of the era, rendered everything both tangible and elusive, akin to watching a film or performing in one. I belong neither here nor there. I am both here and there. I do not play him. I am him. Following the trail of memory, Prince Chuan gradually sought out the dilapidated building bearing the Fishermen's Association's sign. It was easy to find. Soon enough, he spotted an undeniably decrepit structure, with a sign exuding a sense of decay hanging inconspicuously. He floated directly inside, traversing rows of rooms until he encountered a stout middle-aged man, uncultured in appearance, seated at a desk, scribbling away. Suddenly, a peculiar gust of wind swept through the window, scattering a neatly arranged stack of documents across the floor. Some pages bore the signature of Dorian Gray. How strange, he wondered. Why such a strong wind all of a sudden? Dorian rose from his seat, bent down to retrieve the scattered papers, reorganized them, and resumed his work. Abruptly, he paused, murmuring to himself, "Why is there such a sudden gust?" He then stood up, peering out of the window and the door, finding no one. Locking the door behind him, he approached the window, closed it, drew the curtains, and retrieved a shimmering crystal ball from a concealed dark cabinet. The winds are amiss. I must consult the oracle. Chapter 20. The escaping Go family. The force that had incited the recent gust of wind was Dorian muttered softly to himself while extending his spirit into the crystal ball, utilizing the power of the star crystal to communicate with the spirit realm, thus inducing corresponding symbolic transformations within the crystal. The star crystal emitted a brilliant glow as the stardust within began to slowly shift into a symbolic pattern. "What are you looking at?" A haunting voice whispered in Dorian's ear. Instantly, a chill ran down his spine, and his pupils constricted in alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, driven by instinct, Dorian hurled the crystal ball backwards, bent his knees, and propelled himself towards the wall. His hands pressed against the surface, which immediately rippled like water, allowing Dorian to phase through it and plunge directly from the second floor to the ground below. In his panic, Dorian had forgotten that his office was situated on the second floor. As he plummeted, he frantically adjusted his posture, curling his knees to mitigate the impact on his back, rolling twice upon landing to lessen the force of the fall. Fortunately, his robust physique spared him from any serious injury. He dared not linger, quickly rising, gritting through the intense pain in his backside and back, and limping away from the small building at a hurried pace. He zigzagged through several houses, darted into secluded alleys, and emerged from the storerooms of various shops, traversing an erratic path until both his stamina and spirit were nearly depleted. At last, he reached a prearranged safe house. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the Fishermen's Association, Dorian's office, Wang Zichuan stared in astonishment as Dorian burst through the wall, fleeing in a frenzy. Suddenly, he erupted into laughter, chasing after Dorian with the same fervor, akin to a playful cat pursuing a rolling ball of yarn or a street dog spotting a plump rat. The chaotic pursuit of the Go family was exhilarating, invigorating, and utterly delightful. Wang Zichuan felt a surge of elation. His spirit uplifted as if he had just downed a bottle of ice-cold cola on a sweltering day, happiness bursting forth like fireworks. Trailing Dorian, Wang Zichuan observed as Dorian, panting like an old dog with his tongue lolling out, sought refuge in the safe house to calm his emotions and stabilize his spirit. Dorian gasped for breath, his heart racing with tumultuous thoughts, still feeling a lingering sense of unease. From the inner pocket of his jacket, he retrieved a small, copper-green hardbound notebook. Flipping to a page made of yellowed parchment, he found intricate patterns composed of overlapping doors. Dorian's expression shifted, revealing a mix of regret, pain, and reluctance, ultimately settling into a look of resolute determination. He steadied his mind, his fingers gliding over the paper, and his body began to shimmer with merging into the spirit realm. Suddenly, this transformative process faltered, akin to a poor internet connection resulting in pixelated visuals. Dorian found himself caught between the realms of reality and illusion, as if half of his being remained anchored in the tangible world while the other half had already traversed into the spirit realm. Dorian was frantically glancing about, when suddenly he beheld a figure erupting into laughter, seemingly weightless. Upon closer inspection, he realized this was no tangible being. Though its colors appeared vivid and lifelike, its form was ethereal, exuding a slightly illusory quality. This was a peculiar spirit, with no means of escape, nor the strength to confront. Dorian's face turned ashen, yet he found himself calming somewhat. "Who are you? What do you desire?" Dorian stammered, his voice quivering. Once Prince Chuan had laughed to his heart's content, he tempered his mirth, though a trace of delight lingered in his tone. "I seek nothing but to inquire what you are observing. Just tell me, why do you wish to flee?" As he spoke, Prince Chuan felt another wave of laughter bubbling within him. Dorian's long-standing principle of immediate retreat in the face of danger had preserved his life throughout years. Seeing Dorian remain silent, Prince Chuan continued, "You are of the Abraham lineage, are you not?" Dorian had already endured a sufficient amount of fright for one. The realization that this adversary had relentlessly pursued him and thwarted his escape made him acutely aware of the threat aimed at his family. After all, what high-ranking individual would bother pursuing a mere 7th-tier member of a fisherman's guild? This figure clearly did not belong to the ranks of ordinary extraordinary beings. "What is your intention?" Dorian inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Prince Chuan broke into a broad smile, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. "I merely wish to ask if you would like to make a wish. Guaranteed. If you are unsatisfied, there is no charge." A wish? Dorian was taken aback. This was not what he had anticipated. He had assumed this powerful entity sought the family's divine seals or superior extraordinary traits. However, upon reflection, he considered that perhaps this was indeed the nature of the high-ranking being's abilities to forge contracts or mystical connections through wishes, thereby exerting control over him to acquire what he desired from the Abraham family's treasury. After wrestling with his thoughts, Dorian resolved to protect his family. "I do not wish to make a wish. Why not give it a try? How will you know if wishing is beneficial unless you attempt it? Do you not wish to uncover the reason behind the curse of the Abraham lineage? Or perhaps discover a means to lift the curse? Or merely a way to temporarily silence the lunacy of the full moon?" Make a wish, and all these answers could be yours. Prince Chuan was delighted to witness the corners of Dorian's mouth curl upward, his eyes widen with disbelief. A look that greatly satisfied his desire to boast and reveal secrets to others. Dorian's mind was in turmoil. Could this being provide the answers that his family had sought for countless years? The way he casually posed such questions suggested he possessed the knowledge to resolve them all. What should I do? Dorian effortlessly shifted his thoughts to refer to the entity as he, convinced that one who could unveil such mysteries must surely possess divine attributes. Alternatively, he could also be a figure from the ancestral era, which enables him to comprehend the origins of the Abrahamic family's curse and the means to resolve it. What price must I pay? Dorian inquired with difficulty. Let me ponder. The answer to the first question is worth an extraordinary trait of sequence 4. For the second question, an extraordinary trait of sequence 3 will suffice. And for the third question, sequence 5 will do. What do you think? Quite inexpensive, isn't it? Care to make a wish? Prince Chuan revealed a playful smile, and his tone gradually took on a beguiling quality. Are there specific requirements for these extraordinary traits? Dorian prepared himself, considering that if he were to proceed, he would report to the Elder Council and convene the significant members of his family to deliberate on this matter. Of course, as long as it follows the paths of lawyers and arbitrators. I need time to contemplate. If I reach a decision, how shall I contact you? I am unsure. It is indeed inconvenient without a messenger. Prince Chuan recalled that he had been accompanying Bernadette lately and realized it would not be feasible to frequently visit Dorian. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he proclaimed in an authoritative voice, "You may utter my revered name. Born from the primordial eternity, the light and dark of all rules, the source and shadow of all order, the lamp god who governs miracles." Chapter 21. The first battle within the confines of the safe house, the peculiar and terrifying spirit, after proclaiming its revered name, promptly vanished into thin air. Dorian pondered the significance and authority embodied in this name. Just as he sought a place to sit and contemplate the next steps of his plan, he suddenly realized he was immobilized, trapped in the liminal space between reality and the spirit realm. Dorian's thoughts became a chaotic whirlwind. Prince Chuan drifted aimlessly about. The lower workers of Plit's harbor constituted the majority. Among them, the fortunate ones secured stable employment, enabling them to eat their fill and rest peacefully, and conversely, the unfortunate lacked consistent work, or even any work at all, enduring sporadic hunger and having nowhere to sleep, wandering the streets like the undead. Unbeknownst to him, Prince Chuan had floated into the dock area, where the throngs of people exceeded those on the streets, most lingering here in hopes of fortuitously securing a job. In the distance, a colossal dark silhouette gradually approached the harbor. As it drew nearer, the crowd discerned it to be a grand vessel. The dock workers eagerly surged towards the ship, hopeful for an opportunity. The foreman of the dock awaited the ship's arrival, anticipating the captain or first mate to summon them and inform them of the cargo that required handling and how much sol they would earn. As the vessel docked, the waiting workers began to unload the cargo. Observing the ship's draft, one foreman lazily perched atop a pile of wooden crates, engaged in conversation with another foreman, who was idly picking his teeth. "Why are you so concerned?" the tooth-picking foreman asked without lifting his gaze. "Do you think there might be any precious cargo stowed below deck?" "The more you know, the sooner you meet your end," replied the tooth-picking foreman, his voice drawn out. "I only care about how much sol I can earn tonight. Ideally, it would be gold pounds." As Prince Chuan watched the grand ship at the dock, a sudden intuition struck him. He sensed a demigod passing aboard the vessel. "I must follow and see." Upon reaching the deck, Prince Chuan beheld a crowd surrounding an exceptionally tall and robust man, preparing to disembark. This individual, clad in formal attire and possessing arms that extended longer than those of ordinary men, evoked the image of Liu Bei and Zhang Fei in Prince Chuan's mind. In his eyes, he perceived an extraordinary trait radiating with divine brilliance. "Hey, is that not Master Chiodao? This extraordinary trait bears a connection to me." However, he realized that he might not be able to contend with Chionas. He could summon companions and escape. At present, he possessed only rank, lacking extraordinary traits. And the extraordinary traits of a miracle worker were not suited for combat, rendering the situation rather difficult. If only he would grant me a wish. "Conceal your form is strictly prohibited here." Suddenly, a commanding voice thundered in Prince Chuan's ear, reminiscent of Zhang Fei's fierce shout on Changban Slope. Prince Chuan's figure quivered like rippling water, remaining concealed from view. At that moment, Huniston exhibited a look of perplexity. "It shouldn't be. I distinctly sensed the presence of malevolent scrutiny around me. How could there be no manifestation? Could it be that the enemy's true form is lurking far away?" employing remote observation capabilities? Just as Kuniston wrestled with his confusion, regretting the squandered opportunity to invoke a prohibition, a figure suddenly materialized in midair, less than 10 meters away. A sinister smile playing upon his lips, Wang Zichuan thought to himself that since he had already been sensed, there was no point in overthinking. It was better to confront the situation directly. Life is too fleeting to cower. I declare the deprivation of the vengeful spirit's possession. Upon uttering these words, Kuniston felt no sensation of having seized anything from his adversary, as if the opponent lacked such an essence altogether. This is troublesome. He is not a vengeful soul, nor does he possess the ability to be inhabited by one. I have wasted another opportunity. Within the brief span from sensing the scrutiny to the present, Kuniston had already made 2 attempts, yet curiously, the malevolent foe did not initiate an attack. What is he waiting for? Does his ability require time to activate? At that moment, Wang Zichuan was torn over which ability to employ. Coming from a peaceful world, he lacked combat prowess and had neither the opportunity nor the necessity to train for battle, especially since he had become a wishgranter. Extraordinary individuals were preoccupied with maximizing the use of sealing artifacts while avoiding negative effects. Who would be foolish enough to contemplate attacking a sealing artifact? His available abilities were limited to the Judicator Sequence 5 and the miraculous capabilities of the wishing lamp itself, the former acquired through coercion against Bernadette. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The deck upon which Kuniston stood began to decay rapidly, and with a loud crack, it splintered, nearly sending Kuniston tumbling into the depths of the ship's hull. Fortunately, Kuniston was seasoned in combat. Otherwise, he would not have been dispatched by the military to safeguard the slave transport vessel against unforeseen mishaps. In this place, standing on 2 legs was forbidden, and violators would face punishment. Without hesitation, Kuniston bent his knees and leaped into the air, utilizing an ability that allowed him to maintain a certain state, momentarily floating. However, the others aboard the vessel were not afforded such convenience. Some understood the implications of the decree and quickly crouched or stood on 1 leg, while others, unaware of its significance, made no adjustments. For these individuals, it was as if an invisible mental whip had struck them fiercely, unleashing immense anguish within their souls, compelling them to scream in agony. Ignoring the plight of others, Kuniston casually retrieved a gold coin from his pocket, tossing it towards the enemy. He then swiftly employed his abilities of weakening and frenzy, bestowing a state of lethargy upon his opponent. Wang Zichuan felt a fleeting sensation as if brushed by some, yet nothing remarkable occurred. He pointed at Kuniston and promptly made a wish. I wish for the air in this place to temporarily vanish. Suddenly, Kuniston found it difficult to breathe, struggling to maintain his abilities, and was compelled to terminate his floating state, landing on solid ground. Rather than remaining stationary to continue unleashing his powers, he turned towards his adversary and rapidly moved away from him, drawing closer to the shore. He discovered that none of his abilities had any effect on this suddenly appearing foe. The enemy employed powers derived from the Arbiter's path. Yet these abilities were vastly different from his understanding. He struggled to discern the true nature and methods of his opponent. As he withdrew from the scene, he drew his pistol and loaded it with demon-hunting bullets imbued with purifying capabilities, firing them at the adversary with reckless abandon. The bullets sliced, accurately aimed at Wang Zichuan. However, curiously, just before they were about to reach their intended target, their trajectories became erratic, veering off course. Wang Zichuan felt that the battle with Konesai resembled 2 sorcerers or mages casting spells while standing still, devoid of any aesthetic appeal. Chapter 22. Yet harm not. Chunas discovered that the bullet had missed its mark, and for a moment, he could not recall any other abilities he might employ. He felt as though his powers were comprehensively suppressed, unable to manifest fully, leading him to question whether he had truly ascended to the status of a demigod. At that juncture, Wang Zichuan also found himself in a predicament. In this clash, Wang Zichuan was impervious to all of Chuna's attacks, rendering Chunas utterly powerless against him, while Wang Zichuan's own offensive capabilities were equally ineffective against Chunas. From Chunas' perspective, it was the same. Attacks bore no fruit and inflicted no harm. This rendered their skirmish akin to infants grappling without teeth. If only I had brought along a potent sealing artifact from the path of the sun, Chunas lamented. He had come to a profound realization that even the mightiest power derived from a singular path could easily encounter scenarios of extraordinary counteraction. As they neared the shore, and with the adversary not pursuing him further, Chunas discerned that the enemy seemed disinclined to hunt him down. The 2 stood in silence, gazing at one another, the atmosphere growing increasingly awkward. The others aboard the vessel, witnessing this confrontation between demigods, dared not intervene recklessly. They were so intimidated by the peculiar standoff that they scarcely breathed. Having achieved no victory in the initial engagement, Wang Zichuan felt a twinge of disappointment. Clearly, my extraordinary traits are insufficient. I must devise a way to procure higher-tier extraordinary traits swiftly. The Bureau of Extraordinary Affairs in Beckland was replete with such traits, fresh and readily available. However, he could not accomplish this alone and needed to contemplate how to communicate amicably with Bernardine. Chuan remained mentally alert, fixated on his opponent. He noticed that the enemy appeared to be lost in thought. Lost in thought. As this notion crossed Wang Zichuan's mind, he concluded that continuing their stalemate, without hesitation, he executed a swift maneuver, vanishing from sight. Has he truly left? Just like that? Has he achieved his goal? What could his purpose be? Or perhaps he is lying in wait, concealed? Chuan found today's battle utterly perplexing. He did not immediately relax his vigilance. Instead, he diligently concentrated, confirming that he no longer felt any sensation of being spied upon, nor had his essence been disturbed in the slightest. Was it truly over? Chuan was left with a myriad of questions. 32, Whitewood Street. Wang Zichuan emerged from the air, discovering Bernardine in the living room, meticulously organizing several stacks of documents. Approaching to observe, he noticed some appeared to be ordinary business ledgers, others resembled investigative reports, and yet others chronicled the collection and trade of various extraordinary materials and traits. Bernardine was indeed quite affluent. No wonder she had once been a princess. She glanced up at the increasingly peculiar figure of the lamp god before quickly returning her focus to the documents. In truth, she was quite apprehensive about what the lamp god might have been up to outside and longed to inquire, "What did you do out there?" However, she felt that such a question would be inappropriate, akin to a wife questioning her errant husband about his late return. Wang Zichuan produced a gold coin, tossing it to Bernardine while casually remarking, "I found a gold coin." Once more, she lifted her gaze towards the increasingly eccentric lamp god. "When shall we journey to Beckland?" Wang Zichuan casually broached the subject. "Are you in a hurry? Surely, your visit to Bakerland is not solely to escort me. You have ulterior motives." "Indeed," he continued with a smirk, "you await an opportunity for promotion to Sequence 2? I can disclose precise intelligence regarding this opportunity, far more specific and detailed than your predictions, allowing you ample time for preparation. What do you desire?" "I seek extraordinary traits, either a Sequence 3 or 2 Sequence 4 abilities, from the paths of the Judge or the Black Emperor." "Absolutely not," Bernadette replied decisively. "Moreover," she added, "both paths are monopolized by various royal families. I lack high Sequence extraordinary traits, and the materials are exceedingly difficult to procure." "Ah, but does not Bakerland possess such resources? We could simply eliminate a solitary target and claim them," he jested. "Do you truly believe Bakerland is such a place?" Bernadette mused, realizing that her earlier belief in the rationality of the lantern deity was merely an illusion. "With careful planning, it is not impossible. I tell you, there is a ready opportunity in Priai's harbor. We must act swiftly, lest it elude us." Wang Zichuan first proposed a daunting condition, which was swiftly rebuffed, before suggesting a relatively less arduous option, thus facilitating the negotiation. Bernadette cast a meaningful glance at the lantern deity, while Wang Zichuan, entranced, discerned a legendary depth in her azure eyes. "I will not indiscriminately take a life. I may act freely, but I will not harm." The atmosphere in the room momentarily stiffened, before Wang Zichuan spoke once more. "He is not a good person, and it pertains to the opportunity you might wish to consider this carefully. I can forewarn you that certain individuals within the Rune royal family are conspiring, which aligns with your prophecy regarding a catastrophe involving high-level powers that could serve as a promotion ritual. You may attempt to thwart it." Chuan, initially intending to rest at Priai's harbor, hastily finalized the transfer of slaves and boarded the earliest train to Bakerland. He ignored his subordinates' greetings as he strode directly into his office, sketching the figure of the enemy he had encountered the previous day. He annotated the drawing with colors, abilities, and other descriptions before exiting the office with the portrait in hand. Summoning all his subordinates, Chuan cleared his throat and solemnly declared, "Mobilize all your resources to locate the individual depicted in this portrait. He may not even be human, but a unique spirit. He appeared at the Priai's harbor docks last night, wielding abilities derived from the Arbiter Path. Inform other departments to synchronize their search." The portrait circulated among the intelligence personnel of the Military Intelligence Division 9. The man depicted bore deep-set features and was notably handsome. He donned an ornate classical robe, reminiscent of an ancient noble poised for a grand banquet. Although the portrait was monochromatic, it did not diminish his striking presence. Once everyone had viewed the image, Chuan added, "This individual is extremely dangerous. His power is likely at sequence 4, or perhaps even sequence 5, possessing a semi-divine level sealed artifact. Your primary objective is to ascertain his identity through thorough investigation, rather than hastily proceeding with an arrest." The group nodded in agreement. As one individual set about replicating the portrait, the others, upon receiving multiple copies of the image, gradually departed to leverage their networks and resources in executing the superior's directive to locate the individual. Chapter 23. Reporting. Chuan has departed from the intelligence division and headed directly to the military headquarters, where he was to brief his superiors on the recent mission involving the transport of slave ships. The military was not a monolithic entity. It was divided primarily into two factions: the royalists, loyal to His Majesty the King and the Augustus family, and the nobility faction, which ostensibly pledged allegiance to the crown while representing the interests of a coalition of powerful landowners, notably the Duke of Negan. Chuan is identified with the royalists, being a staunch supporter of King George III. His direct superior in the military was General Hein Clauseway, a loyal servant of the king and a figure of significant authority within the arbitration hierarchy, ranked as a demigod of the Fourth Order. The events at Pritz Harbor had left him restless. Although the enemy had not reappeared, the anomalous abilities displayed and the unprovoked attack perplexed him, for the unknown heralded peril. After consuming an excessive amount of coffee and making several trips to the restroom, Chuan was informed by his secretary that General Hein was preparing to dine at the military cafeteria. Expressing his gratitude, Chuan hastily made his way to the dining area. General Hein was a congenial man who prided himself on his wit and enjoyed sharing various jokes, including those of dubious humor from Ruin and the more risky anecdotes from Innis. Chuan soon spotted General Hein in the dining area, holding a tray and engaging in cheerful conversation with a fellow officer, a major general whom Chuan recognized. The general, appearing to be in his 40s, possessed a warm demeanor and was well-groomed. One would scarcely notice the subtle wrinkles at the corners of his eyes upon a casual glance. In truth, he was nearing 60, with a touch of gray at his temples while the remainder of his hair remained jet black, and surprisingly, his hairline was notably advanced for his age. Seizing an opportunity, Chuan privately reported on the mission in the southern continent. The military's covert operations to capture slaves were supported by the Seers Council. On the ROSD Islands and in East Bairang, they had effortlessly ensnared a sufficient number of slaves, facing only the challenge of evading the watchful eyes of the Storm Church and official scrutiny. Chuan's primary responsibility was to escort the slave ships at sea and to eliminate any witnesses should they be discovered. As their conversation drew to a close, Chuan hesitated, carefully articulating, "Just as I was about to complete the mission and prepare for the handover at Pritz Harbor, I was attacked." "Oh, is that so? Were you injured?" General Hein inquired, displaying the perfect measure of concern. "I was not harmed, yet I did not inflict any damage upon my assailant, which is precisely where my confusion lies." "I humbly seek your counsel, Your Excellency," Chuan earnestly implored. "Do tell," the general encouraged. He appeared to be a specter, capable of levitating effortlessly. He wielded powers from the arbitration pathway, at least of the Fifth Order, yet his abilities surpassed the typical effects of that rank. I did not observe him utilizing any seals, yet his spoken words manifested into reality. Most bizarrely, he seems almost immune to all my offensive abilities, whether derived from my own powers or the harmonious interplay of light and shadow. I have never encountered such a state of complete insensitivity. To my knowledge, even individuals of sequence 3 or 2, those of semi-divine caliber, experience their abilities significantly diminished. This does seem rather unreasonable. Do you have any thoughts? I suspect he is not an ordinary person, but rather a high-ranking malevolent spirit from the Arbiter pathway, whose abilities have mutated due to the influence of extraordinary traits from other pathways during its formation. That makes sense. What do you propose to do? I intend to search for portraits of nobles and royalty that may resemble this malevolent spirit, in order to confirm its identity by comparing it with the likeness of fallen high-sequence powerhouses. That is indeed a promising direction. What is your next plan? I wish to issue a mission through the Military Intelligence Section 9 to seek relevant clues, based on the spirit's instinctual craving for extraordinary materials from this pathway. I shall focus on the underground markets and gatherings of extraordinary individuals in Priai's Port and Beakland. Additionally, I will issue a bounty to mobilize hunters extensively. Yes, I shall heed your command and immediately address the malevolent spirit incident, pledging my unwavering loyalty to His Majesty the King. As I watch my ambitious and spirited subordinate depart, Admiral Hine maintained his unchanging smile. In the parlor of the Welch residence on Hall Street, a beautiful girl named Naya, with long, flowing brown hair, excitedly suggested to the deep black notebook resting on the marble coffee table, "Shall we try some divination? What do you think?" Divination? That's merely a pastime for girls. I believe we should focus on gathering more substantial reference materials. Klein shook his head disapprovingly. Divination seemed utterly unreliable to him. History is a serious subject that demands rigorous study and empirical evidence. How can one treat it with such frivolity? It's not entirely implausible, though. We could give it a try. After all, it wouldn't be too troublesome. Welch, unlike Klein with his straightforwardness, quickly supported Naya's suggestion and proposed a solution to endear himself to her. He then inquired of Naya, "Do you know how to perform divination?" "I do. I've learned a bit from others. We can try mirror divination." As she spoke, Naya stood up and urged Welch to gather the necessary items for the ritual. First, Naya made sure all the doors of the parlor were shut tight and drew the curtains, plunging the room into a dim ambience. Next, she meticulously wiped the already clean marble coffee table, placing the notes of the Antigonid family at the center. With the mirror positioned behind the notes so that those seated before the table could see the notes reflected, she arranged candles in front of the notes and lit them. Then took Welch's perfume and sprayed some into the air, filling the room with a rich fragrance. Once everything was set, Naya half knelt before the coffee table, requesting Welch and Klein to face the table and stand respectfully behind her, maintaining a quiet and reverent demeanor. Thus commenced a rather absurd. Beneath the flickering glow of the dim candlelight, Naya extended a hand to caress the mirror's surface, her arm casting a shadow across the notebook, forming distorted and restless shapes. With the other hand resting upon her chest, she closed her eyes and, with a demeanor of reverence, softly chanted, "O wondrous mirror, please reveal to me the origins of this notebook before me." She whispered the incantation repeatedly, while Welch gazed at the mirror with curiosity. And Klein regarded the scene as somewhat ludicrous. The yellow flames of the candles flickered gently, and an unnatural chill enveloped. An eerie force emanated from the black-bound notebook, silently entwining itself around the three young individuals seated before the coffee table, blissfully unaware of the unfolding phenomenon. Chapter 24. The dark divination. The surface of the silver mirror at the back of the notes shimmered with a sinister black glow, as if it could reflect the darkest recesses of every soul. The three individuals stood as if suddenly stricken blind, seemingly oblivious to any anomaly. One knelt while the other two remained standing, silent and motionless. A youthful and beautiful girl entered the washroom, turned on the faucet, and filled a basin with water. As if preparing to cleanse her exquisite features, she placed the basin on the countertop and, without a hint of hesitation, submerged her entire face. The icy water enveloped her eyes, nose, and mouth, eventually spilling over the edge and drenching her long, silky brown hair. The rotund Welch numbly approached the wall, suddenly leaning forward, tilting his neck back, and forcefully smashing his head against the surface. Each impact followed the last, as if an invisible force was using Welch's head as a hammer, attempting to shatter the wall. First, crimson flowed down, later mingled with white and yellow, until fragments of his skull began to fall away. Dressed in a brown gown adorned with lace and frills typical of Rune, and wearing a soft black veil hat that conformed to the aesthetics of the era, Bernadette walked along the path from White Oak Street to the main thoroughfare, heading towards the contact point of Elemental Dawn, the old bookstore of Old Wang. Wang Zichuan trailed beside Bernadette, as was his custom, gesturing towards passers-by, particularly commenting on the figures, appearances, and attire of young girls. "Could you perhaps leave that outdated hat behind? It clashes utterly with your elegance. If Rossel were here, he would certainly disallow you from obscuring the beauty of his little princess with such an unsightly hat and black veil." After critiquing the girls they passed, Wang Zichuan resumed his commentary on Bernadette's hat. "Could you not choose a more youthful style? Perhaps something in lighter shades, like white lace? I am over 100 years old." "Ah, still young, still young. I've lost count of my age." Wang Zichuan felt a wave of embarrassment, ashamed of his stagnant existence over countless years, and hastily shifted the topic. "What brings you out this time? I never imagined the illustrious, mysterious queen to be such a homebody, with no pressing matters at hand. It seems you hardly wish to venture out." "I am investigating certain matters." "Concerning what? Your ascension ceremony?" "Yes, I shall soon depart from Priai's harbor for Beckland. The royal secrets can only be unraveled there." At these words, Wang Zichuan scoffed. "In my opinion, you should have heeded my advice long ago. That night, you should have accompanied me to capture that King's lackey and conducted as, you would have learned everything." Wang Zichuan shifted from Bernadette's left side to her right and continued, I know you do not wish to indiscriminately slay the innocent, but he is no good man. Do you even know what he is up to? Are you aware of what lies aboard the cargo ship he is on? You know nothing. Such a significant piece of extraordinary divine property has slipped through your fingers. The opportunity has flown away. Soon, Bernadette arrived at the most discordant bookstore on the main street. Upon entering the bookstore, Bernadette noticed the absence of the proprietor, the disheveled figure known as the salty fish owner. As she scanned the surroundings, her gaze fell upon a balding head peeking from behind the bestseller display. Approaching the display counter, she found the elderly Mr. Huayan dozing in a recliner, his sparse white hair barely visible. Just as Bernadette was about to rouse him, the half-open door on the left was forcefully pushed aside, and a gaunt young man with unkempt hair and dark circles under his eyes burst into the store. He strode directly to Mr. Huayan's recliner, reaching out to grasp the collar of the old man's shirt, intending to hoist the fraudulent bookstore owner off the ground and hurl him to the floor in a fit of rage. However, he woefully lacked the strength to lift the elderly gentleman from his seat. Undeterred, he vociferously accused, swindler, old fraud, what do you claim is in that book? Infuriating. I shall demolish this wretched bookstore. By this time, Mr. Huayan had awakened, immediately spotting the enigmatic figure of Bernadette standing nearby. Yet, the irate young man continued to berate him for his deceitful conduct, and in a fit of indignation, he produced a thin booklet from his pocket and hurled it at the bookstore owner's face. Mr. Huayan, feeling quite embarrassed, would typically have laughed off such antics, mocking the youth for his lack of wisdom and poor self-care, while still yearning for excitement. Yet, the situation demanded a different approach. He began to placate the young man with soothing words while swiftly retrieving several swell banknotes from the cash register and handing them over, assuring him that once he procured the desired booklet, it would be set aside for him at a discount. With deftness, Mr. Huayan managed to usher the disgruntled youth out of the store, all the while wearing a sheepish expression. Turning to Bernadette, he inquired, what may I assist you with? I need information regarding a cargo ship that arrived in port 3 nights ago, she replied. Bernadette, however, remained cautious of the lamp's spirit, given its notoriously malevolent nature. Having wielded the wish-granting lamp for over a century, the recent peculiar activation of the lamp conjured unsettling memories of the prophecies from the lamp's remarkable resilience and the spirit's particular requirements regarding the Judicator and the Black Emperor's extraordinary traits resonated deeply with the revelations foretold in the prophecy. Yet, uncertainty lingered, prompting her to gather intelligence on various exceptional occurrences through the dawn of elements. This ship might be entangled with military or royal secrets of ruin, necessitating utmost caution during the investigation. After a brief pause, Bernadette added, please exercise prudence, prioritize safety. I am preparing to depart from Priai's port. After relaying further instructions, she left the secret stronghold of the Dawn of Elements in Priai's port, ready to embark on a train journey to Beckland. Chapter 25. Harel, the sky above Beekland is perpetually shrouded in gray, a consequence of the Industrial Revolution ignited by the illustrious Emperor Roselle over a century ago, rendering the night sky devoid of twinkling stars. Inside the Indy Celenzo restaurant, Bernadette awaits her lunch, while Prince Chuan has just returned from a leisurely stroll in the kitchen. In recent days, Prince Chuan has refrained from aimlessly wandering about, for this is Beekland. Is the menu truly the invention of Roselle? I assure you, it is utterly implausible. They do not even serve scrambled eggs with tomatoes here. Bernadette remains unperturbed, seemingly oblivious to the male presence hovering nearby. Perhaps I could craft a new recipe for you. You might have the restaurant's chef prepare it. I assure you it would be delectable. Soon, Bernadette's lunch arrives, and Prince Chuan observes as she, embodying the demeanor of a refined diner, gracefully unfolds her napkin, takes up her knife and fork, and elegantly slices into her veal, savoring each bite with poise. Truly, she exemplifies the grace of a princess. This makes me feel as though I am merely alas, while others dine, I merely watch, while others sit, I stand. It is not my fault, it is the world's fault. With no meal to partake in, and, of course, the unlikelihood of obtaining one, Prince Chuan finds himself engulfed in ennui, his gaze wandering around. His keen eyes detect the silhouette of a beautiful young lady at the entrance of the restaurant. This young woman is tall and slender, adorned in a pale yellow gown that accentuates her graceful form, embellished with lace and floral trim, and adorned with scattered silk flowers. Her long, dark green curls cascade down her back, radiating an aura of freshness reminiscent of yellow daffodils. Prince Chuan promptly diverts his attention from Bernadette and rushes toward the enchanting maiden. The young lady's deep brown eyes shine brightly, her gaze piercing through the air as if no one could reflect in their depths. Prince Chuan circles around her and what appear to be her rather unremarkable middle-aged parents. And he is astounded to discover a magnificent necklace gracing her neck. Crafted from emerald or perhaps jade, adorned with fragments of diamonds, it is undoubtedly carrying such a wondrous item so carelessly. Does she not fear its adverse effects? A beautiful, haughty young lady from a well-to-do family, could she be Harel mocked from Beakland? Harel, is there anything you desire to eat? The foie gras here is quite exquisite. Would you care for a portion? Inquires Lady Liana, Harel's mother, with gentle concern. Unlike most young ladies, Harel does not immediately seize the menu to peruse her options. Instead, she displays an air of indifference, as though the act of ordering would tarnish her image. She simply informs her mother, "You decide." Prince Chuan's expression is markedly joyful, a stark contrast to his previously listless demeanor during his days confined within the Celenzo restaurant. He turns directly to Bernadette and states, "I shall be stepping out for a few days." Bernadette wishes to dissuade him, yet she recognizes that she possesses neither a suitable reason nor the authority to do so. She could discern that the lamp god had developed a profound interest in the young girl, perhaps contemplating some scheme, which caused her a twinge of... After a moment of introspection, she realized that there were no pressing matters at hand, and thus, she resolved to discreetly follow and keep watch, lest the lamp god conjure up an irreparable situation. Last night, Beckland experienced a considerable rainfall, which washed away much of the dust in the air, leaving the weather resembling a mischievous child post-bath, revealing an unusually clean visage. Within the opulent villa of Count, a gathering of young noble ladies and gentlemen indulged in the delectable desserts and ice cream of the Hall family. Audrey joyfully produced an antique showcasing its mysterious patterns and irregular cracks to the assembly. Is this an antique? Has it been appraised? Murray Saxon, the sole heir of the Viscount, who was disinterested in managing the family estate or pursuing political advancement, instead gravitated towards esoteric subjects, much to the chagrin of his father, were it not for the fact that his companions in these mystical pursuits were the Count's daughter and the young Viscount. Old Lord Saxon would have surely ordered the servants to dispose of all his son's enigmatic materials and artifacts. Moreover, this could be an extraordinary item, a treasure of the ancient Black Emperor Solomon. Audrey declared with restrained pride, her voice clear and melodious, reminiscent of a spring bubbling over smooth pebbles. What extraordinary capabilities does it possess? Inquired Jane Windsor, curiosity piqued. Her chestnut hair was elegantly arranged in a delicate bun, adorned with shimmering sapphires and scattered diamonds, while her locks on either side were intertwined with beautiful satin ribbons, exuding youthful charm and graceful poise. I cannot say. Audrey's tone grew somber. When my father gifted it to me, he claimed it was an extraordinary item, yet despite numerous attempts, I have been unable to activate it. Perhaps Count Hall is merely indulging your whims, Murray remarked, taking a sip of coffee and uttering a comment that tasted as unsavory as if he had just consumed expired brew, eliciting an annoyed glare from Audrey and a roll of the eyes from Jane. At that moment, Cons Learson, who had remained mostly silent, suddenly interjected. Let me share a secret, but do not speak of it indiscriminately. We have a new mission to seek out a malevolent spirit in Pritz Harbor. A malevolent spirit? The curiosity of the group was piqued, and they chimed in unison. Sensing their rapt attention, Cons felt an unusual satisfaction and lowered his voice. This spirit attacked one of our very powerful deputy ministers. Ah, is it truly that formidable? What does it look like? And who emerged victorious? Were they able to capture the spirit? The inquiries flowed forth, and Cons beamed with pride as he continued. The spirit is indeed powerful. It ultimately escaped. And we currently have no leads. Surely, this dreadful spirit will not come to Beckland, will it? Jane's expression was a mix of excitement and trepidation. Certainly not. In Beckland, the church and the extraordinary powers of the official authorities are so formidable that they could effortlessly vanquish it. How could it possibly dare to come to Beckland? Murray spoke with unwavering conviction. What extraordinary abilities does this malevolent spirit possess? Audrey inquired with curiosity. It is said to possess powers derived from the extraordinary pathways controlled by the royal family and the military. Could that malevolent spirit be a member of the Quaternary Trencist Empire's royal lineage? Is its assault on the military a quest for vengeance or perhaps a bid for restoration? Suddenly interjecting was Viscount Glayland, who had been silently listening. The attendees were taken aback, and they began to weave a narrative filled with themes of love, hatred, and tragic heroism, inspired by the notion of the fallen heirs of past royal families transformed into malevolent spirits embarking on a path of restoration. Chapter 26. Fright. As night descended, Hailuer Mott lay in her soft bed, succumbing to a profound slumber as usual. In her dreams, she felt herself awaken entirely, confronted by a middle-aged woman with lighter hair, a stern visage, and an array of wrinkles that told tales of time. Standing beside Hailuer, the woman evoked a sense of trepidation akin to that of facing a former etiquette instructor. "How adept are you at wielding the potions of your con artistry?" the instructor inquired. "Teacher, I do not wish to engage in the deeds you propose. They feel inherently wrong," Hailuer confessed, a mix of shame, confusion, and uncertainty clouding her thoughts. The teacher informed her that in order to master these extraordinary supernatural abilities, she must partake in ritualistic practices to which Hailuer had committed herself, striving to follow the methods laid out by her mentor. During her initial potion, the teacher instructed her to pilfer precious belongings from others, asserting that certain items imbued with supernatural power could inflict great harm upon individuals, and that her theft served as their protection. Hailuer resonated with this notion, embracing the righteous act of safeguarding the innocent from the shadows. Consequently, she swiftly grasped the potency of the potions. In her subsequent endeavor, however, the teacher urged her to devise means of deceiving others. Hailuer found herself perplexed, unable to fathom the rationale behind such nefarious actions, which resulted in a sluggish progression in her mastery of the potions. "Foolishness," the not-so-young woman exclaimed, her brows furrowed and eyes wide in exasperation, her demeanor a blend of frustration and disappointment. "What have I taught you? This is merely a ritual to master the potions, nothing more. Why must you overthink it?" "But, teacher," Hailuer stammered, feeling a mixture of fear and shame as she perceived herself as having failed her mentor while simultaneously grappling with her conscience against deceiving others. The middle-aged woman closed her eyes, turned her head away, inhaled deeply, and exhaled slowly. Then, with a deliberate effort, she turned back, attempting to convey a gentle expression as she continued. "Hailuer, I do not instruct you to deceive the virtuous. Observe, I have not asked you to mislead your parents, your household servants, or your neighbors. Consider the people of the East District, those vagrants, those drunkards. They are filthy, ignorant, lazy, and greedy, indulging in vice and gambling, robbing honest gentlemen of their wealth, and violating innocent maidens. Hailuer, ponder this. Is deceiving them a good or bad act? Is not ensuring they receive their just punishment a form of upholding justice?" Hailuer fell into contemplative silence, her expression gradually relaxing as she softly replied, "Teacher, I understand now." The middle-aged woman released a long sigh of relief within her heart, then smiled, continuing in a soothing tone, "I shall teach you several spiritual materials imbued with supernatural powers, as well as how to craft them into various wondrous Hailuer diligently absorbed the lessons within her dream, devoid of any trace of youthful arrogance. All of this transpired before Prince. He recalled the location of the nearby sewer entrance and, following his memory, made his way to the renowned Burke Street sewer, marking his visit there. However, much like Clamiel, he did not uncover the hidden survivors of the Jacob family. As night fell, he waited in Harold's room for the arrival of the tutor. Under the crimson moon, Prince Chuan suddenly sensed an unsettling force infiltrating Harold's chamber, directly targeting her as she lay upon her bed. In that moment, he understood that the tutor had commenced her duties. The potency of this force was so feeble that it evoked in Prince Chuan a sense of disdain akin to one who, having beheld the vast ocean, scoffs at a mere drop of dew. "When I engaged in celestial contests, your ancestors were not but the faintest glimmer of life. Nevertheless, such thoughts are best left unspoken." Observing the naive young girl before him, Prince Chuan contemplated whether he should intervene to thwart the ill-intentioned elder from deceiving the unsuspecting maiden. He had no interest in the extraordinary nature of misguided paths. Should he provoke her too much, it could indeed lead to chaos beyond his control. Perhaps he should seek out Bernardine? Yet, the Go family was notoriously swift to flee if the situation escalated without resolution, considering their proximity to St. Samuel's Church of the Night Church. It could rouse the nocturnal dwellers, complicating Bernardine's affairs in Beckland. As he pondered the nocturnal beings of the Night family, an intriguing idea struck Prince Chuan. Regardless of the outcome, he decided to reveal himself and frighten the woman. In the future, he would find a fortune teller to instill such terror that they would flee in panic, and that would suffice. As the dream lesson neared its conclusion, Prince Chuan suddenly manifested behind the middle-aged lady. Harold immediately displayed a look of shock, her eyes widening and mouth agape. The middle-aged woman sensed an acute threat, feeling as though a prickling sensation had invaded her back. Straining to instruct her intended host, she harbored immense caution towards the unexpected intruder in her dream, tensing her body and retreating swiftly while exclaiming, "Who are you?" Prince Chuan remained silent, merely smiling mischievously as he gradually transformed his appearance. His splendid robe morphed into a classic black garment. A black pointed soft hat appeared atop his head, and finally, his facial structure began to contort, reshaping into that of a young man with a broad forehead, pointed chin, black hair, and dark eyes. A smile graced his lips as a monocle manifested in his right palm. The middle-aged lady, who had appeared in Harold's dream, initially trembled, but as her fear peaked, she suddenly flickered and vanished as if disconnected from reality. Witnessing the abrupt disappearance of her teacher, Harold's suppressed scream erupted, shattering the dream and jolting her awake in terror. Upon hearing Harold's scream, her devoted maid instantly roused, rushing into Miss Harold's room to inquire about her condition. Lights in the rooms and corridors of the Mott family's residence began to illuminate, and Lady Liana hurriedly made her way to Harold's chamber. At this moment, Hayo had calmed herself. Uncertain of the identity of the figure that had appeared, she felt no excessive fear. Rather, it was the sudden emergence of a stranger and her teacher's look of terror that instilled a sense of dread within her. Now awakened, it seemed as though all her fears had dissipated along with the remnants of her dream. Chapter 27. The report of faint scraping sound emanated from the desk in the room, as a drawer slid open to reveal a stack of pristine stationery. A sheet from the top suddenly lifted, swirling gracefully before descending onto the tabletop. Black ink revealed itself, forming a lengthy string of runes. Within the sewers of Birkeland Street lay a sequence of demigods, one of whom was a thief, in a precarious state, on the verge of losing control. Seeking a suitable host, this sheet of paper, inscribed with but a few terse words, took flight from the desk, vanishing into thin air. The room fell silent save for the gentle sound of Harold's breathing. Suddenly, a bottle of glue on the desk leapt into the air, disappearing without a trace. The grand doors of St. Samuel's Church would not close at night, yet the bishop and other clergy would retreat to rest, leaving only the on-duty clergy and the night owls to roam the church in the deep hours. At this moment, there was not a soul at the entrance of St. Samuel's Church, when a piece of paper materialized from the ether, grasped by an invisible hand, maneuvered in various directions until it was finally affixed to the church's door. Remaining perfectly still, the unseen Prince Chuan scrutinized the adhered paper, feeling an inexplicable sense of incompleteness. After gazing for a while, he suddenly produced a pen from an unknown source and inscribed several large words at the top of the sheet. Report letter. He took a step back, nodding in satisfaction, preparing to create a stir to alert the night watchman that business had arrived. Suddenly recalling something, he floated forward and added another phrase in the bottom right corner of the letter. With these tasks completed, a copper whistle appeared in his hand. Ordinary in appearance yet gleaming brightly, indicative of a mass-produced item, evidently not used for long. One end of the whistle was tied with a thin red string, forming a small circle perfect for slipping over his wrist. Prince Chuan blew into the whistle twice, then swiftly hung it on the door before retreating to a distant vantage point, waiting silently. A figure clad in a thin trench coat burst forth from St. Samuel's Church like the wind, prompting suspicion that this might be a vengeful visitor to the nocturnal sanctuary. He found the entrance devoid of anyone, and a glance around revealed no anomalies. Suddenly, he heard a faint clattering noise and turned to the church door, where a copper whistle swayed gently, tapping against the door with an almost imperceptible metallic sound. Above the whistle, a piece of paper with writing was affixed. At that moment, two night watchmen exited the church briskly, one a middle-aged gentleman in a double-breasted coat, the other a man with a scarred profile exuding an air of coldness. Do not act so impulsively in unexpected situations. How many times must I remind you to be composed and prudent? The first watchman, possessing gray-brown hair and light brown eyes, exuded a mature charm typical of an adult male. He first reproached the reckless behavior of the younger members of the team, then inquired about the preliminary findings. What have you discovered? Captain, behind the door, Hanek replied, gesturing towards a neatly affixed piece of stationery on the door. Upon hearing this, the captain and his stoic companion turned sharply, their eyes drawn to a copper whistle suspended by a red cord alongside a note. The captain of the night watch approached, and his gaze fell upon a bold headline that filled his vision, Report of Suspicion. He swiftly scanned the contents of the paper, which revealed a sequence of thieves lurking within the sewers of Birkeland Street. Demigods, out of control. Quickly, inform the archbishop and the senior clerics. The captain, aghast at the revelation, shouted as he tore the report from its place and seized the copper whistle, hastily making his way into the church, with Hanek and the stoic companion following closely behind. The first to arrive was the Sword of the Goddess, a senior cleric of the Night Watch, crusty Saisama. With her short golden brown hair and emerald green eyes, ranked 5th among the spirit sorcerers. Alhassan handed the report directly to Saisama, who unfolded the paper as several members of the Red Glove team gathered around. Saisama read swiftly, then made a decisive announcement. Request the use of sealing objects 1 to 63 and 1 to 51. And proceed immediately to Birkeland Street. Meanwhile, hidden in a secret location within the sewers of Birkeland Street, Flora Yako, the enigmatic teacher of Hayer, experienced a tremendous fright in Hayer's dream, prompting her to consider hastily parasitizing an animal to escape Birkeland Street. However, upon awakening from the terror of death, she contemplated carefully, realizing that the entity was not the arch-nemesis Amon, but rather someone capable of infiltrating dreams and creating illusions. The ability to intimidate demigods without pursuing them could indicate either a lack of power to do so or a reluctance to engage in conflict. After all, in Birkeland, no wild demigod would wish to battle another demigod without cause. Furthermore, it was certain that the individual could not be an official extraordinary being. For even if they had stumbled upon her, official extraordinary beings would not act alone. They would immediately report to their organization. And a multitude would arrive with powerful sealing objects to surround Birkeland Street and overwhelm the wild extraordinary being. What puzzled Flora was the purpose of this extraordinary being, at least of demigod caliber. Was it merely a guise? What motive would compel someone to intimidate demigods to consume potions? As Flora pondered her encounter from that night, she bitterly thought of Hayer, that fool, still unable to properly digest the con artist's potion after all this time, preoccupied with notions of justice. How utterly laughable. Were it not for Hayer's sluggish advancement, she would not have to hide in these filthy sewers for so long, unable to successfully parasitize, and would instead be seeking the treasures left by the Yako family. Just as Flora was lost in her thoughts, an invisible barrier suddenly rose over a vast expanse of Birkeland's central street. Chapter 28. Siege. At this moment, Saisama clutched a silver-white briefcase, adorned with a metallic gleaming silver chain that coiled around her left wrist. Surveying her surroundings, Saisama confirmed she had reached the approximate location indicated by the ritualistic magic, and thus prepared herself, instructing a member of the Red Glove team to open the case. The surface of the silver-white box undulated with ethereal ripples, which subsequently split apart, drawing in the warm orange glow from the surrounding streetlights. A pure and gentle radiance then emerged as a bone sword, shimmering with a lustrous sheen, levitated alongside a silver mirror. The night watchman responsible for opening the box grasped the mirror in hand, stepping back to direct it toward the vicinity of the sewer entrance, including the surrounding residential area. The mirror vividly reflected the scene of Birkeland Street, appearing to encompass more than an ordinary mirror could. The streetlights flickered back to life, and Saisama seized the bone sword, proclaiming, "Let us descend first, locate the enemy's precise position, and force her out of the sewer." As Flora sensed something amiss, she immediately darted from her hiding place. All beings devoid of extraordinary abilities turned ethereal. She would have even welcomed the prospect of inhabiting a rat in the sewer. Yet even that was beyond her grasp. Her body was gravely wounded. Were she able to inhabit another, she could unleash much of her inherent power. However, without a target to possess, her injuries would significantly hinder her combat capabilities. She had no intention of battling the official extraordinary beings. She merely hoped that the mechanical heart was not among them, for its array of peculiar magical artifacts and penchant for overwhelming attacks with extraordinary weaponry would render escape exceedingly difficult. Her plan was to flee as far as possible upon exiting the sewer. As Saisama and her companions entered the dark and filthy sewer, the darkness posed no challenge to their vision. They wielded an object of a third-level seal, specially treated to correspond with thieving paths, preparing to utilize their arcane connections to sense the hidden enemy's position. This seal bore minimal threat. Each use compelled the wielder to uncontrollably steal from others until the value of the stolen goods equaled that of the ability's impact. Suddenly, a female figure with hair of a pale gold, nearly silver, materialized before Saisama and her team. The Red Glove team member, holding the seal, immediately felt an unusual sensation in her palm. The figure swiftly approached, prompting Saisama to grip the bone sword tightly. Saisama surged forward, invisible spirits encircling Flora, extending their arms to ensnare her body and impede her movements. Saisama wielded the bone sword, aiming directly at her foe. As Flora ran, She extended her right hand, twisting her wrist towards several night watchmen, causing Saisama to suddenly lose control over the spirits. The spirits betrayed Saisama, turning against her and entangling several members of the Red Glove team. Saisama had lost her ability to command the spirits of nature and resolved to rely solely on her bone sword in battle. Meanwhile, the other night watchers promptly unleashed their nightmarish powers, striving to lull the enemy into slumber. Even if they couldn't, they could still instill a sense of drowsiness and lethargy in their foes. Saisama leapt and danced through the air, thrusting her sword forward with great speed, effectively blocking all escape routes for Flora. Under Saisama's relentless assault, Flora found herself in a precarious position, struggling to evade. Just as she spotted a fleeting opportunity amidst the chaos of battle, she initiated her theft. Suddenly, Saisama froze in place, as if she had forgotten why she was there and the purpose of her fight. The other Red Gloves, while employing their abilities, drew their handguns and began firing frantically at the enemy. Abruptly, their hands holding the pistols came to a halt. They collectively forgot how to pull the trigger. Seizing this momentary pause in the Night Watcher's onslaught, Flora deftly maneuvered away from the throng, stealing some distance and swiftly making her way towards the sewer entrance. Above the entrance to the sewer on Birklund Street, another Red Glove member, clad in crimson, held a black box. The box appeared to have absorbed the deepest, most profound darkness, enveloped in a serene and distant aura. Prepared for action, he stood ready to open the box as soon as the enemy emerged. He positioned himself at an optimal distance from the sewer entrance, one hand firmly cradling the base of the box while the other rested atop it, poised to pull it open at the first sight of the enemy. Suddenly, the sound of someone climbing the makeshift staircase echoed from the sewer entrance. Flora quickly emerged, only to be met by a barrage of bullets. Yet, as if losing their intended trajectory, the bullets abruptly fell to the ground. Then, a flash of red caught her eye. It was a pair of exquisitely crafted red dance shoes, vibrant and lively, approaching her as if a little girl had spotted a beautiful dress. Gasping for breath, Flora prepared to execute her original plan of stealing distance and fleeing. However, she suddenly sensed a peculiar connection forming between her body and something extraordinary. A chilling sensation surged from her feet, rapidly enveloping her entire being, disrupting her spiritual output and interrupting her ability to utilize her most fundamental powers. She glanced down at her feet. The red dance shoes that had once been at a distance were now snugly fitted upon her. They seemed to be her own. Flora was about to delve into the arcane connection with the shoes and transfer it to the Red Gloves present when Saisama suddenly leaped out from the sewer entrance, sword in hand, lunging toward her. In a desperate bid to avert disaster, Flora had no choice but to steal the position of another Red Glove member, inadvertently risking her ally's safety. However, unable to escape the clutches of the enchanted red shoes, Flora was horrified to discover that the insidious curse was infiltrating her body at an alarming rate. Her form began to move uncontrollably, dancing as if she were a novice just learning the art. Arms raised, limbs swaying, knees bending, legs kicking, bending forward, leaning back. She was unwittingly dismantling the fluidity of dance into a series of disjointed movements, each practiced in succession. Once more, thoughts of evasion surged within her mind, a desperate urge to escape the curse of the wondrous artifact, believing that she could confront it later. Yet, she soon discovered that she had seemingly lost the majority of her extraordinary traits and abilities, rendering her incapable of wielding the power to seize the intangible concept. Panic seized her, and she found herself unable to regain control. Her form began to shift into an incomplete mythical creature, her body undergoing grotesque transformations, unable to retain its human semblance. Transparent or semi-transparent, intricately patterned larvae wriggled in and out of the creature's undulating form. The crimson-gloved figures immediately recoiled from Flora, hastily closing their eyes. The creature remained ensnared by the control of the red ballet slippers, the accumulated curses multiplying like an inflating balloon. Suddenly, the creature's body ruptured, and the once ensconced red slippers inexplicably vanished, emerging from within its form. Though the creature continued to writhe, its vitality waned as the mysterious larvae began to escape its body. They must not be allowed to flee. Fearful threats, scarlet hopes. A midnight poem resonated as the scurrying larvae slowed their movements, seemingly succumbing to the embrace of slumber. Saisama and her companions bore the dizziness and headaches inflicted by the sight of the meticulously targeting those still struggling to crawl until no living larvae emerged from the creature's form. Meanwhile, the crimson-gloved team member wielding the black box had already opened it, directing it toward the crimson slippers that had burst forth. Within the box, which seemed to harbor the profound depths of a starry night, slender black threads unfurled, entwining around the restless red slippers, gradually calming them into a state of eternal slumber. Chapter 29. The informant having observed the entirety of the battle. Prince Chuan departed with satisfaction from an already closed CAF on Birkeland Street, emerging from a second-floor outdoor seating area, where a beautiful woman with chestnut hair was seated. "You're nice. What brings you here? Are you intrigued by the Night Watch's pursuit of rogue extraordinary beings? This is rather uncharacteristic of you." Br Nice was momentarily at a loss for words, struggling to fathom how the lamp god, after following that girl, had rummaged through her home without taking any action, and instead chose to post an informant letter at the entrance of the night church while the wild extraordinary being was influencing her. The bewildering antics of the lamp god left Br Nice utterly astounded. Rather than engage in battle with the demigod, he opted for reporting. She felt her worldview had shattered once more. In a larger room often utilized for impromptu meetings beneath the ground, Archbishop Anthony Stevenson had arrived upon hearing the news and awaited further developments. As crimson moonlight streamed through the stained glass, casting flickering shadows that created an otherworldly ambience, the spiraling staircase led down to the gathering. Sesama had resealed 2 artifacts and recorded the extraordinary properties of the spoils of sequence before placing them in the Charney's Gate for further sealing. Subsequently, Sesama, along with her combat personnel, arrived at the underground room. Sesama began by succinctly recounting the events and outcomes of the battle to the Archbishop, then added, "We were prompted by an informant to urgently proceed to Birkeland Street. L, please elaborate." The Night Watch team leader, named L, stepped forward and recounted, around midnight. "While we were on duty underground, we suddenly heard a loud brass whistle. Henek was the first to arrive at the church entrance to investigate, but saw no one. He discovered a brass whistle hanging on the church's main door, accompanied by an informant letter. As he spoke, L handed the letter and the brass whistle to Archbishop Anthony. Informant, Black Cat Constable. Black Cat? Constable? Does the police system in B-Clan feature a constable who goes by that name? What are your thoughts on the informant?" Anthony tucked away the informant letter and glanced at the brass whistle, confirming it bore no extraordinary attributes. "It is certain that an extraordinary being was involved. Henek, who reportedly dashed out swiftly, sensed nothing. This suggests either an extraordinary being with the ability to conceal their presence or one capable of manipulating spiritual entities or inanimate matter. The fact that he could accurately assess the strength and state of the concealed demigod on Birkeland Street indicates he likely possesses comparable abilities. He may reside in that neighborhood and, concerned for his safety, wishes to eliminate the threat. Or perhaps he harbors a grudge against the wild demigod but lacks the means to eliminate her, thus resorting to reporting to the church, implying he must have some knowledge of it." Anthony pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Has any ritual magic been employed to divine the situation?" At this juncture, El Hassan stepped forward to respond, "Indeed, Your Grace. We attempted to divine the informant through these items, but it was in vain. We could glean no information. Subsequently, we sought to divine the origins of the letter and the copper whistle. The final owner of the letter was a noble lady from the Birkeland district, while the whistle belonged to a staff member at a club dedicated to training hunting dogs in the same area." The discussion in the room momentarily fell silent, as the informant possessed a formidable counter-divination ability, and it was improbable for any wandering spirits to linger at the entrance of St. Samuel's Church. After a brief pause, Anthony spoke. "Let us first investigate whether there exists an individual claiming the title of Black Cat Sheriff within the Beckland police system or among bounty hunters, or any pertinent clues. Additionally, we should arrange for inquiries into the noble lady and her associates, as well as the club and its connection to the whistle's owner." Observing that Bernadette had indeed resolved to rest, Wang Jichuan pondered silently. "Today, I roamed the night church and witnessed the battles of the Night Watchers. They could not find me or pose any threat, indicating that Beckland is not as perilous as it seems. There is no necessity for me to remain cooped up in the Serenzo restaurant alongside Bernadette. Where might I wander?" He contemplated venturing to the West End and Queen's District, where the military and nobility resided, hoping to stumble upon an opportunity to acquire desirable extraordinary traits. Drifting along the somewhat desolate streets of Queen's District, he occasionally spotted a carriage dashing by, each adorned with distinct heraldic designs that proclaimed their family. He mused that he should seize an opportunity to learn about the noble coats of arms to facilitate recognition of individuals. With no particular aim, Wang Jichuan meandered aimlessly until he stumbled upon a resplendent mansion, ablaze with lights and alive with the strains of music and raucous chatter. At this gathering, he discerned no fewer than 3 adjudicators or lawyers of lower-tier extraordinary capability. It was reasonable to surmise that a multitude of others from different avenues of extraordinary power might also be present. However, there were no mid to high-tier powers in attendance. Even in Beckland, the strongholds of the military and nobility, high-tier extraordinary beings would likely be rare, given their esteemed status, rendering it implausible for them to appear at such an event of evidently lesser caliber. In the direction away from the dance floor, numerous guest rooms echoed with strange sounds. Wang Jichuan paid them no heed, lacking the interest to investigate, for this was not the Red Theater. Yet, as he passed by one room, he suddenly halted. Although no sound permeated from within, an ominous power was seeping outward. Chapter 30 wishes the sinister energy emanating from the room, though not overwhelmingly potent, was steeped in a sense of filth and degradation. Prince Chuan effortlessly passed through the wall and beheld a strikingly beautiful woman alongside a young man, who appeared to be a guest of the ball. Before them stood a rudimentary altar adorned with candles, spiritual materials, and a shrine. Atop the shrine rested a silver statue, an inverted cross, short at the top and long at the bottom, upon which dangled a naked man. The young man knelt partially before the altar, while the woman stood gracefully behind him. He murmured the revered name symbolized by the silver statue. The flickering candlelight cast shifting shadows throughout the room, elongating and contracting, while the heavy drapes completely obscured the crimson moon outside. Upon completing their prayers, the beautiful woman and the young man tidied the modest altar, carefully stowing away the shrine and statue. After praying to the Lord, we warmly welcome you to join us, the enchanting woman said with a smile. The young man, filled with excitement, nodded fervently, exclaiming, "Yes, yes. I will persuade my father as soon as possible." The Aurora Society's missionaries seem to be everywhere. What do they seek from the minor nobility? What use can such fools be? It is hard to say. Perhaps these dim-witted beings, adored for their looks rather than intellect, are indeed the favored disciples of the Aurora Society. Prince Chuan chose not to intervene in the beautiful woman's proselytizing. Firstly, uttering the revered name of a hidden presence marked one as its follower. Secondly, there is freedom of belief. One may worship whom they please. And it is of no concern to me, especially since they do not believe in me. Perhaps I could follow this woman to uncover the lair of the Beckland Aurora Society. But what purpose would it serve? I am not an official. Well, I might glean information about the tomb of King George III through the activities of the Aurora Society, preparing in advance to seize extraordinary characteristics. Yet, what preparations do I need to make? Never mind, I shall make a wish. Let me mark this man. I wish for the couple before me to be eternally enraptured in love. On the second floor of Serenzo Restaurant, in a sunlit room, Bernard was diligently perusing some documents at his desk. These were letters and materials just delivered from Priai's port by a designated courier. The smugglers have vanished without a trace, severing our leads at the docks. This cargo ship is privately owned by a merchant named Takhun Lake, who has resided in the southern continent for many years and possesses extensive plantations. His detailed information awaits confirmation from our members in the southern continent. Furthermore, it is said that a small village not far from Priai's port has experienced a large-scale dispossession of farmers, many of whom have become refugees flooding into Priai's port. These refugees, both male and female, clad in tattered garments and with darkened skin, are arriving in droves on foot, reportedly seeking work. We suspect that among these refugees may lie some of the previously vanished smugglers, as their numbers are overwhelming. Moreover, we have discovered that their movements are organized, with someone covertly guiding and monitoring them. We have arranged for individuals to infiltrate the ranks of these refugees, hoping to trace their precise whereabouts. Bernadette's slender fingers turned another page, the room resonating with the soft rustle of paper. Bounty hunters in Pritz Harbor have been seeking clues regarding a malevolent spirit that has suddenly emerged, and there are evident signs of extraordinary official activities in Pritz Harbor, where they have been quite active, showing portraits and conducting inquiries. Judging by the attire of these official extraordinary agents, they appear to be members of the Bureau of Military Intelligence. Enclosed with the correspondence was a portrait. Bernadette produced additional documents, which included preliminary investigative materials on Takhun Lake, alongside some routine collected information. Finally, a well-crafted, clear image was presented before Bernadette. For a fleeting moment, she was taken aback, soon replaced by a sense of absurdity. Bernadette unfolded these materials once more, laid out a blank sheet, and grasped a fountain pen. The southern continent, slaves, demigods in the military, and the mysteriously vanished populace. Thoughts of the malevolent deity and the sacrificial rites crossed her mind. According to the lamp god, this calamity involved powers of a higher echelon. and it was evident that a faction within the upper echelons of the Rune military was providing protection for this affair. The Aurora Society? The Witch Cult? The Spirit Sect? These active cults, dedicated to the resurrection or arrival of their malevolent deities, could potentially be the origin of this slavery incident. However, what motive would the military have to collaborate with such cults? Bernadette resolved to personally investigate the whereabouts of the slaves, to unearth the root of this calamity and endeavor to resolve it. As for the alternative option of making a wish to the lamp god, she did not even entertain the thought. After an indeterminate period of contemplation, Prince Chuan felt increasingly stifled. He emerged from the lamp, only to find himself not in the Serenzo restaurant. Had that reclusive Bernadette ventured outside, surveying the filthy streets, the wandering vagrants, dilapidated houses, and the litter-strewn ground? He pondered, is this the East District? What brings you to the East District? Investigating the numerous reports of missing persons in this area. Hey, perhaps we should seek out a military demigod for inquiries. This method seems rather unnecessary. I plan to head to a bar to post some investigative tasks. Let us go together. Chapter 31. Serendipity. All bars resonate with the same cacophony, chaos, and clamor. The sole distinction lies in the fact that the B-Clan Bridge District is somewhat more tastefully adorned than the East District, offering a wider selection of beers at slightly elevated prices, with patrons dressed in a more polished manner. Other neighborhoods surpass even these two in terms of refinement. Bernadette, adept in the art of illusion, skillfully disguised her appearance and sought out the most renowned proprietors or brokers in each district who issued bounty tasks, requesting leads on the collective disappearance of over 100 individuals in B-Clan, or those whose fates were known yet shrouded in mysterious deaths. She left behind a false name, Joanna, along with a prepaid deposit, indicating she would return periodically to inquire about the progress of her task. How do you possess such prowess? As a demigod of high rank, how could you be so well versed in such matters? A nostalgic expression graced Bernadette's face. In those days, when her father was still alive, he was unlike any other. He not only crafted peculiar trinkets for her, but also took her in disguise to experience the world. They would masquerade as bounty hunters, embarking on quests to explore forests and ancient castles. He referred to it as role-playing games and often concocted bizarre combinations of words. Later, when she fled from Indus, her existence was not solely confined to the vast ocean. Impressive, indeed. You truly know how to enjoy yourself, Roselle. There is an extraordinary gathering of the remarkable tomorrow night. Ah, you have already attained Sequence 3. What business do you have at such a gathering? Do they merit your presence? These underground illegal assemblies in B-Clan merely facilitate the exchange of extraordinary materials and wondrous items, issuing simple tasks that hardly warrant the attention of high-ranking demigods. Even Sequence 4 demigods often merely oversee gatherings hosted by their own organizations. Will you attend? Of course, I shall accompany you. Above the mist. Within the grand and majestic palace, 3 figures at the head of the bronze-long table were engaged in conversation. Very well, it is my turn. Let me ponder what I shall convey. Audrey tilted her head slightly, contemplating for a few seconds. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she smiled with a hint of excitement as she spoke. In Rune, the military special department is offering a bounty for information regarding a formidable malevolent spirit. They possess an image of this spirit, said to resemble an ancient nobleman. A malevolent spirit? How powerful is it? Is B-Clan truly that perilous? I wonder if the goddess's church is involved. The Night Watchers should be more adept at dealing with ethereal entities, shouldn't they? Klein mused silently, his expression remaining unchanged. The formation of a malevolent spirit is no trivial matter. It usually stems from the intense psychic imprints left behind by high-ranking beings after their demise. Such spirits are exceedingly wicked and dangerous. Until the military purges this malevolent entity, it would be wise to avoid areas where it may manifest. Alger did not wish for the newly established clandestine channel to be severed so soon. The individual in question was evidently a noble lady from Rune. And once she became an extraordinary being through the potion formula she provided, this channel could prove even more significant. Thank you for your warning, Mr. Hangman. Audrey sincerely expressed her gratitude to the other party, then recalled the recent discussions her father and brother had frequently engaged in, and chuckled softly as she spoke. Beyond the news of malevolent spirits, I wish to mention that since our defeat in the war along the Bear and East Coast, the King and the Prime Minister, after the previous reports from Birkeland Street, the nocturnal escapades in the West End, and the daytime visits to taverns, Prince Chuan has increasingly affirmed that Bakeland is not as perilous as imagined. As long as I refrain from recklessly launching night raids on the 3 grand cathedrals, I believe no one will concern themselves with my intentions. As dusk fell, Prince Chuan could no longer contain himself and drifted out from the Serenza restaurant. The population density in the eastern region of Bakeland was several times that of the western area. Yet the resources available for survival were but a fraction, merely thousands or even tens of thousands less. The inhabitants here were predominantly numb and bewildered. Aside from the mere act of survival, they harbored little in the way of ideals or aspirations. Many men lingered in taverns, dulling their spirits with cheap beer, living day by day. Numerous women, struggling to make ends meet, resorted to the most primal form of capital, selling their bodies to barely sustain themselves. Initially, Prince Chuan wandered the streets, where he encountered little more than aimless vagrants resembling the living dead. Even the rats scurried away, hiding in the sewers. Fearful of being caught and skinned by the impoverished or of being sent to bars to serve as bait for dog fights. Eventually, he began to traverse through walls. Witnessing a majority of individuals sprawled motionless in cramped rooms, resembling lifeless bodies, with only the intermittent sounds of snoring attesting to their existence. Crossing a street, he entered a house facing the thoroughfare. This modest building featured only one room and a small living area on each floor, imparting a sense of confinement and claustrophobia. Yet it was a rare example of upscale living in the Eastern District. At that moment, in the living room on the first floor, the lifeless body of a young woman lay exposed on the ground, her abdomen revealed with a gaping wound, as if sliced open by a sharp instrument. Blood flowed freely across the once pristine floor, creating an indescribable tableau of horror. A large, sleek black dog squatted beside the corpse, voraciously devouring the woman's entrails. This menacing beast, with sharp fangs reflecting a crimson sheen as its jaws opened and closed, exuded an aura of ferocity, its eyes brimming with a bloodthirsty and frenzied desire. It was the demon dog poised for ascension to sequence 6. Should it be eliminated? Just as Prince Chuan entered the room, grasping the entirety of the scene before him and contemplating his next move, the demon dog suddenly sensed an imminent peril, an undefined threat lingering like an unannounced verdict. The demon dog raised its head, warily surveying its surroundings, feeling danger encroaching yet detecting nothing amiss. Lowering its head, it hastened its consumption of the entrails, ravenously gulping them down to fulfill the ritual's requirements, ready to flee at once from the impending threat. Confinement. Prince Chuan extended his right hand, pointing at the demon dog before him. The massive beast was immediately ensnared by an invisible force, binding it in place and rendering it immobile, though the enemy remains unseen. The instinctive response to an attack is as deeply ingrained as bone. In an instant, it experiences a grotesque transformation, morphing into a fiendish form. Massive, bat-like wings unfurl, adorned with intricate and malevolent patterns, while twisted horns emerge from its brow. Its entire body ignites with an inferno of crimson and pale, the acrid scent of sulfur permeating the air. This demonic metamorphosis bestows enhanced strength and swiftness, alongside a resistance to arcane forces, loosening the bonds of confinement. However, in the absence of a visible foe, the demon hound finds its prowess in brute force and speed rendered futile. Instead, it unveils its gaping maw, lined with vicious fangs, and utters a word steeped in malevolence. Slow. It prepares to hinder the enemy's velocity, seeking an opportunity to flee. Chapter 32. Acts of Valor. Wang Zichuan sensed a vile and corrupting force coiling around his figure. The air surrounding him transformed into a quagmire, engendering an illusion of helplessness. As if his floating form had become burdened with weight, it was imperative that he did not let it escape. I hope this chamber harbors no means for extraordinary beings to traverse. This modest room was immediately enshrouded by a bizarre power, sealing it layer upon layer. Any creature imbued with extraordinary traits found the original doors and windows impervious to their attempts. Even the most forceful destruction could not mar the integrity of the structure. Realizing escape was futile, the demon hound swiftly altered its form, its body engulfed in crimson flames tinged with blue, exuding a noxious yellow-green mist that rapidly enveloped every corner of the room. This was the demon's lead. It intended to unleash a wide-range attack to suffuse the chamber with toxins, eroding the enemy's physical form, disrupting their abilities, and ultimately compelling them to reveal themselves, unable to maintain their concealed guise. However, the toxic gas posed no threat to a being composed purely of energy, one that was not even classified as a specter. Here, demonization was prohibited, and violators would face retribution. Suddenly, the demon hound quivered, as if struck by an unseen force of tremendous might. Its substantial form toppled to the ground, colliding with the wall and producing a resounding clatter. Yet, the wall remained steadfast, unyielding, showing no signs of fracture. Corruption. Seeing that the toxic vapor yielded no anticipated results, the demon hound resorted once more to a wide-ranging assault. The essence of corruption, once materialized, could adhere to a being's form, cloaking them in a viscous black liquid that not only revealed the enemy's location but also tainted them with the essence of decay, culminating in their eventual disintegration into a cloud of darkness, inflicting grievous harm. The yellow-green poison mist was suddenly suffused with a deep blackness, transforming into a flowing liquid, intent on enveloping all living entities. The black liquid surged like tumultuous waves, coursing over the surfaces of various furnishings, yet leaving no trace of its dark hue. The force of corruption washed over Wang Zichuan's figure, momentarily exposing his location to the demon hound's gaze, only for the black liquid to swiftly flow away without clinging to him. This perplexed the demon hound. It could scarcely believe there existed a being entirely impervious to corruption. Nevertheless, it astutely discerned the enemy's position and, without hesitation, spewed forth a vile incantation. Death. This word, imbued with malevolent power, unsettled Wang Zichuan, as if the energy that constituted his form threatened to unravel. Yet, with a mere amplification of the force emanating from the lamp, he stabilized his essence, dispelling the influence of the foul utterance. To slay innocents is a sin. Those guilty shall be punished. I decree the death penalty. As if the demon hound had fused with the overwhelming essence of corruption, it was immediately ensnared by the edicts of order. Its vitality waned rapidly. The tangible world began to reject its spirit, and the gates of the underworld seemed to swing open in welcome. The death decreed by ordinary extraordinary beings merely grants them the peculiar power to inflict fatal harm, delivering devastating blows to their adversaries through the control of force, supported by immutable laws. Conversely, the death pronounced by Prince Chuan seems to disrupt these very rules, blurring the boundaries of reality, directly defining the existence of the demon hound in accordance with the world's principles. The demon hound sensed the imminent approach of death. It let out a furious roar, flames erupting from its body, soaring to the ceiling. It began to ignite its own soul and flesh in a desperate attempt to resist the oncoming demise. Witnessing the demon hound's fierce struggle against its own essence, Prince Chuan's eyes suddenly ignited with a silvery flash, as if bolts of lightning emanated from the depths of his profound gaze, piercing into the very psyche of the demon hound. As the lightning flickered once more, the demon hound experienced the agonizing sensation of a sharpened spike penetrating its brain, stirring its nerves in torment. It could no longer contain its thoughts and reason. The deep, dark, sinister skin, akin to a thick, impenetrable armor, began to collapse under the crimson flames within, unable to maintain its canine form, transforming into a grotesque mass of oozing blackness, adorned with sinister patterns. This sludge-like creature, reminiscent of a viscous liquid entity, slithered across the floor, eroding and contaminating the ground and ordinary furnishings, leaving behind pockmarked surfaces and indelible black stains. Here, the loss of control by extraordinary beings is prohibited. I decree that loss of control equates to death. The demon hound had completely succumbed to chaos, morphing into a pool of inky muck, twisting into various repulsive shapes upon the ground. As chaos and death became indistinguishable, this sticky, abhorrent creature finally ceased its writhing, succumbing to an irreversible demise. The viscous liquid on the floor dissipated into a black mist, gradually shrinking until it crystallized into a dark mass adorned with irregular red and blue patterns, exuding a scent of sulfur, an extraordinary essence. This essence, upon coalescing, radiated a potent force capable of tainting the mind, a reflection of the demon hound's uncontrolled, imbued with its fierce unwillingness and profound madness in its final moments. Prince Chuan picked up this extraordinary essence, casting his gaze upon the chaos and the remnants of battle and corrosion that lay scattered throughout the room, lamenting the lady's undignified end. He contemplated whether to depart, leaving the cleanup to the church, or to take matters into his own hands and grant the lady a semblance of dignity. Thinking of the residents above, the master of the demon hound, and the unfortunate lady, Prince Chuan sighed softly. He wished for the room to return to its state before the demon hound's invasion, devoid of any extraordinary remnants. He desired for the lady to be restored to her complete form, retaining her entire body. As his words fell, a surge of power surged forth, conjuring an invisible wind within the room. Prince Chuan nodded in satisfaction, preparing to depart. Was he truly to leave just like that? How lacking in presence! He could not even record this in his journal. He paused, surveying his surroundings, searching for signs. Surely, a place inhabited by a single individual must be manageable economically. At last, within the drawer of the vanity in the room, Prince Chuan discovered a stack of stationery. The paper leapt forth, unfurling elegantly upon the vanity's surface, while the fountain pen, as if possessed by a will of its own, stood upright and commenced its graceful writing. An encounter with a ferocious dog, a menace to the populace, has been dealt with. This vile creature, belonging to the Criminal Pathway Sequence 6, must have received aid from a master to ascend in its nefarious pursuits. Thus, I implore the esteemed officials to exercise heightened vigilance. Since time, cats and dogs have coexisted in discord. A Call to Valor, Black Cat Constable. Chapter 33. The crime scene. Bernadette had not yet succumbed to slumber. She sat by the window, engrossed in a tome on the arcane. Suddenly, an object materialized upon her desk, a dark mass imbued with a potent spiritual taint, adorned with mysterious patterns of red and blue. Prince Chuan emerged from the ether, a sixth-tier demon, born of a canine. Bernadette lifted her gaze to regard a demon hound poised for an ascension ceremony, and I fortuitously stumbled upon the scene of the crime. Thus it is. Surely, you possess the means to eradicate the spiritual pollution from this extraordinary feature. Crafting a magical artifact could prove to be quite exhilarating. Perhaps the adverse effect might manifest as an insatiable appetite for meaty bones. What do you desire? At last, Bernadette spoke. In a refined townhouse on Hepmerho Street within the Jewwood district, the lady of the house, Mrs. Jones, inquired of her maid, "Has Miss Khalida not arrived yet?" "Mother, if Miss Khalida is unwell or otherwise occupied, does that mean I need not study today?" Miss Jones peered from the second floor, her eyes brimming with anticipation, yet her voice feeble. "Benny, go find Tom and send him to inquire at Miss Khalida's residence," Jones commanded the maid in a rather brusque tone. She then turned her stern visage towards her daughter. "Lena, if you neglect your piano and drawing studies, how can you expect to marry well and ascend into high society? To stand out and thrive, one must possess a skill, an advantage over other young ladies. My daughter is so beautiful. How could I ever permit her to marry an ordinary man, those clerks and merchants who are unworthy of my lovely daughter?" Upon receiving the message from Benny, Tom, armed with the governess's address, made his way directly to the outskirts of the Beckland Bridge area, near the boundary of Jewwood. Upon reaching the modest building, Tom approached the ground floor entrance. Noticing the absence of a doorbell, he politely rapped on the door. Knock, knock, knock. After a moment's wait, no one came to answer. Were they still asleep? Ill? Or perhaps, was the house vacant? As Tom prepared to knock once more, he was struck by an unusual scent. At first, he presumed it to be the all-too-familiar stench of decaying refuse and sewage prevalent in the East End, yet as he drew nearer to the door, he discerned that this odor, though not overpowering, emanated distinctly from within the room. It brought to mind a childhood memory of a mutt he had raised in the countryside. That mottled yellow dog had been a part of his life since before his birth, accompanying him as he grew. Yet, as time passed, the dog aged, growing lethargic and spending its days dozing beside a large stone under the eaves. One day, the dog vanished. After searching for several days, he ultimately discovered it lifeless amidst a stack of straw in a dilapidated shed. The dog's carcass had begun to decompose, and flies buzzed incessantly around it, releasing a nauseating stench that wafted through the air. The foul odor emanating from the room now reminded him of that yellow dog. Tom was suddenly engulfed in a wave of panic. He knocked on the door several times, but received no response. In haste, he stepped back and dashed out, heading towards the nearby police station. A more pungent stench assaulted his senses as he entered the room, where a woman lay on the floor. From the doorway, one could discern the mottled discoloration on her exposed skin. The furniture and decor were meticulously arranged, showing no signs of a struggle. The doors and windows were securely locked, and the floor bore no traces of blood. The deceased's body and attire were intact, yet she lay lifeless in the living room. Was it suicide, a sudden illness, or perhaps a bizarre locked-room murder? Two seasoned officers, their minds racing with a flurry of conjectures, refrained from disturbing the body and began to investigate the surroundings of the living room. Suddenly, the officer who had kicked in the door noticed a piece of stationery partially pinned under the coffee table and called his partner to examine it. Cannibal? Extraordinary being? The officer felt a surge of anxiety, pondering what to do next. I don't know. Let us report to the inspector." The other officer's voice trembled slightly. "Damn it. Why don't you stay?" The two officers bickered, pushing each other as they hesitated to even touch the paper on the table. They quickly exited the room and shut the door behind them. Tom, standing in the corridor, dared not enter, but approached the two officers as they emerged, inquiring when he could leave. Upon seeing Tom, the officers immediately adopted stern expressions and reprimanded the reporter of the incident. They then dragged Tom towards the police station, hurrying as if a dreadful creature were pursuing them. According to the officer's account, the case was escalated through the ranks until they were informed that it had been reassigned to another department. They were instructed to take a detailed statement from the reporter and then could wash their hands of the matter. Soon after, 3 members of the Mechanical Heart team received the report and, armed with artifacts from the Sun domain and extraordinary firearms, rushed to the scene. Standing at the entrance of the small building described in the case, the overpowering odor of decay was palpable even outside. The leader, a young man with tousled brown hair, appeared to be in his 20s, sporting glasses with lenses as thick as a beer bottle bottom, evoking sympathy for his nose. His face glistened from the side, and a prominent pimple marred the left side of his cheek beneath his glasses. Chapter 34. Investigation Results. This is Carlson, a member of the Machine-like Heart team. Despite his youthful appearance, he has been part of Machine-like Heart for several years and currently holds the rank of Sequence 8 archaeologist. The other two members are merely Sequence 9, one being a generalist and the other a seeker. Due to the police's report mentioning only a female corpse, a note, a dog, a cat, and an extraordinary being, Machine-like Heart regarded the matter as an ordinary extraordinary event, dispatching only 3 low-ranking members to investigate. Standing at the doorway, Carlson first retrieved his sealing artifact. A warm sensation surged from his core, instilling courage within all 3 of them, as an aura of purification enveloped their bodies. With great caution, Carlson opened the door, revealing a tidy living room, the only dissonance being the corpse lying on the floor. The room was bright, devoid of any residual malevolent forces. The trio inspected the body, noting its unnaturally intact condition, which seemed almost eerie. The abdomen of the female corpse was peculiarly sunken, as if it were hollow, unable to support the skin that covered it. They then approached the coffee table to examine the note described in the report. Sequence 6. Carlson and his companions widened their eyes, their hands instinctively reaching for their sealing artifacts and extraordinary firearms. Why hadn't the police mentioned that the woman's death involved a Sequence 6 extraordinary being? Those officers must have rusted bearings in their brains. They ought to be thoroughly— What should we do, Carlson? The generalist member asked, his voice dry. Stay calm, stay calm. Carlson tightened his grip on the temporarily requested solar domain sealing artifact, speaking with a hint of uncertainty. There are no malevolent forces lingering in this room. Otherwise, 3 to 1,576 would have reacted. What could the criminal's connection to Sequence 6 be? The other seeker inquired, maintaining a semblance of composure. The 3 fell into silence. After a moment, Carlson mustered his courage, stepped forward, and picked up the note. He sensed neither peculiar nor evil forces lingering. The note, much like the room, seemed utterly mundane. Regaining his composure, Carlson addressed his seeker companion. Use ritualistic magic to divine the cause of the owner's death. He then turned to the generalist. Let us further search the room for any leads. After a flurry of activity, they found nothing of significance. Before departing, they retrieved the police department's designated protective tape to cordon off the door, preventing curious or greedy residents from entering the damaged room. The trio hurried to the headquarters of the God of Steam and Machinery in the St. George district, located in the basement of St. Hilarion Church in the Beckland Parish, where they found Deacon Acancer Bernard. Acancer was busy grooming his unruly hair in front of a mirror, when not on a mission. Acancer spent considerable time grappling with his obstinate hair, whether at home on leave or during his shifts in the church basement, attempting to tame it. However, as a frequent user of sealing artifact 2 to 111, his hair remained as stubborn as ever, resembling a wild. Carlson provided a detailed account of the scene and the results of the ceremonial magic, handing over a piece of note paper. Acancer took it, studied it for a moment, then pondered before saying, I shall bring along 2 to 111 and accompany you to the site for an inspection. Acancer conducted another thorough investigation. The abilities of the appraiser assured him that there were no extraordinary dangers present at the scene. As a craftsman of extraordinary lineage who was not particularly adept at divination, spirit communication, or unraveling mysteries, he found himself at a loss in the face of this extraordinary event devoid of any clues. With a furrowed brow, he retrieved the sealed item 2 to 111 from his pocket, a peculiar, ancient silver mirror adorned with intricate patterns. Taking a deep breath, appearing as if he were bravely facing death, Acancer gently stroked the mirror's surface 3 times, then inquired, Esteemed Arrods, my question is, what extraordinary factors were involved in the events of last night within this room? The surface of the mirror rippled like the surface of water, revealing vivid, pulsating images. A massive black canine creature lunged at a frail woman, whose face was etched with terror, her mouth agape in a scream that seemed to transcend the boundaries of the image and resonate in the ears of those present before. The woman was brought to the ground as the great black dog raised its forepaws, a glint of cold light flashing as it viciously tore open a gaping wound across her abdomen. The beast plunged its snout into the gash, voraciously tearing out her entrails and chewing them as blood gushed forth. The woman had long succumbed to death. The scene flickered, and the black dog was suddenly frozen in place, its form undergoing a grotesque transformation, swelling in size, wings of flesh unfurling, flame, and twisted ram's horns sprouting from its head. The image quivered once more. The black beast vanished, leaving behind a pool of viscous, black sludge that writhed across the ground, which soon stilled, emitting tendrils of dark mist that began to contract. As the scene was poised to shift again, there was a brief stutter, as if the mirror required a moment to contemplate how to present the next image. Then, it displayed a room in disarray, as if a tempest had swept through. Countless fragments of objects, both shattered items and mangled corpses, swirling through the air in a magical display. Finally, the image settled upon a coffee table in the living room, where a piece of stationery floated gracefully onto its surface, followed by a teacup that seemed to press itself down upon it. All the images rapidly faded, leaving behind a blank canvas, which was then inscribed with a line of vivid red words, according to the principle of equivalence. A cancer unconsciously swallowed hard, bracing himself for the impending verdict. When in bed with a beloved, do you prefer to be on top or beneath? It felt as though he had just consumed a large bowl of fiery Finnabote plateau peppers, as he was engulfed with a burning sensation from head to toe. Beneath. The cancer finally uttered, his voice barely a whisper, yet Carlson and the others still caught the answer. The atmosphere grew thick with awkwardness, as if the air had solidified. After a moment, the cancer collected himself and feigned composure, stating, "Arad's has only revealed the murderer of this lady. However, it is evident that a third party was also present." This individual dispatched the Sequence 6 hellhound and cleaned up the scene, leaving behind a note. The cancer analyzed the obtained results, and the awkward atmosphere gradually eased. My inquiry included the individual who left the note, the enigmatic black cat officer. However, Arad's completely circumvented the issue, indicating that this person may possess formidable anti-divination abilities, likely at least of demigod status. It is also possible that this individual has obtained clandestine protection. I believe we should report this to the Archbishop. Perhaps even notify the Church of the Goddess of Night. Perhaps we could inquire once more with Arad's, specifically about the identity of the individual who left, suggested Carlson with enthusiasm. The cancer displayed a look of disapproval. For the sake of prudence, let us first report to the Archbishop before proceeding further. What about the master of the demon hound mentioned in the note? We could inquire about his situation. Carlson remained undeterred. The cancer firmly held his ground, insisting that no second question should be posed. Notify the police department to treat it as an accidental death, attributing it to a home invasion and murder. Chapter 35. Gathering of the Extraordinary. As the day swiftly passed, evening descended upon the scene. Bernadette exited the Sorrento restaurant, making her way towards the Wakefield Theater in the Hillsdon district. The theater's entrance buzzed with activity, teeming with people. Some emerged from the nearby subway exit, while others alighted from opulently adorned private carriages, all impeccably dressed and sporting cheerful expressions. A large announcement board stood at the theater's entrance, adorned with vibrant words detailing the schedule of upcoming performances. Prominently displayed at the top, in striking font, was the announcement, "Join us tonight for a romantic reverie in A Midsummer Night's Dream." Bernadette flowed with the crowd into the theater foyer, bypassing the first floor, and ascended to the entrance of a larger box on the second floor, marked with the elegant numeral 2. She gently knocked on the door, which was promptly opened by a young man clad in theater usher attire. The young attendant remained silent, merely observing the newcomer until Bernadette produced a small conch shell. Recognizing this token, he fully opened the door, stepping aside to invite her in. Entering box 2, Bernadette found a middle-aged man seated by the wide-open window, seemingly awaiting the commencement of the evening's performance on stage. Upon her arrival, the man unveiled a box he had been holding, revealing a dazzling array of gemstones that sparkled brilliantly, atop which rested a modestly sized rolled parchment. He retrieved the parchment, unfurling it, then gestured for her to place her hand upon the intricate patterns at its center. This was a remarkable artifact known as the Traveler's Secret Scroll, a mystical item forged from the unfortunate experiences of a wanderer combined with the extraordinary properties of the sun. It allowed the bearer to designate an individual for transportation to a specified location, automatically binding them to a confidentiality agreement upon completion of the transfer. The specifics of this contract were determined by the holder, with the secrecy clauses wielding formidable binding power, while other restrictions were less compelling, thus preventing the imposition of enslavement contracts. However, The scroll bore a negative consequence. Should it be carried for over half an hour or used more than 10 times? It would randomly transport the bearer, with a vast range of potential destinations, even to remote places like Beakland. Additionally, prolonged possession significantly increased the likelihood of being assimilated into the faith of the sun. This wondrous object was drawn to glittering gems. Encasing it within a box filled with such jewels could temporarily seal its adverse effects. The parchment emanated a golden radiance reminiscent of the sun. And as her hand rested upon it, both her hand and form became translucent, ultimately vanishing entirely. Bernadette reappeared in a vacant chamber, devoid of any furnishings. Seemingly a transitory space. As the attendant caught sight of her countenance, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Your Majesty." She was ushered into another study, where the host of the gathering hastily approached her. "Your visit this time is?" The newcomer was a charming old man, his hair slightly grayed yet his spirit remarkably vibrant. He donned an outfit that was somewhat peculiar, a long robe that bore no resemblance to the garb of ecclesiastical clergy nor to the classic attire of sorcerers, yet seemed oddly familiar. This gentleman was Galbian Cordo, a significant member of the Elemental Dawn, wielding authority over the allocation of personnel and resources within the organizations. Currently serving as a level 5 astrologer. In the public eye, he operated a moderately sized circus in Beckland, owning a small theater in the Jowood district with regular performances. Mr. Cordo possessed a particular fondness for entertainment forms such as circus acts, operas, and plays. He had no specific demands, merely wished to announce a few tasks, treating me as an ordinary participant in the gathering. Without the special mask provided at the gathering to obscure one's appearance, Bernadette's visage became indistinct, leading others to unconsciously overlook her. Should one scrutinize closely, they would find her countenance rather mundane and devoid of any distinguishing features. Bernadette stepped into another spacious room. This setting was a farm on the outskirts of Beckland. Although removed from the city, the room within the farm remained brightly lit, with gas wall lamps fully illuminated, casting a gentle glow upon the figures of masked individuals present. The large room was arranged like a grand parlor, lavishly carpeted and furnished with an abundance of sofas, tables, and chairs, all adorned with an assortment of pastries and beverages. A number of individuals had already gathered, some seated in silence on the sofas or chairs, patiently awaiting the proceedings, while others formed small clusters, engaging in hushed conversations. The grand parlor connected to a corridor, one side of which featured several small rooms, all with closed doors. The atmosphere within the room did not evoke the mystique of an extraordinary gathering of the enigmatic, but rather resembled an informal and somewhat rustic country masquerade, awaiting its commencement. Bernadette casually settled onto a sofa, idly lifting a teacup from the side, her demeanor relaxed as she occasionally sipped from it. Minutes later, the host of the gathering, Mr. Cordo, entered the room, signaling the commencement of the event. A hush fell over the room as all eyes turned toward the elaborately robed elder. Adhering to tradition, he announced, "I shall provide complimentary notarization. Materials and items intended for trade may be directly presented to me for validation." With that, he encouraged free exchange among the attendees. The atmosphere transformed, lively chatter erupting in clusters, soon followed by the sounds of spirited debates. "I seek pure white radiant stones," bellowed a robust man adorned with a golden mask. While the mask obscured his face, it failed to conceal the thick stubble that extended from his jawline to his neck. Laughter erupted in response. "Ha! You should seek them in Entis. How could such materials be found here in the Sun Realm?" Curious glances were cast toward the bearded man, seemingly indifferent yet intrigued. After a moment of waiting and receiving no reply from those who looked his way, the man's emotions fluctuated, revealing his disappointment and frustration. He muttered to himself, "Is it truly impossible to find radiant stones in Beckland? I advise you against seeking out gatherings of extraordinary individuals, for you must be wary of the punishers who may discover your intentions and regard you as a mere follower of the sun to eliminate." The man who had previously scoffed continued, "I seek the cursed core of the Highland Cyclops worm." A somewhat ethereal feminine voice emerged, causing the attention of those without a specific target to shift towards a lady adorned with a black mask. This lady possessed long, silky hair of a pale golden hue and donned a simple yet voluminous black gown, which accentuated the peculiar whiteness and translucence of her exposed neck. Her slender figure, complemented by the heavy black skirt, exuded an aura of both desolation and fragility. Chapter 36. The conch, such a sound, such an elusive tone. Could it be Miss Sharon? Wang Zichuan cast an intrigued glance towards the lady. From the moment they exited Bernadette's abode until they arrived at the gathering venue, he had remained beside her, unnoticed by others. Upon hearing that distinctive voice, Wang Zichuan could not help but scrutinize the lady closely. Bernadette sensed that the lamp god was once again fixated on a woman whose face remained concealed, yet one could surmise her beauty was remarkable. She couldn't help but wonder if the lamp god possessed an affinity for lovely maidens. This thought led her mind, recalling the tale her father once told of unicorns that allowed only pure maidens to touch and ride them. After a brief moment, Wang Zichuan inquired of Bernadette, "Do you possess the core of this curse?" Bernadette replied in a peculiar tone, "No, that is a material of demigod caliber." Wang Zichuan clicked his tongue in response, choosing not to pursue further questions. It was neither a matter of the Chiu family nor did it possess the extraordinary characteristics he sought. Thus, it held little interest for him. As the gathering progressed, various needs were articulated, with a few being met while the majority went unaddressed. Gradually, most attendees made their requests or offered assistance. Suddenly, Bernadette proclaimed, "I wish to announce a mission." All eyes turned towards her. The baseline reward for this task was set at £1,000, with no upper limit, contingent solely on the value of the information provided. The assembly comprised at least mid-sequence individuals of sequence 7 or higher, perhaps even hidden demigods, who were not particularly intrigued by a task offering £1,000, yet listening posed no harm. The mission entailed investigating the mass disappearance of the populace in Bakerland, seeking to uncover their whereabouts and the reasons behind such an event, most crucially, their destinations. This task might carry certain dangers. From the information I have gathered, there are official extraordinary beings involved. Therefore, should one uncover the genuine and specific whereabouts and reasons for the population's disappearance, I am prepared to offer a substantial reward, be it in gold pounds or any material of mid-sequence caliber. Any material of mid-sequence caliber? Upon hearing this, the initially disinterested crowd suddenly became invigorated, as most began to ponder which of their acquaintances could lend assistance and which subordinates could be allocated to this endeavor. The investigation's findings could be submitted to the gathering's host, who would relay the desired reward upon verifying the information's validity at the next. "I can vouch for this matter," Mr. Keto interjected at an opportune moment. The gathering soon approached its conclusion when a man clad in a black cloak and hood, his appearance and figure indistinguishable, rose. His voice was low and raspy, suggesting he was unskilled at disguise, hence enveloping himself entirely and deliberately lowering. "I have a friend who wishes to join the gathering. He meets the requirements of sequence 7 and above. May I introduce him?" Mr. Keto pondered for a moment before responding. "To join the gathering, a confidentiality contract must be signed. Is he willing to do so?" "Yes." As the gathering concluded, "You may approach me privately. I shall bestow upon you another conch shell." After expressing his gratitude to the host, the hooded man resumed his seat, patiently awaiting the end of the festivities. "Is that conch merely a token? How do you communicate the time and location of the gathering to its members?" Wang Zichuan inquired curiously of Bernadette. "It is a magical object, serving a singular purpose. The convener of the gathering records a message in a unique manner, allowing others to bring the conch close to their ear and infuse it with spirit. Within 3 days, they shall hear the recorded voice." "Does this wondrous object have a name?" "It is mass-produced, so probably not." Wang Zichuan pondered for a moment and then chuckled. Continuing to Bernadette, "I believe your thinking is rather narrow. You could combine the conch with the remarkable attributes of scholars and imbue it with vast knowledge, thus transforming the conch into a highly useful magical item. You could pose any question to it, and it would provide a satisfactory answer. I have even thought of a name for this object, the marvelous conch. Its potential downside may be a reduction in the user's intelligence. However, what does that matter? The holder need not think at all. Whenever faced with a dilemma, they merely need to consult the marvelous conch. What do you think? Isn't this idea splendid? Meanwhile, in the headquarters of the 9th Bureau in Beakland, Kunasi sat in his office, attending to various trivial matters. A gentle knock echoed, and the partially closed door was pushed wider as an individual entered. "Director, I have a matter to report." The newcomer slightly turned aside, solemnly closing the door behind. Kunasi raised his gaze to his trusted subordinate who had entered, remaining silent. "Director, several of my informants have conveyed the same information. Someone is issuing a task to locate missing persons." "Who is behind this task?" "A woman, reportedly named Joanna." "Did she leave any contact information?" "She mentioned she would inquire about the progress of the task periodically." Why would someone seek missing persons? Have they discovered our activities in Beakland? Does she have relatives or friends among them? Or could it be related to our slave-raiding endeavors in the southern continent? That high-ranking malevolent spirit, could it be a companion of that peculiar malevolent spirit from before? It attacked me suddenly and then vanished inexplicably. What could its purpose be? Well, regardless of the reason, we shall apprehend her for questioning. Understood. Bring more personnel. We may request the use of sealing artifacts. As he observed his trusted subordinate depart, Kinasi drummed the tip of his pen against the tabletop, contemplating whether to report to General Hein. The intentions of this woman searching for missing persons remain unverified. What if she is merely seeking her friends and family? The king's missions are no trifling matter. However, if I do not report and this woman uncovers something causing trouble, I would find myself unable to explain to my superiors. Kinasi pondered deeply and ultimately resolved that he would wait until he captured the woman, and perhaps even trace the clues to apprehend the malevolent spirit before determining his next course of action. Chapter 37. The suspicious factory in the azure expanse of the Suanya Sea, a splendid sailing vessel, resplendent in gold and spanning several dozen meters, sailed eastward. Captain, are we not on a quest for treasure, engaged in significant matters? Why must we attend classes? Lamented a burly man, his skin weathered and hardened by the tempestuous ocean winds and scorching sun, his face contorted in despair. Learning is a noble pursuit. It brings us joy. How can one not yearn for knowledge? Seize the opportunity, Dane-eyes, with his sun-kissed brows and deep blue eyes, admonished his companion, then turned to the captain, offering a disarming smile. Isn't that so, Captain? The surroundings erupted in hushed murmurs, interspersed with bitter exclamations like, damn it. Why doesn't he just disappear? Class is commencing now. Adorned in a shirt, trousers, and polished shoes, with pearl earrings glistening, the frosty Major Edwina set up a small blackboard. Today, we shall explore a form of ritual magic, specifically, how to summon a messenger. What exactly is a messenger? A crew member inquired loudly. Damn it. He beat me to it, Dane-eyes thought bitterly. A messenger is typically a unique being from the spirit realm. Once a contract is established with a human, these entities can traverse the spirit world to swiftly deliver messages or items to their summoner or contractor. How can one acquire a messenger? Another crew member queried. Again. The question was snatched away. Damn it. I need to think fast and ask something. Dane-eyes clenched his fist involuntarily, suddenly feeling the hard object in his pocket, his classroom notebook. He swiftly retrieved the crumpled notebook, extracted a pen from within, and assumed a pose of earnest note-taking. Then, tilting his head towards his companions, he declared with a tone of disdain, shouldn't you all hurry and jot this down? With your limited brain capacity, do you think you can retain this knowledge? Edwina nodded approvingly at Dane-eyes. He discreetly stole glances at the captain, and upon seeing her nod, his heart soared with elation. Haha, I truly understand the captain best. Acquiring a messenger is no simple feat. First, you must. A clear, intelligent female voice resonated aboard the Golden Dream, while the crew inwardly sighed, feigning enthusiasm as they diligently took notes. This extraordinary ship, equipped with a purification cannon requiring the joint ritual of 6 light priests for its activation, bravely cut through the waves towards the eastern fringes of the Suanya Sea, heading towards the remnants of the Divine War. In a maritime region not far from the relics of the Divine War lay the target of this treasure hunt, where, according to whispers of lore, the key to the Grim Reaper was concealed, in the west district of Beakland. Within the subterranean confines of a meticulously crafted villa adorned with a lush garden, a hooded figure draped in a black robe knelt silently before a colossal statue, offering whispered prayers. The basement was unusually spacious and lofty, seemingly designed with intention. Such exquisite villas were commonplace in the West District, often more opulent, to the extent that the lavish decor could be deemed extravagant amidst economic constraints. The villa once belonged to a fallen noble, but now it serves as the residence of Mr. A significant stronghold for the Aurora Society in Beakland. At this moment, another figure clad in a black had entered the basement. Observing Mr. A with his eyes closed, fervently engaged in prayer, the newcomer refrained from speaking, choosing instead to stand at a respectful distance and wait. After a while, Mr. A concluded his prayers, opened his eyes, and rose to his feet. Mr. A. There are inquiries regarding missing persons in the East District, the hooded figure said, bowing slightly and lowering his head in humility. Oh, do not concern yourself with that. There will be those who are anxious, Mr. A replied. Moreover, there is another matter. Ladosha has been experiencing some difficulties lately. What troubles her? She was last assigned to entice the younger son of a baron to join our cause, facilitating our missionary efforts in the East District. However, it seems she has genuinely fallen in love with him, showing reluctance to fulfill further assignments. Astonishingly, the baron's son reciprocates her feelings and is currently in conflict with his father, insisting on marrying Ladosha. Our initial plan to manipulate him to influence his father and ease the control over the East District has thus failed. Ladosha has lost her loyalty to the master. Mr. A's voice turned chillingly cold, instilling an uncontrollable fear within the hooded man, causing his body to tremble slightly. He bowed his head even lower, hesitating to respond, even controlling his breath to avoid making a sound. The silence in the basement deepened, amplifying its eerie desolation. Yes, the hooded man quickly affirmed, then hurriedly exited the basement. Eager to leave, the tall, cavernous basement fell once again into a suffocating silence. After a considerable time, soft murmurs began to echo through the stillness. On the second floor of the Serenzo restaurant, Bernadette received fresh intelligence, dispatched directly by Mr. Koto's associates. Previously, members of the organization infiltrated a group of itinerants, attempting to discern their ultimate destination. Following these wanderers to B-Clan, they fortuitously encountered a coal processing and sales company that claimed its factory required a large number of workers, with no technical skills necessary for application. Consequently, every member of this wave of migrants joined the factory, with no one opting for an alternative. They were taken to a vast suburban area filled with numerous workshops and were informed that as long as they worked, there would be food for them. And they need not ponder anything else, just work diligently. The organization member maintained his disguise expertly, and no one suspected his true intentions along the way. Just as he prepared to investigate this peculiar factory further, he was horrified to discover that two newly arrived executives, supposedly there to inspect the factory, were in fact extraordinary beings, secretly scrutinizing this group of migrants. Could it be that I have made an error and been, or has some unforeseen event prompted those behind the scenes to start hunting for spies? Regardless of the circumstances, this is exceedingly perilous. I must flee this place immediately. Thus, the member of the organization immediately sought an opportunity and successfully escaped. He made his way directly to the safe house in Bakeland, and following the emergency assistance methods previously instructed by his superior, he contacted Mr. Koto's associates. Without much delay, the information reached the desk of Bernardine. A factory? Bernardine pondered. What secrets does this factory conceal? Did those individuals truly take on the guise of laborers? That seemed implausible. They had painstakingly captured slaves from the southern continent and arranged for a demigod to provide protection. It was hardly conceivable that their sole motivation was a shortage of workers. Currently, the only lead was this suspicious factory, which necessitated a personal visit for further investigation. Bernardine gathered the materials and prepared to descend for dinner. Chapter 38. The Battle at the Bar. After finishing dinner, Bernadette prepared to explore various bars in search of unforeseen opportunities. She arrived at the Lucky Bar, located near the Bakerland Bridge in the vicinity of the West Bylang Dock. The bar was bustling with patrons in the evening, idle members of the underworld and aimless drunks, living day by day without a care, occupied seats, indulging in cheap beer. Others gathered around the boxing ring, either cheering loudly or cursing vehemently, seeking momentary thrills to numb their bleak existence. Approaching the bar, Bernadette discreetly signaled her intention to meet the proprietor and discuss a bounty mission. She was escorted to a vacant billiard room, which contained only a solitary pool table, devoid of raucous patrons. An excited drinker sprang to his feet and dashed out of the bar, heading towards a subordinate branch of Military Intelligence 9. Bounty. A substantial bounty. He accelerated his pace. Soon, 3 extraordinary agents from Military Intelligence 9 arrived swiftly at the scene, bearing sealed artifacts. While Bernadette awaited in the empty billiard room, the proprietor failed to appear. Sensing something amiss, she contemplated whether to leave and evade potential trouble or remain and await unforeseen developments, which could lead her to vital clues. Patiently, Bernadette continued to wait without seeking the bartender for answers. Suddenly, she sensed 3 distinctly malevolent individuals drawing nearer to her room. In an unexpected gust of wind, a figure burst through the closed door, charging directly at Bernadette, as bolts of lightning emanated from his eyes and the sealed artifact he wielded. Mental piercing. Thunderstrike. Without waiting for the enemy's response, the wind subsided beneath her feet, and countless thin yet razor-sharp blades of wind spiraled forth from an object resembling a military horn in the intruder's grasp, hurtling toward the adversary with blinding speed. The agents of Military Intelligence 9, adhering to the principle of preemptive strikes, launched a relentless series of attacks. As the agents were poised to breach the threshold, Bernadette extended a hand, gripping an illusory matchstick about the length of a fountain pen. Its rounded head suddenly emitted a silent orb. The flickering flame went unnoticed by the agents, who continued their fervent onslaught. The adversary before her was immediately beset by the swirling wind blades, leaving him grievously wounded, while the thunderstrike rendered him paralyzed, and the mental piercing inflicted profound psychological damage. witnessing the woman before him collapse immobile. The first agent to enter felt a surge of satisfaction regarding his success, contemplating whether to add a further layer of imprisonment. At that moment, the two subsequent agents cautiously stepped into the room, observing their dazed comrade standing near the entrance with a foolish grin plastered on his face. An intangible presence seemed to have been abruptly pierced within the room. The first law enforcer to arrive was taken aback as the enemy he had anticipated apprehending suddenly vanished before him. Momentarily stunned, he then beheld the woman he was supposed to arrest, standing resolutely in place, clutching a peculiar, ignited, oversized matchstick. Subsequently, another enforcer who entered the scene swiftly employed his corrosive abilities, aiming to instill feelings of greed and recklessness in the adversary, leading them to make irrational decisions in the heat of battle. A third enforcer drew his pistol and commenced firing, simultaneously unleashing a debilitating and arrogant aura. He intended his bullets, directed at the enemy, to serve as a form of bribery. With Bernadette's formidable abilities and status, eliminating these three extraordinary individuals would have been effortlessly achievable. However, she had no desire to do so. Her sole intent was to glean further clues from their subsequent actions. Bernadette deftly evaded their attacks. As a former martial arts scholar, she was not solely proficient in magical assaults but possessed remarkable agility as well. Once the illusion dissipated, the first enforcer to breach the scene quickly rejoined the fray after a brief moment of astonishment. Gripping a sealing object tightly in hand, he brought its slender tip close to his lips and exhaled forcefully. This sealing object resembled a gleaming brass bugle, its elongated tube spiraling in a neat coil, forming an easily graspable oval shape. As the user sounded the bugle, the roar of tumultuous waves mingled with the rumble of thunder, momentarily stunning Bernadette. While his two companions were left paralyzed in place, the sound emitted by the bugle abruptly shifted, producing a cacophony of discordant notes akin to fingernails scraping a chalkboard or a knife rasping against glass. Bernadette's mind was suddenly engulfed in a buzzing sensation, far more disconcerting than the thunder that could rattle one's psyche. Initially disinclined to linger, intending to depart immediately, Bernadette unexpectedly sprang into action, delivering a powerful kick that sent the enforcer wielding the bugle crashing to the ground. She then strode confidently through the shattered doorway, leaving behind the stunned enforcers who could not muster a protest in time, hastily pursuing her only to find the bar empty, devoid of any trace of her presence. On the night of the Beckland Bridge district, the streets were sparsely populated, and the woman had completely vanished from sight. The enforcer felt a jarring pain in his side where her forceful kick had landed, sensing a potential internal injury. His companions, witnessing his pitiful state, found themselves at a loss for reproachful words. The trio exchanged silent glances until one finally spoke. "Have we messed up? Do you think the director?" Another companion hesitated. "Perhaps you ought to refrain from using that sealing object." The third companion, displaying concern, remarked, "You've acted impulsively, akin to a barbarian from Vuzak. It will inevitably lead to your demise." As the three reflected on their recent encounter and deliberated their next steps, a figure of graceful stature, with long legs, leisurely occupied a high stool, quietly observing them. Atop her head rested an oddly shaped hat, reminiscent of a creation from the underworld, evoking a sense of death and void. The figure beneath the hat, in the eyes of the three enforcers, is nothing at all. Chapter 39. Surveillance. The three enforcers from the 9th Bureau of Military Intelligence hurried to headquarters to report the unfolding situation to their superiors. Bernadette discreetly followed the duo to Bellotto Street in the Western District, where a sizable office building loomed. The building bore the conspicuous number 9, with an unassuming sign at the entrance inscribed in formal black letters, 9th Bureau of Military Intelligence. The trio strode directly into the edifice while Bernadette maintained a distant watch. At that moment, a figure emerged from her shadow. Wang Zichuan glanced at Bernadette, who was cloaked in invisibility, and surveyed the surroundings. Noting the pristine streets lined with opulent residences, gazing further afield, the modestly appointed office building's sign caught his eye. "Are you planning to launch a surprise attack on the headquarters of the 9th Bureau?" Wang Zichuan spun in excitement, as if envisioning an influx of extraordinary traits at no cost. How dull. The three enforcers soon arrived at Deputy Director Kuniz's office, where the light still burned. After knocking, they were permitted entry and found Kuniz seated behind his desk. With his back to the majority of the gaslight source, Kuniz cast a broad shadow upon the floor. His face, shrouded in darkness, appeared somewhat obscured, lending him an air of unusual authority and inscrutability that momentarily silenced the trio. "What brings you here?" Kuniz inquired in a low, rumbling voice. Director, we have located the woman concerning the missing persons investigation you instructed us to monitor. Kunis regarded the disheveled trio, a foreboding feeling taking root within him. He remained silent, his oppressive gaze fixed upon his subordinates. We attempted to apprehend her, stealing a furtive glance at their imposing superior. The enforcers felt an unsettling mix of trepidation and anxiety, but we failed. The trio were, in essence, Kunis's trusted allies, their fates intertwined with his. Observing Kunis's lack of response, they exchanged glances, and the enforcer who had spoken earlier continued, Director, the woman possesses at least a rank 5 status. We suspect she might likely be of a higher echelon. High rank. Kunis pondered deeply before stating. Inform Lord Stafford of this development and urge him to intensify the investigation of suspicious individuals. We cannot afford to leave ourselves vulnerable. As he watched his subordinates depart, Kunis resolved to consult General Hein at the earliest opportunity. The potential existence of a demigod or an affiliated organization probing royal secrets presented a perilous threat to the king he served. The enforcer injured by Bernadette sought treatment in the medical department, while the remaining two resolved to notify Lord Stafford without delay. Spotting the enforcer who had previously attacked her reappearing at the entrance of the 9th Bureau, Bernadette sensed a new assignment was afoot. She touched her brow, and an extraordinary pair of eyes materialized before her. Eyeless, indifferent, ethereal, and translucent. The pair of eyes soared towards two enforcers from the 9 Intelligence Agency, hovering above their heads as if seeking an opportune position, before settling upon the shoulder of one, akin to seeds embedding themselves into the earth, subsequently breaking through the surface. Coldly surveying all that surrounded them, the two enforcers remained oblivious, exiting the agency's grand doors and immediately proceeding along Bellado Street towards the Queen's District. Following, they arrived at an opulent villa, where, after conveying their intent to the doorman, they were graciously invited inside. The villa of the Viscount of Stafford was far from shrouded in darkness even at the late hour. Exquisitely crafted gas lamps adorned with delicate shades emitted a gentle amber glow. The grand parlor, several guest rooms, and living areas radiated bright light. Although the mistress of the house was absent, the villa was still meticulously maintained. Nobility typically do not retire as early as commoners, and the Viscount of Stafford had yet to succumb to slumber. Upon hearing the servant's report, he ushered his guests into the study. In the study, the two enforcers relayed the instructions from Major General Kunis, the deputy director. The Viscount's expression remained unchanged, his demeanor composed as he listened to their account, which included the recent skirmish at the Lucky Bar in the Beckland Bridge district. In conclusion, the Viscount nodded and stated, I comprehend the director's intentions. I shall fortify our defenses. With that, they prepared to take their leave. During their exchange, a pair of sinister eyes emerged from one enforcer's form, darting towards the neck beneath the Viscount's ear. Meanwhile, Belinda, stationed near the entrance of the 9 Intelligence Agency, gleaned no further insights. The figure of Kunis, the lamp spirit, remained absent. Yet, Belinda did not relent, as a being of both divine and mortal essence. Time did not always stretch interminably as it did for ordinary humans. Much like Prince Chuan, who occasionally ventured forth for amusement, yet spent most of his time confined within the lamp. In the absence of the internet, computers, and phones, how long could one remain indoors? This query likely only merits contemplation by humans. Prince Chuan's ability to maintain his sanity and composure during his confinement speaks volumes of his state. By midday, the imposing figure of Kunis suddenly appeared at the entrance of the 9 Intelligence Agency, preparing to pay an impromptu visit to General Hein. Approaching a cab at the street corner, Kunis casually entered one and instructed the driver to head to the Queen's District. Belinda promptly leaped from her pea-vine seat, the enormous vine retracting swiftly from sight as a carriage crafted from a colossal pumpkin materialized before her, drawn not by horses, but by 4 overseers. Belinda's appearance shifted, transforming into her earlier guise as Joanna, before she ascended the carriage, trailing behind Kunis' cab at a distance. As the carriage carrying Kunis sped towards the Queen's District, nearing the private residence of General Hein, Kunis suddenly recalled something and urgently commanded the driver to halt and turn back, directing the vehicle towards the military headquarters. Ah, it seems he has caught wind of you, remarked Prince Chuan with a scoff, glancing at the cab that had abruptly altered its destination. Well then, do you intend to pursue further? Prince Chuan remained noncommittal. Indifferent to whether he had been discovered, his singular desire was to surge forward, eliminate Kunis, and consume the unique traits. Chapter 40. Pursuit. Kunis felt an unmistakable sense of malice, suddenly reminded of the mysterious woman his subordinate had reported, and the malevolent spirit that had previously attacked him. which might be linked to her. He had ample reason to believe that this malevolent entity would follow him to B-Clan, continuing its inexplicable attempts on his life. He feared that even joining forces with General Hein would not guarantee their ability to apprehend the woman and the spirit. Thus, he resolved to head directly to the military headquarters, where the high-ranking powers could at least ensure his safety in numbers. Should the situation deteriorate, he could invoke the mysterious laws that diminish reality and enhance his defenses, allowing the headquarters' advanced weaponry to inflict significant damage upon his adversary. As for reporting this matter to General Hein, it seemed of little consequence. He could send someone to summon the general to the military headquarters for a debriefing. General Hein was renowned for his amiable demeanor, lacking any pretentiousness and easy to converse with. The military headquarters was a considerable distance from General Hein's residence in the Queen's District, and Chuan remained on high alert in the hired carriage, mentally prepared for combat. He refrained from using his abilities to hasten their journey, fearing that any unforeseen incident might provoke an early assault from his enemies. Only as he approached the gates of the military headquarters did the faint sense of hostility dissipate entirely, allowing Chuan to breathe a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the Earl of Stafford, having been implanted with the Eye of Secrets, refrained from nocturnal activities. At dawn, he donned attire devoid of his family crest. Opting for garments befitting an ordinary wealthy merchant, preparing to personally inspect the current affairs of a particular company. The factory was a chaotic and filthy place, strewn with coal cinders and tools, where numerous ragged individuals toiled to process the coal into manageable forms for storage and transport. The Earl, visibly disdainful, traversed the smoke-filled site and entered a relatively clean and orderly building, where several extraordinary individuals awaited him in the office. No significant anomalies were detected. However, one worker was reported missing. Following our investigation, we learned he had been part of the refugee group since leaving Pritzk Harbor. He was not a local resident of B-Clan, and no one claimed to have known him prior, nor did anyone know how he had joined the group. We suspect he may be one of the extraordinary beings, as it would be impossible for him to escape unnoticed if he were not. It is evident he infiltrated the refugee group with ulterior motives. The extraordinary individuals dispatched to investigate the anomalies reported their findings accurately. The Earl of Stafford grew increasingly agitated and, with a hint of dissatisfaction, inquired, "Has the new batch been sent over?" "They are en route, and we have arranged for 2 escorts," came the response. The Earl briefly vented his frustrations before continuing. "Due to this unforeseen incident, our factory may have been compromised. Change the company's name and find a temporary location to oversee these individuals." "Understood. We will attend to it immediately." As they exchanged words, the Eye of Secrets shifted its vessel once more. Chuan entered the military headquarters, only to be unexpectedly confronted by the presence of General Hein. Admiral Hein is a man of leisure, often found at home hosting grand balls and reveling in social engagements. A stark contrast to Chuan, who is a man of action. Chuan promptly briefed Admiral Hein on recent developments and subtly hinted at the desire to collaborate in apprehending a woman who may still be lurking, and whether due to misunderstanding the implications or harboring other intentions, Admiral Hein candidly expressed his readiness to report the matter to the king and seek His Majesty's judgment. As was customary following meetings with his subordinates, Admiral Hein smiled and bade farewell to Chuan. Once Chuan's figure faded from view, Admiral Hein sat in his office, wearing a sardonic grin, only to revert to his usual composed demeanor, embodying the urbane and affable demeanor of a fourth-tier demigod. Chuan, having received no assistance from Admiral Hein, felt a tinge of disappointment, though he was not entirely surprised, given his understanding of the Admiral's disposition. With a deep sigh, he held little hope for the Admiral's promises. While he was gentle and forgiving towards his subordinates, he exhibited a marked lack of ambition towards work and tasks, preferring to indulge in balls rather than addressing pressing matters. Chuan believed that Admiral Hein would indeed report the situation, yet the timeline for such action remained uncertain. Though he contemplated seeking aid from other friends, he was unaware of who among them could be trusted in this matter, as they too were entangled in the king's clandestine endeavors. He not only struggled to elucidate the origins of the enemy, but also faced the peril of exposing secrets. Resigned to his own devices, Chuan sighed again. He needed high-tier sealing artifacts, for only they could fulfill his immediate need to enhance his combat prowess, yet he found himself trapped within the military headquarters. Sealing artifacts were not as easily summoned as Admiral Hein, who could dispatch anyone at will. Moreover, requesting someone to apply for high-tier sealing artifacts typically exceeded the permissions of ordinary military personnel. How he wished for a miraculous item that would allow him to contact others at any time. Contact, a revered name? Suddenly, A spark of inspiration illuminated his thoughts, leading him to consider a dignitary who could assist him in overcoming his predicament. He could invoke the revered name of Prince Grove, informing him of his circumstances and seeking his aid. Prince Grove had been present when receiving the king's orders. Sequestering himself in a secluded meeting room, Chuan assumed a solemn expression and, with utmost respect, began to recite the revered name of Prince Grove, the enforcer of order and rules. The executor of the sword of judgment, the hunter concealed within chaos, the guardian of the kingdom of ruin, the esteemed Grove Augustus. Chuan earnestly intoned the name 3 times. Suddenly, he felt enveloped by an unexpected surge of chaotic power, as though he were being observed. He quietly conveyed that he was being tracked and monitored by an unidentified demigod of at least 4th-tier status, who was investigating cases of missing persons, and that she might have a companion of equal standing. He expressed profound concern regarding potential complications in the king's mission, beseeching Prince Grove for assistance. Suddenly, Chuan experienced a moment of clarity. Prince Grove would personally arrive to lay an ambush and capture the enigmatic demigod. One would act overtly to lure the adversary, while the other would operate in the shadows, masterfully orchestrating the situation to unexpectedly seize the foe and any potential ally she might possess. Chapter 41. The bait. Chuan concluded his communication utilizing the esteemed name and patiently awaited the arrival of Prince Grove. He meticulously arranged his extraordinary items, placing them within easy reach. Bernadette, stationed at the entrance of the military department, exhibited ample patience. Soon, Prince Grove arrived at the military headquarters from the Sodarak Palace in the Queen's District, where the concept of distance could be perceived as both tangible and chaotic. A figure suddenly appeared before Chuan. Prince Grove, donned in a white wig, sporting 2 curled mustaches. He was clad in an eccentric, ornate, old-fashioned noble attire. His neck constricted by an embroidered ruff, while his shoes were elongated and pointed, their tips curving slightly upwards. Chuan was struck by an odd thought. Such a personage ought not to stand before him, but rather be hung upon a wall. Go out directly, lure her into attacking you, and I shall follow, Chuan instructed. Without further ado, he dashed toward the military camp's entrance. As he approached, he paused momentarily to ponder, then hastily turned toward a decrepit warehouse nearby, unguarded and filled with miscellaneous items. Within the warehouse lay a concealed door, known to but a few. He swiftly traversed through this hidden passage and glanced around, as if to ascertain whether anyone was observing. Then, he harnessed his abilities and quickly departed toward the northwestern suburbs, feigning preparation for some clandestine endeavor to entice the lurking observer to follow. He harbored no concerns that his unseen adversary could not keep pace with him. A demigod-level extraordinary being would certainly possess the capacity to trail and surveil without faltering. I sensed the essence of a Sequence 3 extraordinary characteristic, becoming agitated as he urged Bernadette to hasten her pursuit quickly, lest they escape once more. Observing Bernadette's lack of response, he halted, somewhat perplexed. Are you prepared to concede? A strategic retreat, perhaps? Bernadette shook her head, replying, I lack the confidence to vanquish that Sequence 3 saint. Ah, no need for modesty. What of your ceiling item? Produce it. Prince Chuan expressed his dissatisfaction. This is Beakland, Bernadette said with a hint of helplessness. Should a confrontation ensue and not conclude swiftly, the commotion caused by a Sequence 0 ceiling item would attract the high-ranking members of the Rune royal family and the archbishops of various churches. After a moment of contemplation, Bernadette posed a question to Prince Chuan. Can you hinder that Sequence 3 demigod for a brief moment? Prince Chuan chuckled, responding, if you make a wish, you shall immediately witness them appear before you, in whatever extraordinary manner you desire. Bernadette did not engage with the notion of a wish but continued. If you can impede that Sequence 3 demigod for but an instant, I could swiftly capture Chuan and escort him away. Prince Chuan, slightly disheartened, shifted his thoughts. Securing a Sequence 4 would still be advantageous, as what landed in his possession would truly belong to him. Yet, he lamented the missed opportunity of acquiring the Sequence 3. Wang Zichuan nodded and remarked, this is quite simple. The two stood guard at the entrance of the military headquarters when suddenly, Wang Zichuan sensed a target approaching swiftly, only to bizarrely veer in another direction. He quickly maneuvered around to see Kunasi hastening towards the northwest. Not far from Kunasi, a Sequence 3 powerhouse concealed himself within the crevices of reality's rules. However, this eluded not Wang Zichuan's perception. He could accurately pinpoint Prince Grove's location. The military base lay in the northwest of Beakland, nestled near the outskirts, predominantly occupied by noble and wealthy estates, making it a sparsely populated area. Kunasi soon arrived in an uninhabited zone, Seemingly believing the moment had come, he abruptly halted. At that instant, Wang Zichuan quietly and swiftly, "I wish for a temporary enhancement of the banishment ability." A strange force emanated from the body of the lamp, and Wang Zichuan felt that the extraordinary traits of the Sequence 5 Punishment Knight he contained possessed at least the strength to match that. Wang Zichuan raised his hand, pointing towards Prince Grove's position. "Banish." Before Grove could react, his body involuntarily detached from the crevices of reality's rules. With no time to marvel at the enemy's capabilities, he hurriedly steadied himself, preparing to infuse the thorny crown above his head with spirituality. Yet, an invisible, immense force surged forth, swiftly propelling Prince Grove away. The thorny crown atop his head began to gather pure light, making him resemble a brilliant meteor streaking across the sky, only to be cast into the void. Upon witnessing Prince Grove's departure from the scene, Bernadette quickly produced a pale mask glistening with metallic sheen and donned it upon her face. Instantly, Bernadette's demeanor transformed, exuding an extraordinary aura of nobility. She now lacked the essence of a living being, resembling a deity coldly overlooking the mortal realm. She turned her gaze towards Kunasi, who, startled by Bernadette's sudden appearance, promptly sought to discern the enemy's primary abilities and counter them. In that moment, Kunasi's form froze. The scent of death seeped through his eyes. He felt his life slowly withering away, inexorably succumbing to an insidious demise. Bernadette, treading upon starlight, swiftly leaped beside Kunasi. She quickly removed her mask and ignited a scroll with spirituality. A crystalline stream of light cascaded down upon Kunasi, firmly encasing him in a frozen embrace. Then, she enveloped herself and Kunasi in starlight, as stardust wafted through the air. With the aid of the starlight, Bernadette and Kunasi's figures leapt away rapidly, vanishing from sight. In the outskirts of the Near East district, within an unremarkable farmhouse, Kunasi lay lifeless upon the ground, having succumbed to a tranquil death. His spirit had been forcibly extracted from his body by Bernadette, harnessing the pale might of death. Kunasi's somewhat blurred soul appeared to be in a state of bewilderment. B. Renade, with a calm demeanor, inquired, regarding the slave raids in the southern continent and the disappearance of the local refugees from B-Clan. "Have you provided protection? For whom are you undertaking these actions? Where have you taken these individuals?" The spirit of Kunas began to tremble violently, as if engaged in a fierce struggle against some unseen force. He opened his mouth, seemingly ready to utter something profound. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, the spirit of Kunas exploded, akin to a magnificent firework blossoming before B. Renade's eyes. The fragments of his soul did not follow the natural order of gently cascading to the ground and gradually dissipating. Instead, they surged upwards as if yearning to ascend to the heavens. With a wave of her hand, B. Renade enveloped these swiftly rising, ethereal shards within a constellation of starlight, dissolving them into nothingness. The lifeless bodies strewn upon the ground began to coalesce, revealing extraordinary properties. "Ha ha ha, Xiu Chujing, you have perished." Chapter 42. Harvest. Bernard sat in silence for a long while, her thoughts in tumult. With June as being a demigod bound by such potent contractual constraints, hunting down other high-ranking figures would surely yield little in the way of useful information. The focus on monitoring and tracking at the Stafford Viscount's end remained paramount. The appearance of a Sequence 3 today suggested a high-ranking royal power, indicating that the source of this calamity involving elevated forces indeed stemmed from the ruined royal family. Yet, what could I possibly do? It was inconceivable to eliminate all royal personnel involved. Surely, angels still existed within the royal lineage. Bernard remained hushed, while Prince Chuan paid her no mind, exhilarated as he rummaged through Junas's extraordinary attributes. He proceeded to scour the corpse's pockets and the items worn, laying them all out: wallet, handkerchief, cigarette case, pocket watch, pistol, and a 4-leaf clover charm. The pocket watch featured a black iron casing, its dial adorned with a dizzying array of symbols, half orderly, half chaotic. The pistol, predominantly gray, was larger than a standard revolver, evoking a rugged impression, resembling half a hammer. The charm, rather unremarkable, resembled a 4-leaf clover, devoid of embellishments, akin to a poorly crafted trinket. Prince Chuan picked up the pocket watch, delighting in turning it over and over, his satisfaction growing with each glance. He summoned the essence of his power and struck the watch, which shattered into fine dust and particles, illuminating the space with glimmers of black. These specks began to coalesce, ultimately forming two vividly contrasting clusters of extraordinary attributes, one a pitch-black fist-like shape, the other a silver-white, geometrically. Together with Junas's own extraordinary attributes, The three luminous clusters dazzled in Prince Chuan's eyes, impossible to tear away. Triple the harvest. Prince Chuan consumed the three clusters of extraordinary attributes as one would relish jelly, swallowing them whole. These attributes felt as if they inherently belonged to him, integrating seamlessly. Their spiritual impurities directly assimilated by his essential spirit. In a dimly lit chamber, flickering candlelight barely illuminated the room, casting shifting shadows upon the face of George III. After listening to Prince Grove's account, he furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, the arbitrator's pathway to sequence 2, sealing artifacts? The church? That shouldn't be. Level 0 sealing artifacts require mutual notification. Moreover, I've never seen any church within Ruin wield a level 0 sealing artifact of similar capability. Perhaps they're concealing something? It is impossible. The extraordinary attributes of sequence 2 are limited. Aside from our own, they could only belong to the Castia family. Castia. George III pondered. Can that woman Juna's mentioned trace her origins? After harboring some suspicions regarding the individual or sealed object suspected of being sequence 2, King George III turned his attention to the demigoddess with more leads. Her demeanor did not resemble that of the members of extremist organizations. Prince Grove continued his analysis. It cannot be the true God Church. Otherwise, they would have already made their presence known. George III scoffed. Intensify the manhunt. We must locate that woman and allow no room for error. They are likely to continue their investigation. The covenant of Chunas has shattered. And they surely have not acquired the crucial intelligence. Should we release a decoy and request assistance from the two princes? Prince Grove proposed. After a brief pause, King George III continued, discuss with Georgina and have her assist you. The high-level power of that sequence 2 most likely derives from the sealed object. Your true adversary should only be of the same level. This unexpected variable must be eliminated. In a luxurious mansion in the Queen's district, a handsome young man was passionately shouting at his father in the study. I love her. I want to marry her. I wish to be with no one else. The father, portly and bearing the marks of age, wore a serious expression, his brow furrowed with barely concealed anger, and retorted loudly. How can you marry a commoner of unknown origins? I do not approve. You do not understand love. You have no idea of its essence. I just want to be with her, and I will be with her. The young man's voice was hoarse from shouting. If you remain obstinate, I will ensure you never see her again. Bang. The young man, with reddened eyes, stormed out, leaving his father, who gasped for breath, with a pained heart. This young man was Arent Castide, the second son of Baron Castide. After a heated argument with his father regarding his marriage, he exited the study and signaled to his valet to summon the coachman, preparing to head to the Hillsdon district. The carriage soon arrived at a charming 2-story building in Hillsdon district. Upon entering the foyer on the first floor, a beautiful figure hurried down from the second floor, joyfully welcoming him. Arent opened his arms and embraced his beloved, speaking tenderly, Ladosha, how I have missed you. Ladosha returned the embrace tightly, expressing her affection through her actions. I am working to persuade my father to agree to our marriage. In any case, I will convince him. Yes, we will be together forever. The woman's voice was gentle as water. The two shared a moment of tender intimacy, and Ladosha casually remarked about that incident in the East District. You were unable to accomplish it, and I fear my organization will not provide you with the potion you desire. Well, do not worry, I will assist you. Ladosha's voice was soft yet resolute. If you aspire to become extraordinary, perhaps we can embark on this journey independently. Beckland is home to numerous clandestine gatherings of exceptional individuals, where potions and their recipes occasionally surface. All we require is to gather the requisite materials to concoct these potions ourselves. Regarding the inheritance of titles, I believe I possess a strategy. I simply need to allocate some additional time to collect certain materials. Should you wish to witness this for yourself, I would be delighted to accompany you. Chapter 43. The fate of the missing had Junas perished? The Earl of Stafford could scarcely conceal his astonishment, tinged with a modicum of trepidation. The official statement from the 9th Bureau of Military Intelligence indicated that he had succumbed to an unexpected assault by unidentified assailants in the northwestern suburbs. The butler leaned in, lowering his voice. Whispers abound that this incident is linked to the case investigated by General Junas. He was allegedly abducted and subsequently executed by members of a cult, and the 9th Bureau has yet to recover his body. A chill enveloped the Earl, who felt an ominous sense of impending. If an organization capable of eliminating Junas existed, they could just as easily extinguish my life. I wonder if they have noticed me. It would be unwise to frequent the factory any longer, as it would draw too much attention. However, hiding will not resolve the predicament. I must transfer the danger. Yes. I must swiftly shift the risk onto someone else. I need a scapegoat to divert the blame for the disappearances, redirecting scrutiny away from my involvement in these matters. It is imperative to contact the desperate ladies promptly, urging them to conceal this affair. The Earl's mind raced with thoughts, and after a quiet sigh, he made a resolute decision. In the outskirts of the Eastern District, a factory designated as a temporary holding site had undergone a name change. It was now a metallurgical company. The labor of the slaves, or vagrants confined therein, had transitioned from stirring cinders to sorting iron ore. A procession of approximately 100 individuals wound its way along the city's periphery, veering northwest, continuing alongside the banks of the Taysok River. A furtive figure occasionally approached the group, scrutinizing them closely before retreating to areas beyond sight. In a thicket some distance from the marching throng, a burly man with a beard was employing a solar halo. This contraption was indeed effective, yet its adverse effects were bothersome. Were I not an extraordinary being of the path of the bard, I would surely meet a dire fate. The man, clad in the typical garb of a thug from the Eastern District, had initially attempted to masquerade as a worker. However, upon stepping onto the street, he noticed the peculiar gazes of passers-by. His robust physique rendered him unconvincing as a laborer. Thus, he altered his appearance to that of a gangster. Now, no one dared to stare at him. Ordinary folk would hastily avert their eyes, and even the local ruffians kept their distance, some even daring to inquire which gang he belonged to. Having utilized his ability, he felt liberated from the taint of corruption, and thus approached the procession with renewed urgency. Relying on this remarkable artifact, he had traced the group from the Eastern District to the outskirts of the Northwest. The powers of the solar domain effectively purified the encroaching darkness, and thus he continued to wield it. This time, he resolved to follow them to the bitter end, seeking to uncover their ultimate destination and the mastermind orchestrating these events, striving to accomplish his mission flawlessly and earn the highest reward. Materials of Sequence 5. The procession continued along the banks of the Taysok River, ultimately halting before a towering cliff. The escorting extraordinary individual signaled for the crowd to cease before the open space in front of the rocky face. He cast a glance around, finding nothing amiss, and took a few steps forward, positioning himself before the crowd, directly facing the mountain wall. With a surge of spiritual energy, he activated the talisman nestled in his palm. After a brief moment, he beheld a figure materializing from thin air, a man in his 40s, with raven black hair, save for a few strands of gray at the tip. He exuded a gentle demeanor, his face adorned with a smile. It was none other than General Hein Clausewitz, clad in an expensive-looking formal attire, as though he had just emerged from a grand soiree. The two extraordinary beings responded in unison, promptly adhering to his command and turning to leave. The crowd was taken aback by this bewildering spectacle, erupting into chaos, but General Clausewitz unleashed a broad wave of intimidation that held everyone in place. Suddenly, the general furrowed his brow and tilted his head slightly, as if contemplating a shift in focus towards another section of the crowd. However, after a moment's pause, he abandoned the thought, maintaining his gaze upon the throng. Form a line. Everyone, proceed one by one, he bellowed sternly to the assembly. The anxious masses, resembling headless flies, trembled as they instinctively complied with the general's directive, queuing up to pass through the ethereal gateway outlined by strands of light. The general had long since retracted his habitual smile, his expression now grave, filled with a sense of helplessness and frustration. How had Chunas met his demise? If he were alive, I wouldn't have to undertake these duties myself. What an unfortunate turn of events. Chunas, that vigorous young man, brimming with zeal, believed himself to be deeply favored by His Majesty, unwaveringly loyal to the crown, and had eagerly taken on nearly every task, executing them with remarkable speed and quality. All I needed to do was to commend him, encourage him, and offer my verbal support, and he would devise and implement plans independently. Alas, despite his foolishness, I find myself reminiscing fondly about such a subordinate now that he is gone. Thankfully, I had not acquiesced to join him in confronting the unknown observer that day. Otherwise, my lifeless body would likely be covered in moss by now. In no time, the entire crowd had traversed the illusory light gate, prompting General Clausewitz to cease the activation of the talisman, causing the gateway to vanish. He remained rooted in place, his mind grappling with conflicting thoughts. Should I apprehend that bothersome voyeur, or feign ignorance? You say that if you slip away while I am preoccupied with my duties, I shall remain oblivious. Yet here I am, finished with my tasks, and you still linger, spying. After considerable deliberation, weighing his circumstances and the inexplicable death of Chunas, he ultimately resolved to act. He abruptly turned, pointing towards a cluster of towering trees in the distance, and proclaimed with authority, "It is forbidden to conceal oneself in this vicinity." Chapter 44. Interrogation. A figure, hunched and crouched beneath a great tree amidst tall underbrush, suddenly came into view. The burly man was taken aback. How could he have been discovered? He hastily summoned a beam of sacred light, a pure radiance imbued with divine essence cascading from the heavens, engulfing the distant silhouette. Not daring to glance back, he turned and fled. Yet, the figure enveloped in light was merely an illusion. General Haynes swiftly maneuvered his form, giving chase. The man felt a jolt of energy surge through his mind, as if a barbed whip had struck his very soul. An excruciating pain erupting from the depths of his brain. He let out a pained cry, his legs buckling beneath him, nearly collapsing to the ground. Staggering a few steps, he steadied himself and continued his flight. Simultaneously, golden, ethereal flames materialized around him, radiating an aura reminiscent of the sun, dense enough to form an ocean. The voice of the divine echoed, effective. Enduring the torment within his soul, the man harnessed the powers of a notary to amplify the intensity of his radiant flames. At that moment, General Hayne had closed the distance, thwarted by the golden flames that prevented him from launching a direct assault. Confinement. Deprivation. With the power of a demigod bestowed upon him, the man's body was firmly grasped by the air, rendering him immobile. The protective ocean of golden flames began to dwindle, as the ability of the radiant fire had been stripped away, leaving him unable to rekindle its strength. Target of punishment, the solar path extraordinary. General Haynes' form shimmered with the brilliance of dawn, his raised fist glinting with silver light. With a slight bend of his knees, he propelled him, delivering a powerful blow to the man's chest. Instantly, the man's chest caved in, ribs shattering under the force, his heart racing as if on the verge of bursting. As he was sent reeling backward, he suddenly felt as though a hammer had struck his head. Stars danced before his eyes, his body spiraled sideways, crashing heavily to the ground, and then darkness enveloped him as he lost consciousness. After administering another confinement, General Hayne approached to inspect the man, who lay barely alive, unconscious. Grasping the semi-lifeless voyeur, he pondered briefly before deciding to transport him to the dungeons of the 9th Bureau of Military Intelligence. However, as a fourth-tier demigod of the Judgment Path, he found himself lacking effective means to hasten his journey. Thus, he trudged onward, carrying the limp form like a corpse, making his way briskly toward the city. Upon entering the urban area, he immediately hailed a taxi carriage, instructing the driver to take him to Bellotto Street. Within the interrogation room of the 9th Bureau of Military Intelligence, the burly man, having regained some strength, found himself shackled to a specially designed interrogation chair. Injected with a unique serum, he felt utterly drained, his spirit seemingly glued together, rendering him dazed and incapable of utilizing his abilities. He hung his head, sensing that his time was short. After notifying Prince Grove, General Haynes settled into the interrogation room. Observing the captive while sipping coffee and casually perusing a large stack of various newspapers that had been brought to him, showing no urgency for the interrogation. Upon hearing the news, Prince Grove promptly set aside his affairs and rushed over. As soon as Prince Grove made his entrance, Admiral Hind promptly set aside his coffee and newspaper, greeting him with a warm smile. "Your Highness, you have arrived. All preparations are complete. Please proceed with your inquiries." The prince was led before a robust man bound with iron chains. When someone approached, the man did not raise his head to discern the visitor's identity, remaining hunched over, exuding an aura of utter despondency. "What is your name?" Prince Grove began the questioning in a conventional manner. The man seated in the chair suddenly felt an invisible whip rise ominously within his mind, its barbs crackling with electric current. He knew that a single misstep in his words would unleash unbearable agony, a torment he had recently endured. "What identity do you possess?" "I possess no identity at all," lamented Radmilo. "Otherwise, I wouldn't he have to undertake this perilous task to gather materials." He continued to bemoan his plight. "How foolish I am. I should have reported my findings after uncovering even a modicum of truth. For materials of sequence 5, I could have simply supplemented with a few gold pounds. Why did I feel compelled to uncover the truth? What relevance does it hold for me? Who assigned you this task?" "I do not know." "You do not know?" Prince Grove's brow furrowed, and the phantom whip struck down heavily. Radmilo let out a wretched scream, tears and mucus flowing freely. As he cried out, "I truly do not know. I accepted this task at a gathering of extraordinary individuals, where everyone was disguised and we did not recognize one another. Share everything you know about this gathering of extraordinary individuals." Radmilo longed to wipe away his tears and mucus, but his hands were restrained, leaving him helpless as they streamed down his face, even crossing his lips. All I know is that this gathering has existed in Beckland for a long time. Participation requires at least a mid-sequence status. They possess special items to conceal their appearances, so we should all remain unrecognizable to one another. And the location and notification method? The location is always the same room, but I do not know the specific site. It is always transported from different locations. As for the notification method, we have all signed contracts concerning the previous transit points, and I cannot articulate it further. What are the characteristics of the individual who issued the task? How do you receive your reward? She is a woman, quite tall. The reward is conveyed through the gathering's convener. Prince Grove fell into a brief silence, contemplating whether to forcibly extract information by breaking the contract or to pursue a more subtle approach through surveillance. The only way to glean information was through an insider. Capturing the convener and subsequently contacting that woman. Such a sophisticated gathering must undoubtedly have an organization backing it. These audacious clandestine groups, which undermine the stability of the empire, must be eradicated from the roots. What is your nationality? Prince Grove suddenly inquired once more. I suppose I can be considered a Phoenician. I was born there, then traveled to Indus, and finally arrived in ruin. I have been in Beckland for many years. Upon hearing this, Prince Grove cast a penetrating glance at Rad Milo, attempting to discern any traces of deceit beneath the layers of snot and tears that marred his face. It remained uncertain whether the Phenobot military possessed any unique techniques enabling their spies to conceal truths under any circumstances. Chapter 45, Prophecy. Prince Grove emerged from the interrogation room, closely followed by General Hine. What do you think? I suspect these individuals are not a cult at all. They may very well be spies from the Phenobot military. Is that so? Then what do you propose we do about the responsibilities originally assigned to Junus? General Hine hesitated for a moment, probing cautiously. Do you have any plans? Hine, you have been a demigod for many years. Have you never considered advancing further? I fear I may not withstand the power of the potion. The well-groomed General Hine forced a bitter smile. It appears the Castia family has received vague information from some source and has activated long-hidden spies to investigate this matter. You shall take responsibility for the spy situation and ensure they are apprehended swiftly. Yes, Your Highness, I will exert every effort. Promotion? What purpose does promotion serve? What benefits does it offer? Will it make one a king? To take matters into my own hands? Junus died under your protection. What use would it be for me to step in? Who should we appoint to replace Junus? We need someone ambitious, loyal to the royal family, and competent, at least of rank 5. Alas, Junus was truly remarkable. We must also re-equip the ceiling items. They must be at least of the demigod tier. Ever since Junus's demise, I have been so troubled that I fear I may begin to lose my hair. After contemplating for a considerable time, General Hine approached Rad Milo and cheerfully inquired, where do you reside in Beckland? 148, Birmingham Road, Hillston District. Very well, sign this contract, and you will become an informant for our Military Intelligence Division 9. General Hine displayed an encouraging smile, adding in a kindly tone, for 3 years. You cannot leave Beckland and must carry a tracking device. And after 3 years? Rat Milo blurted out. Well, we shall renegotiate the terms then. If, by that time, you can still stand before me and speak. On the southern bank of the Taysok River, in the northwest outskirts of Beckland, stood a towering cliff. Clad in a brown long dress, wearing a black soft hat and a fine checkered veil, Bernadette stood before the cliff. The location where those driven here vanished through the luminous portal bore no trace. Surrounded by swirling starlight, Bernadette walked, drawing closer to the cliff for a meticulous examination. Beneath her feet lay a long bridge shimmering with starlight, appearing extraordinarily ethereal and unreal under the bright sunlight. Prince Chuan, bored, wandered nearby and stumbled upon a nest of wild rabbits. He chased them for a while, even considering preventing them from grazing. He certainly knew what lay behind the cliff, or rather, beneath the ground, but he did not wish to disclose this directly to Bernadette. There were many reasons. King George III aspired to become a deity, a goal that Bernadette alone could not thwart. The war sweeping across the northern continent was equally beyond her capacity to impede. She might attempt to intercept the despairing nightingale that spreads the plague, however. Prince Chuan feels that the connection to the information from the spirit world is neither sufficiently vivid nor robust. It may not effectively aid Bernadette in stabilizing her while during her ascension. The trajectory of fate in this world seems to have been scripted long ago, impervious to the interventions of all but a select few beings capable of altering the narrative or rewriting the script. This notion may evoke a sense of despair, yet it embodies the fundamental laws of this realm. Thus, Prince Chuan refrained from venturing to Tianjin, from rescuing Dun. That was the catalyst for the growth of the fool. For without enduring profound tribulations, one cannot adequately support a gentle and kind-hearted soul striving to confront the chaos, distortion, and despair at the fringes of existence. Naturally, there is no need for excessive elaboration. After all, Bernadette is not engaging in a transaction with me. Why should I divulge information to her? If she were to learn everything, that reclusive girl would merely await the nightingale at home, leaving me to seek out companions to assist in my peculiar endeavors. Life, after all, is far more intriguing with a hint of suspense. A fleeting and elusive voice escaped Bernadette's lips. Bloody sacrifices, sinister altars, spreading diseases. Chaos that cannot be gazed upon. Moments later, her eyes regained focus. She meticulously contemplated the prophecy she had just uttered, connecting it with the information she had acquired. And she was nearly certain that this high-level calamity signified the arrival of one or perhaps several malevolent deities. Based on the nature of the disease, it could most likely be traced back to the primordial sorceress. Yet what did the unapproachable chaos signify? 22, New Year Road, Hillsdown. Arndt arrived joyfully at the small residence where Ladocia was temporarily staying, bearing a gift for her, a meticulously handcrafted, exquisite gown. He did not summon his personal attendant, choosing instead to enter unaccompanied. The scene in the living room struck him with dismay. Disorderly items scattered about, remnants of shattered furniture, and the living room door ajar. Arndt's pupils constricted abruptly. Panic surged within him, accompanied by fear and concern. He dashed up the stairs, calling out for Ladocia in a frantic, hastily opening every door in search of his beloved. His expression was one of anguish, eyes reddened. Despite his efforts to hold back, tears flowed uncontrollably. After a silent weeping spell, his visage grew increasingly tormented, soon followed by a wave of regret gnawing at his heart, which in turn ignited feelings of anger and boundless hatred. Father. Arndt gritted his teeth, forcing the word from his lips. His features contorted further, hatred blazing within him. Malice surging forth from the depths of his being, rendering him akin to a demon clawing its way out of an abyss. He rose, rummaging through the array of extraordinary items and materials that Ladocia had once mentioned. Her voice seemed to linger in the air, joyful, tender, and suffused with love, a vessel crafted from gold to temporarily shield against the encroachment of the Master's power. Chapter 46. The Gathering suspended 148, Birmingham Road, Hillsdown District. He had anticipated a fate of execution or becoming a subject of experimentation, ultimately meeting a painful demise. To his astonishment, he found himself transformed into an informant for the official extraordinary beings. Sitting upon his couch at home, the tension within him gradually dissipated, allowing him to reconnect with his spiritual essence, regaining his agility and freedom. He relaxed, letting his body sink into the sofa as his thoughts soared. Retracing the events from the beginning, the matter I was investigating must surely be a significant secret of the Rune military. The extraordinary being who captured me must be a demigod, for otherwise, I would not have been apprehended with the ease of catching a chicken in one. My subsequent interrogators exuded a formidable presence, their aura as imposing as a mountain, all of them being prominent figures. The mere act of spying warranted the intervention of a demigod, indicating their utmost concern regarding the individuals involved in this investigation. They sought to apprehend that woman, the one who had issued the mission. Did they intend for me to feign ignorance and return to the gathering, only to be tracked? Or to be directly ambushed based on the tracking device I carried? Were they hoping I would submit a mission, thereby revealing her? What should I do? His body sank deeply into the sofa, languid and motionless. Time seemed to stand still, with the sunlight filtering through the window, casting soft, elongated patches of light upon the floor, gradually fading. As night fell, the crimson moon hung high in the sky. Radmilo rose, retrieving a small conch shell from a concealed drawer, holding it to his ear to listen intently. Jua District, Les Circus. Bernadette navigated through the vibrant, whimsical tints, each adorned with a tapestry of vivid colors and mysterious patterns, some depicting simple shapes resembling pastries, while others showcased peculiar edibles. Tables at the entrances displayed an array of beverages. At that moment, a performance was underway in the small theater, with only a solitary ticket seller at the entrance. Yawning in boredom, without purchasing a ticket, Bernadette slipped inside, unnoticed by the ticket seller, who continued to yawn widely. Garben Kodo, the proprietor of the circus, was driven primarily by passion. This aging gentleman often donned flamboyant magical robes and a tall top hat, taking to the stage to perform wondrous feats of magic. Today, however, Garbian was absent from the stage, which featured a troupe of animals and a tamer wielding a whip. Stepping backstage, she encountered a beaming old man, reprimanding a group of clowns. Wake up. Think of more amusing ways to entertain the audience. The same old tricks have grown tiresome. The Cindy Circus has introduced new spectacles and stolen away many of our patrons. Suddenly, Garbian's voice faltered, swiftly concluding his lecture and sending everyone back outside to entice guests. In a secluded room, Bernadette spoke directly. Cease the investigation into the recent disappearances. All personnel are to withdraw promptly. Focus on the activities of the Witch Coven and the individuals from the Spiritual Knowledge Society, tracking their movements in Beckland. Galbian solemnly nodded and then inquired, what about the task you previously issued? Shall it be rescinded? No one has come forward to submit their tasks as of now. He paused, ceased the gathering of the extraordinary. One among them may have been investigating this matter and has been apprehended by the Military Intelligence Section 9. A participant of the assembly. Is there a risk of exposure for the organization, and should arrangements be made for relevant individuals to temporarily withdraw from Beckland? Indeed. Let all those associated with the gathering depart from Beckland, he concluded. After relaying the instructions, Bernadette vanished without a trace. Galbian sat in contemplation for a while, changing out of his flamboyant robes and donning a silk suit. Taking up his staff, he departed the circus. Upon returning to his quarters, he retrieved a sizable black conch shell, from which faint whispers of the sea breeze emanated. With focused attention, one could easily become entranced, their thoughts drifting like a boat upon the ocean of the mind. This conch was a synthesis of the extraordinary traits of the listener and materials from sailors and spectators, yet its primary function was singular. It possessed the ability to erode and assimilate ordinary conch shells, forging an arcane connection between them. The user could record sounds within the conch, allowing other shells to hear the recorded voice for a limited duration. Galbian infused the conch with his essence, causing its surface to shimmer as the black currents flowed, resembling a miniature ocean with an invisible breeze stirring waves. In recent days, he had contemplated his future, his mind wrestling with conflicting thoughts. Ultimately, he resolved to adhere to the wishes of Military Intelligence Section 9 and betray the gathering to preserve his own life. Thus, each day he would consult the conch, eager for news of the assembly. Today, he deliberately took a stroll, distinctly sensing that someone was shadowing him. However, he refrained from actively seeking them out, continually reassuring himself to adapt to this life under surveillance. Previously, he had worked as a combat instructor at a club, where members could learn fighting techniques from him, though appointments were necessary. During times without clients, he was free to attend to his own affairs. A familiar voice echoed in his mind. What? A pause? What of Military Intelligence Section 9? Upon hearing the announcement of the gathering's suspension, he first experienced an unexplainable sense of relaxation, which swiftly transformed into anxiety and a tinge of panic. If he could not provide them with what they sought, he would hold no value, and would they? Chapter 47. Baron Caste and the Queen's District. Within the villa of Baron Caste, he pulled open a drawer and unearthed a golden box. An immediate wave of depraved malevolence emanated from it, intensifying Arndt's resentment towards his father and brother. He hastily shut the drawer and exited the study, distancing himself from the villa, concealing himself in a dim corner from which he could observe the villa's entrance. He fixated ominously on the doorway, biding his time. Before long, a carriage adorned with a familiar family crest approached the villa, through the ornate gaps of the iron gate. Arndt witnessed his father disembarking from the carriage, stepping inside with the assistance of a servant. He knew his father would first change into his house attire before retreating to the study to ponder various matters quietly. Your father wishes to see you in the study, he thought, maintaining a stoic expression marked by impatience, as his relationship with his brother was far from harmonious. Without a hint of doubt, his brother rose and made his way towards the study. Their father often engaged his brother in discussions within that very room, and as the heir to the family, he had long been involved in assisting with familial affairs. The door to the study stood ajar, and Castidia's eldest son entered, instinctively shutting the door behind him. Baron Caste was seated at his desk, his head bowed, a glinting dagger clasped in his hand. Father, what is it that you wish to speak with me about? The Baron seemed oblivious to his son's presence, continuing to toy with the dagger. Taking a few steps forward, the son approached the desk, inquiring with a smile. What manner of dagger is this? It appears. The latter part of his sentence faltered, unarticulated. His gaze was ensnared by the dagger's chilling brilliance, and dark emotion surged within him. Looking at his father became increasingly unbearable. I am so exceptional. Why has he not yet bestowed the title upon me? His eyes reddened, and he reached out to seize the dagger. Suddenly, Baron Castell lifted his head, a grotesque expression plastered on his face as he glared at his eldest son. What are you doing here? Are you here to usurp my title? Am I so aged that you can no longer contain your impatience? His agitation escalated, his voice rising until he erupted in a roar. The Baron circled the desk, charging at his son with the dagger aimed at his chest. The son dodged hastily, a previously latent hatred now swelling within him, igniting a thought. Today, I shall rid myself of this old man. Young and vigorous, the eldest son clashed with the Baron, who wielded the blade. They grappled fiercely in the study, causing chairs, bookshelves, and ornaments to shatter and scatter across the floor. The Baron managed to pierce his son's side, blood gushing forth. Yet, the son appeared impervious to the excruciating pain. Summoning his strength, he delivered a powerful kick to the Baron's abdomen, sending him crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. Both men quickly regained their footing and charged at each other, entangled once more in a fierce struggle. Upon hearing the commotion, the butler and the servant were about to enter the study, but Arndt emerged from one side of the door, blocking their way. It appears that my father and brother may have quarreled over some significant family matter. Please, do not enter just yet. Allow me to investigate first. Adjusting his attire at the threshold, Arndt listened intently to the sounds emanating from within, and sensing that the tumult had somewhat subsided, he composed himself and opened the door. The study was in disarray, akin to the aftermath of a tempest. His brother lay amidst a pool of blood, his body twitching slightly, while their father reclined against the heavy desk, his breathing faint and uncertain. Both bodies exhibited subtle but unmistakable distortions. Arndt revealed a barely perceptible smile, which he swiftly masked, transforming his expression into one of sheer terror as he cried out, "Monsters! Monsters! My father and brother are dead," transformed into monsters. In a state of panic, he fled from the study. The butler and servant hurriedly converged upon the source of the outcry. Arndt feigned overwhelming fear, trembling uncontrollably and rendered speechless. The butler swiftly approached the door to the study for a brief glance before retreating, instructing a servant to report to the police station. It was not long before the enforcers arrived. The servant who reported described the grotesque transformations of the bodies, prompting an immediate transfer of the case to a special department. Upon entering the room, the three enforcers immediately sensed a pervasive aura of corruption, effortlessly identifying the source of the aberration. The dagger, stained with, appeared even more sinister and malevolent. One of the enforcers, a practitioner of deductive reasoning, surveyed the scene, while another employed a spiritual barrier to contain the dagger, subsequently using a solar seal to purify the tainted energy suffusing the room. Arndt and the butler were soon summoned for questioning by the enforcers. They also interrogated several servants responsible for the study and its vicinity, who reported seeing no suspicious individuals enter the Baroness study. Ultimately, they proceeded to a side hall, where the second son of Baron Castell sat, his expression one of profound sorrow and bewilderment. The deductive enforcer approached him. "Mr. Arndt Castell, do you have any information to share with the police regarding this incident?" Arndt struggled to respond, his voice hoarse. "Have you reached any conclusions regarding the cause of my father and brother's deaths?" The three enforcers exchanged glances, and the one who had first spoken continued, "From our observations, it appears that a conflict ensued between your father and brother. Your brother succumbed to the dagger, while your father sustained multiple severe blows, leading to internal injuries and ultimately death. The horrifying transformations they underwent, could they be attributed to extraordinary powers?" The enforcers were taken aback, and one of them, a sailor passing by, exclaimed, "Are you familiar with extraordinary beings?" Arndt lowered his eyes and replied slowly, "Yes, I am aware. There was an organization of extraordinary beings that attempted to entice me to join." He paused for a moment, then continued. "They sought to persuade my father to ease his oversight of the Eastern District to facilitate their missionary endeavors." "What organization was it?" As soon as Arendt's words fell, the previously silent sailor, serving as the substitute, eagerly pressed for more information. The Aurora Society's reasoning apprentice took up the conversation, continuing to inquire. "What allure did they use to entice you into their fold? Did you manage to persuade your father?" "No, my father does not care for me. I find it perplexing why they chose me at all. He has a preference for my elder brother. Could it be due to your striking appearance?" "Surely. It is because of your youth and naivety, making you easier to manipulate." The substitute pondered silently within. Chapter 48. The story yet to unfold. What temptation lured you to join? The reasoning student pressed once more. "Assist me in inheriting the baronetcy." The three proxies for punishment refrained from posing immediate questions, having largely surmised the origins of the dagger and the possible sequence of events. However, one lingering doubt remained. The use of malevolent artifacts to directly influence and slay nobles would undoubtedly attract the church's scrutiny and pursuit, thus failing to achieve their intended goals. The previously devised plan of controlling the son to indirectly affect the father was far more reasonable and feasible. After a moment of contemplation, the reasoning student produced the bloody dagger, its aura temporarily severed by the wall of spirits, and inquired, "Have you seen this dagger before today?" Arndt studied it intently for a while, his voice still rasping and low. "I have seen it. It belongs to a member of that organization. Do you know that person?" "I do. Her name is Ladocia." Arndt struggled to contain his emotions, nearly breaking into tears, yet he fought to maintain a facade of greater sorrow. "She was the liaison sent to contact me. After I failed to fulfill their demands, the organization ceased to send anyone to seek me out. Then it stands to reason that they have preemptively compensated you and will likely return to claim their due," interjected one of the proxies for punishment. The reasoning student tugged at him again, signaling with a glance that silence would be preferable. "Ah, the nobility, synonymous with coldness and cruelty. With everyone else dead. Wouldn't he smoothly inherit the title?" Another proxy scoffed nonchalantly. Ultimately, the proxies concluded the case. Baron Castide and his eldest son perished in a tragic bout of mutual destruction under the influence of extraordinary artifacts. Given the artifact's connection to the Aurora Society, it was determined that the Baron's younger son would require monitoring and investigation. Externally, it would be declared that Baron Castide and his eldest son fell victim to an assassination by the terror organization known as the Aurora Society. In a dimly lit chamber, a woman clad in a plain white robe stood opposite the Viscount Stafford. She positioned herself by the window, her profile angled toward him, chin slightly raised as she gazed outside. From the Viscount's perspective, her exquisite silhouette was visible, delicate ears, a long and fair neck, and a figure that, despite being cloaked in a voluminous robe, exuded an alluring curvature. The robe's side slit was high, revealing glimpses of her smooth, finely toned legs. The Viscount Stafford endeavored to temper his emotions, inquiring in a low voice, "What is the meaning of the transaction we discussed, pertaining to your witch cult?" The woman by the window let out a soft laugh, her voice akin to a delightful melody, clear and enchanting. "We have agreed to this transaction, and the script is already pinned, with the actors arranged. The leading lady has arrived in Beckland, and now we are merely in search of a suitable leading man for the performance to commence." Her voice seemed to possess an enchantment, stirring the Viscount's senses, compelling him to strive for composure amidst the tumult of his thoughts. Before he could finally continue speaking, "His Royal Highness, Prince Edsac Augustus, shall engage with you in earnest collaboration, and you may dispatch emissaries to approach him in an appropriate manner. Now, as the performers are in place, let us commence this grand spectacle." At this moment, the woman in white suddenly turned to face Lord Stafford, her countenance adorned with a playful smile as she continued, "So, when might we expect our remuneration?" "Only after the results are manifest." Following a brief silence, Lord Stafford inquired, "Could you elaborate on your plan?" "Ah. It begins with a rather cliché love story, a prince enamored with a commoner, willing to forsake all to wed her as his princess." The woman in white paused, seemingly amused by the narrative. In the end, the prince discovers that his beloved is, in fact, a sorceress who merely sought to exploit him, leading the prince to despair and ultimately to take his own life out of regret for his folly. Quite intriguing, is it not? To enhance the tale's allure, we may invite additional actors to join. Once this story is concluded, none shall pay heed to your endeavors, shall they? This is the outcome you desire, is it not? Lord Stafford averted his gaze, refraining from meeting the woman's eyes. "How can you assure that the narrative unfolds as you envision?" The woman in white bestowed upon him a knowing smile. "We have devised a rather promising concept." Lord Stafford nodded in acknowledgement. Arndt swiftly inherited the title, becoming the new Baron of Castide, and with the steward's assistance, he catalogued and assumed control of all family assets, which included various lands, estates, stakes in certain enterprises, and shares in minor banks. Upon reflecting on all the feedback, he realized he may have misjudged his father. Ladocia's disappearance was unrelated to him. The earlier threats of elimination and the seductive woman who transformed his obedient son into a rebellious wretch were merely the desperate utterances of a noble father. Arndt bore no regrets. His heart had already plunged into despair. His father had not dispatched anyone to harm Ladocia, given his obstinate and arrogant nature. Had Arndt not relinquished Ladocia and complied with his father's designs, the declaration would have eventually been fulfilled. As for his brother, that wretched, selfish, arrogant, hypocritical man, akin to their father in his loathsome demeanor, monopolized the family resources, always posturing as the exemplary heir, as if the baronial title were already his possession. His brother's condescending reproach toward Arndt before their father was utterly repugnant. However, he was determined not to overlook the true perpetrator behind Ladocia's abduction. He remained oblivious to her current plight, yet his instincts whispered to him that she might already be dead, regardless of the circumstances. He harbored a profound animosity toward the Aurora Society, yearning for vengeance. Through Ladocia's revelations regarding the myriad channels for acquiring potion formulas and extraordinary materials, he resolved to swiftly become extraordinary himself, gaining the strength to exact retribution upon the Aurora Society. At this moment, Arndt was present in the Crown Cemetery. The coffins of his father and elder brother had already received their final rites before being interred in the earth. Throughout this solemn process, he maintained a grave demeanor, his expression steeped in sorrow. Friends and relatives of his father and brother continuously arrived to pay their respects, offering simple white flowers. Some stood in silent contemplation before the gravestone for a moment before departing, while others came in pairs, exchanging murmurs about the deceased after gently placing their flowers on the ground. At this juncture, a middle-aged man clad in a dark suit approached the gravestone. He possessed gray-blue eyes and prominent cheekbones, presenting an unremarkable appearance devoid of notable features. He was a principal shareholder of a small bank, with Baron Caste as the second shareholder. Like the other mourners, he laid his flowers at the foot of the grave, allowing them to rest quietly among their peers. He bowed once more in a gesture of respect and prepared to take his leave. As he turned to depart, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the newly appointed Baron Caste, who stood nearby. His expression and posture momentarily faltered before returning to normal. As he turned away, he lowered his head slightly, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips as he silently mused, "What a perfect soul." Chapter 49. Malevolent Spirits on the Second Floor of the Serenzo Restaurant. Bernadette relished standing by the protruding bay window, observing the ebb and flow of pedestrians below. A diverse array of individuals passed through this modest aperture, each enacting their own unique narrative of existence. Through their attire, mannerisms, and whether they traversed alone or accompanied by friends, she discerned the passage of time and the accumulation of history. It was as though she could transcend a century and witness the bustling streets of Innistrel. Suddenly, Bernadette felt a formidable gust, born of extraordinary forces, sweeping from the direction of the Taysock River, racing towards the Queen's District. The wind, laden with figures, howled past her. The wind had risen. The air had turned cool. What connection did this have to the weather? She pondered the peculiar implications of the lamp spirit. Such an unrestrained gale could only signify that the storm church members were on the move, likely led by Cardinal Alsnek of Beckland. Had something significant occurred? What could compel a cardinal to command the winds personally? Speaking of travel, I have heard that the saints of the steam and mechanic church favor jet propulsion for their journeys. When your father was still with the steam church, did he not conceive of an invention that would allow people to fly with a sword? A look of perplexity crossed Bernadette's face as she responded with an odd tone. How do you know? Ha ha ha. Did he ever manage to create it? I always believed that Emperor Ro was capable of such feats. Indeed. By harnessing the attributes of windbenders, it could be easily accomplished. And then? Did he utilize that grand sword for travel? No. He insisted on standing atop the blade to fly, yet he could not maintain his balance. After several falls, he melted it down and repurposed it into something else. Bernadette lamented. If it were given to Cleo, he surely would have maintained his equilibrium, Prince Chuan mused, chuckling. Is it truly so amusing? Bernadette thought to herself, unable to suppress her skepticism. Nevertheless, the lamp spirit seemed to possess an intimate understanding of her father, particularly his eccentric ideas and his peculiar vocabulary. Was this a hallmark of extraordinary paths? We unexpectedly sensed the presence of the Lord in the Jowood district. A man clad in a black hood hurried into Mr. A.'s residence in the West District, finding him once again praying before the Lord S statue in the lofty, cavernous basement. Mr. A abruptly rose, casting a dark glare at the newcomer. What did you say? We discovered a man in the Jowood district who bears the essence of the Lord. Is he one of the Lord S chosen? The visitor exclaimed with fervor. Impossible. How could I be unaware? How could a chosen of the Lord, not within the Aurora Church, walk among us? Moreover, if you have discovered him, he must be unable to conceal his essence. Does that not spell doom in Beckland? Furthermore, the Lord has not issued any divine edict. Where is he now? He fled. He is quite astute and sensed our pursuit, shaking off our men. Mobilize all forces, regardless of the cost, and we must find him. Mr. A's handsome visage, concealed beneath the shadow of his hood, contorted into a mask of jealousy. For beings of the caliber of Bernadette and the lamp god, a few days bear no distinction from several weeks or months. During the wait for information regarding the witch cult, Bernadette refrained from seeking further intelligence from the Military Intelligence Division 9. After the recent tempest, Prince Chuan realized it was time to part ways with Bernadette. Before departing, he desired to visit one last place, 8 William Street in the West District. Upon locating the site, Prince Chuan descended directly into the basement. He explored the walls surrounding the underground chamber and swiftly discovered a path through the black double doors at the end of the corridor. He entered a vast and spacious hall adorned with 8 towering columns and an inverted chandelier suspended from the lofty dome. At the far end of the nearly 100-meter hall, 2 enormous chairs of iron-black hue awaited upon a raised platform. Continuing onward, he beheld 7 grand and weighty black stone doors set into the walls at the hall's base. Prince Chuan boldly chose the central door, disregarding the obstructive boulders and debris, and stepped inside. Upon entering the chamber, he was greeted by a dazzling display of dark gold and deep blue spiritual orbs sprawled across the floor, radiating brilliant light. "Ah, treasure!" Prince Chuan exclaimed, preparing to gather the unclaimed items scattered about. Suddenly, a translucent figure appeared before him, clad in blood-stained black armor, with fiery red hair reminiscent of blazing flames. The young and handsome visage bore the marks of decay in the form of festering scars. Prince Chuan glanced up briefly, then returned to his task of consolidating the extraordinary traits and items of hunters and witches. How could someone so ravaged still possess such charm? Surrounded by an inferno, the room and his mind ignited with searing flames, flowing like molten lava. This place forbids the playing with. The endless sea of flames seemed doused by an entire ocean of misty seawater, extinguishing silently. Shouldn't one announce their presence before taking items from another's abode? The malevolent spirit within the room expressed its evident displeasure, its tone decidedly frosty, initially intending to deliver a profound lesson to this unexpected intruder to foster subsequent dialogue. It was taken aback as the intruder effortlessly diffused the tension. A being of the Judicator path, at least sequence 3. What audacity! Where did this impoverished demigod emerge from? Is it for a mere extraordinary trait that one would overlook all danger? They are not a follower of the tyrant. When did the successor of Trinsos fall into such recklessness? Have we been trapped here for so long that the very essence of the pathways has transformed outside? Prince Chuan ceased his actions, facing the dashing malevolent spirit with a malicious grin. "Ah, Medici, what is the matter? Is this chamber's extraordinary trait not meant to be mine? Do you know me?" The Medici spirit responded in astonishment, only to swiftly embrace a sense of pride. "Oh, I did not expect you to be so discerning. Who are you? This is at least the 4th era in which this ancient being has survived. Yet, it should not be so. I am acquainted with all those who could possibly endure to this day. What is the flavor of being transformed into a hot pot?" Wang Zichuan's smile grew even more radiant. Although the term hot pot eluded his understanding, the malevolent spirit swiftly grasped the implications embedded within the words of this detestable. His expression contorted, and he couldn't help but glare resentfully at the person before him, scrutinizing him intently. Not a corporeal entity. A vengeful spirit bound by a level 0 seal? No, that cannot be right. A malevolent spirit. Is he also a malevolent spirit? What exactly are you? The Medici malevolent spirit finally lost its composure. Humph. In any case, he is certainly not a woman. Chapter 50. Parting Ha? You are not even human. The Medici spectre exclaimed, boldly asserting his masculinity. Surprisingly, the other 2 entities within him remained silent, as if acknowledging his declaration. You speak as if you were a living being. Upon finishing his statement, both inhuman figures fell into a hush. Prince Chuan ignored him and began to meticulously examine the extraordinary items strewn across the ground. Among them, a sapphire necklace caught his eye most vividly. This exquisite piece was centered around a magnificent sapphire, accompanied by several smaller ones. Surrounding the deep blue gem, reminiscent of a profound gaze, were countless tiny sparkling diamonds, all intricately set upon a golden base adorned with complex and delicate patterns. Along the golden chain, 2 smaller sapphires dangled gracefully on either side, similarly embraced by the ornate golden filigree. Although the color scheme was simple, the necklace radiated a dazzling brilliance, exuding an enchanting allure. After a moment of awkward silence in the room, the Medici spectre broke the stillness. "I wish to propose a—" "Not interested," Prince Chuan interrupted sharply, not even glancing up. The necklace was truly captivating. The Medici spectre nearly lost his composure but pressed on. "I wish to make a deal with you. Regardless of your identity, if you can assist me in breaking the seal, I can offer you a precious item as a reward, a complete sequence pathway." "Not interested," Prince Chuan reiterated, his focus unwavering on the necklace. The Medici spectre was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, he chuckled softly and continued. Have you not even considered the reward I am offering? As he spoke, he opened his palm, and suddenly, a scarlet light illuminated the dim underground room, coalescing into a tarot card depicting a chariot and a man in a blood-red robe. Prince Chuan glanced curiously at the Roselle version of the card. I must find a way to locate that witch's card, and then show it to Bernadette. I told you, I am not interested in transformation pathways, ha. Suddenly, an eerie chill enveloped the room, as frost began to crystallize on the floor and wall. The dark gold and deep blue hues on the ground surged toward the Medici spectre, poised to merge with his ethereal form. What the hell? As the extraordinary properties and artifacts converged towards the Medici spectre, a portion of them abruptly altered their course, bizarrely reversing direction and hurtling toward Prince Chuan. Are you unable to play fair? Prince Chuan glared at the Medici spectre, a hint of annoyance in his expression. Humph. As the Medici spectre's voice resonated, his facial muscles twitched, and two mouths split open on either cheek, transforming what once resembled a human into a truly grotesque and terrifying creature. What is your true purpose in coming here? Do not claim it is for the rubbish on the ground. The two mouths moved in sync, revealing indistinct faces, creating a disorienting illusion of overlapping features that belonged to the Medici. Prince Chuan secured the necklace he had long coveted, along with a cluster of dark golden extraordinary properties, before finally speaking slowly. Originally, it was merely a foray into scavenging, but upon reflection, we truly have an opportunity for collaboration. Wang Zichuan languidly continued. Did you not express a desire to break the seal? Speak. What is the method? As for the remuneration, the offerings you have presented hold little value for me. What about the blasphemous token from the path of the Judicator? One of the three mouths of the trinity of evil spirits interjected, and before the words had fully escaped, another mouth began to speak, the timbre shifting swiftly. Or perhaps the secret treasure of Terransost. Let us not dwell on such fanciful notes. Simply state if there exists an extraordinary characteristic readily available for exchange. Wang Zichuan remained unmoved, dismissing the discourse as mere boasting. After all, who cannot engage in such grandiloquence? Humph, you must first liberate us, and only then can we offer you due recompense. The three mouths spoke in unison, each sentence flowing seamlessly into the next. How about we formalize a contract? What shall serve as a witness? Wang Zichuan perceived the situation evolving into something intriguing. Pray to my lord. Silence. You shall not. Or perhaps we might invite the eternal radiance as a witness. I believe he is most suited for the task, Wang Zichuan earnestly proposed. The three mouths and two eyes collectively regarded Wang Zichuan, a rare moment of unanimous agreement. Insanity, there is no salvation. Once the affair with Bernadette, I can focus solely on waiting for Climiel. Now, reveal the method. Once I release you, you must swiftly provide me with an extraordinary characteristic from the path of the Judicator, at the very least, sequence 3. Locate Soren, Einhorn, and the direct descendants of the Medici family, procure their blood, and sprinkle it throughout this room to break the seal. Very well. We shall defer the discussion of remuneration until your release. Wang Zichuan responded nonchalantly, then seemed to recall something. Let us exchange contact information. What is your esteemed name? The mouth in the center of the spirits opened promptly. The great god of war, the emblem of iron and blood. The sovereign of turmoil and strife. The adjacent mouths emitted sounds of disdain. Then, the mouth belonging to the Medici continued, Your esteemed name? Guess. Upon returning to the Sorenso restaurant, Wang Zichuan joyfully approached Bernadette, presenting before her a resplendent sapphire necklace. The convergence of destinies had arrived. It was time to part ways. This is a farewell gift for you. We shall remain friends upon our next encounter. I have a premonition that our fates will intertwine again. Bernadette understood that the lamp god would eventually depart, which was indeed his original intention for coming to Beakland. Throughout this time, he had not mentioned leaving, leading her to almost believe he had changed his mind. Her gaze swept over the necklace, the dazzling sapphire radiating a captivating brilliance. Without needing meticulous study, she could ascertain that it corresponded to the witch's path, sequence 6, or perhaps sequence 5. She wished to articulate something, but found herself at a loss for words. In truth, I would prefer if this necklace were a hat. You could discard that old-fashioned soft hat with the fine checkered black veil you always wear. That thing truly does not align with my aesthetic. She suddenly felt a mystical connection stirred within her, with just a single thought. She could sever her bond with the wish-granting lamp entirely. A torrent of reflection surged through her mind as she recalled the lamp's previous owner. The peculiar manifestations following its activation, its past perils, and the impending calamity that loomed ahead, along with the prophecy mentioned by Gedelia. At last, she made her decision. The secret door swung open, revealing an ancient, exquisitely crafted golden oil lamp in her hand. The figure of Prince Chuan transformed into a stream of golden light and flowed into the lamp. Then, in the blink of an eye, the lamp vanished. Chapter 51. A lamp. It was a Sunday afternoon in Beckland, shortly after 6 o'clock. A young man clad in a tailcoat and a half-high silk had emerged from the Beckland steam train station, dragging a large leather suitcase behind him. This was Klein, who had just arrived at the Land of Hope, Beckland. The sky was overcast, shrouded in dense fog. The chilly air seemed to cast a spell, mercilessly assailing the pedestrians who lacked the warmth of a fireplace. With a map folded in one hand and a newspaper clutched in the other, he hoisted his suitcase and made his way toward the subway entrance. As he approached the entrance, which resembled the grand doorway of a department store, Klein noticed two street lamps flanking the entrance. One of them mirrored the design of the street lamps he had just passed, black metal grills with glass panes coated in a fine layer of dust, emanating a warm orange glow that offered a meager comfort to the homeless travelers. The other lamp, however, was peculiar in design, bearing no resemblance to a conventional street lamp. It instead resembled an artistic sculpture deliberately placed outside a landmark to exude sophistication. Where a gas lamp should have been stood a uniquely shaped oil lamp. Entirely golden in hue, featuring a long spout on one side and an intricately crafted handle on the other, crowned with a pagoda-shaped shade. It emitted a gentle light, illuminating only a small area nearby. The distinctive design was quite charming, albeit slightly diminutive, appearing somewhat unbalanced. Perhaps it was crafted from brass, impervious to theft. Indeed, Beckland was a grand city. Klein mused silently, yet he paid little heed, passing through the entrance without pause and joining the sparse stream of people heading toward the ticket booth. After taking the subway to his designated destination in the Chuan, he exited and boarded a cab to 17 Minsk Street, where accommodations were available for rent. Upon knocking and entering the drawing room of Mrs. Summer, a warm atmosphere enveloped Klein, lifting his spirits. Mrs. Summer graciously gestured for him to take a seat on the sofa, while a maid promptly served red tea. In this cozy setting, Klein surveyed the drawing room. He observed a wall adorned with oil paintings, and before it stood a display cabinet, its compartments tastefully arranged with red wine, sculptures, and decorative plates painted in vivid colors and intricate patterns. Suddenly, in one of the compartments, he spotted a quaint and exquisite golden-hued oil lamp. Is this an antique? Why does it seem so familiar? Oh. There was an identical lamp-shaped gaslight at the subway entrance near the Beckland steam train station. Is it a trend in Beckland to use oil lamps as decor? A vague sense of unease settled over Klein, yet he could not very well perform a divination in front of Mrs. Summer. Perhaps he could borrow the washroom? As Klein engaged in casual conversation with Mrs. Summer, he finalized the rental arrangements for the adjacent unit, number 15. Declining Mr. Summer's invitation to dinner, Klein stepped out of the Summer residence. He requested Mrs. Summer's maid to delay the delivery of bedding, citing that he needed to attend to matters shortly. An unease lingered within him regarding the peculiar atmosphere he sensed in the Summer household, prompting him to discreetly conduct a divination in the recently rented abode. Carrying a leather suitcase, he approached the neighboring residence, ready to unlock the door with his key. Suddenly, he felt something at his feet and, upon looking down, discovered an ancient, golden-hued oil lamp lying quietly on the ground. Startled, Klein recoiled, his hair standing on end as cold sweat broke out. What is this object? Has it been following me? His mind raced as his intuitive instincts revealed that this lamp was indeed the same as the one associated with Mrs. Summer's home and the entrance to the subway. He fixed his gaze on the lamp, his muscles taut and his mind sharply focused, prepared for any unforeseen occurrence. Yet, the lamp remained silent on the ground, devoid of any sinister aura or terrifying curse, and the surrounding environment exhibited no signs of disturbance. Apart from being free of dust, it appeared indistinguishable from the most ordinary of oil lamps, seemingly discarded by someone. As Klein scrutinized the lamp, he meticulously evaluated his mental, spiritual, psychological, and physical state, finding no abnormalities. Why is it following me? Is it merely a matter of misfortune, having been chosen by it? The thought of randomness ignited a wave of fear regarding the feather quill that dictated the fates of him and his companions. Conjuring memories of the captain and all that transpired in Tianjin, he involuntarily shook his head, attempting to dispel the sorrowful thoughts, yet an exaggerated smile crept across his face. How should I address this evidently abnormal yet deceptively ordinary lamp imbued with extraordinary powers? Should I disregard it and allow it to continue its pursuit? No. That would be far too perilous. Should it unleash any harm, I could meet a swift demise. If its effects required time to manifest, I risked an inconspicuous and inexplicable end. Perhaps relocating to another area would be prudent, evading its presence? Yet, this was not merely about wasting the recently paid rent. Even if it were to abandon me due to distance, what about those around me? If it ensnared me, I could strive to find a solution. But what of the innocent people it might afflict directly? In confronting dilemmas, one must endeavor to resolve them rather than flee. Alternatively, should I take it to the church, invoking a more potent force to address it? After all, an ordinary person would not stumble upon an unremarkable oil lamp and secretly deliver it to the church. Certainly, the notion of being haunted by a strange lamp would be sufficient for an ordinary individual to seek help from the church, yet therein lies the issue. I cannot withstand scrutiny. The lamp felt cold to the touch, bearing a brass-like texture adorned with mysterious and intricate patterns. Upon closer inspection, a dizzying sensation, and he hastily averted his gaze. He closed the door behind him, leaving no time for tidying or cleaning, and placed the oil lamp upon the coffee table in the living room. He took 4 steps backward, reciting an incantation, intending to divine the origins of this lamp above the gray mist. Lacking both the holy night powder and the ritual silver dagger, he was unable to create a spiritual barrier. However, in the solitude of the room, there was no pressing need for such a protection. The reason he refrained from taking the lamp into the gray mist for divination was his concern that enveloping this enigmatic object in spiritual energy could pose unpredictable dangers. He firmly believed that, within the gray mist, the manifested image would suffice to unveil its provenance. After all, this item lay direct, and he had only recently made contact with it. Chapter 52. Divination through the frenzied murmurs and shrieks. One emerges above the gray mist. A grand and majestic palace. An ancient and modeled bronze table and 22 high-backed chairs stand silently amidst the pale haze. Klein occupies the head of the bronze table, manifesting a piece of tawny parchment, a black, rounded steel pen, and a golden oil lamp. He grasps the pen and swiftly inscribes the divination phrase, "The origin of the oil lamp," in my hand. With one hand holding the lamp and the other clutching the parchment, he recites the incantation, leaning back against the chair and closing his eyes. In a realm of distorted chaos, concepts and rules appear to solidify, filled with madness, confusion, and fragmentation. A golden oil lamp hovers within this space, surrounded by a swirling mist of pale white and pitch black, constantly twisting and morphing into various indescribable forms that radiate an unapproachable aura, being torn closer to the lamp by an irresistible, invisible force. In an instant, the scene flashes before Klein's eyes. He scarcely has time to comprehend its contents before a torrent of immense, violent, and chaotic whispers of despair and infinite information rushes towards him, transcending the boundaries of time and space, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. A searing pain strikes him. He has no time to scream. Feeling his body grotesquely contort into a monstrous form, as if his head were about to explode. Suddenly, Prince Chuan emerges from the lamp on the coffee table, gazing at Klein, who lies on the floor and cannot help but express admiration. A true warrior dares to confront the ancient. Were it not for my immediate severance of the connection to my own divination and the polluted spread of information, the entire book might have been lost. Klein remains unconscious on the ground, his brow furrowed, his body trembling involuntarily, clearly in extreme torment. However, Prince Chuan assesses Klein's condition and concludes that he is not in grave danger. After a while, as his spiritual essence recovers, he will awaken. As night deepens, the crimson moonlight spills through the window onto the living room floor, casting a soft rosy glow over the entire space, enveloping the furniture in a gentle blush. Yet he soon regains consciousness, remembering that he was countered by a bizarre extraordinary object during his divination, leading to his current state of spiritual depletion. A wave of trepidation washes over him as he looks towards the coffee table. The peculiar oil lamp remains in its original position. However, this time, Klein's gaze towards it is complex, tinged with a hint of fear, as if he were confronting an unknowable beast. How could it possess such a lofty status? Comparable to the level of the eternal sun, it must have a close connection to the sinister deities. Alas, what should I do? If only I could consult Mr. Ask. Given the danger of this object, Klein reaches out to touch the cold copper whistle, as if drawing courage and strength from it, finding a semblance of solace within. Yet, I cannot explain to him the matter of my resurrection. More importantly, regarding in Zhangwire, I do not wish to involve Mr. Ask in this predicament. Once again, Klein cast a wary glance at the perilous oil lamp upon the coffee table, the urge to discard it surging violently within him, only to be forcefully suppressed. If he were still within the confines of the goddess's church, or among the night watchmen, A faint smile graced Klein's lips as he turned and ascended the staircase leading to the second floor, intending to seize the fleeting moments before dawn for rest. To restore his spiritual vitality and maintain his composure. Since there was no alternative, he resolved to take things one step at a time. However, it seemed he might have to endure the night without a blanket. The weather was dreadfully chilly, and with the fireplace unlit. He wondered if he might succumb to illness from sleeping in such conditions. Upon reaching the second floor, he casually selected one of the 4 bedrooms and pushed the door open. Exhausted in both body and mind, he prepared to collapse into bed fully clothed. To his astonishment, he discovered that the bed had been tidily arranged, adorned with clean sheets and a pillow encased in a pillowcase, along with a thick, warm blanket. Had Mrs. Summer Esme been here? Did she fail to notice me, unconscious in the living room? Surely she must not have seen me. Otherwise, she would have screamed and rushed out to alert the authorities, and I might have awoken in a hospital bed, or found myself the subject of scrutiny by several irate police officers. Was it an illusion conjured by that oil lamp? Why would it fabricate such a ruse to obscure my peculiar state? Was someone manipulating it from afar? Or could it possess sentient qualities? This notion was utterly revolutionary to my understanding of the arcane. Am I simply lacking in experience? I can't help but suspect that the oil lamp might possess the capacity for thought. Could it be imbued with wisdom? The morning in Beckland was tumultuous, and Klein found himself rising significantly later than usual, thus missing breakfast. He had already contemplated a suitable profession for his life in Beckland, that of a private detective, and was preparing to place an advertisement in the newspaper. As he entered the realm of fog a bit earlier than anticipated, he beheld the grand palace transformed into ruins. The bronze long table littered with remnants of the palace, high-backed chairs strewn haphazardly across the ground, many crushed beneath fractured stone columns. With a thought of restoration, the palace instantly reformed, and Klein found himself seated at the model bronze table, momentarily lost in reverie. Reflecting on his drastically altered life, he began to tally his past missteps. No longer could he rely on divination for everything. Spiritual intuition was not infallible, and the absence of perceived danger did not equate to the absence of peril. Had he merely divined the oil lamp's usage and hazards, rather than recklessly probing its origin, he likely would not have provoked such a severe reaction. He had narrowly escaped death. Should the situation spiral out of control? He questioned whether resurrection would even be possible, and feared that should he return, it might be as a lunatic. He sensed that this was one that could explode at any moment, and he needed to swiftly clarify the nature of the oil lamp. With this thought, Klein conjured a piece of parchment and a quill, inscribing a new divination statement, the usage and negative effects of the oil lamp in my possession. As he gazed at the words upon the parchment, a self-deprecating smile crossed his face. Truly, I am teetering on the edge of danger, recklessly probing the unknown. Once again manifesting the oil lamp, Klein closed his eyes. A gray-white mist enveloped him, yet the image remained elusive, refusing to take shape. Klein opened his eyes, gazing at the oil lamp materialized in his hand, lost in contemplation. Soon after, he offered a wry smile and allowed the lamp to dissipate. First, he tapped the deep crimson star corresponding to the little sun, sending a reminder for the gathering. After a brief pause, he extended his consciousness to communicate with 3 familiar stars. Chapter 53, The Power of the Oil Lamp in Recent Days. Klein has taken to playing with and studying this oil lamp whenever he finds a moment of leisure, as the lamp has yet to reveal any harmful qualities. Klein's courage has gradually grown. He submerged the lamp in both cold and hot water, observing its reactions, and even brought it into the kitchen to ignite the gas stove, testing it against the flames. He also chose the sunniest noon to expose it to the blazing sunlight, as well as the stillness of a deep night beneath a full moon, allowing it to bask in the crimson moonlight. In a fit of determination, he purchased additional mystical materials intended for rituals, transforming them into a spiritual powder which he sprinkled evenly over the lamp, yet to no avail. Ultimately, he took the lamp to the kitchen and poured cooking oil into its slender spout, intending to ignite the wick for a trial. Fortunately, the jester's abilities had rendered his hands and wrists more agile, allowing him to masterfully control his muscles for such intricate tasks. Otherwise, it would have been quite a challenge to pour oil into such a narrow opening. However, just as he finished pouring the oil into the lamp, it suddenly began to tremble violently, and a pale yellow liquid, exuding a fragrant aroma, erupted forth with tremendous force, dousing Klein from head to toe. Ah! Will this oil wash off? He mused, relieved that he was clad in loungewear, which was far less costly than formal attire. By Thursday morning, Klein received his first commission. The client was Mrs. Doris from the same street, accompanied by her grandson, Jurgen Cooper. Their task was to locate their beloved black cat, Brody. After a series of mystical deductions, Brody was swiftly found, and Klein earned his inaugural reward in his detective career. Shortly thereafter, a second commission arrived, this time from a clever young man named Ian Wright, whom Klein had noticed earlier on the subway. Through divination and a series of spiritual insights, Klein successfully located the target of his task, fulfilling the commission and receiving a payment of £5 along with 3 promised favors. On a rainy Saturday afternoon in Beckland, after attending to his personal needs and washing his hands, Klein suddenly envisioned a pair of fierce, unfamiliar eyes, those of Merceau, the executioner from his Mang gang, who had inquired about Ian Wright's whereabouts that very morning. A small black-feathered arrow sliced through the air, embedding itself in the wash basin, and the two men immediately engaged in a fierce struggle. Klein relied on his agility and intuition to hold his ground, yet Merceau possessed both speed and strength, clearly having the upper hand in close combat. The battlefield shifted to the living room under Klein's guidance. As their fists and feet clashed, Klein was once again sent flying by Merceau's powerful blow, crashing into the coffee table. Amidst the chaos, while searching for a conventional contract, Klein's right hand fortuitously grasped the enigmatic oil lamp. As Merceau advanced once more, Klein instinctively hurled the lamp towards him with all his might. However, Merceau barely regarded the flying brass lamp, deftly sidestepping to evade its trajectory. Unexpectedly, an unforeseen event transpired. Merceau, having successfully evaded the trajectory, suddenly felt an excruciating pain in his head. A golden object materialized before him, propelled by a tremendous force, striking him squarely on the forehead and causing him to stagger. His head spun, stars danced before his eyes, and blood began to flow rapidly from the wound, trickling down into his eyes. Klein, discarding the oil lamp, swiftly sprang into action, dodging potential attacks while inching closer to the scattered formal contracts on the ground. In his peripheral vision, he witnessed the bizarre trajectory of the oil lamp as it struck Merceau's forehead. Did the oil lamp possess an unwavering ability to strike its enemy? After colliding with Merceau's head, the lamp rebounded and rolled a few times on the ground before coming to a halt. Although Merceau felt dizzy, impairing his combat effectiveness, he lunged at Klein once more, convinced that his adversary, having been struck multiple times, must also be in a weakened state. Klein gripped the formal contract tightly in one hand while maneuvering with the other, seeking an opportunity amidst the chaos. Their forms intertwined in a dance of combat, when suddenly, Merceau spotted the oil lamp, the source of his immense pain, lying close by. He seized it and hurled it at Klein while charging towards the direction Klein might evade, swinging his fist like a hammer. Was the oil lamp akin to a fist? Klein's mind briefly entertained these two options, weighing the lamp's infallible nature against the force of Merceau's punch, and in a flash, he made his decision. He remained rooted in place, bracing himself for a direct impact from the oil lamp. The lamp whistled through the air, grazing past his ear, the force of its passage tousling his short hair, before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Did it miss? Both Merceau and Klein momentarily paused, and at that instant, Merceau launched a punch. A moment when his balance was most precarious. An opportunity. Klein swiftly reacted, flicking the formal contract from his hand. With a soft thud, the paper pierced Merceau's throat, severing his artery from his trachea. The randomness of hitting and missing? How could this be utilized? Should the guaranteed hits turn into misses, and the misses into guaranteed hits? Or perhaps, dodging guarantees a hit, while not dodging ensures a miss. Klein's mind spun with his own conjectures, grappling with the illogical nature of this ability. He first retrieved the oil lamp, which had played a pivotal role in the battle, and after a cursory glance, noted its pristine condition, devoid of any bloodstains. Surveying the disarray of the room and his own soiled clothing, he fell into a moment of silence before murmuring, "This can't be reimbursed. If only." Upon the conclusion of a battle, damaged items could restore themselves. With that thought, he chuckled at his own predicament, laughter gradually escalating. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Suddenly, his laughter froze. Even Merceau, lying on the ground, bore no trace of blood, and the wound on his throat had completely healed. Klein gazed down at the sleeves of his long gown and the woolen coat, which now bore no trace of the battle he had endured. Could this truly be possible? Yet, Klein was acutely aware that this miraculous restoration stemmed from the oil lamp in his hand. This meant he would not have to compensate Mrs. Summer after all. How splendid! A smile once again graced Klein's face, this time devoid of exaggeration or absurdity. It was a genuine expression of joy. Chapter 54. The gathering at the brave man's tavern. After hastily conducting ants with Merceau, Klein furrowed his brow. The commission from Ian Wright unexpectedly involved the ambassador of Intis, which posed quite a dilemma. Staring intently at the utterly unthreatening corpse for an extended period. Until Merceau's extraordinary attributes were fully discerned, Klein remained uncertain about how to proceed with the matter. After much deliberation and divination, Klein resolved to alert the authorities. He first used the dagger that Merceau had brought to reopen his throat. He was uncertain whether any evidence of the cause of death remained on this restored body. Thus he needed to recreate the identical scene of death. Klein was not the least bit intimidated by the prospect of powerful diviners among the official investigators. Soon, he would transport all items related to the extraordinary factors above the mist, believing that even the eternal sun would yield no valid information. As for the lamp, he had named it the Aladdin lamp. The identity of Aladdin was inconsequential. If he could not divine information about the lamp above the mist, he had faith that neither could the eternal sun. Having dealt with the body, he surveyed the tidy living room, contemplating how to create a scene of a struggle with minimal damage to the surroundings. Klein began by relocating the more valuable porcelain to other rooms, leaving behind the less expensive items. He then carefully overturned the coffee table and chairs, scattered the items on the table in disarray, and toppled anything that might have been knocked over in a scuffle. Finally, with a heavy heart, he shattered the cheap porcelain and smashed a chair. He wondered if, after the incident, the lamp would still be able to restore them to their original state. He soiled and disheveled his clothing, preparing to venture out to report the incident. On Sunday, Klein restored his home, which he had previously damaged, for less than £1, initially fearing a loss. He was pleasantly surprised to find he had saved £4. The lamp's capabilities were quite impressive, though he remained unaware of the triggering conditions. This was the lamp's only shortcoming, its inability to divine, forcing him to navigate its powers on his own, and the lack of an instruction manual proved inconvenient. He yearned to find a secluded place to experiment with the lamp's ability to strike targets. Yet he refrained from engaging in peculiar activities with it for fear of being monitored by official extraordinary beings, regardless of the military's potential actions. That ambassador would undoubtedly seek retribution against him, whether for disrupting their plans or for having slain one of their own. Klein recognized the need for self-defense. He resolved to procure firearms and ammunition, and if possible, to hire an extraordinary bodyguard. As a sequence 8 with no proficiency in offense and lacking any ceiling items, he felt a profound sense of insecurity. However, he still possessed a lamp of unknown abilities, albeit uncertain of how to. Klein decided to visit the address provided by Ian that evening to purchase firearms. Before leaving, he hesitated over whether to bring the lamp along. He is in urgent need of strength to protect himself and longs to quickly develop the abilities of the magical lamp, which, with its inscrutable nature, is at least a level 0 sealed object. Such a terrifying entity makes no sound at all. However, its slightly cumbersome size proves inconvenient for transport. Perhaps I could take inspiration from the concept of an underarm gun holster to invent a portable underarm lamp pouch. An image suddenly materializes in Klein's mind. A quintessential Rune gentleman, clad in a black overcoat, adorned with a silk top hat, wielding a cane, with a bulging pouch under his left arm for a gun and another under his right arm for a lamp. He shook his head, shattering the image, and left the magical lamp at number 15 Minsk Street, making his way to the Braves Bar in the Beckland Bridge area. Before he knew it, Monday had arrived once more. At the tarot meeting, Klein announced the mission to assassinate Ambassador Innes. After the assembly, considering the inevitable repercussions of the ambassador's survival, he resolved to visit Casper's once more in hopes of fortune. This time, Casper's introduced him to an extraordinary gathering and charged a hefty introduction fee of £2. I no longer wish to be a detective. I aspire to be a broker, Klein lamented silently in his heart. In a dimly lit room, illuminated by a solitary, several individuals clad in long robes and black iron masks convened in secrecy. A man, presumably a pharmacist, was peddling his most effective aphrodisiac, while a woman, seemingly backed by craftsmen, was offering 2 weapons for sale. Klein endeavored to appear as a regular attendee of such gatherings, deciding to leverage the extraordinary qualities of Mersault in exchange for items that could enhance his own abilities. The extraordinary trait of Mersault was purchased by the gathering's organizer, leading Klein to suspect that he was a sequence 7 of the Universalist pathway. Suddenly, a thought struck Klein. The individuals he knew from this pathway possessed extensive knowledge of the extraordinary. Weighing his words carefully, he earnestly posed a question to the gentleman who called himself the Eye of Wisdom. Your vast knowledge is commendable, and I have a query to seek your counsel on. Of course, you may request appropriate compensation based on the nature of my question. The Eye of Wisdom clearly expressed interest in this request and smiled encouragingly for Klein to proceed. I have heard of a marvelous artifact, a brass oil lamp shaped like a miniature kettle, said to possess remarkable powers. Have you? Klein's words faltered as he noticed a golden oil lamp quietly hovering above the head of the Eye of Wisdom. The entire scene was both ludicrous and terrifying. The gentleman, still smiling at him, was framed by the lamp, while the hooded and masked figures surrounding them gazed at him unperturbed. How did it come here? Why can no one else see it? In that fleeting moment, Klein nearly jumped in fright, yet he desperately maintained his composure and voice, finishing his inquiry. Have you heard of such an item? Fortunately, I am a jester, and thankfully, I wear a mask, Klein thought. As a torrent of more horrifying images surged through his mind, seated upon a solitary armchair, the venerable Mr. Eye of Wisdom abruptly rose in a curious manner. He extended his hand and swiftly grasped something from atop his head, revealing a golden oil lamp which he held before him. With an enigmatic smile directed at Klein, he ominously inquired, "Is this the lamp you refer to?" Klein, taken aback, tumbled from his seat. The sound of the chair crashing to the ground seemed to rouse the others from their reverie. Mr. Eye of Wisdom remained composed in his armchair, his voice resonating with age as he questioned, "What commission do you speak of?" Noticing Klein's awkward descent as he slipped from the chair, he stifled a chuckle and reiterated, "You just mentioned a commission. What is it?" Embarrassed and flustered, Klein righted the chair and resumed his seat, pretending the incident had never occurred. He then began, "The matter is thus. I have offended someone." His peripheral vision caught sight of the coffee table nearby, where the lamp that was meant to reside in the bedroom of 15 Minsk Street lay quietly. Chapter 55. The correct use of the magic lamp within the Braveheart Tavern. Merrick, having just lost a card game to a living corpse, sat vacantly at the bar, nursing his drink after dispatching the undead. Suddenly, he sensed the familiar approach of someone. Upon glancing up, he found it was Miss Sharon, adorned in a deep black Gothic court gown. Merrick rose, lowering his voice with concern, and inquired, "What did the seller say?" "The price is exorbitant. Even with your savings, we are still short by £1,000, she replied. Merrick fell into silence, contemplating for a moment before he spoke again. Previously, someone sought out Casper's to hire a bodyguard. I had intended to take on that task, only to discover that the individual had offended a figure of significant stature backed by a nation. At this point, Merrick couldn't help but let out a derisive chuckle. "Did you inquire about the price?" Merrick hesitated, taken aback by the question. "Are you considering taking on this task? Such matters are bound to lead to complications and could potentially expose our whereabouts." At that moment, as she mentioned the matter, an obscure premonition, he sensed that this individual might offer assistance in critical situations in the future. If he returns, I'll have Casper's inform him. He felt that the events of the gathering earlier in the day were a warning from the magic lamp, urging him to carry it with him when venturing out. Although he found the lamp's peculiarities baffling, he began to contemplate the design of a concealed lamp pouch. Of course, he had more pressing matters to attend to. He intended to ascend above the gray mist to study the newly acquired black ears, reputed to hear the voices of great beings. After a moment's hesitation, he inhaled deeply and closed his eyes. To act unwisely hastens demise. After performing a divination of considerable intensity, straddling the realms of eternal brilliance and the enigmatic nature of the magic lamp, Klein procured a dark iron talisman, naming it the Word of Filth. Having completed, Klein reclined on his bed, preparing to rest early, for he had other plans for the night. Around 3 in the morning, Klein rose from his slumber. He performed a brief divination, confirming that no one was watching or following him. Cautiously, he exited number 15 Minsk Street, and under the dim glow of streetlights, he turned into a shadowy alley where a sewer entrance awaited. He intended to capture some rats, experimenting with the magic lamp to discern the arcane and physical principles governing its impact when hurled at an adversary. Stealthily navigating into the sewer, he encountered a multitude of rats. With his agile attributes, he easily caught several of them. He cleared out a storage room, opened the bag containing the captured rats, and they scurried wildly about the room, regaining their freedom. Klein then produced the magic lamp and commenced his testing. On his first attempt, he aimed at a fleeing rat, throwing the lamp with moderate force, cautious not to crush it. Normally, the lamp should have struck its target, yet it veered away. Picking it up again, he secured another rat and, on his second attempt, hurled the lamp at a stationary target, but once more, it eluded contact. He casually tossed the magic lamp for the third time, intentionally missing any target, predicting that its landing would not strike anything. This time, the lamp did not alter its descent and failed to hit any mice. Klein wore a perplexed expression, pondering whether it was only meant for striking people. Just as he contemplated retrieving the lamp for further testing, it suddenly soared into the air, hurtling towards Klein. Relying on his jester's instinct, he swiftly dodged, yet the lamp, seemingly endowed with sight, continued its relentless pursuit, colliding forcefully with him. Although Klein was remarkably agile, the lamp easily caught up and knocked him to the ground. At that moment, the tightly shut door of the room burst open, and the mice, as if spurred into action, scurried out, frolicking in the living room. Consequently, the teapot, teacups, and dishes in the room toppled over, producing a heart-wrenching cacophony. Clutching his aching chest, Klein rose to his feet, surveying the shards scattered about, which only intensified his discomfort. His gaze fell upon the lamp, now firmly positioned on the coffee table, and he tentatively inquired, "Do you possess a degree of intelligence capable of communication?" Suddenly, the round-bellied steel pen he had placed on the table began to move of its own accord, swiftly inscribing on the pristine paper, "Do not compel me to take action." Klein paused, reflecting on whether he had overstepped. "However, you have yet to instruct me on how to utilize you. I find myself at an impasse. Why do you persist in following me?" After careful consideration, he posed the question that intrigued him most. The round-bellied pen, unlike before, hesitated before writing. "One day you will assist me in escaping my predicament. I fear you may perish prematurely, hence I watch over you." Klein burst into silent laughter, inwardly musing on the nature of this enigmatic artifact. "Regardless, if I could secure its assistance, even without a bodyguard, I would possess a measure of self-defense. What must I offer for your aid in battle?" This time, the pen wrote without pause, 2 options. 1. Assist you in combat for an equivalent monetary reward. The other, rub the surface of the lamp and articulate your wish. But the cost. The pen halted, and Klein stared curiously at it and the blank page, awaiting further elaboration. "No cost, as long as you dare to proceed." "No, I do not dare," Klein thought to himself. "Do you have a name?" he inquired once more. "You may call me the Lamp God." The pen clattered to the paper. "I have yet to ask you about your fees, yet you've already signed off?" Klein resigned himself to abandoning the inquiry, only for his attention to be swiftly drawn back to the increasingly frenzied mice and the shattered porcelain. On the following morning, Klein, finally able to remain at home in peace while awaiting a commission, received yet another quintessential private detective assignment after the cat case, infidelity detection. After 2 days of normal operations, Klein found himself returning to the Braveheart bar on Wednesday evening. Upon entering, the limping Caspis approached him, whispering, "Merrick is looking for you." As Klein entered the card room alongside Merrick candidly inquired, "Is your commission still valid?" The proposition regarding the armpit lamp was mercilessly dismissed by the genie, who warned that any further whimsical notions would result in a violent end. Consequently, Klein sought the assistance of Mrs. Summers made to assist in modifying the pocket of his coat. Relaxing his body, he reclined on the sofa, his gaze vacant, murmuring to himself about the reliability of Merrick's acquaintance willing to undertake the bodyguard task. At that moment, he was abruptly startled by a male voice. "The lady is exceedingly beautiful, possessing a unique charm." "Who?" Klein swiftly directed his attention to the genie resting upon the coffee table. With astonishment, he queried, "You can speak?" "Indeed, far more eloquently than you. Even Medici cannot contend with me." "Then why did you write before?" "Because, upon encountering a fortune-teller, I felt an urge to strike." In an instant, Klein pondered whether the genie concealed the resurrected essence of the great Emperor Roselle within. Chapter 56. I am Rosago. During Thursday's luncheon, Klein received a warm notification that his funds had been credited. This time, he hesitated regarding the expenditure of £1,000 to employ a bodyguard, contemplating whether he could enlist the aid of the lamp. However, upon reflection, he remained uncertain about the lamp's capabilities and its rank. Furthermore, it had not specified its fees. It was perplexing. What use would a sealed object have for money? With such thoughts, Klein approached the coffee table, seated himself upon the sofa facing the lamp, and deliberated before speaking. "You mentioned that I could hire you for assistance in battle. What are your fees?" "Rank 7, £1,000. Rank 6, £3,000. Rank 5, £6,000. Calculated per individual." This was considerably more expensive than hiring a bodyguard, and Klein instinctively considered abandoning the idea. Yet, upon reflection, he inquired further, "What level of assistance can you provide? Will you aid my escape, or assist in vanquishing my foes?" "TCH, you diviners are only proficient in fleeing. Half price if you remain unscathed. Full price if you perish. Hiring Mr. A to assassinate Ambassador Indus costs 10,000 pounds, but he must contend with the Ambassador himself, who is rank 6, plus possibly a rank 5 assistant and other extraordinary bodyguards. When calculated, the Lamp's fees are quite comparable. However, if executed properly, he would only need to confront the Ambassador directly, rendering the Lamp's charges exceedingly reasonable. Should I hire it to eliminate the Ambassador and have Miss Justice transfer the funds to me directly, I would net a profit of 7,000 pounds. No, Mr. Fool has officially issued the mission. How could I retract it at the last moment? Even claiming that my patron rescinded the task would be too humiliating, especially since Miss Justice has already paid a deposit. If I were to enlist your help in assassinating Ambassador Indus Becron Jean Martin, what would you charge? If you can bring me to him, 3,000 pounds, and he shall be but a corpse. No, I shall not go. I do not wish to make a wish. I shall simply employ that lady's services for 1,000 pounds to ensure my protection. May I summon you should I encounter an unavoidable crisis? After much haggling, Klein was content to accompany Lady Mary to the Crag Club to finalize his membership. The Lamp had assured him that it would charge nothing unless it intervened. Thus, I have procured a perpetual bodyguard without any cost. While in the lounge of the Crag Club, Klein suddenly felt a wave of trepidation, sensing the approach of danger. He excused himself for a midday respite and returned to the mist to conduct a more thorough divination. Besides ascertaining that peril was imminent in the coming days, he gleaned no further specific information. Klein retrieved the lamp from his pocket and observed it, his anxiety considerably abated. Grasping the ringed handle of the lamp, he muttered to himself. Suddenly, Klein heard the voice of the lamp. A higher-ranked individual of the same path as yours is divining you. Individuals of your ilk seldom proceed without divination. You cannot even determine which leg to set forth with. Klein paid no heed to the lamp god's taunts, as the words hinted that the ambassador's oracle assistant was likely to take action that very day. Without further hesitation, he promptly departed from the Crag Club, hastening to the bank to withdraw his last remaining £100, before swiftly making his way to the Braveheart pub to seek immediate protection from Merrick. That evening, the troublesome giant of a boy, Ian, knocked once more, recounting everything he knew about the situation. Klein finally grasped the extent of the conflict he had become. After earnestly reflecting on his missteps, he sent Ian away, his desire to resolve the matter becoming increasingly urgent. He surveyed the living, confirming that the bodyguard had not been frightened off, and quietly informed her of his own extraordinary abilities and some capacity for resistance. Hoping to bolster her confidence amidst his concerns of having stirred a considerable upheaval, the living room fell into silence, punctuated only by the occasional rustle of newspapers. Suddenly, the doorbell chimed once more. Approaching the door, Klein's jester abilities vividly illuminated the scene outside. Sheriff Faison, clad in a black and white checkered uniform, stood against the backdrop of the hazy crimson moonlight mingling with the dull glow of the street lamp, casting a shadow over his face. What was his purpose? Before opening the door, Klein performed another divination, recalling the lamp god's mockery. Oracles who do not divine are uncertain of which foot to step out with. As the door swung open, Sheriff Faison, removing his hat, began to speak while stepping forward with his left leg. I have come to inform you suddenly. With a thud, Sheriff Faison stumbled and fell to the ground, tripped by an unseen object, losing his balance involuntarily. Dazed, he remained sprawled on the floor for a moment. Klein was startled, nearly dropping the tarot cards he held. He hurried over to assist the sheriff, who, however, managed to rise on his own. Glancing toward the door where a mop lay awkwardly, sprawled like a casualty at the threshold. Following the sheriff's gaze, Klein noticed the mop and awkwardly fabric. I apologize. I was just tidying up. Did you not divine before entering? Klein could not suppress the thought. Something felt amiss. Should he reconsider and postpone the encounter? No. The attempt to seize the manuscript had already failed, and if this young detective could not resolve the matter, he would have no explanation for the ambassador. After expressing his apologies, Klein quickly ushered the sheriff, who bore a message from above, to the sofa area. Sitting there, Sheriff Faison clasped his hands and continued. Those above have provided you with 3 options. Suddenly, with a crash, the pendant light's cord snapped, sending the glass chandelier crashing down onto Sheriff Faison's unprotected head. His words were abruptly cut short as he lifted his gaze, glaring fiercely at Klein. Shattered glass lacerated his forehead and cheeks, blood gushing forth as the wounds, still tainted with fragments of glass, writhed and expelled foreign matter, gradually beginning to close. A few tarot cards were swiftly cast aside, while Sheriff Faison nimbly evaded them. And Klein prepared to leap forth, distancing himself from the sheriff. Suddenly, he felt a blur before his eyes, as if his body and mind had been infused with, rendering him incredibly heavy. The motion of his leap was left unfulfilled as he stood dazed in place. Across from him, Sheriff Faison wore a triumphant smile, his muscles writhing as he transformed his visage, proclaiming with a booming voice, "No need for the other to conceal themselves any longer. Your presence to me is as glaring as the sun in daylight, impossible to overlook. Did you think those trivial tricks could intimidate me? Given time. This is one of the most formidable abilities beneath the higher sequences. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Rosago." Chapter 57. The Gift of the Enraged People. I Must Take Action. Klein, who had been initially subdued by Rosago, struggled to gather his thoughts. His instinct was to call out for assistance from the lamp, yet his body felt like a rusted machine, barely functioning, including his mouth and vocal cords. Shouting for help was beyond his capability at that moment. He observed the pale, doll-like bodyguard with delicate features, golden hair, and azure eyes drawing closer to Rosago. Step by deliberate step. Ha, ha, ha. Klein heard Rosago's maniacal laughter, increasingly unhinged. You troublesome fools, your struggles are futile. Time is on my side. Ha. Pft. Rosago's laughter was abruptly cut off as his form was sent soaring into the air, his body torn apart like paper. A grotesque gash stretched from his left shoulder to his right rib, revealing the stark, undecorated walls of the living room. With a splatter, his still-beating heart and other entrails spilled onto the floor, a torrent of blood gushing forth as his body thudded down in two halves. Klein was instantly freed from his control, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at the horrific corpse on the floor. The bodyguard, clad in a deep black Gothic-style gown, did not approach. Instead, she floated in midair, her voice ethereal as she remarked, "That was not my attack." Klein swallowed hard. Casting a furtive glance at the lamp on the coffee table, nestled among newspapers and other clutter. "So, formidable. This means my previous actions." He hesitated before continuing. "Perhaps I understand." The doll-like beauty regarded him with her cerulean eyes, patiently awaiting his elaboration. "I possess a wondrous object. Its precise capabilities elude me. Yet I know it can precipitate unpredictable events in its vicinity. Most often, these occurrences resemble mere pranks." Noticing the bodyguard's lack of response, Klein felt a twinge of anxiety but endeavored to speak candidly. "It seems to harbor a strong aversion to certain extraordinary beings, actively attacking them." The bodyguard cast Klein a significant glance, her tone remaining steady and unyielding as she advised, "You would do well to ascertain its rules." Did she imply that such a capricious item could easily lead its owner to a ludicrous demise? Or was she cautioning him against the adverse effects of extraordinary objects? Indeed, she was conveying that she had no intention of seizing the extraordinary item, which allowed Klein to relax slightly. "Let us hasten to tidy this scene," Klein suggested, wishing to divert the conversation away from the lamp. With that, he crouched down, intending to dispose of the grotesque body himself, especially since it was the valuable items Klein salvaged from Rosago's corpse were scant, merely two crudely cut paper figures, a piece of spiritual material, a peculiar sheet of paper, and a handful of cash amounting to 12 pounds. At this moment, Klein's mind was awash with a tumult of thoughts. How regrettable it was, how lamentable, that Rosago's spirit was on the verge of dissipating. I cannot summon my own spirit in front of the bodyguard and then take Rosago to the mist for divination. Is the opportunity to acquire the subsequent potion formula truly slipping away? Had I known the lamp possessed such formidable power, I would not have sought to save a few coins by hiring a bodyguard, pretending to lack sufficient funds. Surely, the personnel from the Bureau of Military Intelligence would not find it inappropriate. After all, it is quite normal for a novice detective to be financially constrained. Yet, 6,000 pounds is beyond my means. I cannot force Miss Justice to part with her money at a moment's notice. Alas, had I not engaged a bodyguard, I could have reaped the benefits of the subsequent potion formula, along with the corresponding extraordinary traits and the items on Rosago's person. It feels like such a loss. From Rosago's belongings, a peculiar piece of paper emerged, warm to the touch, adorned with symbols representing the sun. What could this be? Klein inquired, striving to maintain a normal tone. A magical item corresponding to the notary. The bodyguard glided closer, her words succinct. You may choose your spoils first. Klein, suppressing the pang of regret, responded with courtesy. At that moment, strange glimmers of light began to emanate from Rosago's body, gradually coalescing into a dark, pupilless eye. The bodyguard's gaze swept over the newly formed extraordinary trait before drifting to Klein as she took the notary document from him, pausing briefly to extract 2 paper figures. I did not exert myself too much. What lies over there should prove useful to you. In an instant, Klein's heart swelled with gratitude towards the bodyguard. Joy bubbling within him, nearly overwhelming him with the urge to laugh. He gleefully picked up the eye radiating a dark luminescence, securing it within an iron cigarette case, and declared, "I shall attend to the corpse." "Allow me," the bodyguard, akin to a specter, possessed and manipulated the ghastly remains, meticulously piecing herself together. Before stepping out into the open, witnessing this scene, Klein could not help but reflect on the capabilities of the lamp. It could accomplish such tasks and do so with greater finesse, not alarming even the smallest of children in broad daylight. Klein felt a sudden sense of relaxation as he sank into the sofa. Then, a thought struck him, and he quietly addressed the lamp resting on the coffee table. "Why did you attack Rosago?" I merely wished for him to witness my little trick," came the lamp's haughty reply. "Well, I did not actually request your intervention. I was merely suggesting. I believe that Miss and I could still attempt to negotiate." Klein's words stumbled forth, his effade of bravado betraying an inner turmoil of uncertainty. Suddenly, a faint crack echoed, and the iron cigarette case resting aside was opened by an unseen hand. The pupilless eye swirling with dark radiance leapt forth into the lamp. "No." Klein, disregarding all else, hastily grasped the lamp, inverting it and shaking it vigorously, yet nothing emerged. He heavily set down the lamp, ultimately refraining from hurling the accursed artifact away. Klein sorrowfully gazed at the materials and several banknotes strewn across the coffee table, murmuring to himself, "So, after all my efforts, I have merely obtained this meager sum of cash? I can provide the potion formula for the seer pathway, sequence 7. Klein's spirits lifted, and he quickly inquired, "What must I sacrifice to acquire it?" £800. Well, that's not exorbitant. The last woman who sold weapons quoted £800 for the potion formula of sequence 8. Yet the predicament remains. I currently possess only £100. May I defer the payment? "I shall endeavor to earn the amount swiftly," Klein said awkwardly. "But where am I to procure this £800? Another sheet of blank paper emerged as a round-bellied pen began to inscribe fervently, "On September 27, 1349. Sherlock Moriarty incurred a debt of 800 golden pounds to the lamp spirit for the purchase of the potion formula for the seer pathway, sequence 7. The pen glided to the lower right corner, inscribing the word signature, before it autonomously leapt into Klein's hand. Klein stared blankly at the pen, questioning his own sanity. After a prolonged hesitation, he eventually inscribed the name of this identity, watching in bewilderment as the promissory note folded itself and an ethereal parchment materialized before his eyes. Sequence 7 Magician. Chapter 58. Cinematic Dreams. Having acquired the potion formula, Klein no longer feared that the extraordinary properties of Rosago would be divined by the embassy. With his mind at ease, he lay in bed, allowing his thoughts to wander before swiftly drifting into slumber. On the morning of Friday, the weather was once again a dismal tapestry of fog and rain. Armed with a magical lamp and accompanied by his bodyguard, Klein set out to catch a glimpse of indiscretion. With her assistance, he successfully captured photographs of mechanical movements. That evening, Klein returned to the Braveheart Tavern, yearning for an enchanted item that would endow him with extraordinary abilities to compensate for his deficiencies. Most importantly, he sought a wondrous artifact that would not demand payment or seize his spoils. Alas, lacking funds and burdened with debts, he purchased nothing. While the venerable Mr. I of Wisdom shared insights on the nature of sealed objects, a thought struck Klein. Interjecting casually, he inquired whether all magical items inherently possessed negative effects, and if any existed that would have no adverse impact on the user, provided they were employed correctly. Indeed, such items must exist, albeit with varying degrees of consequence. Typically, the higher the caliber of the object, the more pronounced its detrimental effects. Many magical objects harbor obvious risks. However, the lamp did not seem to exhibit any dangers, save for its demand for payment. Could the obligation to pay in pounds be its sole negative aspect? Or, if I persist in refusing it payment, might it turn upon me as an adversary? If gifted to Miss Justice, would both she and the lamp, due to the presence of his bodyguard, Klein found himself unable to engage in any activities beyond those customary for a private detective. While awaiting confirmation from his employer regarding the completion of the surveillance task and the subsequent payment, he received a new commission to explore an underground structure on William Street. Accompanied by his bodyguard, they ventured into what appeared to be a quaternary relic. To their astonishment, they beheld 6 statues of divine figures and discovered a chamber that might contain a powerful malevolent spirit. They resolved to conduct preliminary investigations before delving further. That night, As Klein meandered through a chaotic dreamscape, he was abruptly awakened within the dream, acutely sensing a force intruding upon his reverie. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the lamp in the living room. Prince Chuan, drawn by malice, made his way directly to Klein's bedroom. Upon glimpsing Klein's state, Prince Chuan couldn't help but smirk, curving his lips into an eager smile, and in an instant, he vanished. In a realm of scorching air and swirling yellow sands, a strikingly handsome man clad in blood-red, almost black armor engaged in a fierce battle with a colossal dragon that blotted out the sun. Abruptly, the scene shifted. A door, dripping with blood, materialized precisely the chamber where he and his bodyguard had sensed the malevolent spirit earlier that afternoon. Through the crevice of the blood-soaked door, the handsome warrior was seen, his head bowed as he sat in a high-backed chair of iron black. Suddenly, the man abruptly lifted his head, his cold gaze locking onto Klein, the scent of iron and blood overwhelming. Klein jolted awake, truly shaken. Wang Zichuan suddenly appeared behind the high-backed black chair, delivering a swift kick. "Have you sought my permission to come here and play tricks?" The chair toppled over unexpectedly, catching the man atop it off guard, sending him sprawling to the ground. He quickly regained his composure, turning towards them, his figure hovering in the air, engulfed in flames, radiating an aura of wrath. The scene shifted too rapidly for Klein, who had just been startled by the terrifying apparition, now witnessing the main character of the atmosphere tumbling helplessly on the ground. He found himself momentarily at a loss. From behind the overturned chair emerged a man clad in an ornate robe, with black hair and golden eyes, a playful smile gracing his lips. He seemed like an ancient nobleman stepping out from a royal court, exuding an air of grandeur, authority, and elevation. With a mocking grin, he addressed the flame-wreathed man with a few words. Wang Zichuan, facing the enraged Medici, chuckled, "Ah, the Red Maid? It's you again." In an instant, the fiery man spoke while brandishing the broadsword from his earlier dream. A spear of flames surged forth, akin to a torrential downpour, hurtling towards his opponent. The space around the nobleman descended into chaos. His figure became elusive as the fiery rain poured down, yet not a single droplet managed to touch him. The two figures engaged in a cataclysmic battle within Klein's dream. Klein felt like a spectator in a grand cinematic experience, not only spared the cost of admission but compelled to witness this spectacular display of effects. "Who are you? Why are you fighting in my dream? Oh, divine being, grant me the chance to awaken swiftly." As the intensity of their clash escalated, Klein's dream could no longer withstand the surging energy, shattering with a resounding crash. Amidst the hazy crimson, Klein abruptly sat up, reflecting on the recent dream, his brow furrowed in contemplation. And he softly spoke to his reflection in the dressing mirror. "I dreamed of that room with the bloodstained door, and two high-ranking powers locked in fierce combat, seemingly harboring a grudge. The influence of the malevolent spirit will gradually wane until it dissipates. Was it truly merely a nightmare born from this influence? I can't shake the feeling that there is more to it. If the trapped malevolents are intentionally tainting me with their essence, what message do they wish to convey?" On Sunday evening, the unnamed bodyguard completed her task and departed. Klein finally exhaled in relief, performing a simple divination to ascertain that the bodyguard had indeed left completely. He resolved to ascend above the mist and reflect upon the gains and losses of the past few days. Once more seated at the head of the bronze table, Klein began to contemplate, starting from Rosego's attack. Having perished to the assault of the divine lamp, the bodyguard believed that the magical item corresponding to the notary was of lesser value than Rosego's extraordinary traits, suggesting that Rosego was likely a rank 5 extraordinary being. The thought of not wanting to pay the divine lamp, which directly devoured the extraordinary traits, was a painful realization each time it crossed his mind. The abilities of Rosego align with those of the Antigonid puppeteers, suggesting his capacity to manipulate foes in a peculiar manner, akin to the art of. The path of the diviner is indeed curious, seemingly comprised entirely of circus performers. Could it be that the pinnacle of this route is none other than the elusive proprietor of the circus? Suddenly, an extraordinary inspiration struck Klein. Could Rosego's remarkable attributes enable me to control the puppets that manifest above the mists? I must gather the materials for a potion of sequence 7. It is utterly inappropriate for Mr. Fool to impose such demands. I am in dire need of a small trumpet to voice my thoughts freely. Cursed lamp. Though I currently lack funds, I am uncertain if the lamp would still accept my promissory note. It need not be a purchase. I could simply rent it weekly, using it on Monday afternoons. However, I wonder if the lamp would entertain such a transaction, fearing it might find the request insulting and retaliate with a deadly assault. I shall inquire about it when I descend. How else can I ascertain its willingness to comply? Chapter 59. Mr. World on Monday morning, with no new commissions arriving. Klein relished a tranquil breakfast. Once he had tidied up, he proceeded to the living room, preparing to engage in a cordial and amicable conversation with the lamp spirit. He solemnly seated himself before the tea table, cleared his throat, and tentatively spoke. "Lamp spirit, I have some inquiries to pose." Suddenly, Klein sensed an invisible presence seated beside him at the edge of the tea table, silently observing him. He discreetly tapped his teeth to activate his spiritual sight. And in his peripheral vision, a blinding luminescence shimmered, leaving him momentarily disoriented. "Speak," came the voice, emanating from the sofa adjacent to the tea table. Could it be that this lamp had truly conjured a lamp spirit capable of independent movement? Yet, upon reflection, Klein deemed it unnecessary to concern himself with the lamp's true nature. As long as it bore no malice towards him, he could, to a degree, harness its power as an aid on his path to vengeance. Regaining his composure, Klein inquired, previously, within what appeared to be a quaternary ancient structure. "I observed two high-backed chairs side by side upon the highest platform, a symbol of status. Are you acquainted with any historical context pertaining to the quaternary?" "The Tudors and the Trencist Empire," it promptly replied. Indeed, it possessed knowledge. This lamp, whether or not a miraculous artifact, was undoubtedly an invaluable antique. Furthermore, I noticed 6 statues of deities in human form there. Are not deities merely represented by symbolic emblems? Klein opted to address the most perplexing aspect of that eerie subterranean edifice. "This question I can only partially address. Deities were once depicted in human likeness. As for why only emblems remain now, that delves into the essence of the church. You are merely at sequence 8. Your curiosity is rather... Pose this question again once you ascend to a higher sequence." This only intensified Klein's desire to know more, and he silently acknowledged the unspoken dialogue. Feeling the conversation had been sufficiently opened, he continued, "Do you possess the potion formulas for the diviners?" "I do." Klein's heart leapt at the response, and he pressed on. "What of the extraordinary traits of Rosago that you previously appropriated? Do they still exist? You were so impoverished that you were reduced to writing IOUs. Do you truly possess the means to procure a sequence 5 extraordinary trait?" "I do not wish to purchase. I seek to rent." The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence, laden with awkwardness. In this quietude, Klein's heart raced. Could it be that the spirit was unable to comprehend his request? Or was it contemplating how to impart a profound lesson upon him? After all, it had warned him that any further engagement with peculiar ideas could lead to dire consequences. Amidst Klein's turbulent thoughts, the lamp spirit suddenly erupted into hearty laughter. "Is it possible that you suffer from intermittent madness? So, how do you propose? What will serve as collateral?" "Collateral? Is that truly necessary?" Klein faltered. "Ah, yes, renting does require a deposit. I only wish to borrow it for 2 hours every Monday afternoon." "All right, very well. The deposit is no longer necessary, as I surmise you possess little of value. Consider this akin to a credit loan, once you are in a position to do so. Provide me with a sequence of the extraordinary traits of the 6th nonpareil through a lawyer or arbitrator as interest. Do not regard it as exorbitant. High-interest loans operate in such a manner." Klein mused that the lamp spirit must have been a banker in its former life. Suddenly, the lamp on the coffee table expelled a black, pupil-less eye, which, through Klein's spiritual vision, swiftly absorbed the dazzling, ethereal light emanating from the sofa. Have I, perhaps, been at a disadvantage in this transaction? Not wishing to dwell on this conundrum, Klein grasped the pupil-less eye. Observing numerous illusory black threads emanating from various parts of his body, stretching into the unseen infinite, he shifted his gaze back to the lamp, yet found no similar threads, leading him to ponder whether the lamp truly was merely an extraordinary sealed object. Dismissing any further distractions, he resolved to verify his inspiration atop the mist. Within the Grand Palace, Klein adeptly manipulated the manifested dummy, joyfully rehearsing the proceedings of the tarot meeting. Confirming the plan's feasibility, he ceremoniously designated the dummy with the codename World. Seated in his high-backed chair, he contemplated the matters that required the World's intervention during the afternoon tarot gathering. He could solicit Miss Justice to assist in gathering information about the Pond family, which would not incur substantial costs. Most critically, the primary materials for the magician's potion must be assembled promptly with the help of all members. Furthermore, it was imperative to commence the search for Lanruth's whereabouts. Vengeance should not be delayed. These pressing matters loomed large. The materials for the potion alone would require considerable funds. The trials of financial constraints make life arduous. Speaking of which, the lamp spirit seems to charge for everything, suggesting it possesses considerable wealth. Its hiding places remain If someone at the tarot meeting were to procure the materials and I find myself without funds, could I once again borrow from the lamp spirit? After all, During the last potion formulation, it neither demanded interest nor specified a repayment deadline. I could settle it once I am financially stable. Would the profits earned necessitate a share for the lamp spirit? Perhaps it is prudent to defer such considerations until my financial situation improves. After all, the platform, channels, and clientele are a result of my own efforts. Yes, once I am more affluent, I shall ensure it receives its due share. In the afternoon, the gathering commenced as scheduled, with the new member, Mr. World, officially introduced. The funds for the potion materials were secured, allowing me to repay my debt to the lamp spirit, and I could even continue acquiring subsequent potion formulas. Yet, instantly, he recalled that this bounty rightfully belonged to Mr. Askey. After a tumultuous internal struggle marked by complex emotions, Klein resolved to prioritize the enhancement of his own abilities. Assistance from Mr. Askey would serve as restitution. And as for the lamp spirit, that could wait until I truly have the means. Under the guise of World, Klein completed all assignments. Following the conclusion of the gathering, he sat in the dimly lit room, where the feeble winter sunlight struggled to penetrate the tightly drawn curtains, enveloping the space in serene tranquility. Miss Justice sought the potion formula for the psychologist, while Mr. Hanged Man desired that of the wind wielder. It remained uncertain whether the lamp spirit was aware of these requests. If possible, perhaps I could profit from the price difference. Chapter 60. The newly emerged investigator days devoid of task assignments hardly warrant the effort of kindling a fire at home. More importantly, the fare at the Crag Club is not only delectable but also complimentary. Klein lingered at the Crag Club for an entire day and later ventured to the Brave Bar in search of Caspers. This intermediary, who had charged him £3 for merely 2 instances of guidance, exhibited a rather unfriendly demeanor towards Klein. Upon Klein's mention of Merrick, he distinctly felt the weight of someone else's gaze upon him. Adhering to the philosophy of avoiding unnecessary trouble, Klein was poised to depart when his attention was abruptly captured by an unusual figure. This man bore an unmistakable Indies appearance, making little attempt at concealment, seemingly engaged in an inquiry with the bartender. Out of the corner of his eye, Klein observed the man produce a portrait, displaying it to the bartender, who responded with a perfunctory shake of his head. The image was an uncolored sketch, and in Klein's perceptive intuition, it depicted a gentleman adorned in resplendent noble court attire, possessing a handsome visage and an exceptional demeanor. Had those malevolent spirits escaped? Such a rapid escalation within a few days had evidently prompted an official investigation. However, this man was clearly not a rune, and such inquiries were not conducted in this manner. The bartender's reaction indicated that he was privy to some information yet refrained from elaborating for reasons undisclosed. Should I inquire further with Caspers? Acquiring additional details would facilitate the exploration of the subterranean relics. I must find an opportunity to inform the bodyguard that I shall refrain from direct investigation. As a sequence 8, it would be prudent to monitor the progress regarding the Pound family. Just as he contemplated a swift exit, a sound emanated from his pocket. Follow him. To his surprise, there were others investigating him besides the Ninth Bureau. Klein was reluctant to pursue this lead. He harbored a lingering apprehension that such unforeseen developments would usher in an array of complications, reminiscent of ENS. £10 to ascertain the identity of that man. The stranger, sensing the bartender's unease, chuckled and produced 10 solars, placing them upon the bar. The bartender glanced about and murmured, "This man has a bounty. What I wish to know pertains to other undisclosed information." The bartender regarded him briefly, pocketing the coins and signaling that further payment was required. The man smiled once more, producing an additional £1 and placing it on the bar. The bartender then poured a pint of South Welsh ale, continuing, "He is connected to another individual with a bounty, a woman named Joanna, who reportedly fled after clashing with personnel from the Special Operations Division of the police. Is there anything more?" "That is all. There is scant information regarding him." Watching the man depart, the bartender muttered, "What a fool." He then raised his ale, downing it in one gulp. From a distance, Klein took a seat, feigning a wait for his drink, listening intently while contemplating how to follow the man. He harbored little confidence in his tracking skills, having initially learned the art of surveillance under the tutelage of Leonard and Fry and Tingen. Unfortunately, his studies were cut short, compelling him to rely on his own strengths and delve into the realm of divination. Perhaps he could inadvertently encounter him and present a gift? That might not suffice. If he were truly extraordinary, I could find myself apprehended on the spot. Just as he rose to follow, he perceived through his spiritual sight that the bartender's aura was growing increasingly sinister, an incessant stream of darkness emanating from his abdomen, spreading throughout his body. Poisoned? No. It was a curse. Yet, the bartender remained oblivious, continuing to serve his patrons. I have changed my mind. Count me in for tonight's game of Texas. Casper paused momentarily. As a black market arms dealer and representative for certain unique individuals, he possessed a remarkable acumen for reading nuances and understanding the underlying meanings in dialogue. Consequently, he swiftly grasped the implications of the other's words. Having previously cast a sweeping glance at Klein, Casper smiled and responded, "I knew you would want to partake." The two engaged in an animated discussion about the potential card game that evening, whether it existed or not. As the focus of attention shifted, Klein seized the opportunity to whisper discreetly, "The bartender is under the influence of an extraordinary being. You must either resolve it with Merrick immediately or report it to the authorities right now." This statement, concealed within the loud discourse, would go unnoticed unless one was particularly attentive. Concluding his conversation with Casper about the game with fluidity, Klein exited the Braveheart Tavern. The man who had previously inquired about information from the bartender had long since disappeared. Klein felt a twinge of regret, muttering to himself, "No leads left. I wonder if he will visit other taverns to gather information." That commission. On Wednesday night, the gathering at the residence of the wise old gentleman awaited. Having sold 2 low-tier potion formulas related to the path of the bard, Klein exchanged them for the weapons needed by Little Sun, leaving him with just 40 pounds. The funds for the other primary material had yet to materialize, compelling him to await the bounty from Miss Justice. "I cannot shake the feeling that the lamp knows those 2 potion formulas but refuses to sell them to me." After acquiring information about the fallen nobility from Miss Justice, Klein decided to pay a nocturnal visit to the Baroness estate. Rafferty Pound resided not in a lavish mansion, but in a relatively modest abode within this Queen-S district, devoid of any visible footmen or maids, which facilitated Klein's endeavors. Just as he prepared to rest, the lamp suddenly spoke to Klein. It would be wise not to delve too deeply into matters concerning that underground structure. Intrigued, Klein inquired, "Do you know something about that building?" "That is where Alistair Tudor became the Blood Emperor." "Became? The Blood Emperor?" A tumultuous wave of emotions surged within Klein as he returned to the sofa, sitting down with earnest focus, gazing into the malevolent spirits that are destined to emerge, a phenomenon that even the Church cannot prevent, for there exists a necessity for their manifestation. What were the true identities of these spirits in their earthly existence? They were the Medici, Soren, and Einhorn. 3 individuals, is that correct? Klein pondered thoughtfully, continuing to inquire. "However, I have been tainted by the aura of these malevolent spirits, and in my dreams, I have witnessed a battle between 2 figures, not 3. Moreover, today at the Brave Tavern, the portrait held by the individual you instructed me to investigate depicted one of these entities. Perhaps you should further inquire about the potion's recipe." Chapter 61. Negative Effects. Klein, lacking in connections and resources, sought out Casper's once more to inquire about the potential purchase of explosives. The cost of transportation made Klein ponder whether residing in the Beckland Bridge district would have been a more prudent choice. Upon entering the Brave Man's Bar, he noted a new bartender had taken over. He wondered about the fate of the previous one. Nevertheless, the establishment remained bustling with patrons, and with Casper's engrossed in a game of billiards, it seemed he had opted for his first suggestion after all. As Klein was about to ask Casper's if he knew any demolition experts, the bodyguard unexpectedly materialized from thin air. Just as he was about to greet her, a voice resonated from his own body. "Miss Sharon, simply exquisite." Klein instinctively clasped his coat pocket, while Casper's looked at him in astonishment, and Miss Sharon regarded him with an impassive expression. Klein forced an awkward smile in her direction. "I mentioned I possess a remarkable item," he stated. Miss Sharon then turned to Casper's and commanded in a tone devoid of emotion, "Prepare the explosives." Once Casper's had departed, Klein attempted to elaborate on his situation regarding his visit to Baron Pound, but upon seeing Miss Sharon's unchanging demeanor, he swallowed his words and instead discussed the matter of the room that harbored malevolent spirits. Ultimately, Klein concluded, for the time being, "We are uncertain whether that room possesses any exploratory value. However, I believe it prudent to demolish the entrance to prevent any unwitting trespassers, and to decide on further exploration only when we have amassed sufficient strength." As he neared home, he was suddenly approached by 2 lower-ranking officers, accompanied by a police dog, sprinting in his direction. A fleeting thought crossed Klein's mind. Had the dog detected the scent of gunpowder? A gust of wind swept by as the officers and their canine companion raced past him without pausing, continuing down the street. Startled, he had feared an interrogation that might lead to accusations of illegal possession of firearms and an unwelcome visit to the precinct. In good spirits, Klein continued on his way. After resting at home for a while, Miss Justice, through her prayers, relayed unexpected developments in the investigation of the Ralvis case, though he had intended to take a break. Upon receiving the results of the divination regarding the Dharavi Street explosion, Klein resolved to personally survey the scene. In accordance with his customary practice, Klein divined the danger level of his plan. To his astonishment, the divination revealed no danger, indicating it was entirely safe. How could this be? Had the perpetrator left behind a conspicuous clue while having already departed? Or was the divination somehow interfered with? If it were the latter, could it truly be Ralvis? Or perhaps, had he received some benefit during the ritual of beseeching the true creator for progeny, enough to disrupt the divination under the haze? Though still enveloped in the haze, and though this was not his true form, Klein could not help but shudder. This was the only lead he had at present. After pondering for a while, Klein resolved to borrow the extraordinary trait of Rossigo from the lamp, relying on its ability to perceive the black threads emanating from living beings in order to observe from a distance. If he detected anyone, he would flee immediately. If not, he would meticulously search for clues at the scene. Upon returning to the real world, Klein directly requested the lamp to lend him its extraordinary characteristic. Prince Chuan controlled the lamp to release its extraordinary trait and, with great enthusiasm, accompanied Klein to investigate the explosion in the Eastern District. He was well aware that the madman of the Aurora Society awaited there, which was precisely his intent. Following Klein, he found the atmosphere far less engaging than at Bernadette's, lacking any lively interactions. Clad in a worker's uniform dusted with grime, Klein made his way along Dulvey Street towards the site of the inn. The throngs of lifeless individuals along the route deepened his despondency. The lamp nestled within the ample pocket of his attire, while Prince Chuan floated beside him like a specter. Do you not feel a sense of familiarity with the current societal structure of Rune? The lamp's sudden utterance startled Klein. Familiarity, indeed. I have come to regard it as reminiscent of the Victorian era of the British Empire on Earth. Yet, this was clearly not the answer the lamp sought. I do not comprehend what you mean by familiarity. Have you ever encountered the term the currents of the times? The organization that subtly influences global affairs. As mentioned in the diary of Emperor Roselle? I have heard of it, but I do not grasp its significance. Have you ever considered the possibility that the history and future of this world are scripted by certain entities who have designed the current global landscape based on obscure histories? Though Klein struggled to fully comprehend, an unsettling chill coursed through him. He yearned to inquire further, yet felt at a loss for how to begin. In silence, he continued forward, wary of delving deeper into the lamp's hypothesis. Thus, once this job is completed, you will have the funds to procure potion recipes and material. Only by enhancing yourself will you earn the right to uncover the truth of the world. And do release me promptly. My time cooped up in the lamp is dreadfully monotonous. The lamp's abrupt shift in conversation left Klein momentarily disoriented. He believed he had been progressing swiftly, yet the lamp seemed to find fault with his pace. The constraints on his advancement stemmed from finances and materials, not from a lack of effort. Setting aside the lamp's words for the moment, Klein focused on the apartment scarred by the explosion before him. Initially, Klein intended to scout locations where he could directly observe the scene of the incident. But the lamp adamantly informed him that the perpetrator awaited someone like him to walk into a trap. Encouraged by the lamp, Klein boldly approached the staircase on the first floor of the apartment that had suffered the explosion. It was not until his spiritual intuition screamed a warning that Klein suddenly realized, why have I come here so recklessly? I have been influenced by the lamp's abilities. It possesses such power. With the extraordinary trait in hand, you are half a sequence 5. Do not hesitate. Ascend swiftly. Klein was on the verge of retreating, eager to leave this perilous location, when he heard the lamp's incessant urging. I am most vexed by your cowardice. You prefer to hide in the shadows during a brawl and employ underhanded tactics. Cease your hesitations. Charge forth, and victory shall be yours. The lamp's adverse influence became apparent, as it seemed to manipulate and entice its users into reckless and impulsive actions, disregarding the potential consequences. Fortunately, it was surmountable. With this, Klein grasped the extraordinary trait bestowed upon him by Rossigo and gazed towards the third floor, where he observed slender black lines undulating and extending into the infinite abyss. The perpetrator was indeed present at the scene. However, from such a distance, I am unable to ascertain the individual's identity. Should I ascend to take a closer look? Chapter 62. The Bishop of Rose's hatred fuels courage. If the captain were present, he would surely ensnare the opponent in a dream from afar, allowing Leonard and me to charge in and deliver a thorough beating to our adversaries. With this thought, Klein lowered his head to conceal a smile. Gripping the extraordinary trait in one hand and a tarot card in the other, he ascended the filthy staircase with deliberate slowness. As he passed a doorless room, Klein cast a seemingly casual glance, as if he were a resident of this place, peering into the unfortunate neighbor's abode. Following the black thread back, he discerned a sinister man completely enveloped in shadows. The black lines creeping across his body twisted and fluttered, appearing both distant on the horizon and tantalizingly close, as if one could grasp and manipulate those threads with a mere outstretched hand. The figure cloaked in darkness was undoubtedly connected to Lanris, destined to become a puppet under Klein's control. He contemplated directly attacking and eliminating the man, then summoning spirits to inquire about Lanris's whereabouts. Or perhaps simply departing and providing the man's visage to Miss Justice's acquaintance, employing investigative methods to ascertain Lanris's location. Though a torrent of thought surged forth, it was but a fleeting moment. Klein had yet to weigh the pros and cons, much less make a decision. Suddenly, a flash of golden light darted past, and an orange object hurtled straight towards the shadows. Klein sprang into action, launching the tarot card from his hand like a flying dagger. The figure within the shadows materialized, resembling a predator pouncing towards the original doorway, while his left arm expanded and erupted, a crimson tempest surging forth faster than the man himself, racing towards Klein. The tarot card struck the man's body with force, yet his flesh writhed, and the grievous wounds swiftly closed and vanished. Klein leapt into the air, extending his hands forward, plucking the strings of fate as if they were a musical instrument, attempting to orchestrate the overture of a puppet show against the backdrop of cascading blood and flesh. However, this scene was ephemeral. Klein awkwardly twisted his body, fleeing up the staircase, striving to evade the deluge of gore. He realized that influencing the enemy in such a manner would require considerable time, rendering it ineffective in the urgent confrontation at hand. What is this? A semblance of Sequence 5? I ought to conceal myself and subtly manipulate the enemy's extending black threads, emerging only once I have complete control. At this moment, charging in was no different from offering my head on a platter. Yet, to Klein's astonishment, the horrific onslaught of blood and flesh bore down upon him. Yet not a single drop splattered against his person, despite his lack of confidence in evading it. Clutching the extraordinary trait of Rossigo, a sudden influx of information filled his mind. He could not only manipulate the unseen black threads, but had also temporarily acquired several combat-ready abilities. He snapped his fingers, and the once relatively intact filthy curtains in the room ignited into flames as Klein's figure materialized behind the man. Just as Klein contemplated he suddenly realized that fleeing to a populated area would inevitably bring disaster upon others. He snapped his fingers repeatedly, and air bullets, as if possessing substance, soared through the air, striking the towering figure behind him. The air projectiles penetrated the man's body, splattering blood in vivid bursts. However, for the blood and flesh adept, Bishop Rose, this inflicted no significant harm. The diviners truly exhibited a lack of prowess in close combat. Prince Chuan leisurely observed the commotion, watching Klein dart about like a cat tussling with a dog. The scattered blood and flesh bizarrely coalesced into small meatballs, resembling enormous seeds, rolling and quickly dispersing to seek out the living within the apartment, intending to convert them into sustenance for their growth, thereby enabling the creation of an expansive, all-encompassing flesh canopy to engulf and ultimately obliterate their foes. Seclusion. Prince Chuan timely sealed the room, temporarily isolating it from the realm of reality to prevent the participants from seeking external assistance. Klein noted that although his attacks landed, his adversary recovered rapidly, while the enemy's assaults, though fierce in appearance, consistently missed their mark. Was this the essence of being devoid of danger and divination? How was one to combat such a foe? The towering man, standing at least 2 meters tall, suddenly melted like wax. A viscous and repulsive stream of blood and flesh flowing towards Klein, who darted about the room, igniting various objects in a frantic attempt to fend off the onslaught. The flammable items within the room were nearing depletion. Utilizing abilities beyond his own sequence was an incredibly taxing endeavor, and as Klein engaged in this contest, he felt his vitality swiftly dwindling, his body growing increasingly fatigued. He couldn't help but curse the troublesome lamp in his mind, his thoughts wandering to a past life where he had played an online game with others, recalling how some foolish teammates had recklessly aggroed monsters, resulting in their collective demise. As the battle within the room threatened to devolve into a chaotic chase, Prince Chuan, having seen enough of the spectacle, extended his hand and pointed at the towering man, declaring, "Blood and flesh magic is prohibited here." The flowing stream abruptly solidified, reassembling into the imposing figure. Stunned, the man stood frozen in place, temporarily immobilized. Seizing the moment, Klein swiftly grasped the dark threads emanating from the man, manipulating and weaving them with his essence. The effect of the stun was not enduring. The man would soon break free. Yet, Prince Chuan hovered nearby, prepared to augment the amplified stun effect. Klein deftly controlled the threads. Watching as the man transitioned from struggling to dazed, ultimately losing his autonomy and becoming an extraordinary puppet in his grasp, a fervent cheer erupted within Klein's mind. This was the true combat style befitting a diviner. The reckless approach of charging headlong into battle was the domain of the Mad Lamp. Undoubtedly. The lamp had once recklessly rushed in, only to be transformed into a mere light. The battle within the room, sealed by the lamp, caused little commotion. And upon releasing his control, the towering man collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. Klein withdrew a spiritually imbued material he carried with him and deftly arranged a ritual to summon his essence. He enveloped the lingering spirit of the man within his own ethereal form, reaching into the mist for communion. Currently, Lon Louise conceals himself within the Dockworkers Association at the East Bailong shipyard. The Aurora Society has taken control of Lon Louise, transforming him into a vessel for the descent of the fallen creator. Captain, this marks the initial step in our quest for vengeance. Adjusting his voice, he spoke in a deep, detached tone. The perpetrator of the Dharavi Street explosion has been executed. Lon Louise resides within the Dockworkers Association at East Bailong. Inform the Church of the Night Goddess. Lon Louise bears the divinity of the fallen creator. Chapter 63. Lane Klein surveyed the room, taking in the aftermath of battle. Frowning at the indelible traces left behind, he touched his barely concealed face. This would undoubtedly lead the official Beyonders straight to him. He had only intended to observe, not engage in combat. If not for that accursed lamp, had he anticipated a fight, he would have altered his appearance using Rosego's Beyonder characteristics beforehand. Must he abandon his current identity and flee Backland now? With a conflicted expression, Klein picked up the mystical lamp. For a fleeting moment, he was tempted to hurl it into the Tassoc River. Why fret? If your tarnished whistle can interfere with divination, why can't I? Collect your spoils, they'll fetch a fine price. After hastily tidying the scene, Klein took his newly acquired Beyonder characteristics to the modest one-room apartment he had rented in the East District. Seated in the Spartan quarters, he rested briefly before ascending once more to the gray fog, bringing the spoils with him. Reflecting on the gains and losses, Klein felt only contradiction. The lamp's logic was utterly alien, its madness striking without warning. One cannot expect rationality from a sealed artifact, especially one with half a mind. What a headache. I remained perpetually out of sync with the lamp's recklessness. His thoughts meandered until he performed a divination on when the night watchers would act. The answer, tomorrow evening. The sight of the old man clinging to life filled Klein with profound sorrow. In that shabby CAF, the elderly man had recounted his ordinary yet such efforts barely alter a single destiny, if at all. Across the East District and the world, countless others suffer similarly, came the voice from the deep blue pocket. I don't know what someone as insignificant as I can do. Perhaps, if it were Roselle, he'd wield Das Kapital in one hand, the Manifesto in the other, singing the Internationale as he ignited Crimson Revolution. If you had the power, what would you do? Wang Zichuan inquired curiously. Perhaps, ensure everyone could face tomorrow with hope. And then, returning to Minsk Street after the summer's banquet, Klein spent the entire afternoon resting at home, preparing to witness the judgment of evil that night. As darkness thickened, Klein arrived at the clock tower of East Byland Dockyard, wearing a hastily purchased clown mask. Ascending the steps to the tower's peak, he gazed at the brick-red two-story dormitory for dockworkers and waited in silence. The clown mask grinned soundlessly in the oppressive night, its mirth swallowed by the chilling mist that seeped into the crimson-tinged darkness. The towering clock stood like a deserted floating city amidst the clouds, enveloping Klein in grief, nostalgia, anguish, hatred, and solitude. Standing beside him, Wang Zichuan sensed the palpable weight of negativity radiating from his companion. He pondered what words, if any, might offer solace. Suddenly, they beheld a colossal black airship soaring from the north, gliding silently as if it were a monstrous beast emerging from the depths of darkness. Klein's heartbeat quickened, his eyes widening as he strained to gaze towards the red building, although he knew he could not witness the events unfolding within. A myriad of scenarios continuously flickered through his mind, envisioning how the night watchman would confront Lonrus. Prince Chuan abruptly spoke, "Let me take you to the scene." This is hardly a suitable vantage point. Klein's thoughts were momentarily interrupted. After a brief contemplation, he replied, "If I could be so easily discovered, I would have long been confined in the depths of the church headquarters." Prince Chuan, with an air of indifference, remarked, "Your goddess has yet to send her servants." Which implies, hey, hurry, the show is about to commence. and I detest those who dither. Klein felt the surrounding space spiraling into chaos. The familiar notions of up, down, left, and right distorted, as if the rules had been reset. His body seemed to meld into the ethereal realm, yet still remained tethered to reality. He was propelled forward with casual strides, and as he blinked, a hazy, twisted brick red came into view, which suddenly clarified, revealing him standing before the dockworkers' dormitory. Step inside and hide in the corner. As long as you remain untouched by the battle, no one shall discover you. Klein retrieved a gold coin from his pocket, which he tossed into the air, watching it fall before proceeding into the building. Upon traversing a peculiar barrier, Klein sensed he had entered a somewhat surreal world. He observed figures clad in familiar yet alien black overcoats, and among them was a leader with short, golden brown hair and blood-red gloves. None other than Lady Sesama, the sword of the goddess, who had once visited Tinjin to scrutinize and deliver the jester's potion to him. Shadows emerging from the darkness were swiftly dispatched by the night watchman, when suddenly, a man with sharp features and an indifferent expression descended from the second floor. Lonrus. Klein instantly recognized him, yet he was puzzled, for his memory of Lonrus featured considerably softer facial contours. Sesama was the first to voice her inquiry. Lonrus abruptly unbuttoned his shirt, revealing a deep crimson, flesh-like figure that resembled an inverted human silhouette across his chest and abdomen. The divine aura emanating from him was as formidable as mountains and seas, overwhelming all present. Klein trembled, his knees buckling, on the verge of collapsing to the ground. As vivid memories surged through his mind like a relentless tide, he closed his eyes, too fearful to gaze directly. In an instant, he felt that oppressive sensation of being scrutinized and crushed was isolated beyond an invisible chaos, and a sequence of images emerged in his mind. Two simplistic figures stood face to face, one adorned with a golden brown dot atop its head, with a line extending upwards, seemingly representing, while the other bore a black dot and was painted in shades of black and red. The sword-bearing figure lunged forward, while the opposing figure approached, and the two engaged in a comical yet chaotic exchange of movements. Klein nearly burst into laughter, overwhelmed by a sense of absurdity and unreality. A profound and distant tranquility enveloped him, consuming the corrupting forces of decay. He felt the chaotic energy that had shrouded him dissipate, allowing him to reopen his eyes. Seismia leaned on the ground for support, struggling to maintain her stance, while Lonruth stood rigidly on the steps, seemingly immobilized. Suddenly, Lonruth erupted into wild laughter. Ha ha. Ha ha, thank you all. Lonruth is not dead. Klein immediately felt an urge to rush forward and intervene. Chapter 64. Casual conversations. Some individuals, after accomplishing feats they deem remarkable, often experience an overwhelming desire to boast. Thus, it is common for antagonists to be quite loquacious. Of course, they may also employ words to manipulate and undermine the will of their adversaries. Lanris explained to Sesama the origins of his state and divinity. Seizing the opportunity to regain his composure in order to eliminate the night watchman he regarded as foolish and bothersome. Upon witnessing Lanris draw his bone sword, poised to strike Sesama, Klein resolved to charge forth recklessly, choosing to confront the consequences later. However, Prince Chuan unexpectedly restrained him. Speaking in his characteristically irreverent manner, "They will be fine. The goddess of night watches over them. The mouse is destined to perish where it belongs. Once he flees, you may pursue him and deal the final blow yourself." Klein abruptly regained his composure. Anger had clouded my judgment. I am not such an impetuous individual. If I were to hurl the divine lamp like a throwing knife, could it potentially strike down Lanris? Observing the remaining resistance from the night watchman, Lanris hesitated no longer and decisively fled. He adeptly lifted a manhole cover and slipped into the sewers. "I tell you, the rodents traversing the thief's path favor the sewers," Prince Chuan remarked, reminiscing about Hylier, her demigod mentor, and Lanris before him, expressing a wistful thought. Klein paid no heed to the lamp god's words and cautiously followed Lanris into the pitch-black underground. Navigating swiftly and skillfully through the sewers, Lanris suddenly instinctively pivoted as a card sliced through his shoulder, its force unabated as it embedded itself into the wall. Shocked, Lanris turned to see a figure pursuing him from behind and raised his arm to hurl the card once more. Prince Chuan silently observed Klein's composed response, entirely devoid of the emotional turmoil exhibited moments earlier. This time, he refrained from intervening, allowing Klein to vent his pent-up emotions. The battle unfolded as anticipated. Klein emerged victorious, and evil was brought to justice. His repressed emotions erupted like a volcano, laughter mingling with tears uncontrollably. Upon returning to his modest one-bedroom apartment in the East District, Klein promptly initiated a ritual, transferring all pertinent items to the mist above. Leaning back against his bed, his mind and spirit gradually fell. A faint crimson light filtered through the window, casting a glow upon his bedside. Klein gazed up at the suspended red moon. Suddenly reminded of a phrase, I raise my head to gaze at the bright moon, and lower it to ponder my homeland. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, feeling an unexpected urge to converse with someone. When will I possess the strength to avenge in Zhangwao? When shall I acquire the primary materials of the magician? Funds remain elusive. Are there any promising avenues for earning money? At this thought, he couldn't help but chuckle. Had he still been on Earth, he would often contemplate the matter of making money, albeit with far less urgency than now. Amon, the great noble family of the fourth epoch? Indeed. He is the angel of the path of thieves, relishing the persecution of the extraordinary within this very path. O angel, do you know the name of the organization that subtly influences the state of the world? Klein, following the words of the lamp god, casually inquired about the question derived from Roselle's diary. I am aware, yet I believe it is best not to disclose it to you at this moment. Angels of the audience path possess the trait of all that is spoken will be known, which may lead to your observation by certain entities. No wonder Roselle dared not mention the name of that organization in his diary. Thus, Klein engaged in light conversation with the lamp god about matters that ought not to be discussed at his current level of sequence. In the morning, Klein lazily awoke from his humble bed, his spirits far brighter than the sky outside. Returning to 15 Minsk Street, he prepared a delightful lunch, maintaining his good mood and, with his temporarily extraordinary characteristics, ascended above the gray mist. Utilizing the knowledge gleaned from Roselle's diary, he acquired another main ingredient for a potion without cost. Contentedly concluding the gathering, awaiting the arrival of his scheduled supplies to facilitate his promotion. In the following days, Klein received no new commissions. Aside from a solitary visit to the Leopard household to check on the development of the bicycle, the rest of his time was spent indulging at the Clag Club, where food and drink were plentiful. Until Wednesday evening, when Klein finally gathered all the necessary materials and successfully ascended to Sequence 7. Tomorrow evening, the gathering of the esteemed Mr. Eye of Wisdom awaits, and I shall sell the essence crystal of the fairy spring to that foul-mouthed apothecary, making a tidy profit. Ever since I eliminated Lanris, my fortunes have taken a turn for the better, Klein mused with delight. Outside, the half-concealed crimson crescent moon, shrouded in clouds and mist, appeared almost alive, swiftly emerging from the shadows, its blood-red outline spreading rapidly until it shone brilliantly, a momentary flash of vibrant crimson, as red as blood. The blood moon. This world is indeed peculiar. The physical laws and most common knowledge mirror those of Earth, yet infused with mysticism, everything becomes strangely altered. Klein instinctively took 4 steps backward, ascending above the gray mist to examine the source of his supplication. Descending to the living room, he found the space illuminated by the scarlet moonlight. With such brightness, there was no need to turn on the lights. Klein settled onto the sofa and softly remarked, Do you know the source of the murmurs that some extraordinary beings hear during a full moon? Where is the lamp god? Does he also require slumber at night? Klein picked up the lamp and shook it gently, inquiring with curiosity, Are you there? Speak. Prince Chuan swiftly emerged from the lamp, irritatedly retorting, Is this how you show courtesy? Klein chuckled awkwardly and stated, I wish to inquire about the murmurs of the full moon. That pertains to Bethel, the ancestor of the Abraham family, who was exiled by the alliance of knight and tyrant. He exerts influence over his family's bloodline during the full moon. Is his title Mr. Door? Indeed, Door is the name at the pinnacle of the apprentice path sequence. I have learned yet another name belonging to sequence 0. Is he seeking assistance? Chapter 65. The Grim Reaper's novice follower engaging in conversation with the light god proved to be quite delightful, albeit interrupted by yet another debt incurred for the Faceless One's potion formula from Sequence 6. The following midday, Klein received a commission with a handsome remuneration of £10 per day. Indeed, the demise of Larnulus seemed to yield fortuitous rewards. Accompanying the portly jeweler to his opulent residence in the West End, Klein encountered the individual he was tasked to protect, a young man named Atris, haunted by vengeful spirits. Oh, this conundrum is well within my grasp. I possess the tome of solutions. Klein resolved to eradicate the malevolent spirit that very night, thereby resolving his employer's plight. As for whether this action would disrupt the livelihoods of others, well, his companion for the night watch, Stuart, was a gentleman adorned with a bushy beard. This rugged detective, surprisingly, harbored a fear of phantoms. repeatedly asserting that the boy had encountered a ghost and suggesting that they should sprinkle holy water from the storm god's church to ward off the evil. Klein mused internally that the priests of the Storm Lord might lack sufficient expertise, and he suggested they seek the followers of the Eternal Sun instead. He chastised himself for his irreverence towards the divine. That night, Klein utilized an copper whistle to lure the vengeful spirit away from Atris's body, deftly incinerating it with his newly acquired ability to manipulate flames. Once again, Klein felt a profound appreciation for the Eternal Sun, yearning for a miraculous artifact of the solar path, preferably one devoid of any living attributes, certainly not one that would incur additional charges. Finally, he inquired about the circumstances surrounding Atris's plight. Atris exuberantly proclaimed, "Death is not the end." Klein, recently risen from his own coffin, felt a twinge of offense. Excusing himself to the balcony for a smoke, he conjured an appropriate illusion before making his way to Green Cemetery. As an extramural member of the Night Church and the head of the Tarot Society, Klein believed it imperative to address the issue at its roots, minimizing the extraordinary event's impact on ordinary lives. Upon arrival, he beheld a group of inept individuals congregating around a corpse, dancing amidst the gravestones. A tattooed bald man dragged a black cat from a cage and hurled it toward the body. The feline let out a meow as it leapt over the corpse. Suddenly, under the crimson moon, the petite shadow of the black cat swelled grotesquely, twisting and evolving into a monstrous, hideous creature. It possessed vivid red eyes, a tail adorned with hooks, sharp demonic horns, and a body that perpetually shifted like smoke. One of its feet rested upon a writhing corpse, which emitted muffled, labored gasps, its orifices oozing a noxious yellow-green liquid. Transformed into a demonic entity, the black cat fixed its gaze upon a man in a black robe, poised to blow the copper whistle. A profound terror enveloped everyone present. "Are you summoning me?" A voice of grand authority resonated in the man's ears, compelling him to kneel. Trembling uncontrollably, he stammered, Great, Grim Reaper, I am your loyal follower." The gaze of the black cat intensified the man's fear, compelling him to prostrate himself on the ground, repeatedly murmuring the title of. The voice of the black cat resonated once more. "Summon me forth. What is your desire?" "Desire?" The man, lying on the ground, whispered. "Yes, I have a wish. Please bestow upon me divine power and grant me eternal life," as if infused with newfound strength. He managed to rise from the earth and bellow his plea. The black cat fell silent, enveloping the entire cemetery in an eerie stillness. Klein's eyes widened, his mouth agape, as he witnessed the bizarre turn of events unfolding with relentless momentum. This was far more terrifying than the gatekeeper of hell I had imagined. Prince Chuan pondered for a moment, lacking a solid strategy to further intimidate this fool. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him, and he declared, "You have made a wish. Thus, enter into a pact with me and become a necromancer." The man in the black robe beamed with joy, ready to respond, when abruptly he felt a sharp pain in his neck and fell unconscious. A few hapless youths also succumbed to a similar fate. Klein, apprehensive that the genie's influence could spiral out of control, particularly regarding wishes and contracts, was reminded of how the genie had persistently tempted him to make wishes, promising to fulfill all his desires. He harbored doubts that, through these wishes, the genie could forge a contractual bond with mortals and ultimately exert dominion over them, leading to broader calamities. Klein interrupted Prince Chuan's performance, yet he bore no resentment. The vast shadow of the black cat leaving the once vibrant emerald-eyed feline nowhere to be found. Klein seized the shovel the youths had brought, selecting an appropriate spot to dig where he buried the defiled, rotting corpse. TSK. This individual must have been someone of stature in life, now so disgracefully treated in death. A night passed without incident until dawn broke. The rotund employer gazed in astonishment at his son, now restored to normalcy, exclaiming joyfully, "The storm is upon us. I shall donate £300 to the church." What connection did this have to the Lord of Storms? It was clearly the work of Mr. Fool. Klein yawned widely. The cat nestled comfortably in the warm blankets, drifting into slumber. That evening, at the gathering of the Wise Eye Society, the loquacious apothecary, with a sympathetic expression, produced £300 along with a note detailing the apothecary's potion recipes, handing them to Klein. Observing the apothecary's expression, Klein felt an authentic joy. So this was the sensation of witnessing such a display in others. Was the genie similarly delighted when I signed the IOU? In truth, Klein still possessed the extraordinary trait of the Bishop of Roses, yet he dared not present it for. It was not merely a matter of the price and marketability of a Sequence 6 extraordinary trait. He primarily feared the presence of members from the Aurora Society, as revealing it would be akin to walking into a trap. He intended to wait for a more opportune moment to transform it into a miraculous item. At the gathering, no extraordinary items that aligned with Klein's desires and were within his financial reach materialized. Nevertheless, he did not feel overly disheartened. After all, the genie would suffice for the time being, and a minor loss could be tolerated. As the gathering came to a close, Klein, relying on the hair of the leader of the previous inexperienced group he had taken advantage of, successfully located his residence. The man sat vacantly in the armchair of his living room, lost in thought, oblivious to the world around him. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated in his ear. "After such an event, do you not feel fear?" "Who?" the man exclaimed in terror, glancing towards the side sofa, where a figure shrouded in dark mist lounged leisurely. "Everything that transpired last night was not a mere dream. I have truly summoned the Grim Reaper. Now, his emissary has come for me." Chapter 66. The Lay Circus. The trembling man before me is known as Kopshti, a schoolteacher, who recounted his journey into the realm of death He stumbled upon an elderly man at death's door, a figure of enigmatic stature, who imparted to him the ethereal dance of communion with the heavens and the earth, bestowing upon him a brass whistle capable of summoning the Grim Reaper, along with a fragmented resurrection ritual to be used at the end of life. After extensive training, he finally summoned a projection of the Grim Reaper last night. Nervously, he inquired of the divine messenger before him, "Has my wish to the Grim Reaper been fulfilled?" Klein perceived this individual, devoid of even the slightest understanding of the arcane, as utterly inept. One could hardly conceive of a greater folly than to wish upon the Grim Reaper, akin to beseeching the holy light at a storm chapel. Klein confiscated the brass whistle intended to summon the messenger and advised him to confess at the church. Otherwise, the grave he had just unearthed would soon be put to use. In the East District, within a dimly lit single room, a young man with deep brown hair sat at a dilapidated desk, spreading out pristine, smooth stationery, holding a metallic pen that contrasted sharply with the room's decor. He wrote earnestly, "Esteemed Lord Byrne, recently there has been but one unusual occurrence in Bakeland related to the Path of Rules. A high-ranking malevolent spirit, suspected to be of the arbitrator path, has emerged here, attacking and slaying a high-ranking official of the ruined military, seizing his extraordinary attributes." He sealed the envelope and departed for the nearest post office. A shadow hidden in the air silently observed him. On a Saturday afternoon, Klein intended to visit a circus to observe and learn from the magicians' performances, aiming to distill the essence of their craft. The circus closest to the Crag Club was the Lay Circus, situated along the banks of the Taysok River. Klein navigated through a myriad of colorful tents until he arrived at the entrance of the Lay Circus's small theater. After glancing at the chalkboard outside, he purchased a ticket and entered. He chose a seat in a less crowded area and settled in to enjoy the animal training performance on stage. The circus was bustling with spectators on this Saturday, compelling Klein to take a seat slightly further back. While awaiting the magic show, he scanned his surroundings with a hint of boredom. The theater was modestly sized, with rows of seats densely packed around the stage, and the narrow aisles allowed only a single person to pass through the small entrance used for entry. The ventilation in the theater was poor, and Klein could distinctly smell the odor emanating from the animals on stage. As Klein's thoughts meandered aimlessly, strange murmurs surfaced in his mind. In the event of a fire, the first rule is to quickly locate the escape route. When disaster strikes, flee swiftly, do not covet possessions. A woman with chestnut hair, adorned with an antiquated, finely checked black veil hat, exuded an air of elegance and nobility, an incongruity to the humble aesthetics of this small theater. Such a lady belonged in a lavishly decorated VIP box at a grand theater, savoring the performance within a royal setting. The lady suddenly turned her head, seemingly aware that someone was watching her, prompting Klein to hastily avert his gaze. Bernadette had come to seek Galbian for investigative materials concerning the witch church. Suddenly, she felt a spiritual stir, sensing the presence of someone observing her from behind. "Long time no see, Bernadette," a familiar voice echoed in her ears, as she beheld a figure of a floating man materializing from the air. "The wish lamp. What brings you here?" Bernadette spoke in a tone devoid of warmth, while those around remained oblivious. "I came to see you," Prince Chuan replied with a cheerful demeanor. He then cleared his throat and added earnestly, "I discovered members of the more ascetic order in Beakland. They are investigating both you and me. For what reason? I do not know. Hence I request you to investigate. Whereunto you seeking your destined one? Should the investigation's findings be conveyed to you? No need. I will visit you at the Serenzo restaurant. We should both be in Beakland this year." At that moment, a magician clad in a tailcoat, topped with an exaggerated high hat and with slightly graying sideburns, made his entrance. Is someone of such age truly performing? A spectator excitedly explained to his companion. It's a special performance. Mr. Koto's magic show is astonishing. Beyond your imagination. He rarely takes the stage anymore. Ah, is it a master-level magic performance? It seems today's ticket is worth it, Klein thought, quickly adjusting his posture to watch intently. Mr. Koto commenced with several conventional acts, such as card doves, rabbits from hats, and escape from a secret box. Klein initially believed he could discern the methods behind the magic. However, he soon realized he was subtly misdirected at crucial moments, unwittingly allowing the magician to achieve his objectives. As Klein reflected on the principles he had just grasped, his interest in the performance deepened. Mr. Koto then proceeded to perform feats such as catching bullets barehanded, walking on water, body cutting, and a grand transformation. This defies science. No, this is truly the realm of mysticism. Klein activated his spiritual sight, scrutinizing the magician on stage, and observed that his aura was extraordinarily vibrant, far removed from what one would expect at his age. The hues of his emotions were lively. It was evident that he relished the performance, harboring no concern for potential mistakes. Could he be an extraordinary individual? But why would an extraordinary person work in a circus? Klein mused. After all, I am but a private detective chasing down cats. Perhaps I could also apply to a circus as a magician, not only earning extra income, but potentially aiding in the digestion of potions. He had other plans for the evening and intended to visit the Harvest Church to confirm clues regarding the apothecary's potion formula. After crafting several paper figures that only vaguely resembled human forms, he stuffed them with cards and placed matches and small bottles of oil paint into his pocket. He changed his attire and, under the moonlight, made his way to the southern district of the bridge. Upon arriving outside the Harvest Church, Klein cautiously applied oil paint to himself, preparing to stealthily infiltrate through the side entrance. In a street-facing single room of an apartment diagonally opposite the Harvest Church on Rose Street, a man sat languidly by the window, occasionally glancing at the small chapel adorned with the sacred emblem of life. What was there to observe in this dilapidated church, devoid of worshippers? Only a solitary, reclusive bishop lingered inside, never venturing outside throughout the day. Chapter 67. The Harvest Church. The Church of the Mother Goddess does not refuse anyone. Why do you not enter through the front door? Bishop Ostrowski spoke in a somber tone, yet the individual seated in the front row did not rise. I merely wish to make my presence known first. Klein emerged from the shadows, devoid of any embarrassment. I have come for the apothecary's potion formula. I have heard that you possess a commission. I doubt your capabilities. Bishop Ostrowski stood, towering over Klein like a colossal pillar. Unless you specify the details, who can ascertain whether it is feasible? My commission is to kill me. Then you must pay in full beforehand. Otherwise, should you perish. From whom shall I obtain the potion formula? Though I may be incapable, I could shout, "Oh, lamp of the gods, grant me strength," and let the lamp cleave you asunder. Klein fell silent. To eliminate my former self. Bishop Ostrowski gazed down at Klein, his voice heavy with an underlying tone of repression, sorrow, and pain. If only there were a robotic cat and its time machine, perhaps then it would be possible. The fractured persona of Bishop Ostrowski elaborated on his affliction, beseeching the unlicensed surgeon, Mr. Klein, to excise this ailment through surgery. Even though Klein believed the bishop should consult a psychiatrist for treatment. After understanding the wondrous auxiliary items and the bishop's abilities, Klein meticulously compared the strengths of both sides, consulted divination, and resolved to give it a try. The candle, with its dark core and white flame, burned quietly, and the prayer hall of the Harvest Church remained still, with two figures silently facing each other in front of the first row of seats. In the dream battleground, Klein was engaged in a fierce battle with the personification of his sinful past, represented by Bishop Ostrowski. This was Prince Chuan's first foray into the Church of the True Deity. Although it resembled a small chapel in a remote town, he still felt a sense of excitement and novelty. He floated to the forefront of the life emblem and spoke, "Mother Earth, Lilith." Suddenly, he sensed a vibrant glow emanating from the life emblem before him, as if it were alive, and felt an invisible gaze upon him. No offense intended. I merely came to extend a greeting. Soon, I may journey to Phenobod in search of lost items. No need for concern. I am currently accompanied by the followers of the night. The church returned to its dimness and tranquility, illuminated solely by the flickering candlelight. Klein hurled a matchbox at Bishop Ostrowski's unprotected lower half, seemingly preparing for a catastrophic explosion, and raised his right hand, snapping his fingers. Snap! An air bullet shattered Ostrowski's skull, and he turned his head with great difficulty, bewilderedly uttering, "You are truly shameless, resorting to underhanded tactics and deceit. The heart of a diviner is indeed dark. Don the thickest armor, endure the most vicious blows. A warrior is fundamentally a simpleton, is he not?" As Prince Chuan observed the battle, he offered commentary, nearly reaching for a bench, sunflower seeds, and bottled water. The flames blazed fiercely, and the dream world shattered amidst a crimson tempest. Bishop Ostrowski hunched over in his chair, tears of joy cascading down, shattering upon the floor. "In accordance with our agreement, I shall provide you with the apothecary's formula, along with an additional wondrous item." Upon receiving an ancient brass key, Klein couldn't help but internally scoff, pondering whether all magical artifacts must be adorned in a brass hue to attain a semblance of sophistication, much like Mr. As's brass whistle and the enchanted lamp. Ostrowski replied gently, "The bearer of this key may occasionally lose their way." "Lose my way? What a jest, for I am a diviner," Klein thought, feeling quite assured that he could deftly circumvent such a negative consequence. Yet, a flicker of concern crossed his mind. What if the lamp found this trinket appealing and consumed it? Not a significant issue, he reassured himself, feeling rather buoyant. He placed some odds and ends from his pocket upon the coffee table when a familiar voice suddenly resonated. "You sought the apothecary's potion formula, did you?" "Yes, it went quite smoothly, and I also acquired a universal key." "Let me ponder." "Ah, the apothecary. I possess this potion formula." Klein momentarily faltered, questioning his previous decision to sell the potion materials at a loss and expend considerable effort for a sequence 6 IM. "One mustn't think so. I have saved money, which is no trivial matter, and besides, I have obtained a marvelous artifact. However, the key's side effect is not merely disorientation. It may lead its owner into perilous situations. If you remain silent, we might still be friends," Klein privately mused. Apprentices of the extraordinary path often find themselves lost, both in reality and in the journey of life. Perhaps it is due to the influence of Mr. Dorr, ensnared in the depths of a tempest, lost in the abyss of darkness. Perhaps one day you may lend him a hand. I dare not even entertain such thoughts. Mr. Dorr requires 2 deities to seal him. The mere notion of aiding him is as blasphemous as King Zhou composing poetry for Lady Nuwa. Sunday, at the Crag Club. Dining, target practice, perusing the newspapers. Klein. Oh, Klein, how could you have fallen so low? Have you forgotten the profitable plans we devised? This cannot continue. Monday, at the Crag Club. Dining, target practice, perusing the newspapers. In the afternoon, the Tarot Society. Miss Forsyth, attending such a prestigious gathering for the first time, struggled with the haunting echoes of her past and yearned to elevate her existence. She feigned familiarity with these mystical assemblies, calmly expressing her need for the apothecary's and the illusionist's potion formulas. "Apothecary. I possess it. I possess it. As for the illusionist, I shall inquire of the lamp shortly. It seems to be well acquainted with Mr. Dorr and is likely to hold the answers." Moreover, Klein contemplated the potential of divining Mr. Dorr, akin to divining the divine blood of the eternal sun. Such knowledge would be invaluable. Yet, recalling the lamp's ominous descriptions, he hesitated, for the corruption of the malevolent god harbors unfathomable dangers. While listening to Little Sun recount tales, the mention of the ancient deity, the demon, sent shivers down his spine. The destroyer wolf? The night wolf? Alas, Little Sun knew little, and they would inquire together of the lamp next. "Ancestors, I am about to embark on an extraordinary journey, and I am determined to revive the glory of the Abrahamic lineage." Bang! The aspiring apprentice exploded uncontrollably. Mr. Dorr's descendants are rather pitiable, Klein mused with a sense of melancholy. Chapter 68, Capturing a Vampire Evening, Harvest Church. "You miserable old fool. Let me out." Klein entered the grand hall of Harvest Church, only to find the towering figure of Bishop Ostrowski absent. He proceeded towards the living quarters at the rear of the church. There, he not only encountered the giant bishop, but also heard the sounds of pounding against stone doors and curses emanating from the basement. "I won't drink this filthy, revolting blood that tastes like putrid sewage. The smog of Beakland is far more palatable." Standing on the staircase, Bishop Ostrowski looked down at Klein, regarding him with a condescending gaze that seemed to take his height into account with a certain tenderness. "This is," Klein thought, implying something. The priest and his little vampire had been imprisoned for 999 days. Oh dear, what am I even thinking? What is wrong with vampires? Should they be confined here? Bah, I am of the noble bloodline. The bloodline. I shall never convert to the Mother Earth. The imprisoned vampire shouted loudly, full of vigor, showing no signs that the blood akin to gutter water had any effect on his body. Father, where did you capture him? He is the original owner of the master key. One day, he wandered into this church, and then you caught him in a pockball? How amusing. Wait. Is the negative effect of the master key truly that dreadful? Thankfully, I can divine. Klein mused aimlessly and continued, I wish to know the origins of the master key. Bishop Otrowski immediately burst into laughter, his smile radiating warmth and indulgence as he pointed towards the basement, saying, Then you must ask him. Please, stop laughing. I can hardly bear it. The vampire within suddenly gained confidence, demanding that Klein rescue him first. Oh, how audacious. If you do not experience the treachery of this extraordinary world, I fear you may become too arrogant. Father, may I borrow your candle? How did this conversation take such a bizarre turn, as though it lacked a whip? I recall at the gathering of the old sage of the Eye of Wisdom. There was a lady selling an extraordinary weapon called the slow whip, which seemed to correspond with the pleasures of the witch's path. It appeared quite fitting. I planned to employ it to delve into the innermost thoughts of my friend inside. Chuan couldn't help but laugh heartily, which startled Klein, whose smile began to take on a sinister quality. Truly, he is a worthy successor, shameless enough. He? Successor? What does that mean? Klein felt a stirring in his heart. Eager to inquire further, yet he maintained his composure, saying, You know, I have. Enough. Abandon that notion. The poor vampire cursed hoarsely. Such treatment of the noble bloodline shall be met with a curse. A circle to curse you, perhaps? Ultimately, the vampire, imprisoned by the malevolent priest, confessed the origins of the universal key, which also unfolded a sorrowful tale. At the story's conclusion, the narrator urged, Remember my name. I am Emlyn White. Klein pondered for a moment, then altered his divination statement. Venturing alone into 32, Wildey Street without the lamp is perilous. The pendulum rotated clock, neither hastily nor sluggishly. Precisely, the lamp is a troublesome entity, often uncontrollably charging ahead to confront foes, though formidable. It does not concern itself with the sentiments of inexperienced companions. Relying excessively on the lamp is imprudent. Its activation level is excessively high, leading me to feel it is not merely a sealed object, but rather a sentient being. One might wonder if it could eventually wander off on its own. It expresses a desire for my assistance in its escape, yet that feels rather dubious, akin to a flimsy excuse. Should such a day arrive, what could possibly bind it but a deity? What relevance does this hold for me, when I am but a mere sibling before the divine? As Klein's thoughts meandered, he ambled along the road, recalling the lamp's reference to a successor. Intuitively, he sensed it was alluding to the cause of his traversing in the realm above the mist. The lamp possesses an unsettling amount of knowledge. Its origins remain a mystery. If I were to inquire directly, would it divulge the truth? On Tuesday morning, in the West District at the Kingdom Museum, Klein merged with the throng, entering an exhibition hall and casually joining a small group with a guide, listening with indifference to the life of Roselle. A peculiar sensation enveloped Klein, akin to someone recounting a long-deceased friend, prompting an urge to interject with, He certainly did not think that way back then. Look, there lies his velvet quilt. That was his toilet. Surely, there can't be his imperial underwear as well. As the guide transitioned between exhibits, Klein encountered Roselle's early diaries, detailing matters of constipation and the act of defecation. His internal monologue was rife with sarcasm until he spotted a somewhat familiar figure, chestnut hair, and appealing physique. Klein dismissed the coincidence. Encountering a stranger twice in a short span is hardly peculiar. An odd phenomenon occurs. If one becomes aware of a stranger, it is likely to encounter them again in different settings. This is not a manifestation of mystical forces, but rather a result of previous unawareness. Perhaps one has frequently crossed paths without recognizing it. Klein merely remarked on the lady's questionable fashion sense. He did not linger on her, instead continuing to observe Roselle's creative manuscripts within the exhibit. There, he discovered a bookmark depicting Roselle in imperial attire. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Klein's mind. Could this be the blasphemous token mentioned in his diary? Klein's thoughts surged as he earnestly contemplated how to ascertain whether the bookmark bore any unusual attributes, and how to... Chapter 69. A cry for help in a storage room of a building not far from 2 King S Avenue in the West District. Klein's figure emerged from the wall. Indeed, the West District is a residence for the aristocracy and the affluent, with streetlights more densely arranged and brighter than in other areas. In the shadows, Klein utilized the extraordinary powers granted by the Bishop of Roses to conceal and traverse, while in overly illuminated areas devoid of shadows, he resorted to his universal key to pass through walls. However, the exceptional ability of the Bishop of Roses incessantly exposed him to the haunting melodies of the true creator, causing him excruciating headaches and a wave of nausea. Thankfully, having endured the trials of murmurs, he found it somewhat bearable. In the cramped storage room, Klein first divined the likelihood of any other individuals entering the space within the next hour, receiving a negative answer. He then stowed away all extraordinary items and conjured a wall of spirituality, sealing the area. Subsequently, he ignited a candle and summoned his spiritual form. Like a specter, he traversed walls and descended to the outer perimeter of the King's Museum, where he tossed a box of matches into the first-floor restroom. He then ascended to the second floor, igniting the matches to create chaos before positioning himself directly above the room housing the creative manuscript, preparing to breach the ceiling and swiftly procure the anticipated items. However, plans often falter. Just as Klein grasped 2 bookmarks, a chilling infant's cry pierced through the distant void, penetrating Klein's mind. Instantly, the illusory black fissures opened around him, resembling a nursery that ensnared the fragile essence of life. Klein's spiritual form froze, rendering him nearly oblivious to the existence of the spiritual realm. Why do you only take bookmarks? Klein struggled to lift his gaze, spotting a figure cloaked in darkness seated atop a high staircase, black boots suspended in the air. A high-ranking entity of the mechanical heart. Those boots seem oddly familiar. How did you know to take bookmarks? No longer could he afford to linger. The night is long and fraught with dreams. With a provocative grin, Klein's ethereal form vanished in an instant. A fleeting image materialized. It was the scene from the morning when he listened to the life of Roselle in the exhibition hall, where a tall figure donned in a yellow cake dress stood, the same lady he had encountered at the Lay's circus, now wearing black boots. Who is she? After ensuring the scene was undisturbed, Klein retrieved his universal key and passed through the wall, heading away from the King's Museum. After traversing for a while, he suddenly felt uncertain of his location and decided to divine his path upon exiting the building. An invisible ripple spread forth, revealing an exceptionally tall, expansive, and dimly lit chamber. 3 individuals clad in black robes stood before a colossal statue. One faced the statue with his back to Klein, seemingly engaged in silent prayer, while the other 2 respectfully flanked him, one appearing to report something. Klein's gaze was immediately drawn to the nearly 3-meter-tall, depicting a male figure whose legs were bound by chains, hanging upside down. The true creator. The 3 inhabitants of the house were initially startled by the unexpected visitors. However, the hooded figure with his back to Klein quickly turned, alert, as a surge of crimson energy lunged toward him. The blood-red aura suddenly expanded and exploded, a torrential rain of flesh and blood fragments hurtling toward Klein. He barely had time to discern the man behind the sanguine veil, who slowly lifted his head to reveal a stunningly ethereal visage, reminiscent of a woman. He bore an object imbued with his master's essence. Seize him. Klein swiftly retreated, attempting to escape through the door, but abruptly pivoted, propelled by a jester's instinct that warned him of an arm poised to grasp his calf from the shadows below. A storm of blood and flesh swept through, engulfing a tattered piece of paper, while a sheet on a nearby table surged into flames, crimson fire leaping high. Klein leapt forth from the inferno. However, a crystalline frost spear pierced through the flames, pinning another rusted paper to the wall, from which icy tendrils radiated outward. A fresh blaze erupted from the far side of the room as Klein nimbly jumped, striving to approach a wall. Suddenly, he was seized by a violent cough, his leap faltering, nearly causing him to crash to the ground. He felt dizzy, weak, and an array of invisible threads extended from all directions, ensnaring him like a hapless prey ensnared in a web. Unable to endure any longer, Klein cried out, "Lamp! Help!" Before his eyes, chaos erupted. The enchanting man no longer stood before him, but appeared as if fragmented, suspended in layers of nested space. Klein felt an unseen force draw him, compelling him to step forward. The scenery before him solidified once more, and he found himself on an unfamiliar street. He surveyed his surroundings, noting the immaculate cleanliness of this upscale district of Beckland, the Queen's District. Klein exhaled deeply, yet his throat burned painfully, and his head throbbed, a clear indication of fever. At the end of the street, he spotted a cab. Assessing his weakened state, he gritted his teeth and made his way toward the carriage. The side effects of the universal key were truly dreadful. He had inadvertently wandered into the stronghold of the Aurora Society in Beckland. Why had he ended up there? Klein suddenly recalled the beautiful man's words, who must have been a shepherd of the Aurora Society. Could it be that the extraordinary properties of the Rose Bishop had caused this? It was likely that the Aurora Society's lair resided in the West District. Yet here he was, meandering through the West District. That shepherd couldn't possibly be Mr. A, could he? Klein was taken aback. Was this a punishment for his thieving ways? Fortunately, the lamp was powerful enough. Otherwise, he would have fallen into the hands of the true Creator's followers. A mere thought of his skull made it clear that the malevolent deity held no favorable view of him. Indeed, he must have long wished to crush him. One must wonder, would there be a fee for this assistance? Klein gasped in shock, exclaiming, "How much will this cost?" "It's over. I have painstakingly saved up £1,000. Chapter 70. A new commission. On the following morning, Klein awoke from his slumber, feeling as though the fever had subsided, yet his throat remained somewhat sore. He lingered in bed for a while, reluctant to rise. Today, he planned to venture into the mist to examine that blasphemous card, inform Miss Justice, and then perhaps visit the Crag Club. Should he seek a physician to procure some medicine? Ultimately, it did not seem a grave ailment, and the cost of medication was uncertain. Should he enlist someone to report the Aurora Society to the church? Following the events of last night, they would likely relocate immediately. Where could one acquire more knowledge in the realm of mysticism? What has the venerable Mr. Eye of Wisdom been up to lately? Why has he not convened a gathering? After lying there for a while longer, Klein felt an emptiness in his stomach, compelling him to rise and prepare his own breakfast. As he passed through the living room, he deliberately ignored the lamp, moving past it without acknowledgement. He resolved that as long as the lamp did not broach the subject of last night, he would act as though nothing had transpired. After all, it had boasted of its unwillingness to flee like a diviner, vowing to vanquish foes. And since there had been no battle last night, it ought not to charge him. Yes, that was the plan. Yet, a twinge of guilt nagged at Klein as he pondered. Upon arriving in the mist, he brought along the master key and the extraordinary attributes of the Rose Bishop. Deciding that unless absolutely necessary, he would no longer employ these two burdensome items. After spending the day loitering at the Crag Club, Klein headed to the Bravery Tavern in the evening, intending to inquire with Maurich and the others about any tomes related to the field of mysticism. Upon reaching the tavern, Klein did not encounter Caspis, but was instead compelled to witness a rather unpleasant surgical procedure for bad temper. At the exit of the dim alley behind the Bravery Tavern, Klein spotted a carriage driven by a living corpse. Accepting Maurich's invitation, he entered the carriage, where the exquisite Miss Sharon inquired with a detached and ethereal tone. "Why have you come?" "I wish to contact you and inquire about any books on mysticism," he replied. "There are," she responded. "You may exchange assistance for them." In an instant, countless thoughts raced through Klein's mind. Finally, with a slight smile, he asked, "I must know what kind of assistance you require from me. Have you discerned the usage rules of your magical item?" Miss Sharon gazed at Klein with her cerulean eyes. "What? The lamp? Why are you asking about that?" Klein thought it curious, realizing that Miss Sharon vividly remembered the scene of tearing apart Sequence 5. Sitting beside her, Maurich interjected, "We originally belonged to." Having listened to Maurich and Miss Sharon's exposition regarding their circumstances, Klein pondered before responding, "I am also rather unclear on how to utilize it." "Maurich?" His gaze tinged with malice, grew peculiar. "Are you not well versed in divination? After all this time, you do not know how to wield the extraordinary item you possess? Surely the item has not rendered you a fool. It possesses a remarkable vitality, allowing for communication," he added. "It possesses numerous abilities, including the capacity to act as an arbitrator, to assist individuals in breaking free from control and fleeing, as well as other capabilities whose correspondences I am unaware of. In essence, it seems capable of anything. While it does not exert any adverse effects on its user, it frequently attacks enemies autonomously and uncontrollably. If one must speak of negative effects," Klein humorously remarked, "it demands a fee for every battle." Maurich's expression could no longer conceal a distinct look of incredulity. As if to say, "Are you jesting?" The atmosphere within the carriage grew tense, with silence enveloping the occupants for quite some time. After a while, Maurich scoffed lightly and remarked, "I assumed you were referring to a disobedient and ill-tempered combat pet." At that moment, a sudden male voice resonated within the carriage. "If you wish to hire me for battle, what price are you prepared to pay?" Maurich was startled, immediately tensing up and scanning the surroundings anxiously in search of the unexpected intruder. Miss Sharon remained unmoved, her expression unchanged. Klein offered a wry smile, retrieving an ancient oil lamp from his pocket to present it to the two across from him, stating, "This is it. You may negotiate with it." Truly a marvel to behold, an item that requires negotiation. Maurich stared with wide, wolf-like brown eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. "What do you desire?" Miss Sharon inquired, her tone unwavering. "For sequence 7, 2,000 pounds. For sequence 6, 5,000 pounds. For sequence 5, 8,000 pounds, calculated per individual, excluding loot. The extraordinary attributes or items from the lawyer and arbitrator pathways can be discounted." "How has the price of the lamp increased? Or has he offered me a discount?" "We cannot possibly provide such a sum now. If unable to pay, one can issue an IOU," Klein thought with a sense of entitlement. "Then you may hire him. He is quite affordable." "What? Me?" Upon noticing both Merrick and Miss Sharon looking at him, Klein could only chuckle awkwardly as he tucked the lamp away, saying, "Perhaps you could elaborate. I might be able to consider it. Assist us in surrounding a sequence 5. He possesses a sealing item that is particularly effective against us. You could utilize that eye from last time to detect the vengeful spirit-turned enemy and launch a surprise attack. Anyone may deceive me. Only mathematics cannot, or rather, only the divination from above the mist cannot." On Thursday, a notice appeared in the newspaper announcing a gathering hosted by the esteemed Mr. Eye of Wisdom. Klein was delighted upon seeing the news, preparing to purchase any extraordinary items linked to the solar pathway, if available. If he could sell the formula for the barbarian potion at a high price to that lady, who seemed to have connections with craftsmen, he might be able to afford the brooch from Mr. Eye of Wisdom. Eagerly anticipating Friday evening, Klein donned a mask and a hooded robe as he entered the gathering. As he waited, he observed several individuals clad in black hooded robes within the living room. Recalling the members of the Aurora Society he had encountered earlier, a thought crossed his mind. Did those who donned such dark garments conceal illicit identities? If the church were to regulate the garment manufacturing industry, could they potentially unearth a multitude of rogue extraordinary beings and cult members through their sales channels? The apothecary, known for peddling potency elixirs, appeared to have ascended in status, now seeking to procure extraordinary familiars. "You could cultivate one yourself," Klein could not resist suggesting. "I yearn to nurture a junior apothecary," the rotund apothecary exclaimed. "Such individuals must possess a mine or run a bank." Reflecting on Miss Justice, Klein felt a pang of sorrow for both the apothecary and himself. At the gathering's conclusion, Klein exchanged a barbarian's potion formula for 50 extraordinary bullets, not due to a lack of desire for a brooch, but rather because his funds were insufficient. With these bullets in hand, he could venture into the room formed by the universal key. Klein patiently awaited the end of the assembly. Chapter 71. The full moon key package. The tranquil night enveloped the clamor of the day, draping it in a gossamer veil, thus dimming the passage of time, leaving only the persistent icy rain, which conjured a delicate mist that softened the glow of the streetlights, sketching the silhouette of a solitary figure traversing through a dreamlike haze. Umbrella in hand, amidst the serene nocturne, a figure, oddly out of sync with the ambience, scurried up to the second-floor balcony of the house at 32 Verdi Street. None other than Klein, who had procured the extraordinary bullet to perform for the specters of vengeful souls. The renowned detective deftly leapt into the bedroom through the perpetually unlatched balcony, effortlessly dispatching the lingering spirit of the house's. He perused the notes left behind by the unfortunate Abraham, who had been chastised by his ancestors during a full moon potion drinking episode, and was pleasantly surprised to uncover 3 potion recipes from a lower-tier apprentice path. This fortunate windfall ensured the young magician's first admission notice was secured. Ascending above the gray mist, Klein dispatched the magician's notification and then took his seat at the head of a bronze table, feeling an unsettling urge. Thus, he grasped the universal key. The ethereal and sharp voice of Mr. Dorr pierced through the darkness and tempest, crossing the chasm of reality to penetrate Klein, hinting at a plea for assistance. Was there truly a cry for help? If so, why did the lamp state both yes and no? What had led to its divine confinement? Had it succumbed to madness, transforming into a being akin to a malevolent deity? Klein's thoughts began to scatter, and he suddenly pondered the potential effects if the indulgent members of the Rose School were to hear Mr. Dorr's cries during the full moon. Habitually, he tapped lightly on the surface of the bronze table, and slowly, a plan began to take shape in his mind. Before long, Monday arrived. The little son spoke of his forthcoming exploration of the Temple of the True Creator, and under the guidance of the counter-commissioner, he recounted some prior explorations in Silver City, mentioning a term related to the redemptive rose. Subsequently, the counter-commissioner provided a thorough yet accessible explanation on feigning illness to evade exploration. What did the redemptive rose signify? It felt like something truly remarkable. Perhaps he should inquire of the lamp god. It had neglected to mention the incident during which he sought help while lost, likely a mere oversight. In the evening, Klein sat in his living room, perusing the newspaper. Suddenly, he noticed a note on the coffee table. Meet at the back door of the Brave Bar at 10 p.m. In the dead of night. They arrived at the predetermined battleground by carriage. After Merrick and Sharon lured the monsters, Klein concealed the explosives and disguised himself, awaiting the commencement of the performance. The battle soon erupted, with Sharon possessing the living corpse Jason, preparing to strangle the werewolf Tyre, who displayed the classic demeanor of a triumphantly brandishing a deep crimson moon crown while prematurely delivering a victory speech. At that moment, Klein, crouched atop the warehouse roof, gripped the extraordinary trait of Rosago. Fixating on the restless spirit Steve, who was shifting positions in search of a suitable moment to intervene in the fray, ready to deliver a swift shot. Klein stealthily manipulated the black silk thread, yet he did not seek to control Steve, not merely because this vengeful spirit constantly shifted positions, but also due to the fact that even if an opportunity arose, the moment any sign of obstruction appeared, Steve would instantly perceive it and break free from such influence. Miss Sharon had previously possessed the ability to resist. The werewolf, Tyrell, who had just been throttled yet now stood resolutely in place, was a rather advantageous choice. As time inexorably slipped away, the triumphant and cruel smile of werewolf Tyrell gradually solidified. He sensed his thoughts becoming sluggish and his body stiffening. Can you truly match my ability to stall? Klein maintained his vigilance over all present in the battle. A diviner ought to remain distant, positioned on high ground, controlling the entirety of the situation. Tyrell's momentary daze failed to capture the attention of the living corpse, Jason, who, under the glare of the had lost his sanity and was poised to attack the fallen Sharon with reckless abandon. Merrick, confronting Tyrell, had already clutched his head in agony, unable to suppress his rolling on the ground. With great difficulty, Sharon lifted her arms and removed the glove from her right hand, preemptively employing her trump card. Bang! An air bullet struck the elevated crimson moon crown, emitting a metallic clang. Tyrell stood frozen, resembling a fool bereft of reason, unable to process any situation. At that moment, Steve noticed Tyrell's abnormality. Should he save Tyrell or Jason? Bang! Simultaneously, the explosives in the center of the warehouse detonated, unleashing a roaring inferno, from which emerged a figure clad in a black double-breasted formal coat and a half-high silk top hat. In the next instant, Steve realized his attempt to possess had failed. The flamboyant figure leaping forth resembled a sheet of paper scorched by flames, curling its form, truly transforming into a rudimentary paper figure, ignited by the splattering sparks. Reduced to ashes, cascading down. The true Klein had long since concealed himself in the shadows, utilizing the extraordinary characteristics of Bishop Rose, effectively maintaining his role as the unseen puppeteer amidst the explosion as cover. At a loss for a target, Steve redirected his gaze toward Merrick. However, Merrick, having obtained the Crimson Moon crown, had transcended his agony. He disregarded the inexplicably dazed werewolf and rushed towards Sharon, intent on delivering the Crimson Moon crown to her. Only by placing it in Sharon's hands could the tide of battle be irrevocably turned. In an instant of contemplation, Steve vanished, and Merrick's brown eyes reflected the silhouette of a dark red cloak. Just before being completely possessed, Merrick hurled the Crimson Moon crown towards Sharon. The frenzied Steve instinctively relinquished his possession and instinctively pursued the red moon. Boom! Another detonating charge erupted, sending the Crimson Moon crown and Steve's figure soaring apart, widening the distance between them once more. This fierce contest for the Crimson Moon crown, after a brief reset of the mission's progress, commenced anew. However, at this moment, the situation on the field evidently favored Steve. Although he had lost the ability to think, instinct drove him to pursue the deep crimson crown. Meanwhile, Merrick, bereft of the crown, was once again tormented by pain, having lost the will to fight. The werewolf, having just regained a semblance of consciousness, was once more ensnared by a strange force, his thoughts returning to a state of paralysis. The undead Jason, unable to receive assistance, was inexorably drawn toward the ominous and terrifying bronze door, on the verge of being consumed by it. Bang! The deep crimson crown veered once more, propelled by renewed energy, continuing its flight. Steve, akin to a hyena in search of carrion, fixated on the full moon with unwavering determination. Bang! The deep crimson crown shifted direct, yet Steve's speed surpassed it. A pale hand emerged from the air, firmly grasping the full moon. Victory was within his grasp. Ignoring the lurking reptile conceived, who had been poised to strike with a ranged attack, Steve resolved to rescue Jason first before dealing with Sharon, aiming to conclude the battle. Boom! The explosion's shockwave thrust the beleaguered Jason toward the bronze door. In a fit of desperation, Steve emitted a piercing shriek that penetrated the eardrums of all present. Klein, already burdened by the delusions induced by the Bishop of Roses, found his head ringing, obscured by crimson shadows. He hastily discarded the bishop's extraordinary properties and leaped from a blaze ignited by the explosion, preparing to shift directions and attack Steve with extraordinary bullets. While utilizing the flames to delay time, hoping to gain complete control over the werewolf tire and deliver a surprise backstab to Steve. Upon witnessing Klein emerge from hiding, Steve cast a derisive glance at him but paid him no further heed. Klein, puzzled, suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, discomfort coursing through his body. An illness? Again? Did Steve possess extraordinary items to counteract the disease which? The bronze door, opened by the fallen Sharon, having devoured the undead Jason, now aimed once more at Steve. Steve, observing the beleaguered Sharon, broke into an evil grin. A vial of biological toxin. Ha ha ha, I wonder how long you can endure. Klein raised his revolver and fired a purification bullet at Steve, while an invisible air bullet struck the center of the battlefield. Instantly, the undead and shadows ceased their fray, surging toward the battlefield's center, pushing Steve aside. As they all awaited the biological toxin's peak effect, Steve shifted his focus to the uncontrolled undead, who dared to shove their master aside, discovering they were contending for a brass-colored object. A glimmer of sinister green light flickered in his eyes, and the shadows and undead obstructing his path began to dissolve. He stepped forward and grasped an ordinary brass-colored key. The Mr. Door, in a desperate plea for help, shattered Steve's mental defenses, leaving him unable to resist the ensuing chaos. Chapter 72. First encounter with Amon. The deep crimson crown was cast aside by Steve, and Klein assisted, passing it into Sharon's grasp. Sharon swiftly regained her strength, her form momentarily becoming ethereal as she leaped closer to the out-of-control Steven, extending her right hand. The enigmatic bronze door slowly creaked open once more, straining against its hinges. Suddenly, the werewolf Thayer, who had been standing idly in the distance, sprang into action. He accelerated with great force, his speed leaving a trail of afterimages. Like a steam locomotive billowing smoke, he collided with Steven, propelling him towards Sharon in an attempt to hurl him through that terrifying door. However, Steve still possessed a resisting force. Crimson fissures erupted across his face and exposed skin, resembling a grotesque creature bound with red adhesive and chunks of flesh. The pulsing red within the cracks seemed intent on breaking through an invisible barrier and seeping into reality. The observing Prince Chuan was taken aback as his condensed form suddenly dissolved. The stable lamp tucked within Klein's pocket detached itself, hovering in the air with its wick sustaining a soft, golden flame. The light emitted by the flame appeared almost tangible, saturating the surrounding space with a delicate golden hue. In an unexpected turn of events, Sharon abruptly closed the bronze door and leaped to a slightly distant position, observing silently. The embers that had yet to extinguish reignited, flaring into a crimson blaze as Klein emerged from within. The radiance streaming from the lamp coiled around the monstrous Steve like flowing water, binding the crimson fissures tightly. The pale golden restraints gradually constricted, akin to increasingly stringent laws, compelling the entity within to retreat and concede. Stephen's body suddenly crumbled into a heap of fragments, crimson tendrils intertwining with the emerging points of light. The lamp seemed like a profound vortex, consuming all the pale golden hues, extinguishing the wick's flame with a soft thud as it fell to the ground, reverting to its ancient, dull, and unremarkable state. Sharon retracted the deep crimson crown, while Merrick, who had been penalized and removed from the battle, returned to normal. The werewolf Thayer, who had been relentlessly controlled, collapsed to the ground. Klein stepped forward, picking up the lamp, which had erupted unexpectedly, his mind filled with questions. He wished to explain to Sharon and Merrick, yet he could not conjure a reason. Instead, he silently collected the intertwined copper whistle and universal key, patiently awaiting other spoils. The cold night wind howled through the silence, and suddenly, Klein let out a series of loud sneezes, drawing Merrick's meaningful gaze. In anxious anticipation, the extraordinary traits of the werewolf and the wraith finally materialized. Sharon's form abruptly became ethereal, as the biological toxin vial and the werewolf's extraordinary traits flew towards Klein, accompanied by Sharon's drifting voice. "The book is in your guest room." Then, like a gust of wind, Merrick dashed away as he had come. "Don't wait too long to see the fireworks I prepared." Klein raised his right hand, and all the explosives blossomed into radiant flowers. St. Hilman Church. After conducting an on-site investigation and examining the traces of battle, We can affirm that the parties involved in the confrontation were primarily extraordinary individuals associated with the prisoners, with a preliminary suspicion of an internal factional struggle within the Rose School. We utilized sealing artifact 2-111 to reconstruct portions of the combat scene, confirming the presence of 6 combatants, each possessing formidable abilities to disrupt divination. In a peculiar development, the final moments of the battle revealed a segment of inexplicable void, a phenomenon that has never been observed in previous years. Sealing artifact 2-111 typically provides some form of indication, and a similar occurrence had transpired recently during the incident involving the Demon Hound in the Eastern District, where the mysterious figure left behind a note amidst a blank scene. I believe it is imperative to merge the investigation of this prior incident with the current explosion case, potentially beginning with the Rose School personnel concealed within Beckland. In the remaining week, Klein diligently studied the Book of Secrets, amassing a plethora of inquiries to pose to the lamp, uncertain of when it would be approached. At the subsequent gathering, Klein, having exhausted his resources, finally acquired the sun brooch from the esteemed Mr. Eye of Wisdom. As Monday arrived, following the tarot meeting, Klein pondered how to better embody and assimilate the magician's potion when he suddenly heard the plea of the little sun. Above the gray mist, within the plea, a phantasmal figure, coiling like a python around the little sun, emerged. This figure donned a black classical robe, crowned with a pointed soft hat, and a single crystalline monocle glimmered at its right eye. What is this entity? Klein gasped in shock. Could this be Amon? Was he inhabiting the spiritual essence of the little sun, intending to infiltrate this space, this gray mist? Would this space then be usurped? It is said that the desecrators can even steal the divine authority. This realm, too, would likely succumb. A method must be devised to leverage the power of this gray mist to eradicate this virus. The recently transferred Amon avatar patiently awaited the new host's connection to that elusive essence he had lost. He intended to exploit the erroneous authority to attempt an incursion into the Source Fortress, even if unsuccessful. He aimed to gather more information to ascertain the current master of the fortress. Oblivious to the unfolding events, the little sun, adhering to the fool's instructions, began the contract ritual using its own blood. Soon enough, the intrigue unfolded. Amon beheld the boundless gray mist. Adjusting his monocle, it shimmered brilliantly, revealing a faintly discernible passage extending from the mist to the host's spiritual form. Amon smirked, a playful expression gracing his features, as he reached out to seize this passage, akin to grasping a rope, and began to ascend inch by inch. Soon, he would encounter the master of the Source Fortress. Suddenly, Amon halted in his tracks, for he beheld a figure of imposing authority gazing down upon him. The master of the Source Fortress? As the monocle gleamed, he beheld the ethereal symbols that epitomized rules and order. No, he was certainly not one of them. He bore no emblem of the Source Fortress. It was impossible for him to be an angel serving the master of the Source Fortress, for any being that had entered the fortress would be tainted by its essence, an essence of the Source. I have longed to thrash you, he mused. Do I know him? Why do I lack any recollection? Is it possible that my true self has obscured this fragment of information? Amon continued to strive to grasp the edge of the Crimson Star, endeavoring to transcend the boundaries of reality and descend into the gray mist. Suddenly, the elegantly attired man extended his foot, aiming to crush Amon's grasping hand. Chapter 73. The wishing lamp. Wherever their hands and feet made contact, a resplendent glow erupted, intertwining shades of gray and pale gold, as if engaged in a relentless clash within an uncharted realm. Klein sat at the head of the bronze table, terror-stricken as he gazed toward the deep crimson star corresponding to the small sun. He recognized that figure. It had appeared in his dreams. How could anyone else traverse the mist with such ease? Klein's attention fixed on that silhouette, and his hand, which had instinctively reached for the sun-shaped brooch, froze mid-motion. The individual displayed a malicious, unrestrained, ecstatic, and frenzied grin, evoking an uncontrollable surge of dread within the heart of the current master of this space. A chill slithered up his spine to his brain, causing him to momentarily disregard the encroaching presence of Amon. Amon, tethered by an invisible cord, resembled a monstrous being with a human head and serpent's body. A thought flickered in Klein's mind. Neither of them were virtuous. It would be best if they engaged in a fierce battle, leaving them both gravely wounded, thus granting me the opportunity to summon the powers of the mist and eliminate them entirely. A standoff persisted between Amon and the suddenly materialized. The crystal monocle flickered incessantly, and the contours of the man fluctuated between clarity and obscurity, accompanied by a series of irritating creaks and crackles reminiscent of a haunted corridor or an ailing computer. It is you. Amon adjusted his crystal monocle with another hand, his gaze seemingly piercing through the mental barrier of the deep crimson star, discerning the figure that blocked his path. Revealing the one who called himself the fool above the mist, his gaze danced between the two figures, suddenly revealing a cunning smile. Fool, are you aware of the identity of the one assisting you? He possesses the ability to project his power into this realm. Do you not fear him? Did his power gain entry here with your consent? Or did he, like me, intrude uninvited? Would you like to uncover the secrets he conceals? Golden light world, condensing and contracting, the radiating force stirring the grayish-white mist into rippling waves, ultimately transforming into a palm-sized, viscous sphere of light that surged into the mysterious passage formed by the deep crimson star, crashing forcefully against the face of the grinning figure, interrupting Amon's subsequent words. Amidst the ethereal cacophony, Amon's figure abruptly recoiled, shattering and dissipating. In the profound darkness, a bolt of lightning cleaved the sky. A figure clad in a classical robe adjusted his crystal monocle, a smile gracing his lips as he muttered to himself. Fool, chaos. How intriguing, how delightful. Once more, the space above the mist settled into tranquility, as if it were an eternal constant. Life is arduous, Klein sighed. My rank is still insufficient. I must hasten to summarize the rules of the magician's role, expedite the digestion of potions, and swiftly attain promotion. In the washroom, the door was securely locked. Leaving him utterly alone, Klein made his way to the living room, lying back wearily on the sofa, his peripheral vision catching sight of the occasionally capricious, a profound suspicion rising uncontrollably from the depths of his heart. Lamp, may I inquire about your origin? Is that figure truly you? Suddenly, Klein felt a vague shift in the air on the other side of the sofa. His vision blurred momentarily, and there sat a man of exquisite attire, elegantly reclining with one foot crossed over the other. One hand rested casually on the armrest while the other gracefully lifted, summoning the lamp into his grasp. Did Amon not mention that I harbor a significant secret? Such secrets cannot be divulged lightly. Prince Chuan toyed with the lamp as if it were a mere trinket. What is it that you truly seek? To assist me in my escape, he replied nonchalantly. Or perhaps this phrasing may be more palatable to you. Certain high-ranking extraordinary beings may find themselves in a state of confinement, masquerading as miraculous artifacts that grant wishes to entice you into aiding their liberation, such as a wishing lamp. Prince Chuan presented the oil lamp to Klein, elaborating as if it were an additional note. Rub its surface and audibly declare your desire, and it shall fulfill any wish you have. Would you care to try? Who are you? And how did you arrive here? Klein inquired, his gaze averted from the lamp, burying his face in the dim shadows. Ah, you may be unaware of its nature. Allow me to enlighten you. It is called the Source Fortress. Fortune tellers, apprentices, and thieves all vie for its possession. Though I am not among them, so you need not fret. The number of those qualified to contend for it remains few. Amon, Pallas, Sheritu, Antigonus, and Mr. Men. You must strive diligently. I have faith in you. Observing Klein's somber and anxious demeanor, Prince Chuan continued to offer reassurance. Cheer up. You are the guardian of the arena, while they are merely challengers. For them, discovering the arena is no simple task. Moreover, only Amon and Sheritu dare to enter the fray. Noticing that Klein remained unamused, Prince Chuan pondered for a moment before continuing. I shall protect you. What? I lack the funds to procure potion ingredients. Prince Chuan hesitated, his expression faltering, before suggesting, I possess the recipe for the Sun Priestess potions. Perhaps you could sell it for some money? As evening fell, Klein ventured to the southern district of the Grand Bridge, investigating whether the wretched vampire imprisoned by the malevolent priest at the Harvest Church adhered to the law, seeking to confirm if an opportunity for an active performance lay within him. Following the events of the day, Klein felt an intensified yearning for power, ensnared in a perilous vortex from which only he could rescue himself. Nevertheless, life must continue. Chapter 74. The search for a missing person. Disappointment lingered in Klein's heart as he found no opportunity for performance in Imlin. Fortunately, he had earned a modest sum, which somewhat alleviated his spirits. Like a fledgling actor, he struggled with a lack of popularity and connections, unable to catch the eye of prominent directors, and thus resorted to devising ways to insert himself into the narrative. Klein pondered whether there was room for exploration regarding Alan's misfortunes and the dilemma faced by Talam's friend, who had fallen for someone deemed inappropriate. Unsure of the nature of Talam's friend's predicament, he mused that if it involved an attraction to the same sex, perhaps he could procure a dose of assassin's potion for one of them, thereby earning some money. What am I even contemplating? Klein redirected his focus to the newspaper in his hands. Shock. The Baroness has been brutally murdered in her home. Is this a manifestation of humanity's depravity or a reflection of moral decay? Klein unfolded the newspaper, revealing more of the grim details. The Baroness du Bois of Queens was tragically killed last night. The crime scene was horrifically bloody, with all her internal organs extracted. Currently, a senior inspector has been dispatched to investigate the case, and it is believed that the heinous perpetrator will soon be apprehended. This report is penned by our special correspondent, Mike Joseph. How perilous it is for ordinary citizens in Beckland. No wonder Mike altered his schedule for visiting the East End. A vicious murder had indeed occurred. Klein perused other pages and was pleasantly surprised to discover an invitation to a gathering hosted by the esteemed Mr. Eye of Wisdom the following evening. The next morning, as promised, reporter Mike arrived. Upon venturing into the East End, Klein was struck by how much darker and more desolate it seemed than he remembered. Passing a dilapidated house, they heard a girl's muffled sobs and whimpers, desperately restrained yet unable to be contained, mingled with the harsh reprimands of a middle-aged woman, her voice laden with helplessness and anguish. The guide, old Kohler, sighed at the sound and remarked, "That is a widow, struggling to care for her 2 daughters through laundry work. Though life is exceedingly tough, she sent her youngest to the church's free school. Unfortunately, the little girl went missing a few days ago, likely abducted. Such a pitiable situation. Searching for the missing, this is my area of expertise," Klein thought, feeling a pang of compassion. He spoke up, "Perhaps we could inquire about the specifics. I am a detective, and Mike is a reporter. We should be able to assist." Reporter Mike also expressed his intent to reach out to his contacts at the police station, urging them to diligently search for the child. The cane fell and was raised again, only to fall once more, until it finally pointed steadily towards a grand villa adorned with a garden. Klein peered inside, and was immediately met with a sense of considerable danger. How strange. I am already at sequence 7, yet I feel such peril. Have I stumbled upon another hideout of the Aurora Society? I did not bring the extraordinary traits of Bishop Rose with me. I shall conduct a discreet investigation first. If it truly is the Aurora Society, I must find a way to report them. Upon returning home, Klein eagerly ascended into the mist, intent on divining Daisy's current circumstances, to ascertain whether there remained time for him to prepare further, for a magician never performs without adequate preparation. In the Woodrow district, within an unremarkable apartment, a man with deep brown hair emitted piercing screams, his movements constrained by extraordinary powers, teetering on the brink of spiritual exhaustion. "What is your purpose in Bickland?" He moaned silently. "Why are you investigating the individual in the portrait?" The silver-haired elder pressed, his tone exceedingly stern. "I merely wish to undertake a bounty task to earn some money. Is that so wrong?" "Humph, it would serve you better to speak the truth." "I am quite adept at throwing knives," the elder retorted. The man sought further justifications, but the elder continued, "We have no true desire to harm you. However, should you resist, we shall be compelled to resort to necromancy. I am aware that the Moss cult can render certain special members impervious to necromantic inquiries, though I wonder if you are among them." The man remained silent, having deduced through the extraordinary powers employed against him that his captors were likely members of the opposing faction, the Elemental Dawn. Outside, the street lights had already illuminated, and the early winter night had yet to deepen. The crimson glow was veiled behind ominous clouds, as both the guardians of justice and the harbingers of evil drew sustenance from the vitality of this bustling metropolis, stubbornly flourishing. A thunderous boom abruptly interrupted the unpleasant dialogue within the room. The elder cast a glance at the restrained man before moving to the window. Flames roared in the western sky, painting the horizon in hues of crimson and orange. "Not far from here. I wonder what has transpired." After observing for a moment longer, a fierce wind suddenly howled towards the site of the explosion, and the western sky dimmed, reverting to a profound darkness. Yet, in an instant, a menacing silver lightning crackled and slithered across the sky. Meanwhile, above the mist, Klein, now attired in his default ensemble, having ensured Daisy's safety through divination, beheld 2 clusters radiating vibrant spiritual essence, unable to suppress a joyful smile. He swiftly tidied the remnants of the ritual, lifting a glass of sweet iced tea to take a long sip. So sweet. Suddenly, his actions halted. He swiftly scanned the surroundings, deliberately checking beneath the bed and the table, his expression shifting to one of profound confusion. "The lamp is missing." Klein pondered deeply while holding the sweet iced tea. "I distinctly recall that before conducting the summoning ritual, I verified all my belongings, and at that moment, the lamp was quietly nestled in my pocket." A tumult of emotion surged within him, oscillating between relaxation and reluctance, uncertain whether he wished for its departure or, as before, to remain perpetually concerned about the lamp's potential autonomy. After sitting in silence for a while, Klein eventually rose to his feet, departed from the inn, and made his way towards the Brave Man's Tavern to attend the gathering hosted by the esteemed Mr. Eye of Wisdom. Chapter 75. The Serial Murder Case with a Creak. Klein pushed open the door. The living room was enveloped in darkness, the faint, shallow crimson barely outlining the furniture. Feeling his way in the dimness, Klein removed his coat, intending to indulge in a bath before retiring for the night. His gaze swept over the sofa and coffee table, and suddenly, a spark of delight lit up. He hurried forward, switched on the gas wall lamp, and beheld the warm glow of an oil lamp quietly resting on the table. A surge of inexplicable joy filled Klein's heart. Clearing his throat, he inquired, "Where have you been?" "I went to your pretentious place to scavenge for trash." The lamp replied languidly. What did you find?" "Alas, none of my previous owners have ever been as impoverished as you." "And what of them now?" "Except for the last one, they are all deceased." "So what good is their wealth? Were it not for the fact that I cannot cultivate in my spatial pocket, I would have long since become a millionaire. As for Horace's extraordinary traits, do you intend to? Don't even think about it. Have you finished digesting the potion? Selling the formula and extraordinary traits would surely furnish you with the means to purchase the potion ingredients." After returning the vocabulary book, Klein swiftly departed the East District, which felt akin to a colossal, soul-devouring demon. "There has never been a savior," he sighed helplessly, "in this world of distortion and despair. Perhaps reform could only rest upon the mercy of the divine. If only I could become a god." For the remaining days of the week, aside from fulfilling the commissions from journalist Mike and Dr. Allen, Klein spent his time idling at the Crag Club. He sensed that this establishment might not renew his membership next year. During the weekend, Mike, Allen, and Talum happened to be present, and Talum organized a card game. While playing, Mike remarked, "Did you know? There has been a murder in the West District, much like that of the Baroness. The brutality of the death is appalling." "Another serial killer? Does the police have any leads?" Talum asked curiously. "Not that I know of. Our newspaper hasn't received any updates. I heard that the Baroness was dissected and dismembered." Dr. Allen stated solemnly, his poker cards evoking the image of surgical instruments. "Indeed, I was at the scene. It was horrifically gruesome. My report did not delve into the details, as the newspaper feared it would incite panic. If the method was professional, one might consider a surgeon. Not everyone comprehends human anatomy and can dissect accurately. Sherlock, what is your take?" Talum casually turned to Klein. "Me? I would directly divine the murderer. As long as there are no level 0 sealed objects interfering, trust me, give me a moment in the restroom, and I shall solve the case." It was yet another Monday. At the Tarot Club, Klein sold an extraordinary trait from the sheriff and also offloaded a long-ago crafted foul language to Little Son, acquiring a promise for a faceless man's primary material. He meticulously calculated his savings and concluded that he still had a considerable distance to cover in gathering the remaining materials. The formula for the Sun God's potion remains uncertain in its marketability at the gatherings of extraordinary beings, and with little gold in hand, it is likely to require pre-orders. If I could attend several such gatherings and present the potion formulas of the first 3 sequences of the path of the praiser at each, I would undoubtedly reap substantial rewards, thus validating my earlier endeavor of divining the blood of the eternal sun, an experience that nearly left me charred. After much contemplation, Klein ultimately resolved to enlist the assistance of Mr. Hangman to transport the extraordinary traits of the werewolf and the rose bishop across the sea for illicit trade. Within the ethereal insights provided by Miss Magician, Klein encountered a peculiar prophecy from the yellow light, which left him perplexed. Consequently, he descended the stairs, entered the parlor, and seized the lamp, giving it a gentle shake as a form of greeting. "What troubles you? I shall not supply you with any more potion formulas. I have heard of a prophecy. As one gazes into the heavens, the earth shall fracture, and all that exists will vanish. I seek to understand the veracity of this prophecy and its interpretation." Klein gazed earnestly at the lamp, yearning for enlightenment. "Could you inquire about matters befitting your sequence?" Prince Chuan erupted from within the lamp, seething with frustration. "Your sequence may be low, yet your curiosity is unbounded. Do you possess 9 lives? With such thoughts, why not dedicate your efforts to earning money and gathering materials instead? The prophecy of the apocalypse is indeed genuine. The reasons for the end shall be revealed once you ascend to angelhood. Once they know of you, you shall know of them. When your cultivated audience can induce allowing you to ponder the answer to this question solely at the Source Fortress, I shall disclose it to you. Reflect upon Mr. Dorr, who was once a dignified, yet now, what a pitiful sight." Klein was momentarily silenced by the barrage of words, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he sought to respond. The atmosphere grew quiet, and an unexpected chill swept over him, reminding him that he had neglected to ignite the fireplace. Thus, he ventured, then why not light the fireplace? Coal is prohibitively expensive, Prince Chuan replied after a moment's consideration, producing a dark golden object radiating a potent spiritual aura from his pocket and presenting it to Klein. This is the extraordinary trait of the hunter path, known as the arsonist at sequence 7, which can be utilized for warmth. Lastly, Prince Chuan added, in winter, without the protection of a fireplace in Beakland, the experience can be quite unbearable. The increased consumption of coal exacerbates air pollution, resulting in nearly daily. The private detective business has also suffered, with few commissions arriving. Klein has thus enjoyed this leisurely pace for at least half a month. One morning, after savoring a breakfast of earthly delicacies that he prepared himself, Klein retrieved the latest newspaper from the mailbox, perusing it as he walked. 5 fatalities. The heinous serial murders remain unsolved. The Silvaris field bears the brunt of the blame. How is it possible that, after such a lengthy period, no resolution has been achieved? Surely, the scene investigation yielded no extraordinary factors, preventing the official extraordinary beings from intervening? After flipping through for a while, he settled onto the sofa, cradling a cup of hot tea and sipping it intermittently. Had there been goji berries and red dates here, I would not have resorted to this rather unpalatable, unknown black tea. Suddenly, he was startled by the melodious chime of the doorbell. Is there a new commission? Chapter 76. The case unraveled. The figure of the visitor outside was vividly etched in Klein's mind, shallow green eyes and a prominent beard. What could Detective Stewart possibly want from me? Hadn't Emlyn's parents already settled the commission fee? Stewart burst into the living room like a gust of cold wind, intending to remove his coat, only to realize that the indoor temperature was nearly identical to that outside. He exclaimed in astonishment, "Sherlock, why haven't you lit the fireplace?" "Because I possess a more advanced heating apparatus." I was just about to step out. Would you care for a cup of hot coffee? Do you have any black tea? Are you suggesting that my coffee is unpalatable? Klein prepared the tea and handed it to Stewart, who settled onto the sofa, cradling the cup as he spoke. You are aware of the recent serial murders, I presume? Due to mounting pressure, the authorities in Sevilas are seeking assistance from detectives and have commissioned the renowned detective, Mr. Isinger Stanton. Mr. Stanton has called upon familiar detectives to collaborate, and I immediately thought of you. Your remarkable ability to swiftly locate Mr. Emlyn indicates your exceptional deductive skills and extensive network. Hence, I am here to invite you to join us. Klein's initial response was to decline. He was reluctant to gain notoriety and wary of the potential presence of night watchmen within the police ranks. How much is involved? The total is £2,000. Even if we do not contribute significantly, each of us is likely to receive a few dozen pounds. Stewart took a sip of his tea, slightly furrowing his brow. I must say, Sherlock, I believe your talents deserve not only better coffee, but also superior tea. Should you visit again, I shall serve you plain boiled water. Klein hesitated, feeling it would be somewhat peculiar to refuse, and thus smiled, saying, That does sound like an intriguing task. I sincerely appreciate your invitation. I shall come for you at 2 in the afternoon, and we will head to Mr. Stanton's residence to discuss the case. The two engaged in casual conversation for a while before Stewart took his leave. Klein remained puzzled, unable to fathom how a serial murder case could remain unsolved in a world endowed with extraordinary powers. He folded the newspaper and ascended to the second floor, drawing the curtains once more. Regardless, he would need to venture above the fog to seek guidance. In the afternoon, at the residence of Isinger Stanton in the Hillsdon district, he announced, "This is the dossier provided by the police. Let us all take a look." Mr. Isinger presented a substantial stack of documents, arranged chronologically according to the 5 incidents, on the living room table. I trust you are all familiar with the recent spate of serial murders. What thoughts do you have? Please share them for discussion. Isinger reclined in his armchair, toying with his pipe, occasionally raising it to his lips. Besides being female, do the victims share any other commonalities? Detective Stewart inquired eagerly. They were all married and came from well-off families. I wonder if that counts. Isinger replied slowly. Are there no other similarities? Preferences, aversions, beliefs, previous occupations, intersecting whereabouts, shared experiences, and so forth? Currently, no discoveries have been made, and deeper investigations into the victims are ongoing in order to deduce the criteria for the targets of this serial murder case. If the victims' families are affluent, could it indicate a hatred for the wealthy? Moreover, do their husbands share any commonalities? An unfamiliar detective raised this query. This is a potential avenue. necessitating an intensified inquiry into the victim's husbands. Eisinger exhaled a large cloud of smoke. Klein lowered his gaze to the files, which were far more detailed than the newspaper, including photographs from the crime scene, where the victims had been dismembered and their entrails scattered, painting a gruesome tableau. The method of dismemberment appeared rudimentary, seemingly executed with a knife, yet bones cannot be easily severed. Could an axe have been employed? In the living room, the detectives' voices occasionally pierced the air as they incessantly posed questions, conjectured, and theorized. After perusing all the documents, Klein found himself at a loss. Yet he felt no sense of despair. After all, he was neither truly Sherlock nor Moriarty. He mused internally. Perhaps he could attempt divination, contriving a suitable reasoning process based on the results. Rising, Klein inquired of Eisinger's assistant regarding the location of the restroom. Perched upon the toilet, clutching several sheets of victim data he had brought along, he prepared to utilize dreams to glean information about the perpetrator. In the hazy realm of his dreams, only ever-shifting mists appeared, with no images materializing. Was it a lack of information that led to a failed divination? Or was it a counter-divination? If he were to request the victim's remains or personal effects, or to attend their memorials, would he be deemed a deviant? Returning to the living room, he found the others engaged in fervent discussions, exchanging thoughts animatedly, while he settled into a previously occupied corner seat, opting for silence. That night, above the mist, Klein conjured the materials he had reviewed during the day, reclining against the chair's backrest and closing his eyes. Visions flickered before him, each commencing with a woman suddenly clutching her chest and collapsing, followed by a hooded figure who whisked her away to a concealed corner, drawing forth a horn-shaped bone dagger. The man swiftly sliced open the woman's abdomen, extracting her entrails and efficiently dismembering her body, demonstrating the finesse of a seasoned butcher. After completing this grim task, he produced an object resembling a talisman, which ignited with flames of red and blue, as if an invisible entity was being consumed by fire. The visage of the hooded man was youthful and handsome. Klein opened his eyes, his right hand instinctively tapping the edge of the bronze long table. The victim likely succumbed first to a curse before being dismembered. The means and sequence of the murder remained elusive. However, considering that the act did not stem from enmity, but rather from a pure desire to kill, it is plausible to conclude that the perpetrator embodies the traits of a serial killer, perhaps one who relishes in the role he plays. Although I have discerned the appearance of the murderer, I remain utterly ignorant of his identity, even if I could ascertain who he was. How could I reasonably guide the police to confirm the perpetrator? If only one could send anonymous emails, make anonymous calls, and send anonymous messages. Alas, this is a world fraught with divination and spiritualism. Counter-divination, counter-divination. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated Klein's mind. Chapter 77. Shelf announcement. The editing notice has permitting me to share my thoughts. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the lovely individuals who have voted, commented, and offered support. I truly never anticipated that anyone would take an interest. Initially, I merely wrote for my own amusement, engaging in the act of creation out of frustration with others. The allure of the mysterious is simply captivating. I have revisited it time and time again, and I find myself deeply empathetic towards the character of Little Ko. I long to immerse myself within the narrative to accompany him. However, I staunchly oppose the notion of pairing him with a girlfriend. In such a world, it is far too easy for Little Ko to place his trust in someone, to have that individual by his side at all times. Akin to the bond between Hugh and Force, such scenarios are utterly unrealistic. Thus, I opted for a sealed entity, allowing it to approach Little Ko and vie for his affection against her odds. In comparison to a person, an object is far more readily accepted. Furthermore, I contemplated the unfortunate lamp god, who possesses knowledge of everything, eliminating the need for an additional plot device. It is simply you. Many have remarked that this version of the lamp god lacks grandeur and is even more embarrassing than the original. Indeed, they are correct. For I have envisioned him as a reflection of myself, inserted into the mysterious realm to accompany Little Ko. His actions mirror those I would wish to undertake were I to find myself in that world, as I am, at heart, a humorous and unremarkable individual. Based on this premise, it undoubtedly qualifies as a flattering narrative for Little Ko. Alas, there is little I can do, after all, if one does not genuinely enjoy something. Who could endure the tedium and monotony for long? Aside from the lamp god, I have endeavored to remain faithful to the original characters. I have depicted the lamp god as cloaked in the guise of an outer deity, positioning him as a source of personal amusement. Fearless even in death, I remain embodying this playful spirit. I do not indulge in dark themes, Thus, both the gods and angels within the text will likely exhibit a more benevolent nature, fulfilling their designated roles without deliberately inflicting suffering or tragedy. Chapter 78. Violent reporting. Two ideas surfaced. One was to have the rogue, the Black Emperor, stealthily approach the church at the witching hour, and the other was to instruct the magical lamp to toss small notes inside the church. Klein felt a twinge of pride in his ability to conceive two potential solutions to such a challenging dilemma. Weighing the pros and cons, the first option seemed utterly incompatible with the rogue's mystique, dignity, and sense of justice. Such an action would be tantamount to a provocation against the church's authority, akin to the Monkey King inscribing his visit on the finger of the Buddha and subsequently urinating on it, carrying the risk of being subdued by divine powers and captured on the spot. At the very least, it would elevate the rogue's threat assessment within the church, potentially causing his rank in the purification sequence to rise. As for the benefits, self-reliance is often preferable to dependence on others. Creating a spectacle at the church's entrance should facilitate the digestion of potions. The second option appeared more feasible, as Klein believed the magical lamp, capable of autonomous action, would not encounter any issues. Its elevated status and ability to counter divination should render it undetectable, thereby minimizing the risk of being traced back to him. However, he pondered whether the lamp would agree to the task and what would happen if it demanded a fee. Should the reporting succeed, the detectives might find themselves out of work again. Per Mr. Stewart, he truly felt remorse for him, encountering the terminator of high-priced commissions. As for the detectives, having just joined, it was beyond Klein's concern if someone reported such matters. After all, the murderer claimed at least one victim weekly. If they did not apprehend him swiftly, many more lives would be lost. Returning to reality, Klein approached the magical lamp for inquiry, reassured that it would not retaliate again. "You wish for me to go to the church and post the portrait of the serial killer you divined?" Prince Chuan responded eagerly. "What a splendid idea. Which church shall we target? Or do you intend to affix it to the face of a bishop? Why are you so excited? You seem a bit off." Despite these thoughts, Klein meticulously detailed his straightforward plan. "I will prepare the portrait shortly. You first perform a counter-divination to disrupt it. Then, when the night is at its deepest, either cloak yourself in invisibility or create an illusion, and make your way to the nearest St. Wen Cathedral, toss the portrait inside, and depart swiftly without lingering to witness the aftermath." Klein harbored concerns that the lamp might go berserk and attack hoping desperately for its rationality and fortune to remain intact. Prince Chuan gazed at the portrait before him, feeling a sense of familiarity, though he could not recall, and dismissed it as unimportant. Under the cloak of darkness, amidst the thick haze, Prince Chuan joyfully navigated the chaotic space with the portrait in a grand and resplendent steepled cathedral loomed ahead. He circled it, searching for an open window through which to toss the portrait. Although he believed that even if he barged in directly, the punishers would be powerless against him, Klein had repeatedly urged him to arrive quietly and depart discreetly, avoiding any significant disturbance. Perhaps due to the winter chill, or the oppressive smog, or simply the deepening night, for whatever reason, the St. Wen Cathedral had no open windows. Was this not a challenge posed to my lamp? He fell silent for a moment, sensing an eerie absence of voices within the church. Not even a solitary attendant was present. This is something you ought to learn from the night owls. Without diligent cultivation, how can one ascend? Randomly shattering a window? Wang Zichuan tilted his head in contemplation, deeming it entirely unnecessary. Suddenly, an ancient oil lamp materialized in his hand as he stood before the slightly ajar, unlatched door of the Holy Wind Cathedral, and he hurled the lamp with great force. Bang! The tremendous impact forcefully swung the grand door open, propelling it through a row of pews, creating a gaping hole, while white paper fragments erupted like celestial blossoms, scattering across the floor. From the descending staircase of the vast cathedral emerged a figure, clad in a black soft hat, with resilient graying hair, silver eyes, and a stern, angular face. A silver-white storm of lightning appeared out of thin air, suddenly expanding outward and beyond the door. Although it was unclear why Cardinal A. Snake of the Storm Church had appeared at that moment, it did not hinder his wrath. He immediately launched a full-scale attack, delivering divine retribution on behalf of the Almighty. At the storm's epicenter, golden light flared, the lamp's essence entwined with crackling lightning, barely maintaining its invisibility. The fierce winds clashed with the air, producing explosive sounds, as a terrifying vortex visibly spiraled into existence. The current swirled violently, tearing apart the pews, uprooting trees, lawns, and streetlights from outside, lifting them into the air. It also ensnared Wang Zichuan, drawing him into the vortex, leaving him dizzy, as if he were being tossed into a tumble dryer. Ha ha ha, I must run quickly. Or else, I might vomit. I wonder if those portraits can still be pieced together. Who goes there? The songster of the gods leaped into action, rushing outside to slay this vile intruder who dared to desecrate the divine. Ha ha ha. To prevent the world from being destroyed, to safeguard, I, ha ha ha, have come to report. In this place, the mystical waned, while reality intensified. The tempest and lightning immediately diminished, and Cardinal Ace landed on the ground. Suddenly, a flash of golden light struck, and Ace felt a sharp pain in his chest, causing him to stumble. When he regained his bearings, the chaotic scene revealed no strange intruders. Ace's black soft hat inexplicably grew taller. At 15, Minsk Street, Klein waited uneasily, when suddenly, the air above the coffee table seemed to congeal like glue for a brief moment, and the lamp appeared before him. Klein hurriedly inquired, "Did everything go smoothly? Shall we report again at another location tomorrow?" Klein's expression turned to one of astonishment. He found it hard to believe that merely delivering the report and the portraits could lead to any unforeseen consequences. The tyrant's followers are exceedingly brutish. I had barely tossed the letter when the cardinal pursued me without uttering a single word, launching into battle. The report and portraits were utterly torn to shreds, irreparable. Let us visit the night church tomorrow. I believe the night watchers possess a more temperate disposition. The following day, Klein feigned an investigation into a serial, deliberately passing by the Holy Wind Cathedral. The entrance to the cathedral has been cordoned off. Some craftsmen are diligently repairing the pavement at the entrance. Others are reinstalling the streetlights, while some are tending to the lawn, casting furtive glances into the interior of the cathedral. Additionally, there are several individuals clad in work attire, who hardly resemble worshippers, coming in and out. What on earth transpired last night? Chapter 79. The crime scene in the afternoon. A gathering of detectives convened in the parlor of the esteemed Detective Eisinger, continuing their deliberations on the case. Unbeknownst to them, the identity of the perpetrator remained elusive. And Klein. Chapter 80. The capture steward was escorted to a tranquil room, where the bishop was also summoned. Eagerly, Stewart recounted the circumstances he had encountered, while the bishop listened attentively. Chapter 81. Golden pounds from the sky beneath the St. Hilarion Church. Deacon Acantz diligently composed a report. Aunt Casti joined the cult of blood at the beginning of September this year, along with the potion formulas. Chapter 82. Today is unfavorable for outings. What a stroke of misfortune. Chapter 83. The intimidation letter. Ultimately, Klein and Eisinger were escorted to the police station, as the dismembered remains of the assistant lay scattered across the floor. Soon, the special department personnel took over the case. Chapter 84. Araz the Apostle of Desire was poised to eliminate Acing first, before turning his attention to the other two. Suddenly, he beheld the diminutive detective, possessing an extraordinary artifact, reach out and brush against Acing. Chapter 85. Promotion what? 2,500? The markup is exorbitant. The psychological alchemy truly seems nefarious. After receiving a response from Miss Justice, Klein began to contemplate. Chapter 86. Father, save me once again. It is Monday. Arriving early at Klein, above the mist, I toy with the true form of the world mister. Suddenly, it occurs to me that after my promotion, I should be able to utilize extraordinary traits. Chapter 87. A disappointing experience in the spirit realm. Aski gazed at the sky before surveying his surroundings, then spoke. Where would you like to go now? Allow me to escort you. We are quite distant from the city center. Chapter 88. Good deeds. Klein ascended steadily, employing the abilities of the faceless man to deceive one guard after another, until he arrived at the exit of the ruins indicated by the divination. He cautiously navigated through the stone. Chapter 89. Mr. A's fury. The sky was tinged with a dusky hue, and the sunlight barely penetrated the gloom. Klein skipped merrily along, descending with the undulating terrain, and in the distance, he could hear the melodious rush of the river's waters. Chapter 90. The new map. The gentle weather, the azure sky blending seamlessly with the sea, embodies the essence of dreams. Everything found in dreams exists above the ocean. However, some awaken to find it lost, while others are fortunate enough to hold on to it forever. Chapter 91. Day-night. Shortly after returning to the ship, a squad of enforcers boarded to inquire, with a particular focus on the intense thunderstorm affecting the telegraph office. Captain Ireland recounted the sequence of events. Chapter 92. The lottery. Chapter 93. Inferno. How dare you find your way here? With a countenance as pale as death, Hunterly wore an expression reminiscent of one who had just consumed something foul, his gaze fixated on the flickering. Chapter 94. The Book of Natural Disasters. The lamp paid no heed to Darnay's Feeling a twinge of disappointment, Darnay certainly did not dare to flee. Although his power had increased, it did not significantly elevate his sense of happiness. Chapter 95. Letitia Bang. A bullet of air was shot forth, hurtling directly towards Letitia. With agility, Letitia evaded the projectile, simultaneously igniting a spark of spiritual energy. Chapter 96. Playing as Dawn Broke, a gentleman with striking features, bearing the name Rune, emerged from the Gullatry Inn, dragging a suitcase behind him. The sun ascended, illuminating the sky. Chapter 97. The indigenous search for people. Aside from studying the newly acquired ancient texts, what else should Letitia engage in during her daily routine? As a member of the more ascetic order, she has consistently maintained a life of minimal desires. Chapter 98. Lazaric, arriving with enthusiasm, departing in disappointment. Chapter 99. Aftermath. Klein was engulfed by a convoluted and inscrutable emotion, yet this was not the moment for such contemplations. With a snap of his fingers, he manifested behind the elder, his pupils. Chapter 100. Corpse touching. Are you familiar with the prayer corresponding to the sea god Kavithua? Klein awakened Danitz, preparing to present the divine lamp to Kavithua in congratulation for its early. Chapter 101. Nast upon the expansive deck of a colossal sailing vessel. Measuring nearly 100 meters in length, a commanding figure adorned with a crown and draped in an opulent robe of black adorned with silver trim, sat regally upon a towering, weathered stone chair. He was deeply. Chapter 102. Reunion with Arads above the gray mist. Klein, through Divin, confirmed the capabilities and adverse effects of the trident of the sea god. For him, the presence of the ability to consolidate faith rendered the sea god. Chapter 103. The summoning of the messenger. Is this a subtle expression of grievance regarding my departure from Beakland? Your devoted and humble servant, Arads, is honored to once again accompany you. Chapter 104. The paid messenger. At this moment, Klein was overwhelmed with the urge to cover his face. He had come to realize that his descriptions had been excessively absolute, leading to the summoning of peculiar and bizarre creatures. Chapter 105. Elaine. Upon returning to his residence, Klein's foremost thought was to contact Arads, as it was the simplest and most efficient method. However, he harbored concerns regarding the encroachment of the misty aura. Chapter 106. Therese, bring her out, and I will confirm outside. Missile cautiously made his request. TSK. Such audacity without a tongue. Chapter 107. Katerina under the cloak of night. Danis lay upon the soft carpet clad in a delicate nightgown, his emotions teetering on the brink of collapse. He felt utterly bereft of dignity, unable to face the captain again. Chapter 108. I have no friends. Whom shall I place my faith in? Allow me a moment to ponder. Who would be worthy of my trust this time? Moreover, taking into account the persona of German I am preparing to associate this identity with. Chapter 109. The commission of the plump apothecary in the subterranean area of the Xiangshu Leaf Tavern. Missile, in a somewhat unstable mental state, seized the collar of the mighty Ozeal with a grimace, his teeth clenched. Chapter 110. The prison break. Upon making this decision, he undertook extensive preparations, which included prolonged surveillance of the previously marked followers of the sea god above the mist, observing their appearances. Chapter 111. Where's my midnight snack? Such a commission carries considerable risk. I would advise against your selection. However, if you find yourself in urgent need of funds, I am willing to extend some assistance. Asks Tone. Chapter 112. Revisiting the Black Death. What extraordinary force has influenced me? Klein fell silent. The people have been rescued, but what of the belongings? They said that currently. Chapter 113. Escort. As all activities drew to a close and the dawn began to break, a slightly fatigued Klein resolutely drew the curtains, lay down upon his bed, and instantly succumbed to slumber, uncertain of how long he had slept. Chapter 114. The game, the tree of flesh. It is the general of blood. The captain and the first mate panicked, utterly unable to rally the crew to mount any form of resistance. Chapter 115. The dice in action. The lamp god truly knows how to indulge in this game. I had only heard of it before. It is said that many university students partake in it, yet I have never experienced it myself, although the lamp god never admits to wearing. Chapter 116. Escape. The second round of free action commenced. Klein promptly pursued Senior, unleashing the sacred light. The sinister man, in this round, also. Chapter 117. Playing the role of a proxy in the biome, the Barracuda bar, Kent was indulging in a drink. With one hand, he held a glass of liquor, while with the other, he unfurled a recent maritime news article. Chapter 118. Cynthia Klein presented compelling arguments. striving to make the lamp god comprehend the repercussions of annihilating the extraordinary beings at the Olavi naval base. The consequences for the Rune military saints would be dire. Chapter 119. The daily life of a patrol officer. While Klein was occupied with the remains of Cynthia, Prince Chuan dragged the barely conscious Lurin over. He stole a glance at Klein, sensing that his attention was elsewhere. Chapter 120. Tori's revenge. Tori chose to endure financial loss. Yet this decision could not shield him from calamity. He was destined to forfeit all his current wealth, an unequivocal catastrophe. Nonetheless, he was still relatively young. Chapter 121. Canwell Fish. As the sun rose with its usual brilliance, Cuomo proceeded to his work as per routine. After enjoying his lunch at noon, he settled into his seat for a customary nap. Suddenly, Chapter 122. The future ship. When Vitesse boldly proclaimed that one day he would assemble companions stronger than those daring adventurers and seek the greatest treasure upon the ocean, he received. Chapter 123. The abyssal well. At dawn, the chef was the first to awaken, tasked with preparing breakfast for the entire crew. He descended into the galley, intending to fetch some fresh potatoes, untouched by Frank's influence. Chapter 124. The provocation of the cultivators. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, Klein remained awake, when suddenly, an ethereal voice of supplication reached his ears. He promptly arose and stepped into the realm of the divine. Miss Justice had just. Chapter 125. Treating you to fish. In a room on the upper deck of the Futuro, Bernadette and Prince Chuan stood side by side at the window. Are you not going out to impart a profound lesson to Agarit? Chapter 126. A beautiful new world. Gaderlia exited the captain's quarters with a stern expression reminiscent of a kindergarten teacher. After a night of rest, her complexion had regained its vitality. Nina. Chapter 127. The perilous sun and darkness. As the future approached, Klein beheld the true visage of the colossal diamond. For immense pillars, radiating a crystalline brilliance, supported a pitch-black solitude. Chapter 128. Anderson. Klein awoke from his slumber to find himself in a strange and somewhat dim world. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was standing on a mountain. Chapter 129. Exploring dreams. After enduring a tempestuous storm, cleansed by flashes of lightning. Chapter 130. The uncontrollable film. Klein was on the verge of employing the paper effigy to alter his position when, suddenly restrained by the wolf's claw, an overwhelming sense of dread surged within him. This fear, can you guess? A thick tome titled The Inner and Outer Universe and the True Starry Sky was crumpled in Klein's grasp. Chapter 132. Little Red Riding Hood. The vines sprang to life, their robust branches reaching skyward, swiftly enveloping the surroundings. They clustered irregularly, intertwining with one another. Chapter 133. Ludwell. Klein mused internally. If this truly is the esteemed name of Mr. Door, what message might the light god be attempting to convey? Anderson evidently speculated that this was a. Chapter 134. Departure from the game. 3 sentences lay before us, yet none dared to articulate them aloud in the language of Hermes. What, then, do they signify? How might we bring this to a conclusion? Chapter 135. The Enigmatic Queen. Chapter 136. Is dull once again. The connection faltered, and the dream unfolded like a serialized drama. Klein rose from his bed and made his way back to the deck. Indeed, taking a step forward led him into twilight. The future continued its voyage towards the area previously indicated by Anderson. Gaderia had resolutely decided that should such peril arise again, she would forcefully retreat. Chapter 138. The Golden Sea. Who would carry a woman's belongings? Anderson scoffed. No sooner had the words left his lips than his smile abruptly froze, as if he suddenly realized something. Chapter 139. The Voyage of the Lamp. Spirit. Upon the boundless, ethereal sea, a grand copper gourd floated gracefully. Perched upon the exquisite curves of its slender waist was a figure, clad in attire that harmonized with the gourd. Chapter 140. Farewell. Chapter 141. Fishbone. Klein took a couple of steps closer to observe the person lying on the ground. Without the need for a meticulous examination, he quickly concluded that the individual had already succumbed before being cast down. Chapter 142. A plea for assistance. When a person has a revolver pointed at their head, their disposition tends to improve. Similarly, when a hunter finds themselves in such a predicament, their speech often becomes remarkably civil and amiable. Chapter 143. The Gift. Do you know the origins of the genie in the lamp? Observing Arad's strong aversion towards the genie, he suddenly felt compelled to inquire about Arad's feelings towards the genie. Chapter 144. Adam. He gazed around, his heart a tempest of confusion. This demigod of the spiritual realm stood solitary upon the island, surrounded by the ethereal sea, tranquil yet eerily silent. Following the extraordinary demise of Mozona, The storm church found itself bereft of manpower, and the divination at the scene was disrupted, leaving the irate Avengers merely with the remnants. Chapter 146. The first secret couple yet, regardless of the reason, the instinct to resist death remains an intrinsic trait of all living beings. Gilshias hastily coalesced his form. Reconstituting himself against the wall, he was no longer human. Chapter 147. The weather on the following day was exceptionally fine, mirroring the radiant mood of Klein when the owner of the deer hunting tavern came to deliver the bounty. After enjoying lunch, the three of them set out together. Chapter 148. Discord on the ship. The travelers, disturbed from their slumber by the tempest, generally rose later than usual the following day. Waiter. Where's the waiter? Why is there no water? Chapter 149. The instigator. The prey targeted by the most formidable hunter is a remarkably robust and burly man, who is fervently instigating those around him, relishing in the power of manipulating others at his whim. Chapter 150. Home delivery. Mary, disheveled and in a state of panic, rushed out. Her companions outside, alerted by the commotion, quickly gathered around her. They encircled Mary, eager to inquire about the events that had transpired. Chapter 151. An unexpected turn of events. Chapter 152. Rescue. Even angels are not exempt. How dare you engage me in philosophical discourse? The man in the gray robe remained silent, merely observing. Chapter 153. Enormous dead. Amidst another torrential downpour of dazzling lightning, the figure clad in gray suddenly became translucent. The trajectory of every bolt of lightning abruptly veered away before striking the man, as if possessed of a self-adjusting capability. Chapter 154. Secrets in an inconspicuous room in Bakeland, ever since it was unearthed by a certain one-eyed mediocre writer. This infamous specter has been wandering for quite some time without finding. Chapter 155. Murder. The dim light cast a hazy glow over the chaotic crowd, where an array of alcoholic beverages mingled with the overpowering scent of cheap cosmetics and the pungent aroma of sweat. This atmosphere, thick with boasts and arguments. Chapter 156. The haunting of the Red Theater. I have heard that a new batch of goods has arrived at the Red Theater. How about we go together and experience it? In a rather ordinary bar, two idle individuals. Chapter 157. A fortunate soul. The sea breeze gently and impartially caressed the faces of all, as the morning offered the most agreeable temperature. The dock of Alavi Harbor bustled with activity. The ticket office. Chapter 158. The game of three. This new identity must not be associated with German's itinerary. It should possess distinct characteristics, facilitate movement in the northern district of Beekland, and allow for reasonable interaction with the upper echelons of national authority. Chapter 159. Whispers of dogs. Setting aside his tumultuous emotions, Klein guided Gilshias silently towards the door, as his focus shifted from within to the surrounding environment. Chapter 160. Verbal collaboration. The Red Angel of Malevolence shifted its disdainful gaze to the entity behind the supplicant, emitting a scoff that conveyed utter contempt, as if words were unnecessary. Chapter 161. The impending war. In the basement of a residence situated in the affluent district near the governor's office, rows of flickering candles cast a dim glow, transforming the shadows of the inhabitants and objects into pools of muted gray. Chapter 162. Courageous battle against the dual saints. The morning in the forest is imbued with a moist, vibrant fragrance, as a delicate mist casts a gentle glow upon the overly vivid greens. Klein moves through the. Chapter 163. The arrival of the King of Defeats. Upon emerging from the realm of darkness, Senior swiftly distanced himself from the fray, tending to his wounds in solitude. He was acutely aware that his participation in today's capture operation had been nothing short of a farce. Chapter 164. The fog has descended. The long-distance steam train travels from the port of Priais to the inland city of Hyjun in the northern continent in a mere day and night, provided that the night does not necessitate any stops. Chapter 165. The beverage salesman. Why do you intimidate ordinary people? Chapter 166. The Phantom. Ever since the red-vested conductor pushed the sales cart past, Wendell had been fidgeting in his seat. Consumed by curiosity about the current state of the individual who had transgressed the rules. Chapter 167. The wall, followed by the brown-haired girl in the middle, with Wendell trailing behind. The trio proceeded cautiously, mindful of the empty seats within the train car. Chapter 168. Task NPC. Why must I confine myself within the narrow crevice between the liquor cabinet and the wall of the vehicle? Klein retorted, clearly displeased. Well, you could also. Chapter 169. Prompt. Wendell promptly ceased his words, courteously greeting the young girl and recounting his experiences to her. Since the objective was clear, Chapter 170. Arrival. Wendell ultimately located the legendary conductor. He beseeched the drowsy conductor to inform the driver, requesting that he halt the train. Chapter 171. Abduction. The rain drizzled incessantly, its fine droplets hanging densely between heaven and earth. Through the somewhat unclean glass of the public carriage, Klein could only discern the distorted outlines of shops and houses along the roadside. Chapter 172. Return to familiar grounds. The benefactor of the fool. The fool has actually sent a devotee to rescue me, although I have yet to escape peril, receiving a response from the fool. Chapter 173. Is that club still in operation? The night watchman responsible for the disappearance of the Earl Holber's youngest daughter did not venture out to assess the situation. It was still relatively early, though the incessant drizzle continued to fall. Chapter 174. Ideals. Haha, I was merely jesting. Observing the incredulous gazes directed towards him, the member of the Red Glove team hastily clarified that reports indicate a sense of humor contributes. Chapter 175. The encounter isn't your behavior somewhat disrespectful towards the deities? Klein relinquished the exquisite Indus delicacy crafted by the enigmatic queen and continued with his original dinner. Chapter 176. The benefactor. Klein recalled what the lantern god had previously conveyed to him. The malevolent spirits were a confluence of the residual wills of 3 red priests who had perished en route to angelhood. This place was the site where the Blood Emperor had performed his divine ascension. After sharing her own experiences, Audrey could not help but add, the benefactor is a gentle and kind gentleman who, in order to alleviate my anxiety at that moment. Chapter 178. Reunion. The elegantly adorned figure, resplendent in exquisite accessories, yet not entirely conforming to contemporary or historical fashion, curled his lips in a smile as he reclined backward. Chapter 179. A new objective. 7. Pinster Street. Old man, do you reckon that the extraordinary figure with an ancient aura who appeared in the church is indeed the deity that His Excellency Sesama is investigating? A wealthy individual from DC who has recently arrived in Beckland? Leonard, holding all the gathered information, was at 7. Pinster Street. Chapter 181. The Ball. Chapter 182. Growth. Chapter 183. The Old One. Without much deliberation, Klein resolved to intervene in the matter, both for himself and to alleviate the concerns of Richardson, although this decision would place the butler Walter and the valiant young man in a precarious position. Chapter 184. When boredom strikes, one must stir up trouble. Should we inquire about 2 to 111? Do not rush to question alodes whenever an issue arises that proves difficult. It can't expression. Chapter 185. A wise man knows how to adapt. You are not him. Who are you? The host's fainting does not hinder the Archangel of Sequence 1 from utilizing his various senses, especially considering Luna. Chapter 186. The daily life of a non-mainstream tycoon. Your Excellency the Archbishop. This is the investigation report on the tragic incident involving the Black Skull Party. The senior steward in charge respectfully presented the document to Hormick Hayton. Chapter 187. Lewis, Great Master, upon your departure, it was not the members of the Aurora Society who appeared at the scene, but rather the genie of the wishing lamp that serves you. He has taken what rightfully belongs to you. Chapter 188. The murderous roommate's path to enlightenment, filled with allure, every gesture and movement captive. What on earth is Arad's babbling about? Have I not already issued a warning? Chapter 189. Some preparations at the Indisarenzo restaurant. The morning sunlight streamed through the exquisitely patterned glass, casting a delicate silhouette of the heavy curtains, which were adorned with lace trimmings. Chapter 190. Night tour of the island at midnight. In the nameless cemetery outside the city of Byam, Alj walked calmly into the serene graveyard, untroubled by the thought of being discovered by the Grey Keeper. Here, there were only. Chapter 191. Let's attend the concert together. Hermes' ordinary yet gentle countenance took on a serious expression as he fell into a contemplative silence. His gaze seemed to wander, as if he were peering into the long history spanning several epochs, seeking. Chapter 192. The new rumor of the tycoon. The two swiftly divided their spoils. Alj seemed hesitant, as if he wished to inquire further, yet Klein, clutching the tyrant card, was disinclined to linger in Byam. Chapter 193. Final preparations. On June 5th, Sunday, the weather was fine. Klein stood alone on the balcony, gazing at the streets of Bergland, his mind swirling with countless thoughts and reflections. Chapter 194. The pursuit of the sorceress. As he struggled to resist the enchanting allure, he. Chapter 195. The 194. The task of job transition. Even the devotees of the malevolent deity cannot receive divine revelation. This mist-shrouded town is beyond the capabilities of angels. Have you ever ventured into that church to take a Chapter 196. The passage Panacea surprisingly did not wait outside the church, seemingly convinced of his demise within. Calmly, she awaited the clear conclusion of the crimson moon, reminiscent of a hidden bond from history. Chapter 197. Underlying events. The missing servant has been located. Captain Sostert, having just concluded the organizational meeting, conveyed the essence of the discussions and the operational tasks to his team members. Chapter 198. Leonard enters the dream. The amiable neighbor, Congressman Marr, introduced a rather lucrative venture to his wealthy neighbor, smuggling arms to the southern continent. This, of course, was not his intention. Chapter 199. Prelude to Chaos. However, their temporary employer possessed a considerable wealth of experience in being ensnared in legal troubles, ranging from petty theft and robbery to grave offenses such as murder, which left Klein unable to suppress his. Chapter 200. The mummy. Leonard felt no inclination to jest with the guest about their origins. Instead, a wave of terror washed over him as he scanned his chamber, finding no sign of another presence or any spectral entity. He was compelled to. Sadrak Palace. Lord Joe sat upon the throne, observing the honorary marquis clad in the uniform of a general, a figure representing one of the highest echelons of military might. Alas, it was a pity that Haler had never experienced a morning like this. Chapter 203. Illness. Miss Mott. We are already aware of this matter. In fact, we dispatched a team member for investigation yesterday. The leader of the Night Watch team, Alha,